Martial Peak, Chapter 5390, Innate, Acquired, Source Domain. Yang Kai was in a good mood when he saw this territory lord, not only because he could avenge Huang Xinyang's soul clone, but also because if he was trapped here, that meant that the Great Evolution Army was going in the right direction. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters near Yang Kai was also overjoyed. This guy is really unlucky to come here of all places. Now he has truly gotten caught in a trap. Yang Kai laughed lightly and reached out at the space in front of him with his hand. The territory lord looked at the scene and scoffed sarcastically. This damned place was full of void cracks, each one practically indestructible. Even he could not withstand being cut by those cracks. He knew this well as he had tried several times to break out, and each time he ended up being cut up even worse than before. What made him feel more desperate was that while some of these cracks were visible to the naked eye, others were totally invisible, so there was no way he could detect them. The location of these cracks was also not fixed, as their location changed as time went by. He was a territory lord. How could he be trapped here if not for all these damned void cracks? Now this 7th Order human even dared to grab at these void cracks with his bare hand. He would definitely suffer some pain, and if he was unlucky, his hand might even be cut off. While he was thinking about this, he saw Yang Kai's hand wave, and the hidden cracks of the void appeared one after another. Then with some mysterious power, Yang Kai grabbed a huge crack and held it in his hand. The territory lord was dumbfounded when he saw the void crack shatter in Yang Kai's hand. He could not believe what he had just seen. Territory lord was stunned and frozen in place. Then he suddenly remembered that he had encountered this human in the previous battle. He seemed to have some power related to the Tao of space. He did not understand such a power, and did not recall this immediately. However, what just happened undoubtedly explained something. After destroying one of the void cracks, Yang Kai asked, "Do you want to die or live?" Words were not as convincing as showing the other party that he had the means to save his life. Now, all that was left was the other party's desire to live. The territory lord pursed his lips and did not say a word. However, Yang Kai did not mind the snub. There was a blood feud between the human race and the Black Ink clan, one that could never be resolved. Turning down Yang Kai's offer was only to be expected. Yang Kai asked, "What's your name?" The territory lord was silent for a long time before he replied, "Gu Chen." Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, as a response meant that the other party had some desire to live and might cooperate with them. It was easy to understand how this Gu Chen felt. He was caught between a death trap, and his enemy was now willing to give him a chance to survive. Anyone would grasp the opportunity to survive. "I'll ask you a question. If you answer me honestly, I'll save you and guarantee that no one will do anything to you for half a day. After half a day, whether you live or die depends on your own ability." Gu Chen said in a gruff voice, "How can I trust you?" He knew that if the tables were turned and it was he who discovered a trapped human master, he would definitely not let him go so easily. Yang Kai snickered and said, "Let me summarize the situation you are in. Whether you like it or not, you have to trust me. If you choose to trust me, there is a chance you will survive. If you choose not to trust me, you can remain here. I will not kill you, but good luck trying to get out of here on your own." Gu Chen's expression turned grim. He also knew that what Yang Kai said was the truth. It felt horrible to him that his head was on the chopping block while Yang Kai held the axe. If he could get away from here on his own, would he still be standing here? He had already attempted many times, and each time he only wound up worse than before. If hadn't acted cautiously, he would have already died long ago. However, Yang Kai was just a 7th Order brat who had no right to represent the human race. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master standing beside Yang Kai said impatiently, "Enough nonsense." Yang Kai said that no one will attack you for half a day, which means that you can escape for half a day. Mo Zhao, that son of a bitch, died during the battle over the royal city. You are one of the few territory lords that managed to escape. What else can you do to survive? Yet, you still dare to question us? The humans did not know much about the situation in the Black Ink clan, especially about the previously speculated mother nest. Although it was certain that there was a higher-rank black ink nest above the high-rank black ink nests, they still did not really know what exactly the mother nest was. What was there to lose from letting a territory lord live if he could tell them something about the mother nest? This 8th Order Open Heaven Master was definitely aware of Yang Kai's intentions, which was why he said this. Guqin shook his head, looked past the two of them and said, "If it's the old ancestor who guarantees to spare my life, I will tell you anything you want." Impudence! The 8th Order Master sternly shouted. After the 8th Order Master roared though, the old ancestor suddenly appeared behind them. Apparently, she also found out about the situation somehow and rushed over long ago, but hid from sight. When the territory lord saw old ancestor Xiao Xiao, he obviously looked a bit nervous. This was the supreme human master who killed royal lord Mo Zhao. Every Black Ink clansman would be terrified of her. "Upon my name, I swear I will not kill you as long as you answer a few questions." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao looked at Guqin and said flatly, "You can choose not to answer, but if you dare to lie, I have ways to make you beg for death." Guqin looked conflicted for a while, but soon resigned himself to his fate and nodded, "Good." Old ancestor replied, "Regarding your high-rank black ink nests, is there a higher black ink nest that is the source of the Black Ink clan?" Guqin frowned and answered, "I'm not sure. Maybe." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao stared at him with narrowed eyes and asked, "Do you have a death wish?" Guqin quickly said, "I'm really not sure about this. I'm not lying." The old ancestor narrowed her eyes and asked, "How could you not know such a simple matter as a territory lord?" Guqin explained, "There are differences between territory lords. These things may be known to innate territory lords, but I am an acquired territory lord and don't know much about the secrets of the clan." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was puzzled and asked, "Innate? Acquired? What are the differences between an innate territory lord and an acquired territory lord?" Even Yang Kai, who had lived amongst the Black Ink clan for years, never knew that there were any differences between the territory lords. After a high-rank Black Ink nest is fully grown, the earliest territory lords spawned from it are considered innate territory lords. After that, they are all acquired territory lords. As he said that, he glanced at Yang Kai. Sir Che Kong, the one this boy killed, was an innate territory lord. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at Yang Kai, but he just shrugged and smiled awkwardly. He was in a life-or-death situation, so who would care about whether a territory lord was innate or acquired? Furthermore, he had never heard of such a difference. "What's the difference?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. She had a hunch that this time, she might be able to get a lot of extremely confidential information about Black Ink clan from Guqin. Guqin thought for a moment before answering. There are definitely big differences. Innate territory lords existed long before acquired territory lords and are generally much more powerful. However, the biggest difference is that they were directly born from the high-rank Black Ink nests. Thus, when they are born, they immediately have the strength and status of a territory lord. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's eyes constricted and Yang Kai was even more surprised as he exclaimed, "A royal lord Black Ink nest can directly spawn territory lords." If that was the case, how come there were so few territory lords? Although there were more territory lords compared to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, if what Guqin said was true, then there should be many, many more territory lords. Why did the Black Ink clan not simply create more territory lords and overwhelm the human race? Is there some kind of limit? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Guqin nodded, "Yes. There is a limit. I have heard other territory lords say that the birth of an innate territory lord is inseparable from the source domain. In the ancient times, the royal lords emerged from the source domain with their own high-rank Black Ink nests. Those Black Ink nests carried some of the source domain's power in them, and only by relying on that power could innate territory lords be born." Source domain. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Yang Kai were both in awe. It was the first time they had heard the term source domain. The term alone caused their imaginations to run wild. This was revealed by Guqin of his own accord, so they did not know if he did it intentionally. It now was clear that he did not want to die, otherwise, why would he reveal such secrets so easily? Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao wanted to urge him to reveal more and said, "In that case, the power of the source domain as you call it is what allowed the high-rank black ink nest to directly birth to territory lords, but by doing so, that power is drained and cannot be replenished." "That's right," Guchen said bitterly, "we acquired territory lords climb up slowly through hard work and cultivation, yet when compared to the innate territory lords, we are much worse in terms of status and strength." "Then you guys must really be miserable," Yang Kai snickered. Guchen shook his head and said, "There is a saying among your people, the heavens are fair in all things. Although innate territory lords are born extremely powerful, they will forever be territory lords for the rest of their lives. On the contrary, acquired territory lords who achieved our status through cultivation have a chance to one day become royal lords." "Why is that?" Yang Kai was puzzled. According to reason, the innate territory lords should be more privileged. Why was it different when it came to the Black Ink clan? "I don't know," Guchen shook his head. "Surmo Zhao was once an acquired territory lord too." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao fell silent. It was a short conversation, but the information gathered was enormous. Innate territory lords, acquired territory lords, source domain. There were also royal lords who came out of the source domain with their own black ink nests. Mo Zhao, who had advanced to become a royal lord through his own efforts, was not one of them. The high-rank black ink nest that they found at Great Evolution Pass was left behind by a royal lord 30,000 years ago. Mo Zhao simply took over the nest. Without dwelling too much on it, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, "Back to my question, is the mother nest in your so-called source domain?" Guchen shook his head and replied, "I have never heard of a mother nest, so I don't know if it is in the source domain. None of US acquired territory lords have ever been in contact with the source domain. However, some of us had some guesses about the existence of a greater black ink nest. If there really is a mother nest, as you call it in this world, then it can only be in the source domain." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5391, You Trust the Word of a Woman? In the Black Ink clan, hierarchy was extremely strict in all things. The higher-ranking black ink nests birthed the lower-ranking ones, and there was a one-way symbiotic relationship between them. If the humans had some suspicions about this, then Black Ink clan themselves naturally had them too. However, Guchen, an acquired territory lord, had never come in contact with the mother nest, thus he really knew nothing about it. Furthermore, the mother nest was a term that was coined by the human race. Even if it did exist, who knew what the Black Ink clan called it? Those innate territory lords, such as Che Kong, may know more about these matters because they themselves were bred directly from the high-rank Black Ink nests. Thus, they had a connection to the source domain where the mother nest was suspected to exist. It was a pity that Che Kong was already dead, otherwise, there was still a chance to find out something from him. Now, Yang Kai understood why some of the territory lords were so much more powerful. Under normal circumstances, a territory lord's strength was less than that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's. However, in every theater, there were always some exceptions. For example, Che Kong's strength was at least on par with an 8th Order Division commander. In fact, in a one-on-one fight, there were hardly any 8th Order Open Heaven Masters in the Great Evolution Army who were his match. Only Xiang Shan and a few other top elites could take him on. Che Kong was killed by Yang Kai primarily because he was too careless and allowed himself to be hit by a soul-rending thorn. Innate territory lords were directly spawned from high-rank black ink nests, so naturally, they were more powerful, but this method of birth likely exhausted their potential entirely, so they would never be able to become royal lords. On the contrary, Guchen, who was comparatively weaker, had room to grow and a chance of becoming a royal lord. Of course, it was still incredibly difficult for a Black Ink clan territory lord to advance to become a royal lord, no less so than for a human to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. If this wasn't the case, there would be a lot more royal lords in the Black Ink clan after so many years, considering their innate advantage in numbers. There were surely a lot more innate territory lords such as Che Kong long ago, but after countless years of war with the humans, most of these innate territory lords must have died. Only a few survived. A rough estimate would say that before the latest war, the top 3 territory lords in all the theaters were innate territory lords. Now, tell me about the source domain. How much do you know? Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Guchen was an acquired territory lord, so perhaps he did not know much about confidential information related to the Black Ink clan's origins. From the conversation so far, it appeared that the innate territory lords seemed to ostracize the acquired territory lords. However, they should know more than the humans. Guchen thought about it and said, "The source domain is something I only heard about from other territory lords. The source domain should be the source of the Black Ink clan." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao waited for a moment, but when he did not say anything else, she frowned and asked, "That's it?" Guchen said helplessly, "No." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao almost laughed. The source domain was the source of the Black Ink clan? That could be inferred from the name alone. Was there a need for him to state the obvious? The Black Ink clansmen who survived are all escaping in this direction. Could it be that you all are heading towards the source domain? I think so, Guchen nodded and said, "I don't know where the source domain is, but since I became a territory lord, I have become able to faintly sense something that I believe is the source domain. Thus, the source domain should be in this direction." It was because the source domain was in this direction that he fled this way. Only by fleeing this way could he hope to survive, but little did he expect that even as a territory lord, he would end up being trapped here. Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow. The Black Ink clan situation was somewhat similar to his dragon source. On Dragon Clan's side, if an individual's dragon vein and dragon bloodline reached a certain degree of purity, they would be able to vaguely sense where Dragon Pool was, because the Dragon Pool was the origin of the Dragon Clan. Since the source domain was the source of the Black Ink clan, it was not surprising that Guchen would be able to sense it. If the source domain is the origin of Black Ink clan, there should be a lot of territory lords and also many royal lords there. Why don't they come out? What is preventing them from doing so? It was now certain that the 50 royal lords encountered in the Black Ink nest space previously were all from the source domain, or at least somewhere nearby. Otherwise, there was no way to explain their origin. They appeared to be trapped in or around the source domain. Thus, even though the battles in the theaters were raging, they were indifferent to them. It was not that they did not care about the battles, but rather that they simply could not intervene. Guchen shook his head and said, "I don't know. You said that the royal lords came out of the source domain and brought their own Black Ink nests with them. How did they leave the source domain?" "I don't know." "How far is this place from the source domain?" the old ancestor asked. "I don't know." "What was your Black Ink clan fighting against in the olden days? How did this stretch of void behind the royal cities form?" This time after the old ancestor finished her question, she mercilessly warned, "If you dare to say you don't know, you will die." Gu Chen's expression became more and more bitter. He did not know the answers to these questions. Although he was a territory lord, he was just an acquired territory lord, and a low-ranked one in the Great Evolution Theater at that. So, how could he know anything too confidential? Whatever Mo Zhao discussed with the innate territory lords was never shared with him. That was why he was willing to answer old ancestor Xiao Zhao's questions. For so many years, acquired territory lords like him had felt excluded from the core of the Black Ink clan. He knew very little about the inner workings of the clan and he did not want to die unnecessarily. Although it is not clear, it should be related to you humans. The feud between the human race and the Black Ink clans goes back to ancient times. This void should be the original battlefield left behind by the human race masters during that war. This point was the same as what they had speculated. It was not surprising to think that the only ones in this world who could compete with the Black Ink clan was the human race. The divine spirit, although strong, were too small in number, so it was difficult for them to wage a war across such a wide battlefield. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded and asked a few more questions, all of which were answered honestly by Guchen. "Is there anything else you feel that you should tell us?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao finally asked. Gu Chen's expression suddenly tensed up, shook his head guiltily, and said, I don't know much. In that case, she turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said coldly, kill him. Gu Chen's expression changed dramatically as he protested. We had an agreement. You swore to let me go if I answer your questions truthfully. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao looked at him and asked mercilessly, You trust the word of a woman? She never planned to let Gu Chen go. Although a territory lord was not a threat to her, he must have killed many human soldiers over the years. How could she let an enemy like him live? Yang Kai grinned and extended his hand. Old ancestor indeed swore she would not kill you, but I never did. Space principles surged, stirring the void, and in a flash, countless void cracks appeared. They then surged towards Gu Chen as Yang Kai manipulated them. Gu Chen grit his teeth and rushed out with determination against the countless cracks. His black ink strength surging as he roared, You will die a horrible death. The void cracks sliced through him and black blood splattered everywhere. Just before the cracks hit Gu Chen, he managed to launch an intense blow towards Yang Kai, which hit him and flung him a distance back. By the time Yang Kai steadied himself, Gu Chen had already been sliced into countless pieces by the void cracks. Yang Kai looked at old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the 8th Order Division commander in disbelief and asked, You just stood there, watching? He thought that these two would act at the critical moment, which was why he did not defend himself at all. Due to their inaction, he almost suffered serious injuries. That 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master grinned and said, Well, aren't you still fine? Wouldn't it be too late to ask if I wasn't? Yang Kai was indignant, but he knew in his heart that the old ancestor would ensure that he would not be hurt. Most likely, she did not intercede because she knew that the blow from Gu Chen would not hurt him. The source domain, the old ancestor murmured. It seems that there is a reason why there is only one high-rank black ink nest in each theater. Yang Kai shook off the pain he felt, pondered a little, and understood what old ancestor meant. Gu Chen said earlier that the original royal lords who came out of the source domain brought their black ink nests with them. The information they received from the other theaters showed that there was only one high-rank black ink nest in each royal city. Furthermore, there was only one royal city in each theater, regardless of how many royal lords were present. Since the high-rank black ink nests were brought out from the source domain by the first royal lords, they must have been spawned by the mother nest. Thus, when a territory lord became a royal lord, they did not have their own black ink nest and could only share one with the previous royal lord. The limitations on the mother nest must be due to some restrictions placed on the black ink clan. The old ancestor looked off into the void and continued, Otherwise, when they found themselves losing the battles in the theaters this time, the royal lords at the mother nest should have come out to offer support. That restriction is most likely the other party had helped us get out of the trap the last time we were there. However, this restriction was clearly not complete, or perhaps, there was some interference which made it incomplete. Otherwise, the royal lords could not have taken black ink nests out of the source domain. Was there a higher realm of martial Dao above the 9th Order? At that time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao and others saw the big jade hand coming from the outside of the black ink nest space, which tore open a crack for them to escape through. Although there could be some other reason, there was no denying that the power of that hand was immense. The jade white hand gave them a feeling as if it had surpassed the might of the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, and at the same time, it seemed that it had not. It was extremely odd. What happened during ancient times? What secrets were hidden at the birthplace of the Black Ink clan? No one knew, so no one could give them an answer. However, the crusade by the human race continued. Although the road ahead was still dangerous, as long as the human race could destroy the source domain, there was a chance to completely solve the issue called the Black Ink clan. Nonetheless, it was a long way to go. What Gu Chen said should not be taken at face value. Don't trust this information too much. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao warned. Although Gu Chen seemed to be very cooperative, who knew what he really thought? They could not verify any of the information he provided, whether it was true or false. Furthermore, some of the information he gave could easily be figured out by the humans, so it wasn't all that useful. His words had to be taken with a pinch of salt. Some might be true while others false. It would be foolish to believe him verbatim. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded and said, "Yes. Continue to scout out the road ahead," Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao ordered, turned around, and returned to Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before flying back to Dawning Light. He did not say anything more to Feng Ying and the others, but the urgency in his heart became increasingly obvious. Martial Peak, Chapter 5392, The distance is shortening. All the theaters and the great passes set off from the royal cities without a clear goal, but today, they had a destination. The Source Domain. The Source Domain was the source of the Black Ink clan, where the mother nest was, along with a gathering of many royal lords. Not only were there royal lords, there must be many territory lords and soldiers as well. Furthermore, there were not just acquired territory lords like Guchen. Many of the territory lords there were probably innate territory lords. The Great Evolution Army now had less than 30,000 soldiers, 45 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and 1 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Such an army was considerable in size and strength. The other Great Passes likely had fewer forces than Great Evolution Pass, but there were 106 of them on this crusade. When all the armies converge into one, by then, the human army would exceed 2 million. This was a full 2 million masters at or above the Fifth Order. It was also the heritage accumulated over the ages by the cave heavens and paradises. Such a force was extremely powerful, but could it defeat the Black Ink clan in the Source Domain? Yang Kai was not sure, and neither were the old ancestors. Even though the human race was strong now, who could guarantee that they would win this battle? What if they lost? Also, what was the power that limited the Black Ink clan in the Source Domain? Who did that jade white hand that old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the others saw previously belong to? Would this unknown force aid them in battle? The road ahead was full of uncertainty, but they had to forge ahead. The Great Evolution Army continued to march forward. The reconnaissance squads were always out front to check the situation. Inevitably, they encountered a lot of dangers and unintentionally triggered many restrictions which caused them to suffer some casualties. Even Dawn, led by Yang Kai, nearly met its demise. Fortunately, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had arrived in time to save them at the critical moment. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the void became. Yang Kai wondered if Guchen could have returned to the Source Domain safely even if they had let him go. He might if he was lucky, however, he was likely to encounter a lot of dangerous traps along the way. Considering that even after countless years, the leftovers from the ancient war were still so dangerous, it was hard to imagine what kind of violent clashes had taken place in ancient days. As time passed, years had gone by. It had now been a full 3 years since the crusade to the Source Domain began. The road was fraught with dangers, but there was still no sign of the Source Domain. This made some wonder if they were going in the wrong direction. However, with more than 100 armies continuing to march forward, sweeping across such a vast swath of the void, there was bound to be one of them who was advancing directly at the Source Domain. All the Great Passes kept in touch with each other regularly. However, many Great Passes would occasionally lose contact because of the chaotic energy in the void. Fortunately, communications were always restored after a while. There were no enemies along the way, though the hidden arrays and residual divine abilities still made the void treacherous. One day, Yang Kai was exploring the hidden dangers ahead when he suddenly sensed something unusual. When he focused his senses on it though, he found nothing. A short while later, he flashed back to Dawning Light and greeted Feng Ying, "Stand guard for me." Feng Ying nodded her head and acknowledged Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai then formed a set of hand seals, causing his world force to undulate as a mysterious grand array suddenly appeared under his feet. The troops aboard Dawn were puzzled, not knowing why Yang Kai had activated the universe transference law. The universe transference law allowed one to teleport across vast distances to a universe array. Ever since Yang Kai installed universe arrays in the purifying black ink battleships, many soldiers had begun using the universe transference law to save their lives during the battle with the Black Ink clan. However, Yang Kai rarely used the universe transference law because he was proficient in the Tao of space, making him faster than any territory lord or Eighth Order master. The only ones he could not escape from on his own were the royal lords. Although Dawn was scouting ahead of Great Evolution Pass, they were not far from each other. If Yang Kai wanted to return to Great Evolution Pass, he could just travel there on his own using instantaneous movement and did not need to activate the universe transference law. The members of Dawn were puzzled, but Yang Kai appeared truly shocked. He was following a hunch just now, but did not expect to find anything. He did not intend to return to Great Evolution Pass, but wanted to use the universe transference law to investigate something else. The universe arrays in all the purifying black ink battleships were personally arranged by Yang Kai. Thus, his imprint was left on every single purifying black ink battleship. As long as the distance allowed, he could travel to any purifying black ink battleship with the universe transference law. Others could only return to the purifying black ink battleships they had left their imprints on. At this moment, Yang Kai could sense the location of all the closest purifying black ink battleships with the universe transference law, but apart from the 4 ships around Great Evolution Pass, he was able to faintly sense 4 more to his left and another 4 to the right. There were now 12 purifying black ink battleships within range of the universe transference law. Of course, there were many more in extremely distant locations, which all felt so faint that even Yang Kai could not reach them. However, he could clearly perceive the 12 ships closest to him were within the range he could teleport to. This was a very abnormal situation. The distance between each great pass was at least a year's journey for the average warship. When the Great Evolution East-West Army set off from Wind and Cloud Pass, it indeed took them a year to reach Great Evolution Pass. A year's travel by warship was much too far for even someone skilled in the Tao of space like Yang Kai to cross using the universe transference law. However, he could now. What did this mean? It meant that the distance between the great passes had shortened to the point where he could use the universe transference law. How could this have happened? Yang Kai was at a loss, so he hurriedly dispersed the universe transference law and shot towards the pass, yelling from afar, "Continue to explore the path ahead." Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the middle of Great Evolution Pass where old ancestor Xiao Xiao sat with her legs crossed. Opening her eyes, she looked up at him curiously and asked, "What happened?" Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai had been out leading Dawn to scout the road ahead, never once returning to Great Evolution Pass until today. Yang Kai quickly explained, "We are getting closer to Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. We're now just 3 months away by warship." The 2 great passes closest to Great Evolution Pass were Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. Yang Kai could sense the other 8 purifying black ink battleships that belonged to these 2 great passes were now a 3-month journey away, which was the extreme limit that he could traverse via the universe transference law. Ordinary 7th Order masters could not travel such a large distance using the universe transference law. Not to mention a 3-month journey, even a single month's distance would undoubtedly be fatal for them, as transferring that far was basically the limit of an 8th Order master via the universe transference law. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was stunned by what he said and asked, "How can you tell?" Yang Kai explained what he had just experienced. She pondered deeply for a moment before saying, "Come with me." Dashing off, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the hyperspace array. The 7th Order Open Heaven Master, who was guarding this place, saw old ancestor Xiao Xiao and rushed to greet her. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao waved her hand and asked, "Is there anything unusual on this side of the space array?" The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master did not know what the old ancestor was referring to and replied honestly, "There is nothing unusual. Nothing has changed from before." The 7th Order thought about it and replied, "If we talk about changes, I am not sure if it's anything noteworthy, but recently, when we sent out some jade slips to the other great passes, the energy required seemed to have decreased, but the reduction was not obvious." It was because the reduction in consumption was not obvious that he did not report it. After all, the transmission of a jade slip did not consume much energy in the first place, much unlike the transfer of a cultivator, which required an enormous amount of resources. When old ancestor Xiao Xiao heard his response, she immediately determined that what Yang Kai said was likely true. Other great passes may not have detected anything yet, but with Yang Kai's unique circumstances, he was able to notice this anomaly. Great Evolution Pass was indeed getting closer to Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass, much closer in fact. The distance between the Great Passes was originally about a year's journey, however, they were now just 3 months apart. This resulted in the reduced consumption for the transmission of jade slips through the space arrays. Activate the array, old ancestor Xiao Xiao ordered. Whether the distance was truly shortened, they would know once they tried it. That 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master hastily told his many co-workers and they began to work. Head to Wind and Cloud Pass, old ancestor Xiao Xiao said to Yang Kai, who nodded and replied, understood. Soon after, the Grand Array was ready. Wind and Cloud Pass was set as the target destination, and Yang Kai stepped onto the space array. The array buzzed, and when the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. After Yang Kai disappeared, several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately checked the consumption of energy and were all flabbergasted. How does it compare to before? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Yang Kai had been to Wind and Cloud Pass before through the hyperspace array. Since those assigned to watch and operate the space array had been here for years, they should know the usual consumption required. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master replied, the consumption is much less than before, less than 30% of the last time. The ones on duty here were thoroughly shocked. The consumption required to teleport through the hyperspace array increased according to distance. Thus, teleportation was only done between neighboring Great Passes. If the destination was too far, they would have to transit through several Great Passes to arrive there, as that was the most economical method. Now, the consumption of teleportation was less than 30% of the last time. Since Yang Kai's strength had not changed significantly, and the hyperspace array had not been enhanced, the only factor that could be different was the distance between the destinations. Was the distance between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass getting shorter? This thought came to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's mind. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that what Yang Kai said was true. Although she also did not doubt him, what happened before her eyes served as firm proof of his words. Great Evolution Pass was only just 3 months away from Wind and Cloud Pass now. Why was this? All the Great Passes were advancing in tandem towards the depths of the black ink battlefield, so logically speaking, the distance separating them should not change much. Now, however, they were somehow approaching one another. This was true for Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass, as well as Azure Void Pass, so what about the other Great Passes? Were they all getting closer? If that was true, then in time, more than 100 Great Passes would converge in one place. What was the mysterious place that they were converging to? Was it the source domain of the Black Ink clan? Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's expression changed a bit. The distances between the Great Passes were getting shorter, which was actually good news for the human race. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had considered that if any Great Passes found the Black Ink clan source domain, the other Great Passes would have to rush over to support them. However, if they all gathered in one place at the same time, it would save them a lot of trouble. When the human race gathered all their might, they were confident they could decimate even the Black Ink clan source domain, no matter how powerful it was. Meanwhile, Yang Kai appeared above Wind and Cloud Pass space array. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master there was an old acquaintance and was surprised to see Yang Kai, so he asked, "Brother Yang, why are you here? Is there some urgent information from the Great Evolution Army?" These days, there was basically no direct interaction between the Great Passes. All information was passed in the form of jade slips. For Yang Kai to suddenly appear in person, something important must have happened. Martial Peak, Chapter 5393, Old Ancestor sets out. There's nothing urgent. This is just an experiment, Yang Kai said. He then turned his head towards the space array that had not completely closed and disappeared. The few Open Heaven Realm Masters were bewildered. Did someone teleport here? Wind and Cloud Pass Eastern Army Commander, Yuan Xinggu, stepped into the hall and asked. He obviously noticed the commotion and came over to check the situation. However, he was a step too late. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on guard duty rushed forward to report. Yang Kai from Great Evolution Pass just came by, but went back almost immediately. He said that he was conducting an experiment. An experiment? Yuan Xinggu frowned and barked. What is he trying to do? Each time a teleportation was conducted, it required a large amount of resources. Though the Great Passes were no longer starved for resources now, they should not waste them in such a manner. When the Grand Array lit up once again, the fluctuations generated were much subtler than before. Thus, everyone knew that it was a jade slip rather than a person being sent. Sure enough, when the glow waned, a jade slip was lying quietly on the hyperspace array. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master went forward to pick up the jade slip and injected his divine sense, his expression soon changing as he frantically said, "Sir, Great Evolution Pass has discovered something." As he said so, he offered the jade slip to the army commander. Yuan Xinggu took it, and after checking it out, his expression also changed. Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass are now only 3 months apart. This was very surprising news. How could there be only a 3 months journey separating them? The jade slip that was transmitted from Great Evolution Pass also speculated that not only had the distance between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass been reduced, the distances between all other Great Passes had also been shortened. The jade slip instructed them to spread the news and at the same time seek confirmation of this. Yuan Xinggu did not dare to delay. He quickly continued to spread the word while arranging men to go to the neighboring Great Passes through the space arrays. In less than half a day, jade slips from all the Great Passes were collected in Great Evolution Pass's Space Array Hall. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao checked the jade slips before tossing them to Yang Kai, nodding at him as she said, "It's confirmed. The distances between all the Great Passes have shrunk." Yang Kai took a look at the messages, frowned, and asked, "What is causing this?" Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head and said, "I don't know. Whatever the case, it means that all the human Great Passes will eventually converge in one place. This was a good thing for the human race. If all the Great Passes gathered in one place, then their power would not be scattered and they would not need to fight separately as before. With more than 2 million Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 100 Ninth Order Old Ancestors and thousands of 8th Order Masters, such a force would be enough to take on any enemy. Even if the source domain was really that dangerous, the human army could still overcome it. You have an advantage in your ability to sense the purifying black ink battleships. Pay more attention to the position of the other Great Passes purifying black ink battleships and judge the distances between them. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao instructed. Yes. As they ventured deeper into Void, they not only encountered remnants of war between the Ancients and the Black Ink clan, but also a number of vivid celestial phenomenon naturally formed by the universe itself. Each of the celestial phenomenon was extremely magnificent, occupying massive regions of the void, hiding unimaginable dangers beneath their beautiful appearances. Even the Ninth Order Old Ancestors could feel a sense of danger coming from these celestial phenomenon, making them aware that falling into them would be disastrous. According to Feng Ying, there were many similar celestial phenomenon in the 3,000 worlds during ancient times. However, as the number of human race masters increased and their activities became more frequent, the celestial phenomenon in the 3,000 worlds gradually faded away. However, in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, these celestial phenomenon remained unchanged throughout the ages. Technically speaking, the chaotic dead territory was also a type of celestial phenomenon. However, it was not naturally formed but rather the result of the collision of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's powers. The chaotic dead territory was so dangerous that even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not enter for long. Only the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could move about for a short period in such a place. Yang Kai had experienced the dangers of the chaotic dead territory firsthand. If giant spirit god Aer had not protected him at that time, he would never have survived. Many of the celestial phenomena in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield felt even more dangerous than the chaotic dead territory. The celestial phenomena were so dangerous that even Great Evolution Pass needed to go around them. A year later, Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass were now less than a month's journey away from Great Evolution Pass, and this distance continued to shrink. This was the same for all the other Great Passes as well, with the two furthest Great Passes now only 2 months apart. If this persisted, the Great Passes would converge in another year's time. Even though Yang Kai was scouting ahead of the army, he could clearly sense the tense atmosphere within Great Evolution Pass. The Great Evolution Army had begun to sharpen its swords. Although there were no clear orders to do so, almost everyone had felt that when the great army of the human race gathered, it would be the time to fight to the death with the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, the human race had always anticipated this battle. 6 months later, Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass were only 10 days apart from each other. If this was an ordinary stretch of void, Yang Kai would already be able to see Wind and Cloud Pass. However, the energy in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield was too violent and chaotic. There were countless restrictions and dangers all over the place. Thus, even though he knew where Wind and Cloud Pass was and how far it was from him, he still could not see it clearly. He could only vaguely see that there was a huge object off in that direction. The Great Passes were about to converge. On this day, Yang Kai was looking towards Wind and Cloud Pass when he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in that direction. The next moment, Feng Ying, who was beside him, also sensed something and followed his gaze. There was nothing as far as the eye could see, but there was definitely something different about the energy fluctuations in the void. "Is someone fighting?" Feng Ying asked gruffly. Yang Kai silently perceived for a moment, before shaking his head and saying, "Something must have triggered some massive restriction." The shockwaves of a battle would not be this violent. Although he also did not know what happened in that direction, it was certain that the place where the disturbance occurred was extremely far from them, at least 2 months' journey by warship. At such a distance, even if a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord fought, they could not possibly create such a huge disturbance. The only explanation was the triggering of some massive array. Previously, Great Evolution Pass also accidentally triggered such a huge restriction, and the impact was so intense that the pass shields were almost torn apart. As they were talking, a surge of power suddenly came from inside Great Evolution Pass, followed by a pillar of light that shot out into the void. Yang Kai turned his head to look and frowned. "The old ancestor has set out," Feng Ying shouted. What just happened was obviously the old ancestor teleporting through the space array. An 8th Order Division commander would not create such a disturbance during teleportation. Only the teleportation of an old ancestor could consume such a huge amount of energy and create such violent space principle fluctuations. "She has gone out." Yang Kai did not know where the old ancestor went, but since something had alerted her, it was obviously something extraordinary. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a lofty and huge figure, covering the sky and tearing through the void. The next moment, there was a familiar aura from Wind and Cloud Pass, enveloping Great Evolution Pass. It was the aura of Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor. Additionally, on the other side, there was also the aura of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor. The aura of the two old ancestors intertwined in the sky above Great Evolution Pass, turning into a protective layer. Yang Kai immediately understood. Since Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao had left, that meant that there was no old ancestor in the pass to ensure its safety. The pass would not be able to protect itself if it encountered a huge danger. Therefore, the old ancestors of the passes to the left and right immediately joined forces to shelter Great Evolution Pass. This way, if there was any danger, these two old ancestors could respond immediately. In other words, now the two old ancestors have joined hands to protect Azure Void Pass, Wind and Cloud Pass, and Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai was now clearly concerned. A short while later, a more violent aftershock came from the direction where the anomaly was first detected. Yang Kai's brow twitched. If it was just a single disturbance, a huge restriction being triggered would make sense, but with repeated fluctuations occurring, it could only be due to a huge fight. Two top masters fighting would not create such intense fallout. It would take at least 10 or 20 such powerhouses to create a disturbance of such magnitude. When Yang Kai thought about how old ancestor Xiao Xiao rushed out just now, he immediately understood that there must be several old ancestors fighting with some strong enemies in that direction. The only ones who could compete with the old ancestors were the royal lords. It must be the royal lords who had escaped from the theaters several years ago. A lot of royal lords died when the royal cities of each theater fell, but there were quite a few who escaped as well. It was not that the old ancestors did not want to kill them, but rather that they couldn't as long as the royal lords were determined to escape. Those royal lords that fled that day all went towards the depths of the black ink battlefield. Yang Kai had been thinking about this since he found out that the great passes were converging and would eventually meet up at some point. If the great passes converged, then what about the royal lords who escaped from the other theaters? Would they converge in one place as well? There wasn't just one or two royal lords, but dozens. If all those royal lords joined forces to target a single great pass, that great pass would be able to resist. It would soon be destroyed, along with all the human soldiers inside. He had mentioned this previously with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. However, she just told him that preparations had been made. Thus, Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. After all, he was only a 7th Order master and should just focus on what he could do, rather than things he had no ability to interfere with. Now, it seemed that the old ancestors did have an arrangement for such a situation. From looking at what just happened, when there was movement nearby, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was the first to go provide support, while the old ancestors of Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass quickly took Great Evolution Pass into their protection. This was the safest arrangement. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was definitely not the only old ancestor who had set out. There were dozens of royal lords, so many 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have to be deployed to face them. Perhaps some old ancestors would fall in this battle, but the royal lords would surely suffer even more. At that moment, a strange fluctuation appeared from another direction. Yang Kai frowned and quickly looked in that direction. The royal lords had split up their forces. They did not all converge in one place, but instead divided into two groups to attack the human great passes in two locations. However, were their attacks going to be limited to only two locations? After all, with dozens of royal lords, they could attack at multiple places at the same time without any difficulty. Martial Peak, Chapter 5394, Deadly Flaws. If Yang Kai was in the position of the royal lords, he would also divide his forces to hit the humans before the great passes fully converged. What he was concerned about turned out to be reality, as the Black Ink clan did exactly what he feared. "Brother, I'll leave this to you," said the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass. The next moment, his aura faded and a pillar of light shot up into the sky from Azure Void Pass. The Azure Void Pass old ancestor also went to support the second great pass that was attacked by the royal lords. The void trembled and the sky shook from an ox's bellow as a master's aura approached rapidly. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the Wind and Cloud old ancestor, riding a mighty bull, charging over from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. Great Evolution Pass was in the center, Wind and Cloud Pass on the right, and Azure Void Pass on the left. Now that old ancestors of Great Evolution Pass and Azure Void Pass have left, the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass had to shelter the three great passes all on his own. Thus, it was only natural that he came to Great Evolution Pass so that he could be positioned at the center and monitor the left and right passes. "Greetings, old ancestor." Yang Kai and the members of Dawn saluted. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor did not go to Great Evolution Pass directly and instead landed on Dawning Light. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor nodded lightly, smiled at Yang Kai, and said, "Well done." He was referring to the battle at the royal city a few years ago. Yang Kai, as a 7th Order Master, killed a territory lord and a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. This must have been the only achievement of its kind in the entire history of the Black Ink battlefield. Normally, the old ancestors did not take much note of those in the 7th Order. However, Yang Kai had drawn his attention. "It was a fluke, old ancestor," Yang Kai said modestly. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor chuckled and said, "With your abilities, if you can reach the 9th Order, you should be more useful than us old guys. What a pity." Unfortunately, Yang Kai's advancement to the open heaven realm started at the 5th Order, and then he took a mid-rank world fruit, which raised his innate limit, but only to the 8th Order. An 8th Order open heaven realm master was strong, but still not comparable to a 9th Order master. Of course, if we can find the universe furnace, we should be able to help you break through those shackles. Yang Kai appeared gloomy as he replied, "This junior is only a 7th Order master now. It is too early to think about trying to reach the 9th Order. Furthermore, if we can completely solve the problem of the Black Ink clan, then what does it matter if I am an 8th Order master or a 9th Order master in the future?" The old ancestor raised an eyebrow when he heard Yang Kai's response and remarked, "You're a sensible one." He then raised his eyes, looked to the distance, and said solemnly, "I hope that will be the case. If this time they really could completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, then whether Yang Kai was a 7th Order or 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it would not matter. Likewise for the others such as the old ancestors. They had been on the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, but if they really could return to the 3,000 worlds, they would no longer need to cultivate and could just play with their descendants and enjoy a comfortable life. The war had lasted far too long, so the old ancestors were all eager for such peaceful days. Following his gaze, Yang Kai asked, "Old ancestor, is the situation dire?" Old ancestor laughed lightly and said, "They're just courting death." On hearing him say that, Yang Kai suddenly felt much better. He then raised his eyebrows and asked, "Had the old ancestors anticipated this?" "Not really, it was just a precaution. After all, so many royal lords escaped and such a force could not be taken lightly," the old ancestor casually replied. "We can't find them if they hide, but since they chose to attack, we must capitalize on the opportunity to kill them. It's better for us that the enemy is out in the open rather than hiding in the dark. But now that the royal lords are splitting their forces between several places, it will be difficult for the humans to deal with them, no." The old ancestor slowly shook his head. "They divided their troops, but so can we. Didn't Xiao Yu, your Great Evolution Pass and Azure Void Pass old ancestors go to support the fight?" "Xiao Yu ya?" Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that he had heard something unbelievable. "And the Black Ink clan is ultimately different from the human race. They are indeed rather strong and have caused problems for us humans when they defended their respective high-rank Black Ink nests. However, they have a very obvious disadvantage. Do you know what it is?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "They have to use their Black Ink nests to heal their wounds." The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor smiled and said, "Correct. That is their biggest flaw, a fatal one if you will. The Black Ink clan's very survival is based on their Black Ink nests, so they are nothing without them. Although these royal lords escaped previously, all of them are seriously wounded in the process, and without Black Ink nests, they would not have been able to recover from their injuries in just a few years." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened and his worries eased significantly. He had forgotten about this. The reason why Mo Zhao had not been able to recover from his injuries over the past few hundred years was because old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been harassing him. Occasionally, she would use space beacons to teleport to the outskirts of the royal city to threaten him. When that happened, how could Mo Zhao have the time to fall asleep inside his Black Ink nest to heal? Mo Zhao had no way to recover, so he had to drag his injuries out until the final battle, when his Black Ink nest was destroyed and he was killed by old ancestor Xiao Xiao. That was the case for Mo Zhao, and now the other royal lords would suffer similar fates. Although those royal lords escaped from the other theaters with their lives, They did not have black ink nests to enter retreat and heal, therefore, they were like Emo Zhao, unable to recover from their wounds. Moreover, they fled all the way to this place, passing by many dangers along the way. If they were lucky extremely, their journey may have been smooth, but you have experienced the hidden dangers in this region of the void. We relied on the protection of the great passes to remain safe, but those royal lords had to travel alone. Many of them must have suffered additional injuries along the way. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor patted the head of the bull he was riding and joked, "These royal lords would be lucky to have 70% of their strength remaining." 70%? It still seemed like a lot, but it was significantly lower than their peak, and unlike the royal lords who had no way to heal, the old ancestors were different. When the old ancestors were wounded, they might take a few decades of recuperation to heal, but they would eventually recover from their injuries as long as they were given enough time and resources. So, if they didn't reveal themselves, we old folks would have to constantly remain on guard against them. Since they are out attacking us though, it can be considered a good thing. We can kill them now, and it should not be difficult to do so. Now it only depends on how many we can eliminate. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor slightly narrowed his eyes and continued, "However, the fact that they chose to attack us here meant that we are not far from the source domain. They certainly don't want us to get close too, so even if they know that they can't win, they still have to fight hard." Yang Kai asked, "What about those royal lords in that black ink nest space? If they also intervene?" "It's possible but highly unlikely," old ancestor mused. "From all the information we've gathered, those royal lords in the black ink nest space should be under some kind of restriction with no way for them to easily move their true bodies. They were able to ambush our Ninth Order masters in that black ink nest space only because they had the help of the black ink nest's power. However, nothing is certain. After all, we do not know anything about the situation in the source domain. Whether those royal lords will intervene or not, we will find out soon enough." Of course, they would know when the final battle began. Things would not bode well for the humans if those royal lords that appeared in the black ink nest space could intervene in this battle. Thus, the result of this battle would directly verify the humans' previous speculations. It was always torturous to have to wait. The after effects of the fight in the void seemed to be increasingly violent, and even from a long distance, the fallout was clearly transmitted to them. Yang Kai could not tell who had the upper hand. Then, a strange fluctuation radiated towards them. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said, "There, a royal lord has fallen." The fluctuation was due to the death of a royal lord. Those aboard Dawn all punched their fists in the air and cheered in celebration. Yang Kai also heaved a long sigh and began to relax. A royal lord had fallen, which meant that the human race had the upper hand. It looked like the royal lords that appeared in the black ink nest space really had not moved, otherwise, a royal lord could not have been killed so quickly. After the first royal lord fell, the humans seemed to gain momentum and soon the royal lords were killed one after another. The battle continued, and the energy disturbances became increasingly violent. The number of fallen royal lords was increasing, and the energy fluctuations were getting progressively more intense. The royal lords who had escaped from the theaters were now fighting to the death. It was not until several days later that the commotion in the distance suddenly subsided. Yang Kai and the others all looked at the Wind and Cloud old ancestor. Although they already had a guess in their hearts, since the old ancestor did not give a conclusive answer, they remained unsure. The old ancestor obviously noticed their gazes and smiled. This was a huge victory. A huge victory. Cheers erupted aboard Dawning Light. At the same time, there was also a loud cheer from Great Evolution Pass. Apparently, the Inner Sanctum had also found out about the results of the battle. Yang Kai and the others were extremely excited, but there was a hint of doubt in the Wind and Cloud old Pass ancestor's smile. He had sensed that in the battlefield, all the royal lords' auras had withered. In other words, all the royal lords he could sense had fallen. This was not normal. In the past, when these royal lords could not defeat the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, They still had the sense to escape. Why had they not attempted to flee this time? As for whether or not they could escape, they could still at least try. Although not personally involved in this battle, Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestors' investigation found out that all those royal lords fought bravely to the bitter end. Not only did none of them try to escape, they went all out right from the beginning, not seeming to care about their own lives. That was why the energy fluctuations were so intense. These royal lords wanted to destroy a great pass, but even after noticing the response of the human race, they still did not back down. The Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor sensed that in the two battlefields, a total of 11 royal lords fell. 5 in one and 6 at the other. Under normal circumstances, a great pass could not withstand a combined attack from 5 or 6 royal lords. However, the human race was prepared. The moment the battle broke out, the nearby old ancestors all raced over to provide support. Martial Peak, Chapter 5395, Weakened Dangers. At the beginning, there were some losses at the two great passes targeted by the royal lords. However, when the other old ancestors rushed over to provide support, the royal lords could no longer attack with impunity. The Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor could only sense 2 battlefields, but there could be farther battlefields that even he was unable to detect, as there were enough royal lords for them to split into more than 2 groups. If 11 royal lords fell at these 2 battlefields, then what happened to the royal lords at the other battlefields? Did they succumb as well? Could they not escape? Why did they not escape? The Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor squinted slightly and pondered. That was when Old Ancestor Xiao returned. Now that the distance between the great passes had become much shorter than before, even for a supreme master like an old ancestor, the consumption of resources to use the space array had been greatly reduced. Thus, Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor did not stay. Immediately after Old Ancestor Xiao's return, he left in style, returning to Wind and Cloud Pass. Inside the main conference hall, Old Ancestor Xiao's aura was slightly weakened. Although she did not suffer serious injuries in the last confrontation, there was always a price to pay for killing several royal lords. It was also fortunate that those royal lords were heavily injured to begin with and had greatly diminished strength. Otherwise, a winner of this battle might not have been determined so quickly. Xiang Shan reported gloomily, a total of 4 great passes were attacked by the royal lords. Azure Nether Pass, Purple Jade Pass, Exquisite Pass, and Constellation Pass. A total of 21 royal lords were killed in the 4 battles. The royal lords' attacks were launched almost simultaneously. The 2 battlefields that the Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor felt before were the ones at Azure Nether Pass and Constellation Pass. Exquisite Pass and Purple Jade Pass were a little further away, so the Old Ancestor was unable to monitor them. These 4 great passes each encountered an attack by 5 or 6 royal lords. A total of 21 royal lords had fallen in a battle, with none escaping in the end. The results of this battle were more than just significant. These were 21 royal lords, not territory lords nor feudal lords. Previously, the total number of royal lords in the entire Black Ink battlefield numbered slightly more than 100 before the pacification of the major theaters killed about half of them. Of those survivors, 21 were now dead, which meant that there were not many royal lords left alive from the theaters. However, many were apprehensive about this victory, and some were even a little frightened. Most of the soldiers were unclear about the situation, only thinking that the old ancestors were indeed powerful, managing to kill 21 royal lords outside the 4 great passes. However, those old ancestors who participated in that battle felt differently. Those royal lords, none of them ever even considered retreating. They seemed to be on a suicide mission. When Exquisite Pass was attacked, its old ancestor was the first to go out to face the enemy. It was 1 versus 5, so in less than 10 breaths of time, he was nearly killed by those 5 royal lords. Under normal circumstances, even though the Exquisite Pass Old Ancestor was facing 5 royal lords, he would not be at risk of falling that quickly. It was because of this that he went confidently to fight against them. However, the 5 royal lords seemed completely prepared to sacrifice themselves if they could take their enemy down with them. It only took a moment of inattention for the exquisite pass old ancestor to nearly lose his life. It was only thanks to the timely arrival of the old ancestors from the other passes that he managed to turn the tables around. A royal lord even cast a sacrificial secret technique upon his death and almost succeeded in dragging an old ancestor down with him. In that battle, 21 royal lords were ruthlessly killed, while many old ancestors were injured. "I'm afraid the source domain is not far away," old ancestor Xiao Xiao quickly said, coming to the same conclusion as Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor. It was because the source domain was not far away that those royal lords fought so hard to stop the humans' armies from advancing. They also knew that they could not stop every pass, so they had divided into several groups and attacked at different locations. Their intention was clearly to inflict as much damage as possible. However, they did not expect that the humans were prepared or that their response would be so rapid. Thus, their plans failed. Xiang Shan frowned and said, "According to the information we collected before, there were 45 royal lords who had managed to escape the initial war. With 21 killed, there are still 24 remaining. There is no way to know where they are hiding or what they are planning to do." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. "Those royal lords are a grave hidden danger. No matter what their plans are, we can only stop them when they choose to appear." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao also carried this strong sense of unease. According to the number of royal lords who originally escaped, they could have allocated 5 royal lords to attack 9 great passes at once. However, only 21 royal lords showed up to attack 4 great passes. The remaining 24 royal lords were nowhere to be seen, while those who did appear all died. Where were those missing royal lords? It would be good if they had emerged to fight like the other royal lords, but now that they were hiding, it became a huge problem for the humans. No matter where those royal lords are hiding, Great Evolution Pass need not feel dispirited about it. Send out orders for the reconnaissance squads to return. The reconnaissance squads of the 4 great passes that were attacked earlier were all nearly wiped out, so old ancestor Xiao Xiao was also afraid that if something like this happened again, the squad's Great Evolution Pass sent to scout the way would not be able to resist and be annihilated. Xiang Shan was about to issue the orders when a long, sharp whistle suddenly came from outside Great Evolution Pass. Xiang Shan was stunned and turned his head towards the source of the sound. This was obviously a signal from a squad doing reconnaissance. When he turned around again, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had already disappeared, rushing out the moment she heard the sound. Xiang Shan frowned and hastily tried to catch up with her. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao swiftly appeared aboard Dawning Light but found no trace of the enemy, so she couldn't help frowning and asking, "What's going on?" Yang Kai replied, "Old ancestor, there is something wrong with the road ahead." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly and investigated the situation for a moment before her expression changed. There was indeed something wrong with the road ahead. All this time, the deeper they traveled into the void, the more dangers they encountered. There were arrays and divine abilities left from the ancient era everywhere, along with various celestial phenomenon. However, up ahead, all the dangers seemed to suddenly reduce significantly. The reduction was very obvious, with there being practically no sense of crisis from anywhere. In fact, even 7th Order Open Heaven Masters no longer felt threatened. Before this, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not take the dangers in the void lightly. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao frowned, looked into the situation, and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. "When did you first notice?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Such an obvious change was really a bit unusual, as there might be some different hidden dangers ahead if they went down this path. Yang Kai replied, "Just now." Nothing seemed off when the old ancestors and royal lords were fighting. However, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a change in the void soon after that battle ended. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao frowned, as she was not sure why there was such a change. She had planned to recall the squads back to Great Evolution Pass to avoid them being attacked by the hidden royal lords. However, now she could not recall them anymore. So, instead of going back to Great Evolution Pass, She remained on Dawning Light to personally monitor the frontline situation. If a royal lord did attack, she would be able to immediately protect the scouting squads from this position. With a flash of her divine sense, she sent a message to Xiang Shan back in Great Evolution Pass instructing him to ask the other Great Passes how their situations were. Soon, it was reported that almost all the Great Passes had encountered such changes and the dangers of the road ahead had been significantly reduced. At the same moment, deep in the void at an unknown place, there was a violent surge of black ink strength. The energy rampage involved 24 figures, each possessing a strong aura. These 24 figures were the surviving royal lords who had previously escaped from the theaters. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao was worried that these unseen royal lords were hiding in the shadows, preparing to ambush the Great Passes. However, the truth was they had long returned to this unknown land. The other 21 who did not come back here were mainly trying to delay the advance of the human race. The original 21 royal lords' strength was strong, as even if they were wounded, they were still royal lords. They split into 4 teams, and as long as they were fast enough, they had a good chance of destroying a few Great Passes. They did not need to inflict widespread damage. Even if they destroyed 1 or 2 Great Passes, the humans would have their momentum blunted and be forced to delay their follow-up actions while focusing on defense. However, the humans were prepared for this possibility, so the Black Ink Clan's plan failed. The 21 royal lords were all killed, while the human race's crusade was not affected in any way. Of course, these 24 royal lords had no way to perceive the fall of their companions nor any time to worry about them, as they had their own mission. At this moment, these royal lords had gathered together in a certain place and were each using their own means and black ink strength to bombard a certain place in the void. When 24 royal lords made a move together, they could unleash a fearsome power that was enough to shake the heavens and earth. At the place where their raging attack struck, a skinny figure that was basically just dried up flesh and bones sat. This figure had no aura and to any outside observer was as good as dead. Only his eyes remained bright and full of life. He was Tsang. His location was not hidden in any way, so anyone who could reach this place would be able to find him as long as they were determined enough. The 24 royal lords were currently attacking him. However, the fierce attacks, which was enough to tear apart space itself, failed to even injure Tsang in the slightest. All the attacks were stopped by an inexplicable energy field just one step away from Tsang. This energy field seemed to be a kind of restriction that resisted all outside interference and simply distributed all impacts out across an enormous area. Although the royal lords had been attacking for a long time, they showed no signs of giving up, but there was also no hint of progress being made. Meanwhile, surrounding Tsang, there was now rich black ink strength that filled the void. Though the royal lords were attacking, Tsang did not consider it to be a crisis. It was as if he was certain that these royal lords could not do anything to him. Not only did he not try to stop them, he even tried to chat with them. "Did you guys come back from out there? Look what a mess you are in. Were you beaten up before you came running here?" Seems to be the case. All of you are quite injured. Must have been a significant defeat. And the current generation have finally made their mark. Looks like this old master has not wasted his effort in sitting here for so many years. Can you tell me about the situation outside? I've been here for so many years and I don't know anything about the outside world. What's more, there's no one to talk to here. Hey, don't be like your great aunt. She was like a boring bottle gourd or a woman. Even when beaten, she never made a sound. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5396. Who else is there to fool but you? Hey, seriously? What is the situation in the outside world today? You lowlifes have actually been driven back all the way here? Has my human race flourished so much that you are no longer their match? There are not many innate royal lords anymore, HM. Most of you are acquired and have advanced from below. It looks like a lot of those who went out from here died already. Look, don't waste your energy. Do you think that this old master will be easy for you to defeat? Save your energy and take a break. Isn't it better for us to have a chat? Hey you, yes, the one with the horns on your head. Yes, you, tell me how things are out there? In exchange, I can give you a gift. The black ink strength surged as they madly attacked. However, even with the combined efforts of 24 royal lords, they couldn't even scratch Song. The more he nagged, the fiercer the royal lords attacked. It was as if they were determined to shut him up. At one point, a voice from the dark depths exclaimed in surprise, "You can control Shi's power? The power to devour?" Although Tsong's movements were extremely subtle, they were still detectable, so he usually concealed them extremely well. However, this time, he accidentally revealed something. Tsong laughed and said, "Oh, you found out." The voice said coldly, "So that's why. Old thing, no wonder you survived for so many years. You can control Shi's power." Tsong sighed and said, "Not like I can help it. This damned place has been turned into a soulless, spiritless land by your underlings, so if this old master wants to live, the only way is to secretly steal from you from time to time." For countless years he had relied on the manipulation of Shi's power to occasionally devour some energy from the darkness in order to survive, otherwise he would have died many years ago. The voice in the darkness sneered and said, "You're really good at hiding. You managed to hide your flaws for so many years that even I was unaware of it. It was unbecoming of me to keep it from you, the master of this domain. Now that you've found out, should I be ashamed of it? I'm afraid that you've forgotten how Shi died. I can't help it. This is the only way if I want to live." How could Song not know how Shi died? It was because Shi had devoured too much black ink strength and was at risk of being corrupted by it that he had to integrate himself into the restriction at the last moment. Even an existence as powerful as him could not completely resist the corruption of black ink strength. The voice in the darkness laughed coldly and said, "Very well, you want it, don't you? If you want it so badly, then I'll give it to you." As the voice spoke, the calm darkness suddenly rumbled. It was as if there was a violent energy surging in it, boiling from the inner depths and impacting the invisible restriction. Song frowned and called out hastily, Do not be rash. Let's talk about this." The voice in the darkness kept silent and the power rumbled more and more fiercely. Song was originally withered to skin and bones, but now he visibly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a plump old man. This transformation was not done though, as his body continued to expand and soon bulged up like a blown-up ball. "Stop, stop!" Song shouted, appearing terrified as he yelled, Stop, if you keep doing this, this old master will burst." Mo naturally would not stop. He wanted nothing more than to make this noisy old man explode. The 24 royal lords saw this scene from outside the restriction and smiled happily. They felt reinvigorated and increased the intensity of their attacks. After a few moments, Song's whole body was swollen into a ball. He was so puffed up that no one could see his facial features. He seemed like he could burst at any moment. He shouted with difficulty, I can't hold on anymore." After he said so, he lifted his chubby palm and thrusted it forward. The royal lords, who were bombarding him indiscriminately, instantly froze as if death itself had enveloped them. In the darkness, Mo suddenly roared, "Dodge!" But it was too late. When Song thrust his fat palm out, the vast void trembled and the restriction which covered the darkness visibly rippled. The 5 closest royal lords were swept up by the violent burst of power and instantly exploded into blood mist. More royal lords behind them were hit hard and began to bleed. The whole world suddenly fell silent with just one blow. Song's swollen body, which was like a round ball, now began to deflate and shrink rapidly. He eventually reverted to an old man, heaved a long sigh of relief, and said, "Much more comfortable." The royal lords, who were still alive, were all terrified as they stared at Song with immense fear. They were royal lords, the most powerful in existence in this world. 24 of them joined hands to attack Song for so long, but they couldn't even hurt him. However, with just one counterattack, 5 royal lords perished and more than 10 of them were seriously injured. The ones who weren't further injured were simply lucky to have avoided the blow. The power of that palm just now had surpassed their understanding. There should not be such a force in this world. In the darkness sealed by the restriction, the black ink-colored ocean no longer had ripples on it. A while later, Mo angrily scolded, "You tricked me." Just now, when Song pleaded for him to stop, he really thought that this old thing was about to burst, so he spared no effort to funnel more power into him. In reality, Song was borrowing his power to fight. Thus, once Song unleashed the accumulated power, it violently blasted out, resulting in casualties among the royal lords. It could be said that the power of that blow was not his real strength, but his combined with Mo's. The royal lords were unaware of what happened, but Mo understood. He knew that Song's attack was done with the help of his power and also the power of the entire restriction. That was why the damage it inflicted was so terrifying. It was impossible for Song to do this with his strength alone. If he really had such strength, he would not have been trapped here so close to the restriction for so long. "How dare you lie to me?" Mo roared hysterically, as if he was a jilted woman. Song shuddered a little as his body was covered in goosebumps. "Settle down, Mo. Don't make frivolous accusations as if this old master has taken advantage of you. Furthermore, isn't it expected that I would fool you? You're such an idiot and deserve to be fooled." "You lied to me back then too," Mo hissed. "You led me here and laid this restriction, imprisoning me for millions of years. You all deserve to die." Song sighed slightly and said, "It really couldn't be helped. Your power is just too overbearing. If you weren't imprisoned here, the 3,000 worlds would have been destroyed long ago. Haven't we old guys been accompanying you? Now there is only one old man left, while everyone else is dead." Mo coldly laughed. "There's no way for you to live any longer." It was a huge restriction that required someone to be here to make sure Mo remained trapped. Thus, those Song mentioned had to remain here at all times. Unfortunately, Mo's life and no natural end, while those people who guarded this place were not immortals. Regardless of how strong they were, they would eventually pass away. So be it, the past is the past, let's not mention it anymore. Song waved his hand with a look of despair and continued, "This old master will not last long. When this old master dies, you will no longer be trapped. Then whatever you do in this vast universe is none of my concern." There was a long silence in the darkness before Mo muttered, "I await that day." Song raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you want to do it yourself? Just like earlier, perhaps if we do it a few more times, this old master will really burst." Mo coldly snorted, fell silent, and ignored him. Song looked at the 19 royal lords who were still alive, waved to them casually and asked, "Shall we continue?" The royal lords looked terrified and none of them dared to move. Since they knew that this man could devour Black Ink's strength and turn it into his own power, why would they still want to fight against him? They just witnessed him vaporize 5 royal lords with a simple thrust of his palm. If he did it a few more times, they would all die meaninglessly. The next moment, the royal lords seemed to have received some instructions. All of them bowed towards the darkness where Mo was sealed, turned around, and dashed off. Soon, they were nowhere to be seen. Song secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. Although Mo's intelligence had grown considerably compared to back then, and he was much more mature, making it not as easy to deal with him, he was still rather naive. If he really pumped up Song a few more times with his power, Song was certain that he would not be able to survive. After all, there were originally 10 guardians of this huge restriction. However, he was now the only one remaining. He could still make use of the restriction, but he was now all alone. He sighed in his heart as he looked in the direction of where the royal lords departed. "Sure, if you do not return soon, this old master really won't be able to hold up much longer. Will I be able to last until that day?" He had guarded this place for so many eons, in this barren place with no means of restoring his strength or increasing his lifespan. One by one, his old friends exhausted their powers and died. Before they died, all of them integrated themselves into the restriction to reinforce it. The last one to leave was Sure. Before integrating his body into the restriction, Shi told Song a plan that he would retain a trace of his soul, which would cross the void and return to the 3,000 worlds. Doing so, he might have a chance to live again. He wanted to find a complete solution to the problem in his next life. Needless to say, this was an extremely bold plan, because even Shi himself did not know whether it would work. But there was always hope. Now, more than 100,000 years had passed, yet Shi still had not returned. Song did not know whether his plan had worked or not. Perhaps Shi's soul never made it back to the 3,000 worlds. After all, the road was very dangerous, with plenty of traps. An empty spirituality did not have the slightest self-preservation power and might be destroyed if it encountered any dangers. Even if Shi managed to return to the 3,000 worlds, there was very little chance that he could resurrect. Song was mentally prepared for this. The reason why he agreed to this plan was also because there was really no other way. A sliver of hope was better than sitting on the sidelines and waiting to die. However, after waiting for so many years, Shi's plan must have failed. Otherwise, he should have heard something from him in these 100,000 years. The good thing was, now the descendants of the human race had finally struck back. They actually were able to drive back the royal lords from the outside, allowing Song to see a glimmer of hope again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5397, Spiritless Land. However, Song was trapped here and unable to move. There was no way for him to provide any help to the human race. Now, he could only wait. The 19 royal lords who left earlier were obviously moving to intercept the humans. In this regard, Song was not worried. Since the human race could drive them back, then they would not have any problems dealing with these remnants. The real problem now was how to handle Mo. This was the source of all the problems. Without resolving him, all other efforts were ultimately futile. When they discovered this problem millions of years ago, they also tried to eliminate Mo. Unfortunately, they failed and could only create a cage here to seal Mo inside. For millions of years, Mo could not get out of this trap. It was as much of an imprisonment for them as it was for Mo. Song gazed far away, hoping that this generation of humans could give him a pleasant surprise. In the void, both Yang Kai and old ancestor Xiao Xiao had an ominous feeling as they stood on Dawning Light's deck. It had been a month since the royal lords attacked, and the void ahead had changed dramatically. The further they went, the fewer dangers they encountered. Then, at a certain point, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if Dawning Light had entered a different world, one without a trace of energy at all. So far, although the void had been vast and seemed both silent and empty, the fact was it was still filled with all kinds of energy. It was just a matter of how much. The most common energy in the void was the various starlight strengths. The 9 heavenly layers grand array that was placed in Voidland was able to draw in starlight strength to replenish itself. Thus, as time passed, the more powerful the 9 heavenly layers of grand array would become. The Black Ink battlefield also had starlight strength as well as many other strange powers in it. Although these powers could not be absorbed by humans directly, they were real, and many mobile palace artifacts and warships had the ability to draw on such energies to power themselves. This way, the reliance on cultivators to power warships was reduced. It could be said that these kinds of chaotic powers filled all of space in the void. However, this place was a complete vacuum. There were no restrictions, no residual divine abilities, no colorful and diverse celestial phenomenon, not even the power of the void itself. This was a place where there was literally nothing, only endless space. Being in such a place, one could not help but feel surreal. Even being in it, Yang Kai could not help but wonder if there really was such a place in this world. A spiritless land. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao murmured and frowned slightly. Yang Kai had previously heard of spiritless lands, however, this was the first time he had actually seen one. Is it man-made or naturally formed? Yang Kai asked. The old ancestor shook her head. I don't know. It was fine if it was naturally formed, but if it was artificially created, then it was a big deal. Does this place have anything to do with the Black Ink Clan source domain? Is the source domain hidden here? But, if this is a spiritless land, why would the source domain be hidden here? Was this done by the great experts of ancient times for some reason? Nothing was known. At that moment, an energy fluctuation flickered from the depths of the void. Although it was fleeting, both Yang Kai and old ancestor Xiao Xiao sensed it. Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look in that direction while old ancestor Xiao Xiao frowned and narrowed her eyes. Not only did they sense it, all humans in the Great Passes sensed it. Be it 9th Order old ancestors or 5th Order soldiers, all clearly sensed that energy fluctuation. In all the Great Passes, all eyes and divine senses focused in that direction. Some even rose into the sky hoping to get a better look. Strong! Old ancestor Xiao Xiao exclaimed softly. Although the place where the fluctuation came from was still incredibly far away, she clearly perceived that whatever caused it was so powerful that she could not hope to replicate it. In other words, the one who caused this fluctuation was a master beyond her. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not help but feel intimidated. She was instantly reminded of the jade white hand that she saw in the black ink nest space previously. At that time, she sensed that the master of that hand seemed to be more powerful than a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm masters. With a single strike, he actually managed to tear apart the black ink nest space, which had sealed 22 9th Orders Open Heaven Realm masters and 50 royal lords inside of it. This showed that the Jade White Hand's master and the mother nest were very close to each other, and that the master who attacked had unfathomable strength. Was the intense energy fluctuation made by the owner of that Jade White Hand? If not, who is this master that is fighting in the depths of the void? This crusade was increasingly puzzling and incomprehensible. After a month passed, the distances between the Great Passes had become extremely close to each other. Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass were now just an hour or so away from Great Evolution Pass. In fact, Yang Kai could clearly see the two Great Passes on his left and right. It could also be said that the human race had effectively become a single army. Any one of the Great Passes could support the other Great Passes in a timely manner. The power of more than 100 Great Passes had gathered. There were more than 100 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, thousands of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and around 2 million soldiers. Furthermore, they had the accumulated heritages of the cave heavens and paradises over hundreds of thousands of years. With such a powerful force, the human race had the confidence to deal with the Black Ink Clan, regardless of how strong its hidden forces were. In this battle, the Black Ink Clan would be eradicated once and for all. After the energy fluctuation, there was no more movement from the depths of the void, and it remained unknown what caused it. 3 days later, while old ancestor Xiao Xiao was meditating aboard Dawning Light, she suddenly opened her eyes, gazed ahead momentarily, and then dashed out. A long continuous whistling sound followed. At the same time, from a number of Great Passes, 9th Order Open Heaven Masters flew out like long bolts of lightning towards the depths of the void. Enemy attack! Yang Kai shouted, "Take your stations!" He clearly perceived that as many as 30 old ancestors had rushed out from the Great Passes. The only enemy who could make so many old ancestors move was the Royal Lords. Last time, 21 Royal Lords divided their 4 groups to launch an attack which eventually resulted in their annihilation. Not much time had passed since then, but now another wave of Royal Lords was attacking. These had to be the Royal Lords who did not show themselves previously. Yang Kai wondered why they did not attack together and instead split into 2 separate waves. Were they not aware that splitting their forces and attacking at different times would be less effective? That couldn't be. There had to be some reason why they had to do so. After all, the Royal Lords were not fools. Shortly after Yang Kai shouted, a battle broke out in the depths of the void ahead, a very fierce battle. Previously, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao went to another Great Pass to support them, the distance was too far for Yang Kai and the others to perceive anything. However, this time it was different. The location of this battle was not far from Great Evolution Pass, about half a day's journey by warship. Divine abilities and secret techniques began to erupt, and extremely dazzling and gorgeous lights bloomed at that distant location. Underneath that glorious glow was nothing but violence and death. The battle was extremely ferocious. This was the rawest feeling this battle gave to Yang Kai. There were no probing attacks or measuring of the enemy, just an immediate life or death struggle. 1, 2, 3. Yang Kai concentrated on perceiving the battlefield ahead, and after a moment, he frowned and mumbled, "The number isn't right. There are only 19 royal lords." A total of 45 royal lords escaped after the pacification of the theaters. 21 died in their attack on the Great Passes. Then there should still be 24 royal lords remaining. So, why were there only 19 in this battle? Where did the other 5 go? Feng Ying also nodded and said, "It's 19. Yang Kai immediately ordered, "Return to Great Evolution Pass." There were still 5 missing royal lords, and no one knew where they were hiding. If they attacked Dawn at this moment, they would not be able to resist. The old ancestors from Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass next to them might not be able to rescue them in time. Thus, it was better for them to return to the Great Pass. Naturally, there was no way for Yang Kai to know this was unnecessary. After all, those 5 royal lords were killed by Tsang before this, and there were only 19 royal lords left. What's more, these 19 were far more seriously injured compared to the previous 21 royal lords. Tsang may have only killed 5 royal lords, but he seriously injured more than 10 of them as well. As a result, these 19 royal lords were in worse condition than the previous 21 who had attacked, with many of them not even able to display 50% of their peak strength. 30 old ancestors went out to fight them, outnumbering them almost 2 to 1. This battle broke out suddenly and ended very quickly. Yang Kai was just leading Dawn back to Great Evolution Pass when the battlefield in the distance was filled with the sounds of royal lords falling, one after another. On the city walls, the human soldiers who sensed the battlefield were dumbfounded. No one expected the royal lords to die so quickly. The battle was actually over before a stick of incense passed, with the auras of all 19 royal lords that had appeared withering as they perished. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao soon returned, without a trace of injury. Xiang Shan and the others rushed to welcome her. Not rejoicing in victory, the old ancestor wore a frown on her face. After all, the previous battle had given her an extremely odd feeling, even more so than the one before it. It was as if these royal lords did not take their own lives seriously. They appeared as if they could not wait to die and practically did not defend themselves, showing no sense of self-preservation and only attacking wildly. What concerned her more was that the 19 royal lords that appeared this time were very seriously injured. More than 10 of them could not even exert half of their usual strength. Otherwise, the old ancestors could not have won so easily even if they were numerically superior. The royal lord's injuries were odd, and she wondered if that immense burst of energy some time ago had something to do with it. Perhaps that was the case, otherwise it could not be explained. If so, that would mean that someone had struck those royal lords before them. As the old ancestor pondered, a vague guidance suddenly came to her from the darkness. It was not a word, nor a divine sense transmission, but a simple guidance. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately turned her head in the direction where the royal lords came from. In that instance, the eyes of more than 100 old ancestors from the various great passes also converged in that direction. Some of their brows rose slightly, some looked surprised, while others appeared relieved. When that guidance came, all the old ancestors knew that they were close to reaching the Black Ink Clan source domain, and would soon be able to clear some of their doubts and questions. Be it whether the jade white hand that saved them that day belonged to a friend or a foe would be revealed soon. If they were not mistaken, the vague guidance in the darkness came from the owner of that jade white hand. Martial Peak, Chapter 5398, You Finally Come? More than 10 days after the 19 attacking royal lords were killed, the great passes finally arrived at the source of darkness. The void deep ahead was enveloped by a huge and dense cloud of black ink strength that appeared like an endless ocean that had existed since time immemorial. Although everything was calm, everyone felt the dread of what was to come. Even from a distance, it still gave people an extremely ominous feeling. The evil energy in this black ink ocean seemed to be able to devour one's heart and soul just by staring at it. In the great passes, all eyes gazed towards the black ink ocean, and all of them looked grave, even the old ancestors. Was this the black ink clan source domain? Although no one told them what it was, when they saw the black ink ocean, they all realized that this was definitely the source domain, and that the mother nest must be inside. At the beginning of the crusade, no one thought that the source domain was so far away, and no one expected that the source domain would look like this. If too many black ink clansmen died in a certain battlefield, the black ink strength would form thick black ink clouds, and if enough black ink clouds came together, they were sometimes called black ink oceans, but those were a far cry from the sight before them. This was a real black ink ocean, dense and boundless. The so-called black ink oceans that they had seen previously were at most small ponds by comparison. Most of the humans only focused on this vast black ink ocean ahead of them, while the old ancestors of the great passes vaguely perceived that there seemed to be something else beyond this black ink ocean. It was something that was hidden extremely well, and no one would know it was there unless effort was made to sense it. In Myriad Demons Pass, the old ancestor used his demon eye of annihilation to see through the illusion. At Divine Feather Pass, the Divine Feather old ancestor activated his true vision eye to pierce the veil of the void. It was the same for the old ancestors of other great passes. With their ninth order open heaven realm cultivation, they more or less all practiced some form of eye secret technique, though their attainments varied quite a bit. At this moment, when the various eye secret techniques were activated, the hidden objects beyond the darkness were instantly perceived by the old ancestors, and what they saw left all of them pale with shock. They saw a restriction at the outer edge of the darkness, which was like a cage that enveloped the entire black ink ocean. It was because of this seal, which imprisoned the black ink ocean, that it did not spread outward. It was not hard to imagine that without this seal, the black ink ocean would have been so enormous that perhaps the whole void would have been filled with it, leaving no place for the human race to exist. It was a huge revelation. Such a seal was definitely not a natural formation and had to be man-made, but even the old ancestors had never heard of anything like it. From the traces left by the passage of time, it was obvious that this seal was ancient. In fact, it was so old that even the old ancestors could not figure out when it was even formed. However, the old ancestors did not need to investigate for long, as suddenly, something in the void attracted their attention. There was an old man with a white beard, sitting on the restriction, looking at them with a smile. All the old ancestors gasped. Initially, they did not even notice this man's presence. This old man seemed to suddenly appear out of nowhere. With more than 100 old ancestors scanning the area, it was naturally impossible that he could be missed. However, the old man could not possibly had just appeared there. He had always been there, but they did not know what technique he used such that even they, the old ancestors, could not detect him. In other words, if he did not want to be found, none of the humans here could find him. This old man was very strong. So strong that even the old ancestors were shaken. He just sat there with a smile on his face, yet the old ancestors all felt that he was facing them individually. This was a strange feeling, but also a sign of his supreme strength and control. They did not detect any energy fluctuations from the old man, yet many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had a clear understanding of the situation. It was clear to them that he had no ill will towards the human race. Additionally, the old man was obviously human. Without coordinating, each of the old ancestors stepped out from the great passes and converged towards the old man's location. Although they were fairly certain this old man helped some of them escape from the black ink nest space, they remained cautious as they still had not confirmed his origins or intentions. With more than 100 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acting together, the old man would have to consider carefully if he had any malicious intent. When the old man detected the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's thoughts, his smile only widened. Then suddenly, the old man appeared disappointed and frowned. As the old ancestors approached from the Great Passes, he clearly saw Duan's handiwork from the Great Passes. Back then, one of his comrades, Duan, was supremely talented in artifact refining, second to none in it. In fact, the cage where Mo was imprisoned was created by Duan with the help of the 9 others. Of course, Duan died after he created this cage, along with all the others except him. It was naturally impossible for Duan to have personally built these Great Passes. However, Song remembered that Duan had taken a few disciples during his life and passed down his knowledge to them. Thus, it seemed that the Great Pass was created by Duan's disciples. But rather than that, what Song was disappointed about was that he could not find the familiar aura he was searching for among these people. That could only mean that Shi's plan had failed. He must have failed to cross the void and return to the 3,000 worlds, otherwise he surely would have come here today. Aboard all of the Great Passes, all were confused when they saw the old ancestors walking towards the darkness. The old ancestors were able to see Tsong's figure only because Tsong willingly allowed them to see him, but not the others. Only Yang Kai stood on the walls of Great Evolution Pass and stared at them with wide eyes. He appeared shocked as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime. There's someone here. There's actually someone in this accursed place. He had heard from old ancestor Xiao Xiao that there was a force fighting against the Black Ink clan, and she even speculated that the force was near the mother nest. However, he still could not believe it until he really saw this old man. This was a spiritless land, at the deepest part of the Black Ink battlefield. It was where the source domain of Black Ink clan. As far as Yang Kai knew, for the past several 100,000 years, no human had ever set foot in this place, but there was actually someone here. Did this mean that this person had been here for at least hundreds of thousands of years? In the absence of the presence of any energy, how did he survive? Even if this old man was extremely strong, he must have depleted all his reserves after so many years. Could it be that this old man's small universe was like his own? One that could raise living beings, allowing him to be self-sufficient. While Yang Kai was stunned, so was Tsong. After noticing another gaze upon him, Tsong turned to look towards the source and found a little 7th Order junior staring at him. Those in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm could see him because he took the initiative to reveal himself to them, but he did not allow anyone else to see him. Even the top 8th Order masters at the Great Passes were confused as they did not know where all the old ancestors were going. So what was so special about this 7th Order boy? Tsong's eyes flashed. Yang Kai immediately shuddered as he felt like he was being examined from the inside out. It was a very uncomfortable feeling that sent chills down his spine. Yang Kai frowned as he cursed to himself. Regardless of who this old man was, he should not pry into others' secrets. He felt that this old man was up to no good. On the other hand, Tsong now understood why Yang Kai could see him. When he peered into Yang Kai's small universe, he saw a World Tree clone. Strictly speaking, Tsong had a close relationship with the World Tree, and it was with the power of the World Tree clone that Yang Kai was able to sense the old man's existence even before the old ancestors. Tsong did not bother with Yang Kai and just smiled at the 9th Order masters who came to him and gathered in a semicircle. Unconcerned about their vigilance, he said with a mellow tone, "You've finally come. I've been waiting for this day for more than 1,000,000 years." On the wall, Yang Kai became curious and restless. Although he resented the old man for prying into his personal details, what was happening was clearly an opportunity to learn the secrets of the ages. The old man, who had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years, was a character from an era so ancient there were no records of it. He must know more about Black Ink clan than any of the humans today. He could be revealing something about the secrets of the Black Ink clan right now. Thus, Yang Kai also wanted to hear about it. However, he was not strong enough and he was unqualified to participate in such a discussion. Seemingly noticing something, Xiang Shan frowned and asked, "Brat, what's the situation over there? You look like an ant on a hot metal wok. What's happening?" Yang Kai said, "Sir, if you don't know what's going on, then how could I know what's happening over there?" He then continued, "Sir, why don't we utilize our divine sense to hear what the old ancestors are saying to that old sir?" When he said this, Xiang Shan, Mi Jinglun, and all the others looked strangely at him. What old sir? There was no such thing as an old sir over there. They only saw the old ancestors of all the great passes leaving the passes in unison and converging in one place. Without orders from the old ancestors, they did not dare to do anything rash. None of them saw any old sir. Yang Kai said, "It's that old senior." He pointed his hand to where the old ancestors were gathered. Xiang Shan stared over there, but still could not see anything. He then slapped the back of Yang Kai's head and snarled, "What nonsense? How can there be anyone there other than the old ancestors?" Yang Kai fumed. Why did he have to slap my head? Could he not have just used his words? However, after seeing Mi Jinglun and others' expressions, Yang Kai suddenly understood, none of you can see him. Xiang Shan growled, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will split your head in two." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Feng Ying and asked, "Senior sister, you also cannot see that old sir?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5399, I'm here to serve tea to Senior. Feng Ying shook her head, "No, there is no old sir over there." Yang Kai did not know what to say. Why could he see the old man, when the others could not? The old ancestors all converged in that direction. So obviously the old ancestors had seen him as well. Xiang Shan and the others now realized that Yang Kai did not look like he was joking. They also did not understand why the old ancestors had suddenly left. "There really is an old man over there?" Xiang Shan asked with a deep voice. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded confidently. Mi Jinglun and the others frowned. Could it be the one with the white jade hand? Xiang Shan remarked as he thought of what old ancestor Xiao Xiao had said the other day. "I don't know if it's the man with the white jade hand, but he seems human," Yang Kai replied casually. Mi Jinglun said solemnly, "If there is someone there, yet we can't detect him, then his strength is simply unfathomable." Mi Jinglun glanced at Xiang Shan before suddenly smiling as they both patted Yang Kai's shoulder. "You want to know what he is telling the old ancestors?" Earlier on, Mi Jinglun did not know why Yang Kai looked so frustrated and curious, but now he understood. How could Yang Kai be the only one who was curious? Although the old ancestors would certainly reveal some key information to them later, they might not necessarily tell them everything. It was certainly better if they could hear it for themselves. However, none of them dared to do anything rash. Since the old ancestors did not call for them, who would dare to go forward on their own? None of them was able to shoulder the responsibility if something went wrong. Yang Kai had learnt long ago not to get involved in Big Head Mi's schemes and shook his head decisively, "No." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao once commented that Mi Jinglun was quite petty and vindictive. Thus, Yang Kai knew he should not try to best him in an argument. In fact, if Yang Kai had the necessary strength, he would have resorted to fists first and asked questions later. After all, the best way to deal with anyone petty was to beat them into submission. Likewise, this same reasoning applied to Xiang Shan. Unfortunately for him, the two big heads were too similar in their thinking. Yang Kai was alerted as soon as Mi Jinglun spoke, but it was too late. "No, you certainly want to," Mi Jinglun said firmly, taking out a tea set and shoving it directly into Yang Kai's hand before, casually, suggesting, "That old senior must have grown lonely after so many years and long forgotten the taste of tea. Go and brew the old senior a pot of tea." Upon saying so, both Mi Jinglun and Xiang Shan directly used their hands, which were still on Yang Kai's shoulders, to throw him out. Yang Kai was shocked and wanted to resist, but was unable to do so. In a flash, Yang Kai was hurled out towards where the old ancestors had gathered. "Damn you, Big Head Xiang! Big Head me!" Yang Kai cursed as he flew across the void. Those two big heads were such bullies. Is this appropriate? Lu Zhiping appeared confused when she saw Yang Kai flying towards where the old ancestors gathered. In fact, she was slightly worried. She could not see where the so-called old sir was. However, She could clearly see that the Ninth Order Open Heaven Masters had their guards up as they surrounded something. Anyone or anything that could cause over 100 old ancestors to act so cautiously must be very powerful. Now that Yang Kai was thrust into their midst, how would he sort out any misunderstanding? "It's fine," Mi Jinglun said with a smile. "The old ancestors are all gathered there, so if something really happens, they can also protect him. Moreover, he is only in the 7th Order, so the old ancestors and that old senior should not care if a junior like him barges into their gathering." If possible, Mi Jinglun wanted to go personally. However, as a peak 8th Order master, it was less appropriate or believable for him to act like a naive junior rather than a real youngster like Yang Kai. But, look, we can't see that old sir, but Yang Kai can. Maybe there is something unique about him? Xiang Shan continued along with Mi Jingluan's reasoning. Since he is unique, he should receive preferential treatment as well. After saying that, Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan looked at each other and grinned. Yang Lai's face twitched repeatedly as he stared at these two with narrowed eyes. They managed to think up so much sophistry in so little time? How can they live with themselves if they do this every day, all day long? Yang Lai cursed in his heart and then walked away, feeling ashamed just standing with them. Yang Kai also cursed and swore at the two big heads. However, they just smiled back at him encouragingly, which irked him even more. He had already been thrown towards the old ancestors, and was halfway there before he managed to steady himself, so it was far too late to turn back as that would only be more embarrassing. Thus, he emboldened himself to hold the tea set with both hands, keep his head up, and strode forward. The old ancestors obviously saw him and appeared puzzled at his sudden intrusion. With a bull-headed boldness he had cultivated his whole life, Yang Kai ignored them outright and directly flew to the old sir and said with a smile, "Old sir, you must be thirsty. Please have some tea." Upon saying this, regardless of whether he caused the old ancestors to be upset, Yang Kai placed the tea set on the old man's side and got busy. Yang Kai naturally broke out into a cold sweat as Tsang curiously observed him. He came to serve tea and was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so regardless of whether this old sir was a friend or foe, he would not make a move against a junior thousands of times younger than him, writes. Soon, Tsang did not bother about this interesting junior and turned to look at one of the 9th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Let's continue. Yang Kai did not know which old ancestor spoke, but a voice from behind followed. According to the ancient records, the cave heavens and paradises seem to have appeared overnight in the 3,000 worlds. Then a wide range of disciples began to train the next generation to prepare them for the black ink battlefields for each of the great passes. Yang Kai listened for a while and understood that the old ancestor was talking about the founding of the cave heavens and paradises, which happened so long ago that rather than records, it was more like legends and myths that the current old ancestors only somewhat knew of. After all, there was not much written about it in the ancient books. Sometime later, the same old ancestor also briefly spoke about the many years of struggles between the human race and Black Ink clan. It was not until the last few hundred years that the human race gradually achieved the upper hand. Eventually, they decided to launch a crusade and advance to this location. The old ancestor did not say much in detail and just broadly described the events of history. He did not mention anything sensitive such as the purifying light or the evil purging divine spears. They still had no way to determine whether this old man in front of them was a friend or foe. Though the possibility of him being an ally was very high, it was always good to be cautious. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's had finished his work. He brewed the tea from Mi Jingluan's treasured tea leaves collection and respectfully presented it. "Old sir, have a cup of tea." Tsang answered with a smile, "You're quite thoughtful, little one." The old ancestor who spoke just now glanced at Yang Kai with a frown. He was the one who spoke all the while instead of Tsang, who barely spoke a few words. If anyone needed a cup of tea, it was him. Tsang drank the tea and Yang Kai took back the cup and refilled it. Yang Kai ignored the glare of the many old ancestors. There were more than 100 of them here, so surely they did not expect him to serve every one of them, right? How could he serve so much tea? It was better for him to serve one person. After drinking 3 cups in a row, Tsang smacked his lips and exclaimed, I haven't tasted this for years. I've almost forgotten what tea tasted like. The myriad demons heaven old ancestor softly said, if Senior wants to drink tea, this brat can stay here to serve Senior as long as you like. Yang Kai suddenly shot a glare towards him. What is the meaning of this? Why are you so quick to abandon me? Are you all in agreement to isolate me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you taught me some secret techniques, he thought. Unfortunately for Yang Kai, he soon realized that none of these old ancestors who had lived for so long cared about niceties with a mere junior. The myriad demon's old ancestor did not even glance at Yang Kai as he continued, Senior, while drinking tea is a small matter, we have many doubts and hope that Senior can answer them. Tsang nodded and said, this old master knows, but there is so much to cover. I don't even know where to start. How about this? Ask me what you want to know and I will answer accordingly. The old ancestors were surprised that he was so quick to offer up his knowledge. The old ancestors exchanged glances for a moment before one of them asked, how should we address Senior? In fact, since they arrived, they had been telling him about the history of the 3,000 worlds and had not asked him anything. The old man said with a smile, Tsang. Tsang? As in the Tsang from the sky. The old ancestor raised his eyebrows slightly. Tsang slowly shook his head, the Tsang, from common people? Although the words were nearly the same, they had very different meanings. The old ancestors were noticeably less wary. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked, a few years ago when I and several others were trapped in the black ink nest space, was it Senior who rescued us? Tsang nodded and replied, it was me. Although they had speculated that it was him, this was not confirmed until now. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately cupped her fists, many thanks, Senior. If Tsang had not broken the black ink nest space trap from the outside, the old ancestors would have died inside. He was their savior. No need to thank me. It could be considered as you having saved yourselves. If not for the leaking of the aura from your battle, I would not have thought to strike at that moment. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before understanding what Tsang meant. On that day, the Bright King Cave Heaven old ancestor detonated his soul at the border of the black ink nest space, opening a crack in it in an attempt to open a way out for other old ancestors. It was the Bright King old ancestor's efforts that allowed the aura of that great battle to leak out. Otherwise, even if the battle was intense in that enclosed space, how could Tsang have noticed it? How then could he have saved them in time? Regardless, I will never forget this life-saving kindness. If I don't die in the battle ahead, I will certainly do whatever is within my ability to assist Senior when you require it. Tsang smiled and replied, we can discuss the future in the future. In truth, regardless of the result of the war, Tsang did not expect to live much longer. It was already pushing the limits of his endurance to live till today, and he was missing his old friends and felt he should reunite with them soon. His old friends must have been waiting impatiently for him. Another old ancestor asked, so, is the Black Ink Clan's mother nest really here? As he spoke, he looked towards the vast darkness before them. When the old ancestors broke out of the black ink nest space with the help of an outside force, they had determined that the person who had aided them must be very close to the mother nest. Otherwise, there should have been no way to break through the black ink nest space from the outside. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5400, Prisoners. Mother nest, Tsang laughed heartily, is that what you call it? Well, that's apartment. Yes, the mother nest is indeed here, in the darkness, within this restriction. And this is where Black Ink Clan originated from. Yes. Blue Sky Pass old ancestor pondered for a moment before asking, what does Senior call the mother nest? Mother nest was a term that was introduced by the humans of today, but it seemed like it had another name from Tsang's reaction. Mo, Tsang replied, it calls itself Mo, the black ink itself. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned when they heard Tsang's answer. Even Yang Kai, who was still brewing tea, looked at Song in surprise. There was nothing wrong with calling the Black Ink clan's mother nest Mo. What was disturbing was the way Song phrased his statement. It calls itself? The blue sky old ancestor looked grim as he asked, Senior, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that the mother nest is sentient? So far, the human race had destroyed many low-rank to high-rank black ink nests. Thus, the human race now had some understanding of black ink nests. Each black ink nest had its own consciousness, and the Black Ink clan used the black ink nest consciousnesses as carriers to establish black ink nest spaces. These black ink nest spaces were in turn created by the black ink nests which bred them. It was a space which transcended distance and could be used to quickly transmit information. However, whether it was the low-rank, mid-rank, or high-rank black ink nests, their consciousnesses were all blank. Simply put, they had consciousnesses but weren't sentient. From what Song just said, the mother nest seemed to be different from the other black ink nests. Song nodded and said, It naturally has sentience. In the early years, this old master would chat with it when I was bored, but as time passed, it became angry with this old master and disliked how noisy I was, so it stopped responding. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were horrified that the mother nest was actually a black ink nest with its own sentience. This was truly shocking. Previously, they had speculated that the black ink nest, having its own consciousness, might one day develop its own sentience, thus becoming a true living being. However, the black ink nests on the black ink battlefield had existed for at least a few hundreds of thousands of years with no precedent of any of them becoming sentient. That led them to believe that the black ink nest could never become fully self-aware. Now, they knew that the black ink nest was truly capable of independent thought, but only the mother nest. However, on second thought, this was the source of the Black Ink clan, so it was not strange that it was sentient. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked, If it has a will, then why didn't it attack us when we were trapped in its black ink nest space? As the source of the Black Ink clan, Mo's will was definitely extraordinarily powerful. If it had attacked the trapped Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at that time, they would surely have suffered heavy losses. After asking the question, old ancestor Xiao Xiao herself also said, Is it wary of Senior? Song smiled faintly and said, In a sense, yes, it is. If it secretly makes some small moves, this old master wouldn't notice. However, once it makes a big move, I will surely notice and make it suffer. Previously, when the Bright King Cave Heaven old ancestor self-destructed and ruptured the black ink nest space, it enabled some aura of the great battle inside to leak out. That was when Song took action to tear open the black ink nest space. If Mo took the initiative to attack, it would only have been exposed sooner. It wanted to silently finish off the Ninth Order Masters, which was why it did not take the initiative and only had 50 royal lords under its command ambush them in the black ink nest space. What cultivation realm is Senior at now? Have you surpassed the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm? Is there a higher realm above the Ninth Order? An old ancestor finally asked one of the questions that everyone really wanted to know. From the aura revealed by the Jade White Hand alone, it was inferred that the strike had exceeded the power that a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could exert. If not, there would have been no way to tear the black ink nest space open from the outside. The Bright King Cave Heaven old ancestor had to detonate his soul to simply crack open the space slightly. The Ninth Order Masters speculated that the person with the Jade White Hand might have exceeded the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Hearing this, Song smiled, shook his head and said, The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm is not so easily transcended. Strictly speaking, this old master's cultivation realm is still in the Ninth Order, just a little further along than you. As for whether there is a higher realm above the Ninth Order, maybe there is, maybe not. Who would know until one reached that point? So, Song was also a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even though he said that he was in the Ninth Order but a little further along than the others, that was not enough to explain the immense power of his last strike. Song seemed to notice the crowd's doubts and explained, The strike you sensed was not done by me alone. This old master did it with the help of the restriction here. This was the condensation of the power of his other 9 old friends. Each of them was as powerful as he was, and when the restriction, which contained their strength, was guided by him, even if Tsang could not exert all their might, it was still enough to tear open the black ink nest space. Restriction. Tsang had more than once mentioned the restriction here. In fact, the old ancestors were all aware of this enormous restriction. It was the cage that kept the ocean of darkness sealed up. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the mother nest was not shackled by this restriction. Setting all other issues aside, there must be numerous royal lords here in the mother nest. Going on the incident in the black ink nest space alone, there should be at least 50 royal lords here, and who could guarantee that there were not multiple times more royal lords? Once an army of royal lords escaped from this restriction, they could have struck any theater at will, and the human race would not have been able to resist. Tsang had been here, imprisoning Mo for millions of years. All the people in the 3,000 worlds owed him their thanks for his sacrifice. Did Senior set up this restriction? Tsang laughed and shook his head. I just played a hand in it. This restriction to seal Mo was actually set up by this old master and my 9 old friends. Then what happened to the other 9 seniors? They have long since passed away, leaving this old master alone to guard this place. Tsang sighed. Senior, please have some tea. Yang Kai offered another cup of freshly brewed tea. He did not know how many years this senior had been guarding this place, but from the various inferences he could draw, Yang Kai speculated Tsang had been here for at least 2 or 3 million years, perhaps longer. Over such a vast length of time, the human race had lost all knowledge of what had happened here. It was impossible to imagine the loneliness that Tsang had endured, all so the human race could live on. He imprisoned Mo, but had to become a prisoner himself. Yang Kai admired him for his righteousness and sacrifice. This alone was enough to explain Tsang's position on the human race. At this point in the conversation, the old ancestor's vigilance against Tsang was reduced significantly. After finishing his cup of tea, Tsang smacked his lips again as if he was savoring it. When Yang Kai saw this, he suddenly put away the tea set in front of him and instead took out a bottle of wine before handing it over. Senior, it looks like tea is not enough to quench your thirst. How about drinking some wine? Normally, people would sip on tea, but Tsang drank it in gulps. From his mannerisms, it looked like he was more used to draining bottles of wine and feasting. When Tsang saw the wine battle, his expression lit up and he laughed heartily. That's more like it, kid. He snatched up the wine bottle, popped open the cork, and drank wildly. After draining 10 bottles, Tsang wiped his mouth and laughed. I'm an uncouth fellow, but I figured I had to act a bit sage-like in front of you juniors. Damn it, you're all killing me here. The 9th Order old ancestors were amused to see this kind of reaction. It turned out that the old man's stately and wise behavior was all just a pretense. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao smiled, reached out, and with a flick of her hand, hundreds of bottles and jars of wine flew towards Tsang as she said, Since Senior likes wine, these are some of the spirits this junior has brewed over the years. Please have them if you don't mind. Tsang laughed, guided the wine with his hand, and stacked them beside him. Another old ancestor followed up, I also have some good wine here, please accept it. As he said so, he took out a type of gourd bottle and threw it towards Tsang. Although the gourd bottle was small, it was obviously a kind of storage artifact with a vast internal space. This one gourd bottle seemed to contain an endless amount of wine. Many of the old ancestors were connoisseurs of wine themselves, and like old ancestor Xiao Xiao had homebrewed wine or had wine collections that they could not bear to drink. But now, all of them took them out to offer to Tsang. This was not just to please Tsang though, it was more so them empathizing with his plight. He had been alone, standing guard here over the source domain for uncountable years. This wine was just a token of their appreciation for all he had done. How can you drink wine without meat? One old ancestor laughed, reaching out and taking out a large piece of monster beast meat, which had been his treasure for many years. It still looked extremely fresh and dripping with blood. The monster chi was also quite compelling, so it was obviously not from any ordinary monster beast. Yang Kai even felt a hint of dragon aura from it. This monster beast had dragon blood in it. Perhaps it was a flood dragon or other dragon descendant. Another old ancestor said, "Now we have wine and meat, some fruit is a necessity." He reached out a hand, and a plate of crystal-clear spirit fruits appeared. One by one, the old ancestors took out their collections which they had accumulated over the millennia, and within a few moments, Song had all kinds of delicious delicacies set out in front of him. Even in the void, the aroma was overflowing and the atmosphere was joyous. Song laughed continuously. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from every great pass were shocked to see that the place where the old ancestors gathered had somehow turned into a banquet. They remained dumbfounded and completely did not understand what had happened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded that his simple swapping of tea for alcohol had triggered this change. Unfortunately for him, everyone here was in a 9th Order Old Ancestor, while he was the only 7th Order Junior. Thus, it was only expected that he did the hard work of pouring wine for each old ancestor, serving fruit plates, and roasting the beast meat. At this point, Yang Kai was cursing Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang non-stop in his heart. After 3 rounds of wine and food, Song shouted loudly, "In the primordial era, chaos reigned. When the first primordial light was born into this world, the heavens and earth opened up and the universe was born. It was naturally a glorious and magnificent sight. At that time, the universe was simple, pure, and without many disturbances. Although the environment was extremely harsh, all living creatures' focus was simply to survive. Even if there was fighting and killing, it was only in furtherance of that one goal, survival." Martial Peak, Chapter 5401, Primordial Era, Early Ancient Era, Late Ancient Era. The divine spirits were the first to rule the universe. They were born powerful, and had almost no natural enemies except themselves. They were kings in those days and the vast world bowed at their feet. Song began to orate and the 9th Order Masters listened carefully. Although they were all top masters who lived for many tens of thousands of years and stood at the pinnacle of the human race, they were considered juniors when compared to Song. They knew this, so as soon as they found out about Song, they treated him as their honorable senior. The old ancestors never knew these secrets of the primordial era and early ancient era. No one had ever told them these, while the ancient books did not have much in terms of details. Everyone realized that today they would be learning from Song things that they never knew before. The divine spirits were proud and undefeatable, but they had innate arrogance that they needed to prove to others. So, the divine spirits fought amongst themselves, and all divine spirits were enemies to all but their own. Such a war soon swept across the 3,000 worlds. As the battle raged on, it shattered the heavens and earth. Countless living beings perished, while even the divine spirits themselves were not spared, as many were killed. The battle of the divine spirits of the primordial era was almost a battle of complete extinction. It was not until millions of years later, when most of the divine spirits were exterminated and those that survived could barely sustain their clans, that the era of the divine spirits dominating all lives came to an end. That also marked the beginning of the early ancient era. When the divine spirits fought, they created many servants and descendants. As the divine spirits declined, these servants and descendants, who were all essentially soldiers themselves, grew stronger. Their strength may not have been on par with the divine spirits, but they reproduced much faster than their predecessors, and if they grew to the very limits of their strength, they may not be worse off compared to the divine spirits themselves. Those servants and descendants were the monster race. The early ancient era was a period where the monster race ruled the universe. All kinds of powerful monster beasts emerged, and in terms of pure numbers or species, they were far more numerous than the divine spirits. While the divine spirits became dormant, the monster race were the masters of the world. They also attacked and killed each other, along with those of other races as well. As Tsong spoke, the grand images of the primordial era and early ancient era gradually formed in the minds of the old ancestors. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in awe as they listened while Yang Kai stood still, stopped pouring wine, and listened carefully to Tsong's narration. No one would have thought that the primordial era and early ancient era would be such periods where divine spirits and the monster race dominated the world. Senior, what about humans? When was the human race born, and who created it? An old ancestor asked. The monster race was created by the divine spirits, but what about the human race? Everyone was curious who created the humans. The human race, Tsong smiled and then replied. The human race was not created by anyone. When the heavens and earth were created, the human race was born. The human race has existed throughout all the ages, even when the divine spirits ruled the primordial era and the monster race ruled the early ancient era. During both eras, there were traces of human activity. At that time, the human race was separated into many small tribes. The humans were born weak. The divine spirits were born with great power, and the monster beasts were born with strong bodies. So what about the human race? Human infants and children only knew how to cry and would perish without protection from others. The human race was slaughtered during those times of chaos. That was until the dawning of the late ancient era, Tsong said solemnly. A great power felt that the human race had to grow stronger in order to survive the various hardships it had to endure, and 10 people were selected by that great power to travel the universe and teach other humans to cultivate and slowly become stronger. As time passed, the humans became capable of competing with the monster race. Although humans were born weak, they had an advantage compared to the divine spirits and the monster race, the ability to reproduce rapidly. This meant that their population grew at a pace that was orders of magnitude greater than others, allowing the race as a whole to quickly become strong. The human race grew and grew until by the end of the late ancient era, they were strong enough to rule this vast universe. At that time, humans flourished in every great territory and every world. A great power, an old ancestor asked seriously. Senior mentioned about a great power. What is it? Tsong leisurely mused, perhaps the heavenly way. He did not answer directly, and the crowd was not sure if he did not want to say or really did not know. The old ancestor who asked did not pursue the question while another asked, the 10 who were entrusted to teach the other humans. Senior, are you one of the 10? The reason why there was such a question was because Tsong had lived for so long. To know what went on during the primordial era, early ancient era, and late ancient era, the only way was to have personally experienced those times. Furthermore, when Tsong spoke about the restriction, he said that the restrictions were set up by him and his 9 other friends. That was exactly 10 people. Tsong smiled faintly and said, sort of. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in awe. They were originally sitting in the void, but now they all rose up and bowed to Tsong in deep respect. An old ancestor held up his jar of wine and roared, to martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. If the 10 of them did not go around teaching the human race how to cultivate, it would be unimaginable what state the humans would still be in today. As one of the 10 who originally taught the human race about the existence of the martial Tao, Tsong deserved the title of martial ancestor. To martial ancestor. All the old ancestors proclaimed with utmost respect. The crowd shouted in unison, tilting their heads and drinking the wine in the cups. Tsong reached out and cupped his fist humbly. Back then, when I taught with my 9 old friends, I was only abiding by the will of the heavens. It was the only way the human race could continue to survive, so I do not deserve the title of martial ancestor. Yang Kai diligently poured wine for him and chuckled, the people in front of you are the top masters of the human race. When they say that you are the martial ancestor, then you are our martial ancestor. If not for you and the other 9 martial ancestors, the human race would not be here today. A true martial ancestor. Yang Kai never dreamed he would one day meet such a mythical figure, one of the founders who taught the human race about the great martial Tao. Although this was only a one-sided revelation from Tsong, no one doubted it. Who could have known so much if they had not experienced the events themselves? What about Mo? When did it appear? An old ancestor asked. Regardless of what happened during the primordial era, early ancient era, and late ancient era, the only thing that everyone was now more concerned with was Mo. Only when it was resolved would this crusade of the human race be considered a success. It would only be then that there would be no more conflicts to resolve. Mo. Song sighed. In the beginning of the universe, when the first primordial light came into existence, darkness was also born. That darkness was Mo. Its existence is even older than that of the divine spirits. The Ninth Order Masters gasped. As Tsang mentioned, the divine spirits ruled the primordial era and the monster race ruled the early ancient era, making them sound like they were the first beings to exist. Who would have expected that Mo was even older than them? Since black ink strength was so invasive, why didn't Mo rise up to dominate everything during the primordial era and the early ancient era, when the divine spirits and the monster race were ruling? If Mo rose up during that time, neither the divine spirits nor the monster race would have had a chance to rule over the universe. No matter if it was in the primordial era or early ancient era, it would have been the Black Ink clan that ruled the world. Song shook his head and explained, although it existed since the beginning of the universe, its sentience formed much later. It lay dormant during the primordial era and early ancient era, and even during the late ancient era, before the human race became dominant, it still remained unaware. It was not until a long time later that it became sentient and began to leave this place on its own accord. This place? The Ninth Order Masters paid close attention to Tsang's choice of words. Senior, does it mean that it was born here as well? Tsang nodded and said, this is where the heavens and earth began, and it is also the birthplace of Mo. It can also be considered the end point of the universe. That is why we laid the restrictions here, deceived it here, and sealed it. Deceived, the old ancestors murmured to each other. Tsang said solemnly, in fact, its sentience is not too developed, at least, before it was imprisoned. In fact, Mo's sentience was only equivalent to that of a child. It was a little naughty, but it was not bad in nature. Unfortunately, its existence itself is evil. The old ancestors were surprised to hear his comment. On the other hand, Yang Kai was suddenly reminded of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, whom he met in the chaotic dead territory. Both of them were also extremely powerful, but their personalities were just like that of children. The old ancestors may not be able to understand Song's comment on Mo, but since Yang Kai could associate what he said with his experience with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he could understand the situation better. Upon that realization, Yang Kai suddenly wondered, perhaps, in this world, once their strength reaches beyond a certain level, their sentience becomes limited. The late ancient era ended as Mo's sentience began to take form, slowly assuming a form that then left this place. At that time, the human race had already dominated the 3,000 worlds, so you can imagine what it would be like for a child who suddenly arrived in an extremely prosperous world. Someone who grew up in deathly silence, was always alone, and had never had any companions. The old ancestors fell silent, leaving Yang Kai to respond. It must have been very happy and wanted to be part of it. Tsang nodded. Mo did not intend to harm anyone, it just wanted to immerse itself and enjoy its prosperity, to get to know others and feel the bustling world around it. However, it did not know that its power was too overbearing for the mundane world. Thus, everywhere Mo went, all the people were corrupted. Everyone honored it, saw it with reverence, and fulfilled all of its demands. Everywhere that was occupied by Mo became tainted in its color. Every great territory was corrupted by Mo and its power grew rapidly. Everywhere Mo went became its territory. World force was its favorite food, and the noisy cities became its favorite places. In less than a few hundred years, hundreds of great territories fell, all the world force was consumed, and the lands naturally died. The people living in these dead lands became corrupted by black ink strength. This old master and my 9 old friends came to investigate immediately after we became aware of the news, and learned about the strangeness of black ink strength. We knew that if we could not solve this problem, the 3,000 worlds would one day be completely consumed by Mo, and by that time, there would be no one else in this world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5402, Primordial Light. This old master and my friends came with hostile intentions, but Mo did not realize it at all. Instead, it welcomed us and showed us the beauty of its territory and its achievements with great delight. Looking back, Mo truly behaved like a child. It had something that it was proud of, but there was no one to share it with. It was a rare occasion that others could be its guest. Thus, it happily tried to show off to Tsang and the 9 other martial ancestors. The reason why Mo liked Tsang and his friends was because they could resist its black ink strength, unlike the others who became subservient to it and obeyed its orders after being corrupted. For Mo, what it needed was not a servant, but a friend whom it could share joy and happiness with. Initially, Mo considered us friends with completely pure intentions. It was so friendly and honest that we did not know what to do when we were faced with it. We originally thought of killing it, but when it came time to act, not one of us could bring ourselves to be ruthless against a child. Black ink strength was simply the power it was born with. It did not have the intention of wreaking havoc on the 3,000 worlds. It just did not understand what harm it could do to the human race, and that its existence would lead to the destruction of everything. In addition to our own feelings, Mo was indestructible, so there was essentially nothing that we could do to destroy it. So, our plans gradually changed. We explored its birthplace and decided to lure it here. Once it was here, we would use our strength and seal it here. We wanted to slowly find a way to understand its power, not only to see if we could find a way to preserve its life, but also to neutralize its black ink strength. Before we did that, we worked together to split apart the great territories occupied by Mo so that its black ink strength would not poison the others that remained uncontaminated. At that time, many masters gathered under Mo's command, so when we imprisoned Mo here, it was furious and ordered its servants to attack the human race. That was how the war began, and the vast void behind you is where the 2 sides fought. Initially, we could still perceive the movement of the battle, but as time passed, the battlefield gradually expanded outward, and we lost track of how the war was progressing. The war suddenly broke out after Tsang and the other 9 imprisoned Mo. The human race wanted to stop the encroachment of black ink strength and protect their home. However, Mo was angry with Tsang and the others' betrayal and ordered its slaves to slaughter all living beings. Thus, the black ink battlefield was born in this new era. It was an era where the human race had experienced many new dangers that persisted to today. At that time, there was a tragic great war where the Black Ink clan and the human race fought to the death across the vast Black Ink battlefield. For both sides, retreat was not an option. That great war lasted for around 10,000 years. Many human masters were killed and injured. Naturally, the forces under Mo were ruthlessly killed as well. Just when we thought that Black Ink's strength's hidden problems were basically pacified, Mo's power suddenly erupted out from the restriction. It had been accumulating power for those 10,000 years, and the 10 of us were caught off guard and nearly overwhelmed by it. Although it took a lot of effort for us to reseal it, some of the servants it created escaped from this place. If I'm not mistaken, you call those servants royal lords. Yang Kai nodded as the pieces seemed to come into place. When Yang Kai questioned the territory lord who was trapped in Void Crack, Guqin, he said that the royal lords came out of the source domain and brought with them their black ink nests. Now, it seemed that those royal lords were the same ones that escaped at that time. Yang Kai was horrified. What kind of power did Mo have to directly create so many royal lords? Then, what kind of powers did Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors possess to be able to imprison Mo? Tsang said that he was only in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, but how could he merely be in the 9th Order? Was it really as simple as him being further along the martial Dao than the current generation's 9th Order masters? Mo's intention was very simple. It could not get out from within by itself. Thus, it hoped that its servant could break it out from the outside. Although the restriction created by the 10 of us was strong, it would not withstand a concentrated attack by numerous royal lords from the outside. Mo might really be able to escape if 500 royal lords bombarded the restriction at the same time. Thus, we were very worried when we saw those royal lords escape. If those royal lords managed to conquer the 3,000 worlds and take over everything, it would be enough for them to create an endless number of black ink clansmen. With such numbers, it would not be difficult for them to amass 500 royal lords in time. However, thankfully this never came to be. When not one royal lord returned to help Imo out of the trap, we knew that the human race had pushed them back. This made us very happy. However, as the years passed, it became harder to guard this place. One by one, my old friends could not endure and began to fall. In the end, this old master was the only one left here, waiting for you all to come. Song managed to give the old ancestors magnificent descriptions of what happened during the primordial era, the early ancient era, and the late ancient era. He also revealed a lot of unheard-of secrets to the old ancestors and explained to them the origins of Imo. At the end of the late ancient era, the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race was so fierce that even the supreme masters of the human race were killed. With a lack of records or distortions as generations passed, it created a gap in the human race's knowledge of the world's history, which was why even the cave heavens and paradises ended up not knowing much about these ancient events. If the human army had not arrived here today, they still would not understand the origins of their history. Although they were unclear, the tradition of fighting against the Black Ink clan had continued because the human race needed to survive. They had to prevent the Black Ink clan from ever getting to the 3,000 worlds, or it would be the end of the human race. More than 100 theaters in more than 100 great passes continued to resist in the Black Ink battlefield. Countless years and generations of humans gave their lives to ensure this steadfast protection. The battles were grand and glorious. The humans and the Black Ink clan had a long history of fighting since the end of the late ancient era, which continued on to this day. The reason why the Black Ink clan invaded was because they needed to use the resources to breed more royal lords so that they could return to this place to free Imo. The old ancestors were silent after Tsang finished speaking. What they heard today was beyond their imagination, and they needed some time to process all the new and alarming information. After a long time, an old ancestor asked, "Senior, our crusade force has arrived. What can be done to completely destroy Imo? We have around 2 million soldiers pledged to fight to the death. Is this enough to clear all the evil that lies within?" Song slowly shook his head and replied grimly, "Imo was born with the universe itself. Its existence is special. The 10 of us could only seal and weaken it, but we could never completely destroy it." The old ancestors listened with trepidation. It could not be completely destroyed. If there was no way to completely destroy it, then was this not a true immortal and indestructible existence? The great battle cave heaven old ancestor quickly noticed something, however, and asked, "The 10 of us could only? Did you mean that there is a way? Senior, please enlighten us. Since we came here, we will not just turn around empty-handed." Song pondered a little and said, "There is a way, but this old master cannot guarantee whether it will work or not. This solution was discussed by all my old friends when they were still alive, but this idea had never been proven." The Ninth Order Masters listened carefully. Previously, this old master said that when the world first began, the primordial light came into existence together with darkness, which later became Imo. Therefore, we believe that the primordial light and the darkness are in a symbiotic relationship. If we want to completely eliminate the darkness, perhaps we need to find the primordial light in this world. Perhaps, with the power of the primordial light, we can eliminate Black Ink's strength once and for all. The primordial light. The Ninth Order Master's jaws dropped, while Yang Kai was dumbfounded. How were they supposed to find that? When the world was created, light was born. How could they know how to find the first light in existence? How do they find the primordial light that existed since the dawn of time? It was totally unimaginable. Song noticed what they were wondering and said, "There may be a way. Since Imo was born when the darkness achieved sentience, then when the primordial light achieved sentience, someone or something must have been born from it. This entity must be somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. However, it could be a person, a monster beast, or even a tree or a blade of grass on the roadside. If you can find it and bring it here, then the problem with black ink strength would be resolved, as its power should be enough to restrain Mo. When he said this, all the Ninth Order masters suddenly turned their heads towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the two supreme beings he was acquainted with: Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If there was any power in this universe that could truly restrain black ink strength, it was the purifying light, which Yang Kai could produce by using the two marks granted to him by those two and fusing the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer's power, which was contained in the yellow and blue crystals. Were Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan once the primordial light? Yang Kai was also a bit confused. If they are the primordial light, how did they become two beings? Could it be that the two could fuse into one? That doesn't sound right either. These two represented the extremes of yin and yang, and they have been fighting each other for countless years in the chaotic dead territory. How could they ever fuse together as one? Whether or not it was Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, these two were avatars of destruction whose mere presence annihilated the world around them, so how could they possibly be brought here? Seeing the reactions of the old ancestors, Song asked, "Does this little friend know something about the primordial light?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm not sure if those two are the incarnations of the primordial light, but Senior, I had received some power from them." After saying that, he activated the two marks, drawing power from the yellow and blue crystals to merge into purifying light. As the white light blossomed, Song's eyes glowed brightly as he concentrated on perceiving the light for a moment, only to shake his head and say, "This light is not pure enough, and far from matching the primordial darkness. However, it should have some relationship with the primordial light. Where did you get this power, little friend?" Yang Kai told him about the chaotic dead territory. Song softly murmured, "Burning light, serene glimmer. So it's them." He obviously knew about these two as well. The burning light and serene glimmer had existed for a very long time and were known as the two legendary ancestors of all divine spirits. It was because of them that there were divine spirits. The divine spirits existed during the primordial era, so these two supreme beings must have existed even earlier than the divine spirits. Since Song was from the late ancient era, how could he not have heard about them? Martial Peak, Chapter 5403, Terrible News. Song didn't know that the powers of those two could be combined. The human race of the late ancient era did not have a very good opinion of the divine spirits and rarely wanted to come into contact with them, let alone the burning light and serene glimmer who were the supposed progenitors of the divine spirits. Furthermore, the chaotic dead territory was a forbidden zone for the human race. Although Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors were from that era, they had never set foot in the chaotic dead territory and did not know much about Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Even if they did come into contact, they might not be able to consider the two being able to help. After all, it was only thousands of years after Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors got locked up here to guard Mo that they considered how they could completely defeat Mo. That was when they first thought of the primordial light. Now, it seems that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan most likely had something to do with the primordial light. It might really be the case that those two could really merge, but who could bring them here? Considering that the primordial light might also be eliminated when Mo was destroyed, who could force those two to sacrifice themselves if they were unwilling to? The old ancestors were faced with a conundrum. Although they had learned from Tsang that there was a possible solution, it was still too difficult to implement. Senior, in that case, is our human race's crusade here pointless? An old ancestor asked gravely. Without a way to completely eliminate Mo, the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan would never end. Did the 2 million soldiers of this mighty army brave through all those dangers for nothing? Tsang shook his head and solemnly said, "It's not useless. To tell you the truth, you came just at the right time." Senior, please elaborate. Tsang sighed and said, "Back then, when we laid the primordial heaven's source grand restriction here, it was because it was Mo's birthplace. As the years passed, Mo's servants turned this huge void into a spiritless land. So, we simply had no way to replenish our own strength. Even my old friends passed away one by one, until this old master was the only one left. If you came even 1,000 years later, this old master would have followed in the footsteps of my friends. Even if this old master doesn't die though, Mo would still be able to get out of this trap on its own one day. During the countless years of being trapped in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Mo was not just waiting for death, it was secretly building up its strength and testing the restriction from the inside. In its first real attempt, it almost succeeded, but in the end, it was once again resealed by the 10 martial ancestors. That incident had led to more than 100 royal lords escaping with their black ink nests. Those 100 or so royal lords who escaped were the root of the major theaters. Today, even if Tsang did not know how powerful Mo had become, after suffering a few losses, it undoubtedly became smarter and more patient. Although Tsang had tried several times to dig up information from it, Mo would never reveal how powerful the force it was amassing had become. It was lying dormant, waiting patiently for the moment when Tsang became weak enough for it to attempt to break out again. That was why Tsang said that they came at just the right time. If they arrived some years later, he might have been unable to hold on. By then, Mo would escape and bring disastrous for the universe. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked with great concern, "Senior, how strong is Mo compared to you?" Tsang pondered a little and said, "Mo itself is not too strong. If we really fought, it might not be this old master's match. However, it cannot be completely destroyed. I can defeat it once, or maybe twice, but I will be the one who dies in the end. Its real strength is not in itself, but in the servants it creates." Being an immortal entity, even if it was inferior in raw strength, it could still kill its opponents who were much stronger than it by simply persisting through the ages. This was why Tsang and the other 9 did not directly attack Mo. They knew they could not destroy Mo, so they did not waste their strength. The 9th Order Masters suddenly realized something, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, "Does Senior mean that over the years, Mo may have created many black ink clansmen inside the restriction?" Tsang quickly answered, "Indeed. Probably more than you can imagine, including many, many royal lords." The 9th Orders all looked very grave. This was terrible news. Not only was the source of the Black Ink clan close to breaking free of its seal, but there were also many royal lords trapped inside along with it that would break loose when the time came. Thinking about the scale of the restriction, just how many royal lords could be hidden in this huge area? That number was unimaginable. Setting aside all other things, if there was even just 200 royal lords inside, that would be a huge problem for the human race. However, right now, they could not even tell how many were inside. There must be at least 46, as there were originally 50 that ambushed the old ancestors in the black ink space. Though some had died, there were bound to be many more than 50. Mo had been imprisoned here for millions of years, after all, and it had nothing else to do but to create servants. Mo cannot possibly create black ink clansmen out of thin air. It must need to consume energy to do so. Since it is imprisoned here, where does the energy come from? An old ancestor asked. The main reason for this question was because the people knew that black ink clansmen were born from black ink nests, but when a black ink nest spawned black ink clansmen, it had to consume a lot of resources. Although Mo was the source of the black ink clan, it still had to draw its energy from somewhere. Tsang smiled bitterly and replied, "This could also be considered our blunder. This place is the primordial heaven's source, the origin of both the universe, the primordial light and primordial darkness. When we tricked Mo into coming here, we wanted to harness the vast energy here to suppress and seal it. We thought that the unlimited energy of the primordial heaven source could strengthen the restriction. After all, it is the origin of all things, even Mo. But it seems the heavens are truly fair in all things. Mo can also extract the power of the primordial heaven source for its own use while it is here." The old ancestors gasped audibly as they listened. Mo could draw the power of the source of the 3,000 worlds with the help of this special place. In other words, since the 3,000 worlds were infinite and indestructible, Mo's strength was inexhaustible. Song and the other 9 could initially refine and absorb starlight strength or other forms of energy from the void to maintain the restriction. However, when the royal lords escaped and turned a huge swath of the void into a spiritless land, they could not do so anymore. Instead, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors had to draw from their own strength, weakening themselves day by day as they had no means to replenish their power. Before the 9 martial ancestors died, each of them directed all their remaining might, sacrificing their core essence to the restriction to enhance its strength. Otherwise, Mo would have escaped out of this restriction long ago. After all his old friends had departed one after another, Song would be next if the crusade force had not arrived. After his death, the restriction might still be able to suppress and seal Mo for some years, but it would not last for long and Mo would eventually be able to get out of the trap. That was why he said that the human race army came at the right time. Even such an ancient supreme being would have felt desperate after waiting for millions of years. Who knew how excited Song was when he perceived the aura of that battle a few years ago? When he realized that someone was fighting in the black ink nest space, he decisively took action. Since you have come here, you must have the intention to get rid of Mo, and it just so happens that this old master needs your help. The old ancestor all looked solemn as the great battle heaven old ancestor said, "We do not know Mo as well as Senior does. When we led the crusade to this place, we thought that we could ruthlessly kill whatever was here. We did not expect things to turn out this way. Perhaps Senior can instruct us on what to do now." The other old ancestors all nodded in unison. Song was the first to cup his fist and said, "This old master thanks all of you in advance. To be honest, if a fight breaks out, you will lose a lot of the 2 million you've brought here." The old ancestors laughed as one of them replied, "Senior, the founding purpose of the cave heavens and paradises was to fight against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Over the years, many of our ancestors have died to fulfill that purpose. If they did not have the will to fight and die, they would not have dared to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield to kill the enemy. Senior, not to mention if we had large numbers of casualties, even if this entire army perished here, it would be worth it if we could destroy the Black Ink clan. As for thanking us, we should be the ones to thank you, Senior. Without Senior's great devotion to guarding this place, the 3,000 worlds would have been lost and we would not be here today." Song looked at the crowd and saw that the many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not flinch, even though they were aware of the power and evilness of Mo. He began to smile with relief. This generation of warriors is indeed competent, otherwise, it would not have taken the human race more than 1,000,000 years before they came. Just as Song was about to speak, a voice echoed, "You all want to listen to this old man's nonsense and become my enemies." The voice was so indistinct that none of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters knew where it came from, but all of them soon turned pale. Mo. Mo was the only one who would say such words at this moment. No one expected that Mo, which was suppressed and sealed in the primordial heavens source grand restriction where the heavens and earth were created, could still communicate with them. What made things worse was from the tone of its voice, it had heard everything that was said here. Yang Kai looked very odd. Moments ago, Song said that Mo's personality was like a child. Furthermore, it seemed that its voice was also that of a child. It was practically the same as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. When he thought about it, Mo, Big Brother Huang, and Big Sister Lan seemed to actually have a lot in common. Perhaps the solution to resolving the crisis of the Black Ink clan really depended on those two. This Supreme One cannot be killed. What the old man said about the primordial light is pure nonsense. This place is the birthplace of this Supreme One. What primordial light could be found here? Mo sarcastically said. "You are only seeking your own doom if you listen to this old man's nonsense." Song slowly shook his head and retorted, "Mo, just because you do not know about something does not mean that it does not exist. Or perhaps, are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Mo raised its voice and replied, "Why would this Supreme One be afraid of you? I hate you. I hate that I trusted you so much. I hate how I was tricked into coming here, only to be imprisoned for countless years. Old man, once I get out of here, You will be the first one to die." Song chuckled and said, "Rest assured, there won't be such a day." Mo ignored him and said to the old ancestors, "It's surprising that you've made it this far. However, your efforts are pointless. How about this? Why not make a deal with this Supreme One?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5404, A Determined Battle. The great battle heaven old ancestor looked up at Void, narrowed his eyes and asked, "What kind of deal?" Mo replied, "If you help me kill this old man, this Supreme One will promise you that after I get out of this cage, I will rule alongside your human race. Black Ink Battlefield is what you call this stretch of void. The Black Ink clan and I will never set foot outside of Black Ink Battlefield or bring harm to your lands." Unlike Tsong, Mo knew a lot about the humans of today. The bizarre nature of the Black Ink nest allowed Mo to monitor every theater at all times. The great battle heaven old ancestor snickered, "How could we possibly sleep in peace?" There was no guarantee that Mo would keep this agreement. Even if it did, how could the human race be at ease? Who knew if Mo changed its mind? After all, it was the source of the Black Ink clan. The human race and the Black Ink clan had fought with each other for countless years. The countless dead soldiers had forged an eternal blood feud. This was not a matter that could be so easily resolved. All the old ancestors wanted to hear was Mo's proposal, but they had no plans to take it seriously. Even Tsong knew that the human race would not accept this proposal, which was why he chose to remain quiet and not interfere. Mo sighed and said, "You humans keep saying that you want to kill this Supreme One for your own survival, but you have not achieved this even after so many years. You have lost a lot of people, just as I have lost a lot of my servants. No one has the upper hand. Didn't that old man say that this Supreme One was born when the heavens and earth began? If the heavens and earth were destroyed, how can this Supreme One live on? I would be alone. When I first became sentient, I didn't know anything and could not control my own power. That is why I caused such a great disaster. Now that I know the seriousness of what happened, I will not let it happen again. I promise. If this Supreme One says that the Black Ink clan will never step out of the Black Ink battlefield, this Supreme One will definitely not go back on my word. This Supreme One swears by its soul that if I lie, may the heavens smite my soul and end my life." Song was slightly moved and remarked, "Looks like you are determined." An old ancestor looked at Song and asked, "Senior means that this guy can be trusted?" Song nodded and said, "The most important thing to Mo's existence is its own soul, or in other words, its sentience. Since it swore by its soul, it should be true. If it violates its oath, even if its soul does not get destroyed, it would suffer a fate worse than death." Song did not try to exaggerate or lie and just spoke straightforwardly. Hearing what Mo said, there was no doubt that it was extremely eager to get out of this trap. For this reason, it was even willing not to step out of the Black Ink battlefield. Not only do humans desire a prosperous future, so does this Supreme One. I naturally desire to go somewhere most bustling and alive. The disaster that happened eons ago was unintentional, and for it I have been trapped here for so many years. Isn't that punishment enough? Song sighed slightly and said, "It is not a question of if it is enough. Mo, you should know that yourself." Mo replied indignantly, "Then, you want to ruthlessly kill me simply because I was born with this power?" Song remained silent. Was Mo wrong? Its power was simply what it was, and what happened back then was not intentional. It wanted to be part of the human race's prosperity and was driven by instinct to feel the splendor of a world it had never felt before. But was it right? Its presence resulted in the decimation of hundreds of great territories and the death of all living things in those lands. Countless human race masters became corrupted by Black Ink strength, their original personality annihilated as they were reduced mere slaves. This was no longer a question of right or wrong. In the silence, the great battle heaven old ancestor coldly snorted and said, "You were ignorant back then, but don't you understand now? For countless years, the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield have been trying to invade the 3,000 worlds. Your words sound sincere at first, but they are dishonest." Mo said leisurely, If you had been trapped here for millions of years, wouldn't you try to find a way to get out? There is only one way for this Supreme One to get out of here, but that was the past. Now, as long as you are willing to help me, this Supreme One naturally does not need to do that again. This Supreme One can even promise you that after I get out of this trap, this Supreme One can retract all my black ink strength. Then, there would not be any black ink clansmen in this world except for this Supreme One. That certainly sounds tempting. An old ancestor chuckled. If Mo was true to its word, it would remain in the black ink battlefield and take back all its black ink strength. This was undoubtedly a good outcome. However, could it keep its word? Even if it could keep its promise for a short time, what about in the long run? If it could never step out of the black ink battlefield, it meant that it was still imprisoned. The only thing that changed was that it had gone from a small cage built around the primordial heaven source to the big cage of the black ink battlefield. Did it not just say that it sought for prosperity? Perhaps it could endure loneliness for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, but what would happen after 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years? How could an entity that had been imprisoned for millions of years, once freed, agree to be imprisoned again? They certainly could not believe everything it said. Thus, none of the old ancestors took its words seriously. Mo's sincere-sounding oath could only be taken superficially, and anyone who believed in it was a fool. Mo had sensed the old ancestors' thoughts towards its proposal, and it began to fume as, regardless of how long it had lived, its thoughts were still like those of a child. It now felt upset and aggrieved that even its willingness to compromise could not satisfy the greedy human race. Do you really want to be the enemy of this Supreme One? Mo raged. Years of blood feud can only end in death. The great battle heaven old ancestor's aura turned sharp as it pointed to the void. Mo gloomily said, "Consider carefully. You may not be able to win if you really want to fight. This old man has also said that this Supreme One created countless servants over these millions of years. You may have a 2,000,000 strong army, but that is still not enough to be this Supreme One's opponent. How can you win? What will be the final outcome? Since you cannot kill this Supreme One, are you going to continue to imprison me?" An old ancestor said with a smile, "Originally, I did not have much confidence in this battle when I heard what martial ancestor said. However, now that I have listened to you, I think we can win. Perhaps we can even kill you." "You must be tired of living," Mo shouted angrily. The old ancestors did not bother to say anything else. They were all masters with firm wills who had led their armies to this place. Thus, they would not be swayed by what Mo said. No matter how tempting Mo's promises were, its very existence was a huge threat to the 3,000 worlds. The only way to solve this problem was to completely annihilate it. Although there was no way to find the primordial light for the time being, they could not just leave Mo alone. Song was already dying, and to relieve his burden, they must first weaken Mo. Once the situation stabilized here, the human race could then search for the primordial light. Looking around at the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Song asked, "Have you all thought it through?" The old ancestors all nodded. The myriad demons' old ancestor smiled and said, "Senior, tell us what we should do. Honestly, we had not expected things to turn out this way, so we hardly know how we should proceed." Song nodded and said, "Since you and the others are determined to fight, then the matter is very simple." He did not try to hide what he was going to say from Mo. In fact, he could not hide it even if he wanted to. Although Mo was not particularly strong in terms of raw combat power, its divine sense was exceptionally keen. Thus, Mo could sense whatever he was about to say no matter how he tried to conceal it. When you are prepared, this old master will open the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Once the restriction is open, you and the army must kill the Black Ink clansmen as soon as they emerge, Song explained. An old ancestor asked with worry, "Once the restriction is open? Won't Mo take advantage of the opportunity to escape?" Song shook his head and said, "This old master will use the power of the restriction to restrain it. It will not be able to get out." Song was confident about this point, otherwise, he would not dare to open up the restriction. But you must be very careful. Mo has an innate ability which also can be said to be a secret technique. Even if Mo does not have direct contact with you, the secret technique might cause you and the others to be corrupted and turn into servants. An innate divine ability? An old ancestor bellowed. Song nodded and said, "So to speak. So be sure to protect your souls. This old master will try not to let it have the opportunity to strike you, but you should also protect yourselves." We understand. The human race was no stranger to such abilities of the Black Ink clan. In fact, the royal lords had such an innate divine ability, which the humans simply called the royal lord's secret technique. As Tsong said, even without direct contact, once their soul was hit by such a secret technique, it would be corrupted by Black Ink's strength. As the source of the Black Ink clan, how could Mo not possess such a skill? Over the years, this old master was not sure of how many servants Mo had created, so this battle will most likely be very difficult. If you and the others can't hold on anymore, you should inform old master immediately and I will close the gap. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Senior can both open and close the restriction? Can we keep repeating this so that we can keep wearing down its strength?" As long as Tsong had good control of this gap, the human race might even be able to kill the entire Black Ink clan army without any damage. However, smiled and replied, "Opening and ensuring that the gap does not expand and closing it requires much time and strength. Furthermore, doing it too many times would make the restriction unstable. If Mo breaks out from inside, even this old master might be powerless to suppress and seal it." Yang Kai understood. He also knew that it could not be that simple. In addition, Song appeared slightly grave as he said, "Over these years, Mo seems to have hidden some kind of power. When he first used that power, he almost broke out of the restriction. Unfortunately, I still do not know much about this power. All of you must be extremely careful." The old ancestors all listened solemnly. If Mo nearly broke out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and even Tsong, who had been here guarding this place for millions of years, did not understand how, then this power was obviously Mo's trump card. Martial Peak, Chapter 5405. Don't throw a tantrum. Millions of years ago, when Tsong and the other 9 martial ancestors sealed Mo, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was not so large. At that time, it was at most a small piece of the void, hardly 1,000th of its current size. As time passed though, Mo drew on the power of the 3,000 worlds through this primordial heaven source, and its own power fiercely rose. Thus, the grand restriction also expanded along with it. By now, the primordial heaven source grand restriction had almost reached its limit. The greater the size of the grand restriction, the more difficult it was for Tsong to maintain it, and when the scope exceeded a certain threshold, the restriction would naturally burst. That was also why Tsong said that the human race army came just in time. Even if he did not die, he would be unable to maintain the seal if they came more than 1,000 years later. Now, in order to relieve his burden, they had to wear down the Black Ink's strength inside. If he could get better control over the restriction, then there would not be any concerns about Mo breaking out of the trap. By then, the human race masters would be free to search for the primordial light. Thus, no matter what, a battle was inevitable. The human race would fight to weaken the Black Ink's strength, while Mo would try to use this opportunity to escape. Mo had been suppressed and sealed here all this time, but even Tsong did not know what the situation inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction was. Mo completely isolated the inside with its own power, and its divine sense was extremely powerful, so it intentionally prevented anyone from sensing what was going on. Even Tsong was unable to peek into it. However, when Mo nearly broke out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction long ago, there was indeed an extremely powerful force that blew up from the inside. Even when Tsong and the other 9 martial ancestors quickly suppressed it, some royal lords still managed to escape. Those royal lords first took the surrounding area, where the heavens and earth was formed, as their target and managed to turn this huge stretch of void into a spiritless land so as to cut off any source of power for Tsong and the others. They then took their black ink nests across the dangerous ancient battlefields to search for suitable locations to create royal cities. Thereafter, they began to spawn large armies so that they could invade the 3,000 worlds, gain more resources, breed more black ink clansmen, and then return to rescue Mo. In fact, back then, more than 200 royal lords had escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but in that era, the restrictions and residual divine abilities that remained on the ancient battlefields were far more powerful than the ones the human crusade experienced along their way here. Thus, many royal lords fell, leaving just over 100 survivors. Those restrictions and residual divine abilities were from the first great war between Mo's servants and the great experts of the late ancient era. Song had mentioned that the battle raged for 10,000 years. The royal lords who moved to create their royal cities did so too far away for Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors to monitor their movements. At that time, the human race and the dragon and phoenix clans of the divine spirit ancestral land joined forces to guard the only path that connected the black ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. After all, when the royal cities first appeared, it naturally alarmed the human race. In order to cope with the future black ink clan invasion, the human race also built their great passes, one for each royal city, forming the basis for the various war theaters. The human race masters then returned to the 3,000 worlds to prepare. They chose cultivation paradises with abundant resources and world energy to foster new talents. It was these cultivation holy lands that later became the cave heavens and paradises. From there, they recruited disciples widely and trained elite masters for the coming war. Hence, the layout of the black ink battlefield was formed step by step. However, Song and the 9 martial ancestors did not know these details. After all, they had long joined forces to imprison Mo and were trapped alongside it to maintain the grand restriction. It was because they managed to suppress and seal Mo that the late ancient era's shocking war between Mo's servants and the human race could even occur. The ancestors of those who created the cave heavens and paradises only knew to fight against the Black Ink clan. They did not even know where they originated from. The great experts who knew the full story had all been killed by the end of the late ancient era in the battle of extinction against Mo's servants. Millions of years then passed with neither side being able to make a true breakthrough. The Black Ink clan never managed to take down the Great Passes en masse, settling for recklessly attacking and retreating, not caring if they incurred huge losses each time. They were all spawned from black ink nests rather than being born and raised by parents. As long as there were sufficient resources, they could endlessly continue to create more black ink clansmen. It was only in recent centuries that the human race had gradually turned from its defensive position to an offensive one. Now, the 2 million-strong army crusade had finally marched to this point with the means to threaten Mo directly. A great war was inevitable. This old master needs some things to restore himself, Song requested. Although he had used Shi's power to steal some of Mo's power from time to time over the years, Black Ink's strength was still corruptive by nature and he did not dare to use it indiscriminately. Even Shi was at risk of being corrupted by Black Ink's strength because he devoured too much of it. He eventually could not sustain himself and had to sacrifice himself to the restriction. Thus, over the years, Song had always been in a state of malnutrition and was barely able to maintain the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That was why he became skin and bones, much like a living dead. The only reason why he now had a somewhat normal physique was because he did not want to frighten these juniors. It was naturally not an issue to help provide Song with some resources, as while most of the old ancestors only carried a few on them, Yang Kai had plenty. Yang Kai immediately took out a space ring, filled it with all kinds of resources, and handed it to Tsang. "Senior, see if this is enough. If not, Junior still has some more." Tsang took the ring and looked before smiling lightly. "It's enough." After saying that, he looked at the old ancestors and said, "Go and prepare yourselves first. After this old master restores himself, I will open the primordial heaven's source grand restriction." Some Ninth Order masters asked, "Senior, where is the best place for us to assemble?" They knew nothing about this spiritless land, so it was natural to ask for Tsang's instructions. Tsang looked around for a while before pointing in a certain direction. "There." Over there is where Mo tore open a crack and those royal lords managed to escape from back then. Relatively speaking, that position is easiest to open, and due to some old setups by my friends, it is also the easiest to close. The old ancestors looked in the direction he pointed and naturally had no objections. Then we will go and prepare. The old ancestors flew away and Yang Kai followed. Soon, all the army commanders of the Great Passes quickly understood the situation after receiving instructions from the old ancestors. Orders were given, and all the soldiers began to make preparations for battle. For so many years, the human race had mostly been in a passive and defensive state, repeatedly invaded by the Black Ink clan while forced to repel them. Countless Black Ink clansmen were killed when the royal cities were pacified. Thereafter, the Great Passes crossed the late ancient era battlefield, which had many residual dangers, and finally arrived here. It was only today that they could finally take the fight to Mo. Such an opportunity was scarce. As Tsong said, the objective here was for the human race to kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen who tried to escape the gap as possible after he opened the restriction. Who could withstand a combined attack of more than 100 Great Passes and a 2 million strong army? Even royal lords would be annihilated in an instant before such power. The human race was completely confident in this battle, which aimed at weakening the Black Ink's strength. Another good thing was that the battlefield was in the void. If it was a flat land, it would be impossible to properly arrange the 106 Great Passes. Even so, it still took the humans a full month of work before battle lines were formed. More than 100 Great Passes were divided into layers, with each layer consisting of some 30 Great Passes. Inside each of the Great Passes, the soldiers were all busy preparing and repeatedly checking their artifacts, formations, and warships. Various pills were also distributed. It took them about 1.5 months before everything was ready. Tsong had consumed a large number of resources by now and was close to being fully restored. Mo angrily snapped, "Tsong, do you really want to do this? What happened back then was unintentional. I've already been imprisoned for millions of years. I've suffered a lot, can't you let me live?" All this while, Mo continued to chatter into Tsong's ears. Sometimes it threatened, other times it intimidated, and at times it softly begged. However, Tsong remained unmoved. He knew better. The dangers that Mo could bring to the 3,000 worlds were too great. What happened during the late ancient era was still fresh in his mind, so how could he allow history to repeat itself? All his old friends had already perished to suppress and seal Mo, leaving him alone to stand guard here. How would he allow his friend's sacrifice to be for nothing? This had nothing to do with whether Mo did anything wrong. Its existence itself was harmful, so it could not be allowed to live. Mo was indestructible, so if he was released, this vast world would never have peace again. "Old man, do you think that what you do now will really wear me down? You can't weaken me unless I allow it." Mo angrily scolded. Although it was venting, it was also telling the truth. Even if Tsong opened a gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, if Mo did not command its servants to fight, the humans could not do anything about it. Tsong finally responded with a light chuckle, "Mo, you have existed for so long and you are no longer a child, so please don't throw a tantrum. Don't you want to get out of here after so many years in captivity? When this old master opens a gap, it will be both a crisis and an opportunity for you. Don't you want to take advantage of this chance to get out of this seal? As long as you can kill all these people and then let your servants kill this old master, no one else will be able to stop you." "You liar! Liar, liar, liar!" Mo screamed angrily. "You even told them before that you could close the gap at any time. Do you think that I didn't hear you?" Tsong laughed but did not say anything. Mo said again, "You've been lying to me all this time. You bully! What have I done wrong for you to treat me like this? Tsong, old man, let's not fight, okay? You let them leave and I will withdraw all my Black Ink strength. You can then seal the Black Ink strength within this grand restriction. As long as this restriction does not break, my Black Ink strength will not escape. So, it will not endanger the others." Tsong said softly but seriously, "Mo, stop pretending. This might be possible if you had cooperated back then, but it is too late now. You have chosen this path and you must bear the consequences of your actions. What's more, you know that Mu proposed to make the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to seal off your black ink strength, but even she could not be sure of whether it would work or what risks it would carry. Mo's memory must have been evoked and it angrily cried out, "She died. Right in front of me. You killed her." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5406, Black Ink Torrent. When Mo became friends with Tsang and the others back then, it was completely sincere with them. Among the 10, it was most fond of Mu, who was always gentle and amiable. Compared to the others, Mu was also more friendly to Mo. When the primordial heaven's source grand restriction started taking effect, Mu suggested planting the restriction inside Mo's body so that it could internally suppress its black ink strength. That way, they didn't have to restrict Mo's freedom. As long as the restriction wasn't broken, its black ink strength wouldn't leak out, and Mo wouldn't have to bear the suffering of being imprisoned. By then, they could bring Mo with them and monitor it at all times. However, no one could guarantee that the idea was feasible. Everyone would be happy if it worked, but if it didn't, Mo wouldn't let them suppress it again when it was aware of their intentions. In the end, Song and the others didn't dare to take the risk. Mu passed away pretty early on when Mo flared up for the first time after it was suppressed. To appease Mo, she ignored the others' dissuasion and entered the primordial heaven's source grand restriction on her own. No one knew what happened to her while she was inside, but when she returned, she was horribly wounded. Before her death, she blended all her power and her body into the restriction to strengthen it. That day, Song and the others were heartbroken while Mo's wails reverberated across the entire universe. Among the 10 of them, the gentle and compassionate woman was the most talented. It could be said that the others were not comparable to her. She was the one who came up with the idea of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and Duan personally crafted it while the rest assisted from the side. Mu was also the most powerful among them. Song even suspected that she had found the path that led beyond the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Unfortunately, she passed away when she was still fairly young. Given her aptitude, she could have ascended to a realm that was beyond the Ninth Order. Song turned solemn when he heard Mo mention Mu and grimly said, "You're fully aware of how Mu was killed, Em?" A furious Mo roared, "Do you think I killed her? It wasn't me. I'd never kill her. Why would I do that to her?" Song snorted. She passed away after returning from inside the restriction. Why had she fallen into such a state if not for you? It really wasn't me. Mo refuted. Enough. Whether or not it was your doing no longer matters. Now that 2 million human race soldiers had arrived, they had to weaken Mo's power even if they couldn't destroy it. Song couldn't persevere any longer. Like a child who had been wrongly accused, Mo cried, "It really wasn't me." When Mu entered the restriction, Mo indeed ordered his servants to attack her because it was mad at her betrayal. However, Mu was extremely powerful, so how were his servants supposed to be a match for her? While they were able to slightly injure her, killing her was simply impossible. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Mu passed away after leaving the restriction. Even after all these years, Mo had never been able to explain why. In fact, Song and the others initially thought that it was Mo's doing and were furious after Mu passed away, but after giving it some thought, they realized that might not be the truth. Mu was just that strong. Even though the servants that Mo had created were formidable, they couldn't possibly cause enough injury to her for her to fall. Moreover, Mu was the one who came up with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If she wanted to leave it, there was no way Mo could stop her, and there was certainly no reason for her to fight with Mo to the death. As they recalled the scenes from back then, they realized that Mu's injuries were not a result of fighting against someone. There was some other reason for them. At that time, she was critically injured and on her last breath. Before her death, she passed them a piece of jade and left for the next world without saying anything more. Now that jade was in Song's hands, he had examined the jade over and over again, but was never able to figure out what it was for. He just felt that the jade had something to do with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to try it out lest the restriction was affected. The incident in the past remained a mystery. Perhaps Imo knew something about it, however, it might also know nothing. Everything is prepared, Senior. The great battle heaven old ancestor landed beside Song, causing him to snap back to the present. Song looked up and saw over 100 great passes hovering in the void. On the great passes, the determined humans were filled with murderous intent. He pulled himself together and nodded gently. Let's begin, then. The great battle cave heaven old ancestor turned around and nodded at the people in the distance. Prepare for war. A roar reverberated across the entire void as world forces started exuding from the great passes. The arrays and the artifacts all lit up. They were ready to strike. Seeing that, Song shouted, "Open!" In the next instant, his figure expanded rapidly. He soon became enormous as a powerful aura exuded from his frail body. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened when they felt that aura. Previously, when they asked Song what realm he was in, he only told them that he was still in the Ninth Order, just further beyond the old ancestors. The old ancestors asked nothing more. However, at this moment, they could clearly feel that this old man, who had been guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction for millions of years, had an aura that none of them could match. The entire void seemed to be trembling as his aura spread out. It was apparent that he wasn't just further ahead of them in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. These Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but think that Song might have broken through the Ninth Order and reached a realm that they were not aware of. As such, these Ninth Order Masters were thrilled. It had come to a point where they had reached the end of their cultivation journey, and they still hadn't managed to find any new path forward. However, as they observed Song's aura now, they realized the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm was not the peak of the martial Tao. There was still a higher summit to reach. They were just incapable of discovering it. As Song's aura undulated, ripples started spreading across the primordial heaven source grand restriction and began gathering at a particular spot. In front of that spot stood the human formations. It was also where Mo formed a crack with its strength back then. As the ripples spread, a gap appeared in the originally flawless restriction. In the beginning it was just a small gap, but it soon expanded rapidly. Song roared and surged his power to control the size of the gap. Soon, the gap became as large as a lake, with space itself seemingly having been torn apart. An extremely malevolent aura exuded from the opening, and despite having the protection of many grand arrays, those on the great passes could still clearly feel that chilling aura. As they stared intently, they could see impossibly thick darkness sweltering in the gap. They could also faintly hear growls coming from within. Seeing that, the humans quickly put their guard up. A long time later, the darkness still never spilled out of the gap, nor did any black ink clansmen appear, but eventually, there came a moment when Mo's roar sounded. "It really wasn't me, you old fart. You're all pompous people who never listen to me explain. But it wasn't my fault. Since you don't even care to listen to what I have to say, I'll destroy everything and kill everyone." Following Mo's howl, darkness gushed out of the gap like a flood bursting through a dam. It wasn't really darkness though, it was a torrent made from countless black ink clansmen. Kill! Following the army commander's order, arrays on the great passes thrummed and the powers of the secret techniques and artifacts shot forth. The first batch of the black ink clansmen who stormed out of the gap hadn't even managed to see what the outside world looked like before they were vaporized. The place where the attacks from over 100 great passes landed instantly turned into a living hell. More and more black ink clansmen were destroyed. However, since their first appearance, the black ink clansmen had never stopped flooding out of the darkness. They stepped on the corpses of their clansmen and fearlessly charged forward. Just a moment later, they were struck by the secret techniques and artifacts and killed. Their black ink strength burst forth, and their corpses were then stepped on by the ones behind them. This stretch of void, which had remained silent for millions of years, suddenly erupted with light and sound. The humans never stopped firing at the enemy, while the Black Ink clansmen marched forward without pause. Regardless of the danger ahead, they didn't even hesitate. The gap was soon shrouded with black ink strength. Above the wall of Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai was hovering in the void as he stared coldly at the front and remained still. It wasn't the right time for him to make a move yet. This was a war that was unlike anything the humans had experienced before, a fight that would be remembered by all future generations. If the humans won, they could ensure some peaceful days for the 3,000 worlds, but if they lost, the 3,000 worlds would descend into chaos as Mo had threatened to destroy everything. Even though there were a lot of soldiers and countless masters on the human side, they didn't dare to make rash moves. Those that were attacking the enemies were the cultivators who were in charge of the arrays on the walls of the Great Passes. The rest were conserving their strength. It would take a long time before the war ended, therefore, they needed to ration their energy. 3 rotations of soldiers were arranged to control and activate the arrays to ensure that they would be able to fire continuously. The artifact refiners and array masters were also on standby to repair the artifacts and arrays at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although the war had just started and he hadn't participated in the fight, he could feel immense pressure washing over him from afar. Even though the humans managed to destroy these Black Ink clansmen without getting hurt, the enemies who gushed out of the gap were all very weak. According to the Black Ink clan's own classification, those enemies were just serfs, even weaker than low-rank clansmen. As long as there were enough resources and a Black Ink nest, they could produce an infinite number of such Black Ink clansmen. Although Mo appeared infuriated, it didn't let its fury get the better of it. It knew it had to use these weak soldiers to drain the humans' strength first. In fact, it wasn't so surprising. The Black Ink clan and the human race had been fighting against each other on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and as the source of the Black Ink clan, Mo, was able to monitor what was going on in every theater. Therefore, it was familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of the human race. Its way of dealing with the humans now was the best solution available. Martial Peak, Chapter 5407, Endless Strength. Even though the Black Ink clan soldiers gushing out of the gap were weak, they came in an enormous quantity. They would be a threat to the humans if they were allowed to roam freely. Therefore, the humans had no choice but to kill them. What surprised Yang Kai was that most of the Black Ink clansmen rushing out of the gap looked like monster beasts, which was something new to the humans. For as long as the human race could remember, even though the Black Ink clansmen in every theater came in all different shapes and sizes, they mostly had a human frame. The human race had never seen Black Ink clansmen that looked purely like monster beasts before. Now, however, there were a large number of such creatures. They were apparently created by Mo using Black Ink strength after it was confined in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even though these monster beast-like creatures were weak, they came in a larger number than even ordinary Black Ink clansmen, and after they were killed, the Black Ink strength in their bodies gushed out and filled a vast swatch of space. The war unfolded just like the humans had expected as Tsang was able to control the size of the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Therefore, there wouldn't be too many Black Ink clansmen who could dash out through the gap. As over 100 great passes joined forces, they could ensure they killed all the enemies who emerged. As long as they never stopped attacking, they wouldn't have to worry about the Black Ink clansmen breaking through their defense. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. Although they were unable to get an accurate count, it was roughly estimated that over 1 million Black Ink clansmen had rushed through the gap in just half a day. All the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts were killed the moment they left the gap, so they were unable to move any further. Regardless, a torrent of these creatures still continuously gushed out from the darkness. Seeing that, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. 1 million Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts was about how many casualties there would be in a major war, but only half a day had passed so far. How many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts were still hiding in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? How many servants had Mo created over the past several million years? No one knew the answer. Perhaps only Mo was aware of the exact number. Half a day later, another million of Black Ink clan soldiers were killed, and after another half a day, the same thing happened. A few days later, over 10 million Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink beasts had been slaughtered, but other than the fact that some of their artifacts and arrays were damaged from overuse, the humans hadn't suffered any kind of damage. Despite being in an advantageous position, none of them were happy. Mo didn't seem concerned about losing over 10 million soldiers. The subordinates it had been summoning were still the weakest Black Ink serfs and Black Ink beasts. These cannon fodder were simply meant to wear down the human race army's strength, and there seemed to be an infinite number of them hiding in the depths of the darkness. By this point, everyone realized that something was off. Regardless of whether there was really an infinite number of Black Ink clan soldiers, the humans' defense would collapse in a month given the fact that they had been using the artifacts and arrays with such intensity. The artifact refiners and array masters were unable to make repairs as quickly as damage was accrued. Without the help of these artifacts and arrays, the human race would have no choice but to personally stop these Black Ink clan soldiers from advancing further. By then, there were bound to be casualties. What the humans found amiss was that since over 10 million Black Ink clan soldiers had passed away, the entire region should have been filled with the Black Ink strength from the dead Black Ink clansmen, and there should have been innumerable Black Ink clouds around them. In past wars, the Black Ink clan always left behind a lot of Black Ink clouds after suffering a large number of casualties. Those clouds would then merge together into Black Ink oceans. However, at this moment, almost all the thick Black Ink strength hovered around the opening in the Grand Restriction, concealing it from sight. Not much of it had even spilled through the gap. Realizing the crux of the problem, Tsang shouted loudly, "It's been retrieving the Black Ink strength to recycle it. Stop it. Otherwise, its strength will be endless." Only then did Yang Kai realize what was wrong. It was no wonder that Mo had been sending these weak Black Ink clansmen out so recklessly, and why it didn't seem to care despite so many of them being killed. The Black Ink strength left behind from these corpses could be reused by it. That way, it would have an infinite supply of Black Ink strength. Perhaps it could fight until the end of time itself using this method. The reason the humans hadn't discovered it earlier was that it was chaotic at the opening. Black Ink clansmen continuously passed through the gap and got killed as the Black Ink strength concealed it and hid the traces of Mo retrieving its power. Although Tsang had been guarding the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction for a long time, it still took him several days to figure out what was happening. Upon hearing Tsang's warning, the humans promptly came up with a solution as squads were dispatched from the great passes to the battlefield. Soon, the squads summoned artifacts that looked like fishing nets and began to dredge the battlefield with them. Every net could capture a lot of Black Ink strength which the squads would then haul away and discard. These artifacts that looked like fishing nets were specifically developed by the humans to clean up Black Ink strength. They could also be used to trap enemies, but they were much less effective at this. Therefore, the humans usually wouldn't use these artifacts when dealing with the Black Ink clan and only bring them out after the fighting was over. After Yang Kai experienced his first major war back in Blue Sky Pass, he received Zhong Liang's order to clean up the battlefield. At that time, he also experimented with this kind of artifact. Over 1,000 squads moved around the battlefield to capture the Black Ink strength left behind by the dead Black Ink clansmen. However, it was still an inefficient process because after seizing the Black Ink strength, they had to bring it somewhere far away and discard it, which was quite time-consuming. After observing for a bit, Yang Kai turned to the rest of Dawn's members and said, "Give me some spare space rings." Realizing his intention, they fished out the space rings they did not need and passed them to Yang Kai. Seeing that from a nearby place, old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew what he was trying to do, but she didn't stop him, only giving him a reminder, "Be careful. Even though all those Black Ink clansmen are weak now, that doesn't mean there won't be masters hiding among them." Understood, Yang Kai nodded lightly before charging towards the battlefield. Behind him, the great passes continuously fired at the Black Ink clansmen gushing out of the gap, but they cleverly ensured Yang Kai and the other human squads wouldn't be struck. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the place where the Black Ink strength came together. Flying around, his divine sense surged and large quantities of black ink strength disappeared. The idea of putting black ink strength inside space rings wasn't something revolutionary and had already been proven possible, but the prerequisite was that one had to wrap the black ink strength with their divine sense before they could do so. The average cultivator, even if he or she was an 8th order master, wouldn't dare to recklessly do such a thing. The black ink strength's corruption had no limitations, so it was able to affect both a human's body, small universe, and soul. A powerful 8th order master could resist the black ink strength's influence for a while, but they still would be corrupted in short order if they actively tried to handle it. It was a different matter for Yang Kai, as he had a world tree clone to protect his small universe from any external invasion. There was also the soul-warming lotus to safeguard his soul. He just had to put the black ink strength inside the space rings without the need to go somewhere else to discard it. Therefore, he was more effective than several hundred squads combined. The space rings were soon filled with black ink strength, so he was unable to capture more. In just half a day, he had used up all the space rings that he had collected. If possible, he wouldn't mind storing the black ink strength inside his small universe. However, there was simply too much of it. Even though his small universe was safe from any corruption, it couldn't take in so much black ink strength. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only return to Great Evolution Pass. Fortunately, Xiang Shan was well prepared as he had collected a lot of space rings for Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the battlefield and continued collecting black ink strength. The efforts of over 1,000 squads and Yang Kai proved to be useful as a large amount of black ink strength was soon swept away. Enraged, Mo's roar sounded from the depths of the darkness, "You all court death. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all." As its screams reverberated across the void, the black ink clansmen became increasingly savage, and other than the weak serfs and beasts, there were now also low-rank and high-rank black ink clansmen leaving the opening. Even a few feudal lords were hiding amongst the crowd. Some of the unsuspecting squads that were cleaning up the black ink strength were caught off guard by the stronger black ink clansmen. Fortunately, none of them lost their lives as they had their warship's protection. Nevertheless, as the black ink clan soldiers' power increased, the attacks from the humans also appeared insufficient. Initially, the arrays and artifacts on the Great Passes were good enough to deal with the weak cannon fodder, and no black ink clansman that dashed out of the gap was able to leave very far. However, the black ink clansmen appeared now were powerful enough that the humans' long-range bombardment was unable to immediately destroy them all. The black ink clansmen were marching forward while the squads that were cleaning up the black ink strength had to move backwards. It was the same case for Yang Kai. Several hours later, the humans were no longer able to stop the black ink clansmen from taking ground, and the enemies gushed out of the opening and flew towards the Great Passes. Even though they were still unable to get anywhere near the Great Passes as they were intercepted far from the walls, a new phase in the war had begun. Everyone knew that this was just the beginning, for Mo hadn't fully exhibited its power. It was still sending out mostly weak servants with a few low-rank, high-rank clansmen, and a tiny number of feudal lords. No territory lords or royal lords had appeared yet. No one knew how many of such top masters were hiding in the darkness. Mo had been accumulating its power for millions of years, so it probably had a staggering number of black ink clansmen with it. The one-sided slaughter lasted for half a month as innumerable black ink clansmen had been killed in the void. The squads and Yang Kai seized every chance to clean up more black ink strength. Nevertheless, the black ink clan army was steadily getting closer to the humans. Then came the moment when a truly powerful aura bolted out of the gap. The first territory lord had appeared. The territory lord was gigantic, and his entire figure was covered in an armor that seemed to be made from bones. Even his head was protected by a bone helmet as an eerie light radiated from his eyes. All of the human masters were stunned as they had never seen a territory lord in such a form before. The territory lord's appearance suggested that he had thick skin and strong flesh. He was the kind of soldier who would clash with the opponents head-on. Apparently, Mo had specially crafted this territory lord. It must have expected this day to come, otherwise, it wouldn't have created such a creature. After the first, more and more territory lords that seemed to be cast in the same mold appeared among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Martial Peak, Chapter 5408, The Human Army Strikes. The moment these huge territory lords in bone armor appeared, they spat black ink strength that formed into bone shields in their hands so that they would have an even stronger defense against the humans. The territory lords' auras suggested that they were innate territory lords. These powerful beings were much stronger than the acquired territory lords that the humans had mostly encountered before. Basically, they were about as strong as Che Kong. The attacks from the Great Passes became less lethal as they struck the bone shields. As these territory lords roared, they dispersed and charged towards the Great Passes. The Black Ink clansmen following behind them were like a rushing river. The hum of the arrays on the Great Passes intensified. The walls shook, and the Great Passes started trembling. More and more bone shields were shattered as the territory lords behind them staggered upon impact as sparks flew from their bone armors. They could only persevere for a short moment before they were killed. Faced with continuous attacks from over 100 Great Passes, even royal lords wouldn't be able to last for long, let alone these territory lords. Without the protection of the territory lords in bone armor, the Black Ink clansmen behind them were killed the moment they were exposed. However, things were not looking good for the humans as the powers of their arrays and artifacts were no longer sufficient. With the sacrifice of those territory lords in bone armor, the Black Ink clan army managed to close much of the gap between the opening in the Great Restriction and the Great Passes. Countless Black Ink clansmen were killed in the process, but that did not soothe the human race's worries. Mo had clearly been preparing for this day for over 1,000,000 years, so the heritage it had built up was unimaginable. From the looks of it, even though the humans currently held the advantage, no one knew what the outcome would be as the war dragged on. After several more days of intense battle, it was impossible to count the number of corpses of weaker Black Ink clansmen, while the humans estimated they had killed over 1,000 territory lords. This was an astounding number, especially when all these were innate territory lords directly created by Mo. They were gifted with sturdy defense and extraordinary power, each of them equivalent to a top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There weren't a lot of human 8th Order Masters to begin with. On average, there were only 40 to 50 8th Order Masters in every Great Pass. In other words, there were fewer than 5,000 8th Order Masters in the entire human race army. Over 1,000 territory lords was equivalent to the number of 8th Order Masters in more than 20 Great Passes. They were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, and if not for the fact that the humans held an advantageous position, they would have had to pay a huge price to kill these enemies. Territory lords clad in bone armor and Black Ink clan soldiers continuously gushed out of the opening and charged forward fearlessly. Their only purpose was to help Mo break free of the restriction, so their deaths were predestined the moment they were created. The humans were no longer able to clean up the Black Ink strength, for the entire battlefield was now engulfed in chaotic energy fluctuations. If the squads continued moving about on their own, either the Black Ink clan would kill them or they would be hit by friendly fire. Even if that did not happen, it was simply too hard for them to do their job. Mo was still recycling Black Ink strength. That was clear due to the scale of the Black Ink ocean around the opening not having expanded much. Fortunately, even though it was able to easily create those weak cannon fodder, it couldn't possibly replace those territory lords, feudal lords, or even the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen that had been killed as it pleased. Therefore, every territory lord or feudal lord that the humans killed was a loss for Mo. The royal lords were still nowhere to be found though, most likely still hiding in the dark, making the humans feel wary, as though a blade was hanging above their heads just waiting to fall. 1 month after the war broke out, a territory lord in bone armor roared and condensed a spear in his hand using Black Ink strength. The next moment, he hurled the weapon at a Great Pass in front of him. The black spear easily cut across space and struck the Great Pass defensive barrier, causing ripples to spread across it. Even though the territory lord was soon blasted to pieces, this attack served as a breakthrough for the Black Ink clan's advancement. A 9th Order old ancestor ordered grimly, "It's time." The defensive barriers around the Great Passes and the attacks from the arrays and artifacts were no longer able to stop the Black Ink Clan soldiers from marching forward. If the situation was allowed to continue like this, the Black Ink Clan soldiers would soon be able to attack the Great Passes. It was time for the human army to make a move. Following the order, auras that seemed able to shake the entire void undulated from the Great Passes as countless dazzling lights were shot from the warships. Wherever the light struck, those territory lords in bone armor were unable to endure and were swiftly dispatched, leaving behind black blood where they fell. The divine abilities and secret techniques cast from over 100 Great Passes then resumed firing, forming trails of vacuum in the void. Along the way, the Black Ink Clansmen were either injured or killed. For a moment, the originally clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence. The old ancestors had made a move. Seizing the chance, the well-prepared humans drove their warships out of the Great Passes. The vessels formed into rays of light as they coordinated with each other and sailed towards the battlefield. As the warships set off, the Eighth Order Masters also charged towards the battlefield. They targeted the territory lords and cast their secret techniques in an attempt to tie down the enemy masters. Dawn from Great Evolution Pass also darted forward. In fact, they were the ones leading the charge. The other squads didn't have a lot of members, and their warships were not particularly robust, so on such a battlefield, they had to group up to be effective. However, as a special operations squad, Dawn was used to charging around the battlefield on their own. Yang Kai was at the front while Shen Ao and Blood Crow protected the warship from both sides. Ren Bing Bai, Yu Ziyu, and Miao Fei Ping were at the rear of the warship. Meanwhile, Bai Yi stood at the bow, channeling her world force into her longbow to the point where the weapon radiated a glow. They had experienced countless life and death battles together in the past, so on such a battlefield, there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to give any orders. All of them knew what they were supposed to do. These close-knit members were ready for war. As Yang Kai summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, he took a deep breath and ordered loudly, "Kill!" A dragon roar sounded as the Azure Dragon Spear transformed into countless spear shadows which engulfed the Black Ink Clansmen in front and blasted them to bits. As for the Black Ink Clansmen who managed to escape, they were slaughtered by Shen Ao and Blood Crow. Aboard Dawning Light, the arrays and artifacts started buzzing as flashes of light shot in all directions. They didn't even need to aim as they were surrounded by enemies. Bai Yi's arrows split into countless streaks of light which struck the swarming Black Ink Clansmen, splattering them into blood mist. Meanwhile, Ren Bing Bai, Yu Ziyu, and Miao Fei Ping brought up the rear, making sure the Black Ink Clansmen couldn't get anywhere near the back of the warship. As Dawning Light soared out of Great Evolution Pass, it turned into something akin to a blade and cut across the Black Ink Clan army. Wherever it went, the enemy was consigned to the Yellow Springs. After the human soldiers appeared on the field, the Black Ink Clan soldiers changed their tactics. They stopped charging towards the Great Passes and instead focused on besieging the human warships. Mo knew that if it wanted to get out of its cage, it had to destroy the humans who were here on a crusade against it. As long as all the humans were killed, the Great Passes would be rendered useless. After just 1 hour, the vast battlefield had become a clamorous melee, but even though everything seemed to be chaotic, there were still tactics and strategies being employed. Although the human warships didn't maintain a formation to kill the enemies, they were constantly on the lookout for each other so that they could ensure their safety. More and more Black Ink Clan soldiers were killed. Over the past month, the humans had made use of the arrangements on the Great Passes to stop the Black Ink Clan soldiers from marching forward and had killed many enemies this way. Regardless, stationary arrays and artifacts were inflexible. Now that over 1 million human soldiers had moved forward to engage the enemy on the battlefield, there was no doubt they were more efficient at killing than the fixed emplacements. On the other hand, the Black Ink Clan didn't have any experience with coming together in formations. Although they had enormous numbers, they appeared crowded and disorganized, which made it easier for the human warships to butcher them. After the initial charge, the humans essentially fell into a bloodlust. The battlefield was covered with broken limbs and hashed meat, making it look extremely horrifying. Finally, A long howl sounded from the rear. It was a signal for the human army to retreat. The humans, who were still slaughtering the enemies, promptly and in an organized fashion fell back with their warships. At the same time, another group of warships in peak condition set out from the Great Passes. This was going to be a long fight, so there was no way the higher-ups would let all the soldiers join the battle at the same time. Even though they would be able to destroy more Black Ink clansmen in a shorter time by doing so, they would be powerless to counterattack if all their strength was used up. Only half of the human army had left the Great Passes in the first round while another million stayed back. Now, it was time for them to go to war. The high-spirited million soldiers dashed out of the Great Passes to replace their fellow brothers and sisters on the battlefield. They brushed past each other as the Black Ink clansmen were intercepted and killed. The battered warships soon returned to the Great Passes where array masters and artifact refiners, who had been waiting for quite a while, hurriedly made repairs. Somewhere on the battlefield, Yang Kai turned around and ordered, "All of you, retreat." Shen Ao guffawed, "There's no need for that. We still can fight." They were an elite squad after all. Even though this battlefield was stressful for the average squad, the members of Dawn could still persevere. Just like Shen Ao had said, it hadn't come to a point where they needed to go back and recuperate. However, Yang Kai shook his head, "All of you should withdraw. We don't know how long this war will last, so maintaining your peak states is more important." Shen Ao decided to stop insisting as he nodded, "Be careful, squad leader." Since Yang Kai had told them to retreat, Shen Ao knew that he was going to stay on the battlefield. The heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was far more ample than average, and he had the World Tree clone to further refine his power. Moreover, the living beings in his small universe would continuously provide world force for him. There was no denying that Yang Kai had a much greater stamina than the ordinary 7th Order Master, allowing him to remain energetic when others in the 7th Order would feel exhausted. Soon, Shen Ao and Yang Kai exchanged places as the former led Dawn to return to Great Evolution Pass. Seeing that, some of the Black Ink clansmen pursued Dawning Light while some of them pounced on Yang Kai. Earlier, this bigger-than-normal human squad had rendered them powerless to counterattack, but now that Yang Kai was on his own, the Black Ink clansmen naturally wouldn't let him off. Despite being surrounded by the enemy, Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he put on an eerie grin as he prepared for a massacre. Martial Peak, Chapter 5409, The Royal Lords Emerge. Yang Kai had always felt that he was best suited to fight on his own. He had a power that far surpassed that of those in the same order, and even if he was faced with a territory lord, he was able to transform into an ancient dragon to do battle. He also had space secret techniques that allowed him to come and go freely, as well as several other advantages that were unrivaled among 7th Order Masters. Only by fighting on his own could he maximize his advantages. Of course, he would be exposed to less risk when he fought alongside Dawn, but it was also a kind of restraint for him. The others were unable to match his speed and quick reflexes, so he had to coordinate with them when making a move. Now that Dawning Light was gone, all restraints on Yang Kai were lifted. Wielding the supreme limitless spear art, innumerable spear shadows spread out in all directions, and by the time they faded, all the surrounding the Black Ink clansmen burst into blood mist. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai charged towards places where the Black Ink clansmen were most concentrated. Wherever he went, the enemies collapsed like straw amidst a storm. As a dragon roar reverberated across the void, Yang Kai transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He let out a dragon breath and swept his dragon tail across the swarm of enemies, clearing out large spaces on the battlefield. However, he wouldn't dare to remain in his dragon form for extended periods. Although he was able to battle against the territory lords as an ancient dragon, his figure was too big and it was hard for him to move around. Not to mention, in his dragon form, he made an obvious target and was wounded by the attacks coming from all directions in short order. Even though most of them were flesh wounds, Yang Kai couldn't ignore them if they continued to pile up. His dragon form abruptly disappeared and the Black Ink clan lost their target. After turning back into human form, Yang Kai rampaged around the battlefield again. As he alternated between human form and dragon form, he attracted the attention of lots of Black Ink clansmen. Although many enemies were chasing after him, he fearlessly dashed forward and silently destroyed his opponents. All of a sudden, space principles undulated as Yang Kai abruptly disappeared. When he reappeared, it was in the middle of an intense battle. It was a battle between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord in bone armor. At that instant, Yang Kai's eyes reflected the figure of the Territory Lord in bone armor. As time principles spread, the world seemed to have frozen for a moment. He pushed out his spear and stabbed it right into the back of the Territory Lord's head. Even though the bone armor that this Territory Lord was wearing was thick and nigh impenetrable, it was not without any weaknesses, and the crack at the back of this Territory Lord's head was one of them. The Azure Dragon's spear accurately penetrated the crack, and sparks instantly flew. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt an immense force of resistance, making it impossible to push his razor-sharp spear any further forward. He was stunned, for it never crossed his mind that he wouldn't succeed even though he had targeted his opponent's weakness while he was distracted. Madly surging his world force, he roared, "Die!" Exerting even more force into his thrust caused more sparks to fly, and eventually, the crack in the armor broke and the spear penetrated the Territory Lord's head. However, Yang Kai wasn't able to push his spear out from the other side as the opponent's hard skull stopped him from doing that. Having succeeded, Yang Kai immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. The moment the Territory Lord was attacked, he swung the bone shield in his hand at Yang Kai and a violent force swept across his stomach. Instantly, Yang Kai felt half of his body turning numb and a huge gash opened on his abdomen. Golden blood gushed out of the wound as his squirming organs could be seen. The Territory Lord wanted to kill Yang Kai ruthlessly, but the latter actually activated purifying light and engulfed the enemy with it. The light could restrain Black Ink's strength, so there was no way Yang Kai wouldn't use it now that its existence had been exposed. He just hadn't come across any opponents that left him with no choice but to use the purifying light until now. Facing a powerful Territory Lord, he naturally wouldn't keep this trump card rotting. The Territory Lord was unfazed even when his head was struck by the Azure Dragon spear. However, when the pure white light engulfed him, he wailed in agony as though he was experiencing the cruelest torment in the world. As though having a spirituality of its own, the purifying light snuck into the Territory Lord's body through his wounds and clashed with his Black Ink strength, causing both forces to fizzle and vaporize. While the Territory Lord was stunned, a saber light flashed across his neck and shattered his bone armor, sending his head flying away as black blood gushed from his neck. "Well done!" Su Linggong praised the other man while holding a large saber in his hand. If not for Yang Kai's help at the critical moment, he would have been killed by this Territory Lord. After all, it had only been a short time since Su Linggong ascended to the 8th Order, so his heritage wasn't comparable to those of the experienced 8th Order masters. On the other hand, these powerful innate Territory Lords in bone armor were specifically created by Mo to endure large amounts of abuse. The instant Su Linggong clashed with the opponent earlier, he fell into a disadvantageous position. He had even used an evil purging divine spear. However, the Territory Lord only had a small number of weaknesses to exploit and Su Linggong was unable to shatter the other party's armor, so even the evil purging divine spear became useless. The most effective method of using the evil purging divine spear's power was to stab it right into the opponent's body, letting the purifying light explode inside their body so that it could directly grind down their Black Ink strength. Now that these Territory Lords were all equipped with robust armor, it was hard for evil purging divine spears to play any role. On the other hand, Yang Kai could pose a bigger threat to these Territory Lords in bone armor by directly channeling purifying light against them because he could guide the purifying light to pass through the bone armor's gaps and enter their bodies. Before Su Linggong could ask whether Yang Kai was alright, the latter had disappeared and re-entered the chaotic battlefield. Su Linggong was rendered speechless at that. Regardless, he knew that Yang Kai had a powerful dragon clan bloodline, so even though he looked battered, he was supposedly fine. Therefore, Su Linggong decided to ignore him and shifted his attention to another territory lord before darting forward. The battlefield was a mess, and there seemed to be an infinite supply of Black Ink clan soldiers to replace those who fell. Since the opening appeared, the torrent of darkness had not stopped spilling from it. More and more feudal lords and territory lords appeared. Fortunately, the humans were quick to destroy the enemies, so they were able to maintain a balance. After helping Su Linggong kill a territory lord, Yang Kai went on to make several more contributions. Using the disorderly Black Ink clan soldiers as cover, he swiftly yet stealthily approached the 8th Order Masters and territory lords. When he was close enough, he would directly activate space principles and launch a sneak attack. He had learned his lesson after the setback earlier. He no longer summoned his Azure Dragon Spear to attack the enemies and instead used instantaneous movement to appear behind a territory lord and cast a bolt of purifying light at them. Ignoring the furious territory lord, he then directly disappeared. Many territory lords suffered a setback because of this tactic. The purifying light was able to restrain Black Ink's strength, and their bone armor couldn't fully cover the territory lords up. Once they were struck by the purifying light, their powers would significantly weaken and the 8th Order Masters naturally wouldn't let such a chance slip through their fingers. As Yang Kai stealthily moved around and struck the territory lords in bone armor, they inevitably faltered. As such, the 8th Order Masters were able to kill these territory lords with ease. The Black Ink clansmen soon noticed Yang Kai's action and more of them began chasing after him. Wherever he went, a chaotic storm followed. Even Tsang, who had been guarding the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, couldn't help but have his eye drawn to him. After all, it was rare for a 7th Order Master to be able to make such an impact on this kind of battlefield. As a thought flashed across his mind, Tsang parted his lips and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. After being startled for a moment, Yang Kai was elated as he became even more reckless. Earlier, he still wouldn't dare to move further into the battlefield, for he was worried that he might not be able to escape should he come across a powerful enemy. Upon hearing Tsang's transmission, though, his worries disappeared. His high-pitched dragon roar reverberated across the void again, and his 70,000 meters ancient dragon's figure reappeared in the void while his dragon scales radiated a golden glow. As he let out a dragon breath, the Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him melted like snow under the hot sun. Throughout history, perhaps only the war in the late ancient era was comparable to the magnificence of the war today. Over 100 great passes and all the elites of the human race had come together. It was a war that would determine the future of all humans, so they couldn't afford to be negligent. As time passed, the number of these 2 million soldiers decreased as they were no longer able to make use of the great passes to ensure their safety. As the humans had to fight with the enemies on the battlefield, deaths were inevitable. Everywhere on the battlefield, small universes ruptured and human masters passed away. Besides the 6th Order and 7th Order Masters, even the 8th Order Masters were not spared the fate. About 2 million human soldiers had been taking turns to strike the enemies, but things were still not looking good. All the same, no one faltered. In the Great Passes, the old ancestors had only made a move once before falling silent. It wasn't that they were not willing to act, but that they didn't dare to. The strongest Black Ink clansmen that had streamed out of the gap so far were territory lords, while the royal lords were still nowhere to be seen. None of them knew how many royal lords were hiding in the dark, but since the royal lords hadn't appeared, the old ancestors could only remain unmoving. Otherwise, their weaknesses would be exposed to the enemies. It had come to a point where even a slight mistake could cost their lives. The battlefield was filled with chaos, but invisible undercurrents were also stirring as the humans and Black Ink clan were also waging a contest of patience. Whether the old ancestors or the royal lords appeared on the battlefield first would play a large role in determining the outcome of the war. Seeing that so many human soldiers had been killed, the old ancestors were naturally heartbroken. Nevertheless, they knew that they could only grit their teeth and hold their ground lest their plans all be derailed. Presently, Yang Kai was badly wounded. Even though the living beings in his small universe continuously replenished the world force for him, he realized he would not be able to persevere for much longer. While the other cultivators took turns to return to the great passes to recuperate, he had not rested once since he joined the battle. He had managed to kill over 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, and even though he hadn't personally killed a territory lord, a few dozen of them had been harassed by his purifying light and subsequently been eliminated. Still, this made only a minimal impact on the overall battle. It seemed like this war would never end at this rate. It was then that an imposing aura was felt coming from the gap that changed everything. The Black Ink clan's attacks intensified while the humans felt their chests tightening. All of them realized that the royal lords, who had remained patient all this time, had finally made a move. This was the change the humans had been longing to see. If the royal lords still refused to appear and the Black Ink clan just kept sending more territory lords and weaker soldiers to fight, the humans would descend into a state of despair. Now that the royal lords had appeared, it showed that the Black Ink clan could no longer bear the loss of Black Ink strength. It had come to a point where the royal lords had no choice but to take to the field. A majestic figure stepped out of the darkness through the gap, and a royal lord's savage aura swept across the void. Before he even left the gap, he darted his gaze around in a condescending manner, but at that instant, over 10 figures abruptly appeared near the gap, as though they had always been there, yet no one knew when they had appeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 54:10, Tacit Balance. Just then, a seemingly thin and powerless sword light appeared and slashed across the royal lord's head. A palm pushed forward gently, a bamboo cane tapped on the royal lord's skull, and several other divine abilities of different forms appeared. The smug royal lord was frozen in place. After he was struck by the divine abilities, his body started trembling violently. Then, the bamboo cane tapped on his skull again and formed a black bloody hole. As the sword light faded, what was left of the royal lord's head was sent flying away before extremely thick black ink strength that mixed with black blood gushed out of the fresh corpse. A royal lord had been killed. Before the royal lord even stepped out of the gap, he had been struck by over 10 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and killed. It wasn't that the royal lord wasn't powerful, it was just that the humans had devised such a plot in advance and their reaction was swift. Furthermore, the royal lord had to step through the gap if he wanted to leave, hence, he was unable to dodge the attacks from the Ninth Order Masters. Any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have suffered the same fate if they were faced with the attacks from a dozen royal lords. The gap was the greatest edge that the humans could make use of, so it was expected that the old ancestors would try to maximize the advantage. Before the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could rejoice though, more royal lords stepped through the gap. Their companions' sudden death didn't deter them from advancing. Despite knowing that they were faced with mortal danger, they still boldly streamed out of the gap. Certainly, the dozen or so Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the opening wouldn't go easy on them. They cast their divine abilities in quick succession and killed another 2 royal lords the moment they stepped through the gap. Regardless, even more royal lords rushed out of the opening. Leveraging the sacrifices of their companions, they soon broke through the Ninth Order Masters' defenses and charged towards the battlefield, ignoring the human old ancestors behind them. There were even more royal lords who had to leave the gap, so the Black Ink clan knew the battlefield couldn't just be at the mouth of the opening. That was the reason the Ninth Order Masters had to be lured away. More Ninth Order Masters flew out of the Great Passes to meet the royal lords who had broken through the first defense line. Royal lords continued to be killed at the opening, but even more of them managed to break through the siege. In such a situation, even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to go all out, directly using their most powerful moves to try to stem the flow of enemy reinforcements. Everywhere on the battlefield, magnificent auras appeared in battles that the average cultivator wouldn't have a right to approach. Within just half a day, over 100 royal lords had rushed out of the opening, and even though 20 of them had been killed before they could do anything, there were still about 80 of them who had managed to break through. It required the same number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to restrain these 80 royal lords. There were only a small number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left in the Great Passes at this point, And all of them sported solemn expressions because there were still royal lords flooding out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. No one knew how many royal lords were hiding in the darkness. If there were too many of them, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't be able to deal with them. If the number of royal lords exceeded what the Ninth Order Masters could handle, the human soldiers would fall into a perilous situation. 1 hour later, the defense of the dozen Ninth Order Masters at the opening was finally broken. All of them were wounded and powerless to stop the enemies from leaving the opening, so while they were retreating, more than 10 royal lords bolted out of the gap and chased after them. Song, who had been guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, sported a grim expression. He had been comparing the differences in powers between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Royal Lords. If things came to a point where the humans were no longer able to manage, he would immediately close the opening. At this moment, the humans had reached their limits as all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had left the Great Passes to engage in life-and-death battles with the Royal Lords. The humans were unable to deal with more Royal Lords. If another 5 Royal Lords appeared, the balance on the battlefield would be shattered, so Tsang was ready to seal the primordial heaven's source grand restriction at any moment. At this point, Mo had released quite a lot of the power that it had accumulated over the years, but while Tsang felt less pressured, it still wasn't enough. Even so, that was the last of his concerns now. If the humans were destroyed, his efforts to guard the grand restriction over the past few millions of years would all be wasted. To his surprise, though, no more royal lords emerged from the opening, causing him to furrow his brow. He didn't think Mo had released all of its royal lords, as Tsang could still feel some powerful auras lurking in the dark. Apparently, quite many royal lords remained hidden. Nevertheless, Mo didn't release any more royal lords at this moment, and after giving it some thought, Tsang realized the other party's intention. Presently, he wasn't the only one who wanted to retain the balance of the battlefield. Mo shared the same sentiment. It was fully aware of Tsang's intentions, and knew that once it released even more royal lords, the humans would lose any hope of winning the war, and the gap of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would be closed. By then, it would no longer be able to escape. While Tsang wanted to maintain a balance, Mo was trying to do the same. Even though more and more of its servants were killed, it seemed it thought the sacrifice was worth it. But what's the point of Mo doing all this? This kind of balance won't help it get out of the trap. What is it really up to? Tsang was unable to figure out the reason behind it. Initially, Mo was indeed as gullible as a young child, but certainly, Tsang wouldn't really regard Mo to be a child after the latter was imprisoned for millions of years. Although Mo had been trapped inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, it was able to make use of the black ink nest to find out everything that was going on in the outside world. Millions of years had passed, so even the most gullible child would have grown cunning. Since Tsang was unable to figure out Mo's intention, he decided to push it to the back of his mind. At any rate, things were still within his control. Even though no more royal lords stepped out of the gap, there were still a large number of Black Ink clansmen, including territory lords and feudal lords, emerging. Despite their best efforts, the humans were unable to gain the upper hand on the battlefield, for the Black Ink clan army was continuously replenished. The human race couldn't hope to reclaim their advantageous position if they were unable to cut off the enemy's flow of reinforcements. However, this war's objective was to alleviate some pressure on Tsang. Although a large number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, Tsang still hadn't closed the grand restriction. In other words, it still wasn't time to do so yet. Left with no choice, the humans could only grit their teeth and soldier on. At this moment, Yang Kai was in a difficult spot as well. It seemed that because of his frequent use of purifying light, he had been targeted by a female territory lord with a curvy figure. It had come to a point where the territory lords streaming out of the gap were no longer clad in the same bone armor as before. They now came in all different shapes and sizes. Unlike the territory lords in bone armor who had an impenetrable defense, these territory lords in different forms had their own unique characteristics. This alluring territory lord who had targeted Yang Kai had a special trait. She was extremely agile. She was able to move at lightning speed, and even though Yang Kai had repeatedly used instantaneous movement to dart around the battlefield, he was unable to shake her off. The territory lord ignored everyone else as she locked onto Yang Kai and relentlessly pursued him. If Yang Kai was still at peak strength, he could have transformed into his ancient dragon form and fought it out with her. Unfortunately, he had exhausted himself by moving around the battlefield earlier, so he wasn't a match for this alluring territory lord at this point. Powerless, he repeatedly fell into danger. Seeing that the situation he was in was increasingly perilous, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and charged towards a particular direction. A moment later, he appeared beside Song and instantly felt a force engulfing him. It was the primordial heaven's source grand restrictions power. Then, Yang Kai turned around and glared at the territory lord who had followed him to this place. Song teased him, saying, "Does she have her eyes on you or something?" Yang Kai grinned, "Well, she has fine taste when it comes to men." Song was stunned, for he hadn't expected this little brat to be so thick-skinned. "Kill her, senior," Yang Kai urged. Hearing that, the territory lord appeared flustered and instinctively took a few steps back as she warily stared at Song. If someone like Song made a move on her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Nevertheless, Song shook his head. "I can't. I can only make a move within the bounds of the restriction. Anything outside the restriction is beyond my control." Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is there such a restraint?" Song appeared helpless as well. "There's no choice. I've practically become part of the grand restriction. The restriction is me, and I am the restriction. Only by doing so could I maximize my control over it. That's the trade-off." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai replied, "I see. It's fine then, I'll just get some rest here and kill her later." The reason he came all the way here was that Song had sent a divine sense transmission some time ago saying that he could seek his help when he was in danger. Song was unable to help the human army kill their enemies, but he could make use of the primordial heaven's source grand restrictions power to protect some of them. It was because of Song's assurance that Yang Kai had the guts to act recklessly on the battlefield. If he didn't have a nearby sanctuary, he wouldn't have been so audacious. Then, Yang Kai turned to glare at the territory lord and ran his fingers across his neck. "Wash your neck and wait for me." He conveniently ignored the fact that he was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and that even if he was at full strength, he couldn't defeat the other party. Enraged by Yang Kai's arrogance, the territory lord sported a dark expression and lifted her hand to summon her black ink strength, which turned into a dark flood dragon. As it widened its jaws, it came charging towards Yang Kai. "Idiot," Yang Kai snickered, was unfazed. As he was now protected by Tsong in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, no one else could harm him. Therefore, he didn't even bother to blink when he was faced with this ferocious strike. All of a sudden, Tsong chuckled and performed a different hand seal. About 10 meters before Yang Kai and Tsong, the dark flood dragon was stopped by an invisible barrier. A turn of events took place suddenly. The dark flood dragon instantly turned around. As its body expanded, it reached for the territory lord and opened its mouth wide. While the territory lord was flabbergasted, the flood dragon swallowed her before shaking its head and flicking its tail smugly. Yang Kai was equally astounded. The next instant, Yang Kai shot out with his spear in hand as a great sun rose from behind him. This time, no golden crow was heard cawing, nor was there any scorching heat, for this great sun was formed from flawless purifying light. Martial Peak, Chapter 54:11, Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. The dark flood dragon exploded and the battered territory lord appeared. Even though the secret technique was powerful, she was the one who activated it after all. Song managed to hijack it and send it back against her, but even though the flood dragon had been strengthened, it couldn't possibly kill her. However, it was inevitable that she would be hurt since she was caught completely off guard. The moment she extricated herself, a great sun exploded in front of her and made her unable to open her eyes. At the same time, she was engulfed in a great sense of danger. Instantly, This territory lord screamed as her black ink strength madly left her body and was dispelled by the purifying light. As though having a spirituality of its own, the white light streamed into her body through her 7 orifices and freshly opened wounds. In an instant, her expression turned hideous and she howled in agony. At that moment, she did not only feel that her black ink strength was being destroyed as though it had come across an arch-nemesis, but also that her very body was melting like snow under a scorching Sunday. Her alluring face literally began to warp like a burning candle. Just then, the azure dragon spear stabbed right between her eyes. Black blood spattered as she instinctively threw a palm on Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't bother to dodge it, taking the blow directly as he infused all of his strength into the azure dragon spear and thrust it forward. Fall. The spear penetrated the territory lord's head and a violent world force exploded, causing her skull to shatter to pieces. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying away as he plunged back beside Song and gasped, clearly in pain. Song looked down at him, and upon seeing his chest caved in, he was surprised as he commented, "You were almost killed." In that moment earlier, the territory lord didn't just land a palm on Yang Kai once. In fact, she had struck him several dozen times on the same spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so horribly injured given the fact that he had an extremely powerful dragon vein. Any other 7th Order master would have lost their life if they were in Yang Kai's shoes, as not just anyone could kill an opponent that was far more powerful than themselves. In Song's eyes, the battle between Yang Kai and the territory lord was no different from 2 small children fighting with each other, but to those involved, given their powers, it was truly a life-and-death contest. The moment the territory lord suffered a backlash of her own divine ability, Yang Kai directly charged forward, which went to show how determined he was. When he saw a chance, he did not hesitate to seize it. Not many could be as determined and ruthless as he was. Any hesitation at that moment would have cost him the chance to kill his enemy. Even faced with the counterattack of an enemy much stronger than he was, he didn't back down and instead risked being further injured in order to end the enemy's life, which showed how ruthless he was to both his enemies and himself. Even though the process was short, it was a life-and-death moment that even somewhat surprised someone like Song. Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed and spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. "I certainly had to do my best to kill the enemy. If the human race had backed down at any point, we would have lost the fight long ago." Then he gulped down some healing pills and started recuperating. The reason he came to Song's side was to seek his refuge and restore some strength. It never crossed his mind that the territory lord would be so relentless, or Song would create a chance for him to turn things around. Song had never expected that his nonchalant move would lead to such an outcome. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words though, he turned to look at the battlefield in silence. Everywhere on the battlefield, he saw human soldiers clashing with the Black Ink clan, the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spreading across the void, and even the 9th Order Masters fighting with everything they had. They were all risking their lives to destroy the enemy. At that instant, Song fell into a dazed state. They're the humans of the current generation. It was because of their willingness to sacrifice themselves that they managed to reach this place. Song had been waiting for millions of years, and only this generation of humans allowed him to see the silver lining. The battlefield was filled with chaos, and with every breath there would be powerful auras withering. Both the humans and Black Ink clans suffered immense losses. Even some of the royal lords lost their lives. Earlier, several royal lords were killed the instant they left the gap, not because they were weak, but because of the circumstances they had to deal with. If they wanted to escape out of the gap, they had to bear the attacks from the 9th Order Masters lying in ambush for them. In such a situation, it was expected that some royal lords were killed. However, once they managed to leave the gap, they became much harder to kill. Even so, as the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they managed to kill 4 more royal lords. However, the situation didn't change at all. After 4 royal lords were killed, another 4 royal lords appeared from the gap to replace them. There were no longer any more 9th Order Masters outside the gap, so the royal lords could leave at will. At this point, the human race masters realized that Mo was trying to maintain balance on the battlefield. There were surely even more royal lords hiding in the darkness. However, Mo didn't release them all at once. Instead, it had been replacing the dead royal lords with new ones in an attempt to make it look as though both sides were equally matched. Regardless, even Song was unable to figure out Mo's intention, let alone the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fortunately, this was the situation they hoped to see. If the Black Ink clan soldiers were so powerful that the humans were unable to deal with them, it was bad news to the human race as a whole. Song had been paying close attention to the movements in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. He was wary of Mo's plans, thinking it must be up to something. However, he was unable to figure out what since it wasn't the right time yet. Now, he could only keep his guard up. If something went wrong, he would immediately seal the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and stop Mo from getting out of the trap. Heaven-devouring battle law? Yang Kai turned to Song with a doubtful expression. While Yang Kai was restoring his energy, Song wasn't just sitting idly by either. Previously, Yang Kai had passed him a lot of resources to recuperate, and Song had been refining them in order to replenish his losses this whole time. Song was able to refine resources extremely quickly, which was understandable as he was a powerful cultivator, but the real crux of the matter was that Yang Kai detected traces of the heaven-devouring battle law in the way the old man refined the resources. Yang Kai had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law before, however, he hadn't mastered this secret art, so he wasn't comparable to Wu Kuang in this regard. With that said, he understood this evil art more than anyone else aside from the latter. Therefore, the moment he detected similar traces of it, he was stunned. Initially, Yang Kai thought that he was mistaken, but as he observed Song for a while longer, he confirmed that the latter was indeed using the heaven-devouring battle law. If that wasn't the case, even though Song was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he couldn't have refined resources so quickly. Moreover, he wasn't just refining the resources that were given to him. If one paid close attention, they would realize that Song was even devouring the Black Ink strength left behind by the nearby dead Black Ink clansmen. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. The heaven-devouring battle law was a secret art that Wu Kuang had personally created, and it was probably the most extraordinary and evil one in history, so why was Song able to use it? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Song was also startled for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face and he asked, "Do you recognize this secret art?" Yang Kai replied with uncertainty, "Perhaps I'm mistaken." There were countless secret arts in this world, and even though heaven-devouring battle law was quite possibly the evilest secret arts in existence, Song was someone who had lived for millions of years, so it shouldn't be surprising that such an unrivaled master knew some amazing secret arts. Perhaps his secret art only shared some similarities with heaven-devouring battle law. Song said, "It's fine. Look closely." Saying so, he openly used his secret art again. In order to let Yang Kai see clearly, he exhibited the movements of his aura and the fluctuations of energy in detail. Yang Kai's expression turned more and more stunned as he watched. Although this secret art was slightly different from the one he knew, it was indeed the heaven-devouring battle law. The two secret arts shared more than 90% of the same circulation paths, while the remaining 10% seemed to be due to some kind of personal abstrusity that he couldn't quite grasp. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior know the heaven-devouring battle law?" He was even more perplexed at the fact that Song appeared so thrilled at this moment. What's so exciting about it? He didn't seem this exhilarated even after so many royal lords were killed. Instead of answering his question, Song asked, "You call this heaven-devouring battle law? Who do you know who uses this secret art?" After giving it some thought, Yang Kai replied, "There's an old fart named Wu Kuang who cultivates this secret art. As far as I knew, he was the creator of this secret art. I had a chance to cultivate this secret art in the past and even did so for a time in a sense, though not anymore. Supposedly, there should be no one else who has cultivated it. Oh, I also taught the Stone Spirit clan this secret art long ago." The heaven-devouring battle law was too wicked, and even though it could help a cultivator increase their strength rapidly, its drawbacks were simply unbearable for most people. Even Yang Kai was unable to resolve those drawbacks. Therefore, the moment he realized something was wrong back then, he stopped cultivating it. Wu Kuang was different, for he had the flawless purifying golden lotus, so he could recklessly devour external powers without worrying about any backlash. However, there was only one flawless purifying golden lotus in existence, so no one else could imitate him. Hence, there was only one heaven-devouring great emperor in the world. The reason the Stone Spirit clan members were able to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law was that their physiques were unique. Their bodies were not made from flesh, and they had an innate ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. Therefore, they were best suited to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang, Song muttered, tell me more about that guy. Although Yang Kai was puzzled at the fact that Song seemed interested in Wu Kuang, he still told him everything he knew. Honestly, he had mostly learned about Wu Kuang through rumors and stories. Yang Kai hadn't even been born when Wu Kuang was first active, so he wasn't sure of the details of the war in the Shattered Star Sea back then. He only knew that many great emperors of the Star Boundary were killed in that clash while they managed to kill Wu Kuang in the end. In truth, Wu Kuang faked his death and escaped. Then he waited for a chance to resurrect. It took 20,000 years or so, but Wu Kuang's wish was eventually granted. Although he had managed to escape from the Shattered Star Sea, his cultivation had plunged. At that time, he occupied bustling world great emperor's body and spent quite a long time sharing it with the body's original owner, Duan Hongchen. Then, Wu Kuang appeared on Dragon Island and kicked up a storm before vanishing into thin air again. When he reappeared, it was when the great emperors of the Star Boundary joined forces to deal with Great Demon God. The Star Boundary was almost destroyed in that war, and after the death of Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, Wu Kuang seized the former's body and fully resurrected. Then he broke free of the Star Boundary's restraints and headed out into the outer universe to seek greater heights in the martial Tao. Yang Kai had no idea what Wu Kuang went through after the latter left the Star Boundary. Martial Peak, Chapter 54:12, Ways to Save Itself. Yang Kai knew that he could cultivate pretty quickly, but Wu Kuang wasn't any slower. When they met again after that day, both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Then, Wu Kuang hid inside the new Great Territory for a while before Yang Kai brought him to the Shattered Heaven. Someone like Wu Kuang could only be in his own skin in a place such as the Shattered Heaven. After that, Yang Kai never heard from him again. Sometimes, Yang Kai wondered what would have happened if he hadn't defeated Blood Crow, who was later brought away by the fisherman uncle from Bright King Cave Heaven. He imagined that when Wu Kuang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, there would have been a fierce battle between two evenly matched opponents. Both the heaven-devouring battle law and the grand evolution Immortal bloodlight scripture could absorb and refine other people's powers, so they shared some similarities. It would surely be an interesting fight if Wu Kuang and Blood Crow encountered one another. In a straightforward comparison, there was no denying that the heaven-devouring battle law was more powerful, as there was nothing that the heaven-devouring battle law could not refine as long as it had some energy. On the other hand, even though the grand evolution Immortal bloodlight scripture could devour another person's strength, it was mainly focused on refining their blood essence. In that sense, it was inferior to the heaven-devouring battle law. With that said, Blood Crow had been subdued and brought back to Bright King Heaven a long time ago. When Wu Kuang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, only the stories of Blood Crow remained. Yang Kai reckoned that if the two of them ever met, there was no doubt Blood Crow would be at a disadvantage. Several hundred years had passed since then, and he wondered how Wu Kuang had been doing in the Shattered Heaven. Given the wickedness of his secret art, he must be the focus of much ire and contempt. At that moment, Yang Kai even felt a bit sorry for him. Wu Kuang, Song muttered before he started guffawing. He appeared so exhilarated that he almost broke into tears of joy as he chanted, Wu Kuang. Yang Kai was astounded. You know Wu Kuang, senior? Song shook his head. Nope. It's the first time I've ever heard his name. At that, Yang Kai was baffled. Since you don't know Wu Kuang, why are you so happy to hear about him? Unbeknownst to him, even though Tsang wasn't aware of who Wu Kuang was today, he knew someone else similar to him. In fact, the heaven-devouring battle law was the primary secret art that other person cultivated. There was no denying that this secret art was evil. With that said, there was no such thing as right or wrong when it came to secret arts, only people who could be divided into good and evil. Whatever secret art it was, the person using it would determine whether it was just or malevolent. Part of Shi's plan succeeded. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring battle law wouldn't have been passed down to someone else. However, looking at the matter from another perspective, his plan also seems to have failed. Although Tsang had never come into contact with Wu Kuang, through Yang Kai's words he could tell that Wu Kuang never inherited all of Shi's memories. Perhaps after Shi left this place back then, his soul was gradually worn down after encountering many different crises. As such, Wu Kuang had no idea what had happened in his previous life, he only retained knowledge of the wondrous secret art named the heaven-devouring battle law. Regardless, this was the best news Tsang had heard in the past few millions of years. Have you been to the grand ancient ruins boundary? Tsang suddenly asked. Yang Kai was caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, but he was even more astounded by the old man's question and couldn't help asking, "How do you know, senior?" Tsang replied with a smile, "I can feel the world tree's aura coming from you." Only then did Yang Kai understand. "I saw you running around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength. It's apparent that you have a world tree clone protecting your small universe." Yang Kai nodded. "You have sharp eyesight, senior. There's indeed a world tree clone in my small universe, but I didn't get it from the grand ancient ruins boundary. I acquired it from a universe cave heaven that was left behind on the battlefield." The world tree clone he had obtained from grand ancient ruins boundary was planted in the star boundary, an action that saved the star boundary from collapsing and also transformed it into the open heaven realm cradle it was today. Then, Yang Kai realized something and asked in shock, "The world tree and the grand ancient ruins boundary existed in your era, senior?" Tsang had been guarding this place and separated from the outside world for millions of years, so it surprised Yang Kai that he was aware of the world tree and the grand ancient ruins boundary. Tsang chuckled, "The world tree and grand ancient ruins boundary are far more ancient than you think. I heard that the world tree was born the moment heaven and earth split apart. It was born with the universe itself." Recently, Yang Kai had learned quite a number of secrets that were previously unknown to him. As for the grand ancient ruins boundary, Tsang frowned, "No one knows how exactly it was formed. I told you all that in the late ancient era, a mighty force realized that the humans were suffering in hardship, so it gathered together 10 humans to spread the martial Tao. Only then did the human race truly learn to cultivate." Yang Kai nodded as Tsang had told them about it before. Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were those 10 people who had created the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Millions of years had passed since then, and the other 9 people had all passed away. Only Tsang was left guarding this place. At that time, an old ancestor asked what the mighty force was, but Tsang only replied with a smile that it was the will of the heavenly way. Presently, the battlefield was in chaos, but the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was completely unaffected. The Black Ink clansmen didn't bother to attack the 2 of them because they knew they were unable to break the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Tsang went on to say calmly, "The 10 of us managed to ascend to the open heaven realm after we were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary." Hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. Before that, even though the humans could gain some power through simple cultivation, we could only reach somewhere below the open heaven realm. At that time, the realm below the open heaven realm was the end of martial Tao. Yang Kai hurriedly straightened his back. He had a feeling that he was about to hear some incredible secret. The 10 of us were not born in the same place. Rather, we all came from different great territories. We managed to gain the acknowledgement of our homelands and became venerables in our own lands. Only then were we able to shake off our universe world's restraints and head out into the vast void to explore a higher martial Tao. He went on to say, At that time, monster beasts were everywhere, with all of them possessing the bloodlines of divine spirits, though the purity of those bloodlines varied greatly. Their cultivation was unhindered, as the powers of their bloodlines alone allowed them to grow into formidable beings. The humans were unable to defend themselves from the monster beasts. In order to solve this crisis, we had to seek a higher martial Tao. However, no one managed to succeed. After a pause, he continued, "One day, I was swept away by a rolling fog and brought to the grand ancient ruins boundary. In that place, I came across the other 9 and became friends with them. Just like me, they had left their homelands in search of a higher martial Tao. A long time has passed, so I can't remember many of the details, but with that said, I will never be able to forget the strangeness of the grand ancient ruins boundary. While we were there, we experienced countless crises, but by working together, we eventually resolved all of them. Looking back now, I realize that those were all trials for us. In the end, we arrived at a place where there was an enormous tree, the World Tree." Yang Kai nodded, for he had seen the World Tree as well, though it wasn't a pleasant encounter. Still, he had gained some benefits from the World Tree. Otherwise, the 7th Order would have been his limit in this lifetime. The tree gave us 1 fruit each. Hearing that, Yang Kai was surprised. The World Tree was so generous. At that time, he had gone through the trials of different worlds before he acquired some low-rank and mid-rank world fruits, and the only reason he obtained a root was because the World Tree sacrificed it to throw him out. However, Song and the other martial ancestors were just given world fruits without doing anything. What's more, the achievements of Tsong and the others suggested that the world fruits they had acquired were high-rank world fruits. Perhaps they were even superior to high-rank world fruits. In comparison, what Yang Kai had obtained was nothing worth noting. He had the urge to head to the grand ancient ruins boundary again and rob the World Tree. Tsong went on to say, "After we consumed the fruits, we were able to open small universes in our bodies and step into the open heaven realm. Only then did we comprehend the cultivation method of the open heaven realm. After leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, we taught everyone this cultivation method, and the humans were finally able to oppose the monster beasts." Yang Kai said solemnly, "It was thanks to Sir and the other seniors that the human race was finally able to cultivate. Your contributions should be remembered by all." With a smile, Song waved his hand. "The reason I'm telling you all this is that over the years, I've faintly detected something. Please enlighten me, Senior." After a moment of deliberation, Song continued, "Back then, we came from different great territories and universe worlds, but we were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary by the rolling fog all at the same time. The crises we faced seemed to be the trials to test our temperaments. In the end, the fruits given to us seemed to be the World Tree's rewards." He paused for a moment. "Initially, we didn't read too much into it. Since we had acquired greater powers, we decided to teach the other humans how to do the same so that we all had the capital to gain a footing in the vast universe. Later, we created the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and confined MO to this place. Only then did we have time to ponder on certain issues. The World Tree's existence seems to have something to do with the entire 3,000 worlds. To be precise, the World Tree might be the source of the 3,000 worlds." Yang Kai was astounded. "You mean, the 3,000 worlds are just a reflection of the World Tree's power?" Song shook his head. "That's not what I meant. There's a reason the tree is named the World Tree, and it must have something to do with the 3,000 worlds. The 10 of us were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary and given the fruits by the World Tree, thus allowing us to create a complete martial Tao system. Rather than saying it was our opportunity, it was more like a method the 3,000 worlds used to help itself." "Help itself?" Yang Kai muttered. "You mean the 3,000 worlds has a consciousness of its own?" "Perhaps not a consciousness, or at least one that we would understand. Think of it as there being some rules that we're unable to comprehend," Song explained. "At that time, most sentience had just awakened, and black ink strength started spreading across the great territories. If left unhindered, the entire universe would have been taken over by black ink strength. Therefore, someone had to stop it. Even if it was not us, there would have been another 10 to take up that role. Song stared fervently at Yang Kai. What's more, there must have been more than one attempt to help itself. The World Tree gave you a clone. If I'm not mistaken, you're also one of the ones selected by these rules. It was because of that realization that Song paid extra attention to Yang Kai and sent a transmission to him, telling him to seek refuge next to him when he fell into danger. It was also because of this realization that Song told Yang Kai so many things. In the late ancient era, Song and the other 9 were just a means the rules tried to use to save themselves. Now, Yang Kai could very well be those same rules trump card. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. Even though the clone he had obtained in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was subsequently planted in the Star boundary, he inadvertently acquired another to shelter his small universe at a later point. Rather than it all just being a big coincidence, Song's speculation made more sense. Was Yang Kai also one of the ways the unfathomable rules tried to save themselves? Marshall Peak, Chapter 54:13, Mo's Trump Card. As Yang Kai looked back, he realized it was inconceivable that he even managed to snatch a root from the World Tree. At that time, he was pretty weak as he wasn't even an Open Heaven Realm Master yet. He had only condensed his Dao Seal and had yet to even refine all the necessary powers. On the other hand, the World Tree was an ancient existence born with the universe. As time passed, it must have developed spirituality of its own and grown into a powerful being. How was an Emperor Realm Master supposed to snatch a root from the World Tree? After he acquired the root, the World Tree just swept him to a faraway place, which showed that it was fully capable of dismissing him. It just didn't bother to do so until after the fact. If Song's speculation was right, Yang Kai was also one of the ways the unfathomable rules tried to save themselves, which explained everything. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was where the trials took place, and the root and the world fruits were the rewards granted by the World Tree. Millions of years ago, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors were selected and given world fruits by the World Tree, thus allowing them to enter the Open Heaven realm and teach the others how to do the same. When the humans grew stronger, they were able to fight against the monster beasts and Mo itself. Millions of years later, Yang Kai arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and obtained a root from the World Tree. Even though the outcomes were different, they were both methods the 3,000 worlds used to help themselves when they found themselves in crisis. In that case, the original owner of the World Tree clone in Yang Kai's small universe was likely also one of the ways the rules had selected to save themselves. Unfortunately, that senior passed away on the Black Ink battlefield, and his or her small universe was left behind as a universe cave heaven. Countless years later, Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter it and obtain the World Tree clone. Perhaps there were other people just like them over the eons. However, Yang Kai didn't have a way to find out who they were, nor did he know whether they were even still alive. Song's words were too shocking, but believable. After all, he had lived for millions of years and his life in this place gave him ample time to ponder on some deeper issues. Even though Yang Kai found his words inconceivable, it could very possibly be the truth. "You must be careful," Song suddenly said. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean, senior?" With a solemn expression, Song explained, "Many years have passed, and Mo might have also realized what I've come to understand. Perhaps it even knows things that I don't. If my speculation is right, you are in a perilous situation." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, but he soon realized what Song meant. If he was indeed one of the ways the rules had selected to save themselves, he must be special in some way. As long as Mo noticed his presence, he wouldn't let him off. "You swaggered around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength, so perhaps you've already caught Mo's attention." Yang Kai replied, "The 4 universe pillars are also able to protect one's small universe and fend off black ink strength. It might not realize that I have a World Tree clone." Song nodded. "You have a point, but you still have to be careful. Also, even though you have the World Tree clone, which makes you immune to the black ink strength of ordinary black ink clansmen, that might not be able to drive off Mo's source strength. Its strength is far greater than that of ordinary black ink clansmen. Perhaps it might be able to break through the barriers of your small universe. Yang Kai said with a smile, with you around, Mo won't be able to get out of the trap, so how is it going to make a move against me? If even Senior is unable to suppress Mo, the human race won't be far from extinction either way. Song replied solemnly, I'll do my best. The next moment, Yang Kai got to his feet and lifted his Azure Dragon Spear. I've gotten enough rest, Senior. I'll kill some more enemies before coming back to chat with you. Then he directly charged towards the battlefield. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned, covered in blood. The territory lords chasing after him appeared furious, for the moment Yang Kai landed beside Song, they had no choice but to leave. This time, he was in a better state than before, so it took him less time to recover. After getting some rest, Yang Kai continued battling against the enemy. As he repeated this over and over again, the Black Ink clansmen grew annoyed. Some of the territory lords now directly waited outside the safe zone on the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction so that they could kill Yang Kai the moment he left Song's shelter. However, Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space, so as long as the space around him wasn't sealed, these territory lords had no way to capture him. Eventually, the Black Ink clan stopped bothering with him, and without any restraints, Yang Kai was able to kill even more enemies. Nevertheless, he was the only one capable of such things, as the other humans were unable to imitate him. As they were not experts in the Tao of Space, they couldn't cross the vast battlefield quickly and safely, therefore, only Yang Kai could run to Song's side to seek refuge and recuperate. Although he had made significant contributions, he was unable to single-handedly change the tide of battle. Several months had passed since the war started, and 30% of the original 2 million human soldiers had been killed in action. In other words, some 600,000 human soldiers had lost their lives, all of them in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and above. The losses they had suffered were simply staggering. There was no denying that the losses that the Black Ink clan had suffered were dozens of times greater than those of the humans, as innumerable territory lords and royal lords had lost their lives. Still, even more Black Ink clansmen continuously poured out from the opening and entered the battlefield to make up for the losses. All the humans were exhausted, and even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared weary. The two races had been fighting against one another on the Black Ink battlefield for many years, and although some wars lasted for months or even years, it was always a process of intense battles, followed by a period of rest and recovery before they clashed once again. This time was different, as the two races had never stopped fighting since the war started. The chaos on the battlefield was constant. Fortunately, the various army commanders had already expected that this war would be a long one, so the 2 million soldiers were divided into two groups that took turns to battle the enemy. If not for this rotation of troops, the humans would have been defeated by the Black Ink clan long ago. At this point, the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand. Although it wasn't conspicuous, they were indeed in a favorable position. This was the balance Mo had been trying to sustain. Had it recklessly released all its servants to the battlefield, the humans would have been defeated long ago. Song's expression became increasingly solemn as he felt that it was time to seal the gap in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. If this dragged on and the humans were routed, the situation would surely get out of hand. After months of releasing Black Ink's strength, he could feel that the pressure within the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction had been alleviated somewhat. Although it wouldn't be as much as he hoped for if he stopped now, it was still acceptable. At the thought of this, he hesitated no more. As he performed a different hand seal, the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction started vibrating. All of a sudden, who had remained silent all along, said, "I thought you were going to wait for a while more." Song snorted, "You'd better quickly show us what tricks you still have, otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so soon." Since the beginning, Song had realized that Mo must have been holding something back, otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to maintain the balance of powers between the two sides. It knew that once the balance was broken and the humans were defeated, Song would immediately seal the gap, giving it no chance to escape. While the balance was being sustained, Song was more than happy to weaken Mo's power. It could be said that the situation on the battlefield was a tacit coordination between the two races, with the 2 million human soldiers and the tens of millions of Black Ink clansmen serving as chess pieces. Song also knew that once he started sealing the opening, there was no way Mo would sit idly by. There was bound to be a fierce fight where both sides did everything they could to gain the upper hand. "You've grown old, Song." Mo let out a sigh of pity. Even a cultivator as powerful as Tsang had grown old after staying here for millions of years. As Mo recalled the days when it and the 10 humans were still friends, it couldn't help but feel rueful. Those were the best days of its life. It could talk with his friends, travel with them, and share tea and wine together. It was carefree. Those days were gone for good once it was confined to this place. There wouldn't be another Mu or Tsang in this world. It was fully aware that they didn't hold any malicious intent trapping it in this place, but it was unresigned. It was born the way it was. It didn't acquire its strength through cultivation. Since the heavens had given it a power to turn others into the same beings as it was destined to rule over the universe. As all its friends were gone for good, so it stopped having any pity for this world. Everyone was bound to be subservient to it. "All of you have underestimated me." As Mo roared, an immense force burst out of the endless darkness. A magnificent aura spread out and shocked both the Black Ink clansmen and the humans on the battlefield. It was a power that was so overwhelming that even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were dazed by it. Song's expression changed, for he realized that the resistance coming from the opening was making it impossible for him to reseal it for the time being. With that said, he wasn't flustered. He wouldn't think that Mo didn't even have the capabilities to do such a thing. Everything was well within his expectations. This wasn't Mo's trump card. He must have another trick up his sleeve. All of a sudden, Song had a bad premonition. After several months of intense fighting, countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives on the battlefield. Black blood, Black Ink strength, and severed limbs were everywhere in the void. The moment Mo's will spread out, these miscellaneous scraps on the battlefield started squirming and shooting towards the same place as though they had been guided by a mysterious force. The expressions of all of the humans changed. That was because these miscellaneous things were moving towards the opening. In just a moment, the black blood, Black Ink strength, and the hashed flesh left behind from fallen Black Ink clansmen formed a colossal dark tide. The dark tide crossed the battlefield, and along the way, some human soldiers were accidentally swept into it and killed. The entire universe trembled as the primordial heaven's source grand restriction shook. Even more dark blood, Black Ink strength, and smashed meat joined the dark tide and fortified it. Besides that, even the Black Ink clansmen, who had been dealing with the humans, abandoned their opponents and dashed towards the dark tide before disappearing. The turn of events stunned the humans. They had been in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield when they suddenly lost their opponents. "Damn!" Song exclaimed as he hadn't expected that Mo was able to use such a move. In fact, even though the 10 of them were close friends with Mo in the past and they subsequently confined it to this place for millions of years, they didn't really know its capabilities very well. Martial Peak, Chapter 5414 Mu. Song had never seen Mo use this secret technique before, nor could he figure out what the other party was about to do. With that said, he finally realized why Mo had been trying to sustain the balance on the battlefield, even letting so many of its servants get killed. It had all been to prepare for this moment. Despite not knowing what Mo was about to do, Song reckoned that he had to immediately stop it. Otherwise, the humans would be in grave danger. He madly surged his power in an attempt to reseal the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. However, from the depths of the darkness a violent force burst forth to resist it, stopping the gap from closing. As this competition unfolded, Song eventually gained the upper hand because he had the restriction's help, but even though the gap was closing, it was extremely slow. Kill! A Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's roar reverberated across the entire battlefield. Everyone knew that they had reached the most critical moment. Regardless of what Mo was up to, if they couldn't stop him, they would lose the war. Several 100,000 human soldiers who had been recuperating in the Great Passes charged towards the battlefield. All the human soldiers were ready to strike. Even the soldiers guarding the arrays drove their warships towards the battlefield. In an instant, the 106 great passes became empty. The Black Ink clan soldiers also divided into two groups, the first group leaving to intercept the humans while the other group joined the Dark Tide to strengthen it. The competition between Tsang and Mo was still ongoing. Having said that, Tsang was apparently in an advantageous position as the speed at which the opening of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was closing had increased. Just then, a force that was as immense as a tidal wave gushed out from the depths of the darkness and penetrated the gap before joining the squirming dark tide. Then, the dark tide contorted and wiggled before forming into an arm. The arm was made from countless limbs, black blood and black ink strength, but it wasn't engulfed in death chi at all. Instead, it was as vibrant as a real arm. The bulging muscles of the arm suggested that it was full of strength. It was so gigantic that everyone could see nothing else, and the aura billowing from it shook all beholders to the core. The arm was connected to the force coming out from the gap. Looking from afar, it was as though a giant was sticking a hand out from the opening. In fact, Tsang could indeed feel a horrifying aura coming to life from the darkness where a giant was rapidly taking shape. The arm that penetrated the gap became a force that stopped the restriction from sealing. Tsang's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Have you reached that realm?" The realm that was beyond the ninth order open heaven realm. In the past, Tsang and the other 9 had been trying to ascend to that realm, but none of them succeeded. Even though Tsang was more powerful than the average ninth order open heaven realm master, he still hadn't broken free from the open heaven realm. He believed that beyond the open heaven realm was the creation realm that no humans had ever reached. However, Mo's voice sounded dispirited. That realm? Maybe. I don't know. Do you think I've reached that realm? I don't think so. Tsang was flabbergasted as he recalled the turmoil that took place in the restriction back then. At that time, Mo almost managed to break free from the trap. It seemed that Mo had already reached the creation realm at that time, as in the endless darkness, it had created a lot of powerful beings. After giving it some thought though, Tsang realized it wasn't surprising. Mo was able to create innumerable servants. All the Black Ink clansmen were created from its black ink strength, and given its innate power and years of accumulation, it shouldn't be shocking that it had reached the creation realm. In truth, Mo didn't directly create Black Ink clansmen. It was fundamentally the initial darkness of the heavens and earth. What it had created were the black ink nests, and all the Black Ink clansmen were nurtured in those black ink nests. It was Mo's innate ability. However, this time, this powerful being in the darkness was indeed created by Mo. All of a sudden, Tsang turned calm and let out a sigh. Mo, you were born alongside the universe with unrivaled gifts and incredible capabilities. You're supposed to be free from any restraints, but your strength dictates that you'll not be accepted by everyone else. Mo asked hesitantly, "What are you trying to do?" Tsang replied impassively, "Millions of years have passed, so this matter should come to an end. I'm worried that my friends have grown anxious from waiting for so long." All of a sudden, Mo had a bad premonition and shouted, "Don't do anything silly." Tsang guffawed, "You're the one who's doing something silly." Saying so, he flicked his fingers as a ray of light broke through the air. Wherever the light went, it penetrated the Black Ink clansmen and destroyed them. Previously, he told Yang Kai that while he was part of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, he could only make a move within the restriction. He was unable to have a hand in the affairs outside the grand restriction. That wasn't a strict rule though, but there was a huge price to pay for breaking it. In order to send this ray of light out of the restriction, he had no choice but to put himself at stake. The moment he made a move, the entire primordial heaven's source grand restriction seemed to have become unstable. Seizing the chance, Mo exerted more force to expand the gap. The arm that spanned the gap was shaking in an attempt to enlarge the opening. "Stop it!" Mo's divine sense spread across the void. Even though it had no idea what the ray of light was, it couldn't let Tsang achieve his goal at this point. A royal lord extended his hand to catch the ray of light, but before he could even grasp it, his arm exploded. The power within the light was unimaginably horrifying. Seeing that, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had been chasing after this royal lord, immediately summoned his divine manifestation that turned into a hideous giant beast and swallowed the royal lord whole. Then, the Ninth Order Master cast several seals at the royal lord and directly refined him. Driven by Mo, the other Black Ink clansmen along the way tried to stop the ray of light. However, even a royal lord was unable to intercept it, so how were the other Black Ink clansmen supposed to achieve anything? The ray of light crossed the void and left behind a vacuum in its wake before it actually penetrated Yang Kai. Upon impact, Yang Kai's figure shook, and before he could figure out what was going on, he saw countless Black Ink clansmen savagely coming at him from all directions. He promptly retreated and dashed towards the place where the human race soldiers gathered together. The Black Ink clansmen chased after him, but they were soon intercepted. Both parties clashed in the void as their blood spattered. On the other hand, after casting that ray of light, Song extended his hand into the void and pulled out a rough, uncut jade. "Moo!" Mo exclaimed. It could feel Moo's aura coming from this uncut jade. This was definitely something Moo had left behind after her death. Among the 10, Mo was most fond of Moo, and it was also closest to her. However, in the end, it was confined to this place because of her. Millions of years had passed, but it didn't hold hatred for her. Nevertheless, when it felt the familiar aura again, it couldn't help but have conflicted feelings. Mo soon pulled itself together and roared in a voice that still sounded childlike. "What do you plan to do, Song?" As it spoke, another hand stuck out from the opening and clenched the edge. The other arm that had originally penetrated the gap retracted and grasped the other side. Both hands exerted themselves and pushed the gap open as though they were opening a door. A horrifying aura streamed out of the gap, and at the same time, a gigantic head stuck out from the chasm. Its dark eyes reflected the entire battlefield, as though it was going to devour everything in sight. The world trembled as the universe seemed to have been turned upside down and countless cracks started appearing in the void. "I don't know what is going to happen either," Song's voice sounded helpless. His words sounded perfunctory, but he indeed had no idea what was about to happen. The uncut jade was the last testament left behind by Moo. She told them that they just had to summon this uncut jade at the most perilous moment. Back then, Moo entered the Grand Restriction and arrived at the depths of the endless darkness. When she returned, she was already on her last breath. After passing the uncut jade to them, she blended herself into the restriction to fortify it. She didn't explain anything about the uncut jade, however, Song and the others never doubted her decision or judgment. Now, it had come to the most perilous moment just like what she had said. Perhaps she had seen something in the darkness back then and expected this day to come. After the uncut jade was summoned, it rose into the sky and shone brightly. From the light, a slender figure appeared. The figure was so colossal that she seemed to cover the entire sky, but no one could make out her face. Nevertheless, the moment she appeared, she became the center of the universe. Everyone stopped fighting on the battlefield as their attention was drawn to her. It was the most immaculate figure in the world, as though everything good and beautiful had been condensed within her. No one would ever have any evil thoughts about her. "Moo!" Song looked up with a conflicted gaze. "Moo!" Mo muttered. There seemed to be a smile on Moo's face as she spoke in a gentle tone. "We haven't met for ages. Are you still alive?" There was a hint of pleasant surprise in Mo's voice. Moo shook her head. "I'm dead. You know that I passed away a long time ago." Mo let out a sigh and replied in a dejected tone, "Yes, I know. I thought you were still alive, but since you're dead, what are you trying to do now?" All of a sudden, Moo said in a mischievous tone, "I'm going to play your favorite game with you for the last time." Mo was torn between tears and laughter. "You're such a good friend." Moo refuted, "Call me big sister. I'm not that old." Saying so, she swept her hand across the darkness and muttered under her breath, There. When you wake up, there'll be games to play and food to have." Following her movement, The entire primordial heaven's source grand restriction started shining brightly and pulsing rhythmically. On the battlefield, both the humans and Black Ink clansmen became sluggish as a sense of sleepiness washed over them, making them feel dizzy. Besides the 5th Order, 6th Order, and 7th Order masters, even the 8th Order and 9th Order masters were unable to fight off the sleepiness. At that instant, a strange scene appeared on this violent battlefield. The weaker soldiers of both races fell into a peaceful sleep all of a sudden. In general, the Black Ink clansmen were most heavily affected as the humans had their warship's protection, so they still had some power to resist the mysterious force. Yang Kai was sleepy as well. He felt his eyelids threatening to shut against his will, but at the most critical moment, a sense of coolness coursed through him, making him come back to his senses. It was the soul-warming lotus. Even though he had no idea what move Mu had used, it was apparently a technique that affected the soul, so the soul-warming lotus protection helped him endure it. Martial Peak, Chapter 54:15, Have a good sleep. Without hesitation, Yang Kai stimulated his dragon source and transformed into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He then swiped his dragon claw in a particular direction. Over there, a royal lord was staggering while exchanging moves with an equally sleepy 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Unlike the violent fight earlier, they now looked like two kids haphazardly slapping at each other. Yang Kai directly grasped the royal lord in his claw and clenched. The royal lord's figure was huge, but while he was in Yang Kai's claw, only his head was shown outside the iron grip. The royal lord struggled hard but couldn't get out of the trap. As he felt intense pressure from all directions, his bones cracked and his dark blood gushed out of his body. "You're pretty tough," Yang Kai grumbled. After all, this was a powerful royal lord. Yang Kai was unable to squeeze him to death and hadn't even managed to severely injure him. At most, he had slightly wounded the royal lord. As a sharp pain shot through him, this royal lord showed signs of regaining his senses. Instantly, Yang Kai felt an immense force of resistance coming from his grip, and his claw was forced to expand as the royal lord was about to free himself. At the critical moment though, a flash of sword light repeatedly cut across the royal lord's throat. His head was sent flying away and dark blood spurted out of his neck as his vitality swiftly drained away. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master struggled to keep himself awake as he smugly lifted his sword and said to Yang Kai, "Kid, you're still too weak." Yang Kai refuted through clenched teeth, "You'd better not fall asleep, senior." This person was none other than the 9th Order Old Ancestor from Blue Sky Pass, so Yang Kai was naturally familiar with him. The Old Ancestor had been tangled up with the Royal Lord for a long time, with neither side able to deal critical damage to the other party, but with Yang Kai's help, the Old Ancestor finally managed to kill his opponent. Hearing Yang Kai's mockery, the Old Ancestor did his best to stay awake as he retorted, "Why would I fall asleep? Are you mocking me?" Saying so, he turned into a sword light and dashed towards the battle between a nearby 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord. Yang Kai shook his head and charged towards the vast battlefield. Presently, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen, regardless of their cultivation, had been affected by Mu's soul technique, and their combat effectiveness plummeted while Yang Kai was safe and sound with the soul-warming lotus protection. On the entire battlefield, he was probably the only one who was still wide awake and fully able to use his power. Therefore, it was time for him to deal a fatal blow to the enemies. As he let out a dragon breath, his dragon form zigzagged across the battlefield. He wielded his dragon tail and easily slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen along the way. Soon, he approached the battle between a royal lord and a 9th Order master. With the previous experience, he directly extended both claws this time and shouted, "I'm here to assist, Old Ancestor." As the royal lord saw the claws closing in on him, he felt his face twitching. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that the space around him had become viscous. Unable to escape, he was grasped by Yang Kai with both claws, leaving only his head exposed outside the grip. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened when he saw this and immediately launched a series of divine abilities. Upon impact, The dragon scales on Yang Kai's claws were blown off and his skin started bleeding. He was in so much pain that he roared at the top of his lungs. Above the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Mu's colossal figure shone even more brightly, as though she was radiating the last gleam of light in her life. She was singing a song in a language no one could understand. No one knew what the lyrics meant, but as they listened to it, they realized they could barely keep themselves awake. While still singing, Mu suddenly turned to Tsong and said, "Thanks for everything." Tsong let out a sigh. At this point he finally figured out what Mu's plan was. He replied, "Don't mention it. I'm finally able to feel relieved. It's a shame that you passed away so early." Mu's talent was unfathomable. Among the 10 of them back then, even though she was the only woman, none of the other 9 were comparable to her. If not for the fact that she passed away so early on, given her intelligence and skill, she may very well have come up with a real solution to the problem. Mu replied with a smile, "The moment we were chosen back then, the outcome was determined. There's nothing to feel regretful about. We've done our best, and the rest is beyond our control." All of a sudden, she turned to the battlefield, her eyes reflecting the 70,000-meter ancient dragon. "Is he also a chosen one?" Tsong nodded. A glint flashed across Mu's eyes. "He's not bad." Despite her seemingly perfunctory remark, Tsong knew that she had acknowledged Yang Kai to be a capable youth. "All of you are so noisy," Emma muttered under its breath from the darkness, as though it was talking in its sleep. It seemed to have returned to millions of years ago when it was taking a nap on Mu's lap, but it was helplessly disturbed by the discussion among them. "You're making it hard for me to fall asleep." Mu said gently, "We'll be quiet." Then she turned to Tsong, "We're still not there yet. I need to borrow some power." Tsong nodded solemnly, "I've been waiting for this moment." Saying so, he performed a different hand seal and yelled, "Take my body and strengthen the restriction." Following that, all the power in his body dissipated as he assimilated his very essence into the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The restriction was originally invisible and intangible, but after it absorbed Tsong's power, the barrier became obvious to all. The barrier covered a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers and didn't seem to have an end to it, while inside was only endless darkness. Tsong's aura gradually withered and eventually disappeared. Even his figure turned into motes of light and dissipated. Above the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Mu's figure solidified to the point where one could almost see her unrivaled beauty. The vitality she had hidden within the restriction many years ago exploded at this moment. With the help of Tsong's power, it infused into her illusory phantom, making her look vivid and lifelike, as though she had really resurrected. She turned to look at the void with her dark gaze, as if she was trying to take in the entire universe. The next instant she leaped into the darkness. "I can finally have a good sleep," Emma muttered from the darkness, which shook all of a sudden. There seemed to be an ominous monster hidden within the darkness that turned over in its sleep, and a hush fell abruptly. The void trembled as though it was mourning for the death of these powerful beings. The moment Mu leaped into the darkness, all the humans and Black Ink clansmen who had been affected earlier snapped back to their senses in an instant. The battlefield, which had become calm due to Mu's soul technique, turned violent instantly. However, everyone sensitively detected that 2 powerful beings' wills were missing. One of them was Mo, and the other was Tsong. With that said, there was now another powerful will. In the darkness, the enormous creature was still prying open the edges of the gap with half of his body having been revealed. Even though it hadn't fully revealed itself, even half of his body was enough to give off indescribable pressure. Mu's soul secret technique had a huge impact on this giant as well, and it had stopped moving earlier. However, the moment Mu leapt into the darkness, the influence of her secret technique disappeared. As though having received an order, the giant struggled even harder to get out of the darkness. But it was too late. Tsong had sacrificed himself to strengthen the restriction, and Mu had used a trump card she had left behind years ago. Not only had Mo fallen asleep, but the gap of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was closing rapidly as well. Regardless of how hard the giant tried, he was unable to stop the gap from closing. In just 3 breaths of time, the wide gap was shut. However, the giant still hadn't fully crawled out of the gap. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was like a razor-sharp blade that cut across the giant's waist, splitting him in half. No black blood streamed out of his body, only black ink strength gushed out of his wounds. The dark giant roared in pain as his voice spread across the universe. Yang Kai took a glance at the giant and became startled. A giant spirit god. Earlier he had been assisting the Ninth Order Masters to kill the royal lords, so he didn't have time to look at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Now he was stunned by what he saw. The dark giant was actually a giant spirit god. Were giant spirit gods created by Mo? Yang Kai soon dismissed the idea, for the creature was not a real giant spirit god. He believed that it was a creature that Mo had created based on the giant spirit gods. The giant had the size and appearance of a giant spirit god, and perhaps even the power of one, but he certainly wasn't a member of the amiable giant spirit god clan. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the black ink giant spirit god that he came across in the black ink sealing land in the divine spirit ancestral land. Back then, he thought that a giant spirit god had been corrupted by black ink strength. Now, it seemed to him that it wasn't the case. Perhaps that black ink giant spirit god was also created by Mo. At the thought of this, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. Giant spirit gods were incredibly powerful beings that even the divine spirits were no match for. He had also personally witnessed a giant spirit god's power. In the past, Aer brought him to barge into the chaotic dead territory, but despite being surrounded by mortal danger, Aer was completely at ease. The chaotic dead territory was a place where even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to remain for long. In other words, giant spirit gods were more powerful than Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Perhaps they were as strong as Tsong and the other martial ancestors. The heavens didn't give the giant spirit god clan a very high level of intelligence, but with that said, they were gifted with unrivaled powers. Now, Yang Kai wondered how powerful this black giant spirit god was. What made him relax slightly was that the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had cut this giant figure in half, causing his strength to plummet. On the battlefield, more auras soon disappeared for good. In the short moment when Mu's secret technique had affected the entire battlefield, Yang Kai had helped the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters kill 5 royal lords. Initially, after 5 royal lords were killed, there supposedly would be another 5 royal lords who would step out of the darkness to make up for the losses. Nevertheless, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been closed, and Mo was now sound asleep. There wouldn't be any new royal lords. In the battles between the Ninth Order Masters and the royal lords, the humans had gained the upper hand, and as time passed, this advantage would be increasingly enhanced until the Black Ink clan were no longer able to resist. If not for the Black Ink giant spirit god's appearance, the humans would be guaranteed to win this war. However, with the Black Ink giant spirit god's existence, no one could tell what the outcome would be. Following a roar, the Black Ink giant spirit god stuck out a hand and grasped somewhere on the battlefield. Faced with the giant hand, both the human warships and Black Ink clansmen found it hard to dodge. Warships exploded apart, and before the humans could even flee, they were vaporized by the impact. It was the same case for the Black Ink clansmen. Without any warships to protect them, they were killed even before the humans. The hand then swept across the void, and although it seemed sluggish, that was only because it was too colossal. Space itself was torn apart wherever the hand swatted. Martial Peak, Chapter 5416, targeted by a royal lord. A Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who happened to be available activated his world force and transformed into a giant. However, this giant still looked like a child in front of this Black Ink giant spirit god. There was that huge of a difference between their sizes. Even as the giant rained attacks on this Black Ink giant spirit god, he was unable to harm the other party at all. On the other hand, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master trembled after he was struck by the Black Ink giant spirit god. In the far ancient past, A single black ink giant spirit god had wreaked havoc on the divine spirits in ancestral land. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation who made use of the sacred treasures of the different clans, along with burning their entire blood essence and vitality to finally suppress and seal the rampaging black ink giant spirit god. This resulted in the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress passing away, and as the void itself collapsed, the Dragon Emperor source and the Phoenix Empress source were lost for millions of years, eventually being acquired by Yang Kai and Su Yen. Since they were both black ink giant spirit gods, they were supposedly equally powerful. However, the one before their eyes only had half of his body left after the primordial heaven's source grand restrictions sliced him in two. As such, he wasn't nearly as powerful as the one who had kicked up a storm in ancestral land in the past. Even so, a single Ninth Order master still wasn't a match for him. Although the black ink giant spirit god didn't have a lower body, he was still pretty agile. Soon, he left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and barged into the battlefield to begin a slaughter. In his eyes, there were no friends or foes. Be it the humans or the black ink clansmen, as long as they were in his way, they were targets to be destroyed. Within moments, many from both races lost their lives, while the flesh and blood of the dead humans and black ink clansmen, as well as the black ink strength on the battlefield, all seemed to be drawn to his figure. As he absorbed more and more, the black ink giant spirit god's lower body showed signs of taking shape again. He was already so overwhelmed with just his upper body, so if he managed to form a complete lower body, the situation would only become more dire. More Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charged towards him, but it wasn't until the 13 old ancestors joined in that they managed to pin down the black ink giant spirit god, an almost inconceivable reality. For a very long time, the Ninth Order Masters were thought to be the most powerful beings in the world that only the Royal Lords were a match for. Now, it required 13 of them to stop a black ink giant spirit god who was missing half a body. It was unimaginable how powerful he would be if his body was whole. The humans had initially gained the upper hand in the battles between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Royal Lords. However, with 13 old ancestors needed to restrain the black ink giant spirit god, the momentum of the battle had shifted again. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to deal with 2 Royal Lords on their own, while some of them even had to fight 3 at once. Only by doing so could they stop the Royal Lords from slaughtering the human soldiers. The appearance of a black ink giant spirit god with only half a body destroyed the advantage that the humans had accumulated. Even though the humans were still in an advantageous position in the battles below the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, their edge would disappear if this dragged on. Yang Kai had kept his dragon form and returned to his human form. With the azure dragon spear in his hands, he charged around the battlefield. The turn of events at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction happened too suddenly. Song wanted to seal the restriction, but his actions triggered Mo's trump card in the process. Vend Mu, who passed away eons ago, appeared and sang an unknown lullaby as she stimulated the restriction's power. Now, Song's figure was nowhere to be found, and the auras of Mu and Mo had disappeared. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction had become as flawless as it used to be. Yang Kai knew that Song had passed away, Mu was gone for good, and Mo had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Now, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been resealed, which meant that there would be no more black ink clansmen leaving it. The ones left on the battlefield were all the soldiers that the black ink clan had. As long as the humans could wipe out these black ink clansmen, they would win the war. However, that was an extremely difficult task. Besides the black ink giant spirit god that was able to go against 13 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the same time, it was also hard to kill the remaining Royal Lords. In fact, quite a number of Royal Lords had been killed so far. Since Mo had deliberately tried to sustain the balance on the battlefield, the humans managed to destroy a lot of Royal Lords. Before the black ink giant spirit god's appearance, at least a dozen Royal Lords had lost their lives. On the other hand, the humans had also paid a huge price as several old ancestors had fallen in battle. When everyone on the battlefield was affected by Mu's soul secret technique earlier, several royal lords were suppressed by Yang Kai and subsequently killed by the old ancestors, leading to there being more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters than royal lords. Nevertheless, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's appearance negated that advantage and even reversed it. With that said, none of the human soldiers backed down as they still fearlessly clashed with the enemy. All of them knew that if they couldn't win this war, there wouldn't be another chance for them. All the Ninth Order, Eighth Order, Seventh Order, Sixth Order, and Fifth Order Masters were going all out. They didn't care if their warships were shattered as they could summon their spare warships and continue fighting. Even if all their warships were destroyed, they would clash with the enemies and kill as many as they could before their death. There was no time for rest or recuperation. If they held back any of their powers, they would fall into the abyss. Yang Kai darted around and killed all the enemies he could with his Azure Dragon Spear, sending black blood splattering everywhere. He was looking for Dawn. However, the battlefield was chaotic, so it was hard to find anyone. A while later, Yang Kai finally spotted Dawn as a large, swirling blood sea was a clear sign of Blood Crow's presence. Before he could even get near them though, Yang Kai felt alarmed all of a sudden. The next instant he detected a violent force coming at him from the side. Before he knew what was happening, Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. He still hadn't gotten out of danger though. As he extended his spear to the back, a golden crow cawed and a great sun leaped into the air before it shone brightly. Then, a hand gently gripped the great sun and extinguished it. The next instant, a fist came at Yang Kai. Flabbergasted, Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attack. The next moment, he shook as if struck by lightning before he was sent flying again. While tumbling, he sprayed out more blood. It wasn't until this moment that he made out the person who was attacking him. It was a royal lord with a sheep head and human body. Just like Mo Zhao from Great Evolution Theater, this royal lord had a pair of dark wings extending from his back. As their eyes met, a hint of surprise flashed across the royal lord's eyes. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to kill Yang Kai after striking him twice. Although he hadn't used his full power, he was certain Yang Kai wouldn't stand a chance to survive given the fact that the latter was just a Seventh Order junior. Regardless, that was indeed what had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a metallic taste in his mouth as he choked down the blood in his throat. While bearing the pain, he kept his guard up. He had just escaped from death's door. The moment he detected danger earlier, he drew upon his dragon source madly and covered himself with dragon scales. If not for that, he would have exploded upon impact. Even though his dragon scales were sturdy though, they were still smashed through after being struck twice. What he had been most worried about eventually happened. Since 13 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to deal with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, the humans who were in a favorable position earlier had completely lost the advantage. Some of the royal lords were now available to deal with the weaker human soldiers, and this particular royal lord had set his eyes on Yang Kai. Having said that, Yang Kai wasn't surprised that he was being targeted. Song had told him to be careful because he had been charging around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength, perhaps drawing Mo's attention. What's more, in his last moments, Song had cast a ray of light which then penetrated Yang Kai's body. The Black Ink clansmen all saw this and were certainly concerned about what that ray of light was. Since this royal lord was unrestrained, he naturally had to hunt Yang Kai down and find out what the ray of light was. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. He realized that all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already locked in intense battles with the Royal Lords and the Eighth Order Masters were occupied with the Territory Lords. All the warships were dilapidated, and the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Masters on the vessels were in danger of dying at any moment while the Seventh Order Masters around the warships were soaked in blood. Meanwhile, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's aura seemed to be growing with each moment. His lower body continued to absorb the black ink strength from the battlefield and showed signs of taking shape. Suddenly, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He gave up on the idea of seeking help from the Ninth Order Masters or the other humans. As he wielded his spear, he bolted towards the Royal Lord. A hint of contempt and mockery flashed across the royal lord's eyes as he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. His nonchalant manner made it look as though he was trying to swat dead an insect. As a royal lord, he indeed didn't have to exert himself to deal with a seventh-order human. Even though he didn't manage to achieve his goal earlier, he had severely injured the other party. This time, he had the confidence to kill Yang Kai. All of a sudden, he was dazzled by a pure white light, which expanded and dispelled the black ink strength around them before it engulfed the royal lord. The sheep-headed royal lord was enraged. He was certainly aware of the purifying light, which was the arch-nemesis of black ink strength, but all else aside, he was still a royal lord. Even though the purifying light could harm him, it couldn't kill him. Therefore, the instant he realized Yang Kai's intention, he didn't dodge the attack and instead directly extended his hand into the purifying light. Yang Kai skirted past the royal lord whose black blood spattered from a wound on his face. The royal lord turned around and saw the battered Yang Kai running away. Without hesitation, he raced after him. While coughing up blood, Yang Kai felt that he had never been so severely injured before. After he was struck by the royal lord 3 times, half of his bones were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were a mess. If not for the fact that he had a potent dragon vein, he would have already been killed. On a nearby battlefield, when a 9th Order master saw that Yang Kai was in danger, he intended to lend him a hand. However, his opponent suddenly flared up and held him down. Left with no choice, the 9th Order master could only watch as Yang Kai fled. Along the way, several 9th Order masters wanted to save him, but the royal lords turned even more ferocious and refused to allow them to do so. All the same, Yang Kai never intended to seek the 9th Order master's help. He had seen the big picture after scanning the battlefield and knew if he lured the royal lord behind him to any old ancestor, the latter would be at risk of losing their life. It wasn't fun dealing with 2 equally powerful opponents on your own. Yang Kai couldn't pin his hopes on the 8th Order masters either. Perhaps they couldn't even persevere as long as he did, therefore he could only find a way to save himself. He had no idea if he could escape from a royal lord, but Yang Kai knew that the humans were now in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield. As such, he couldn't bring trouble to the top masters. Furthermore, if he could lure a royal lord away, he could lift some pressure off the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm masters despite not being able to influence the war in any way. Martial Peak, Chapter 54:17, Life and Death Tribulation. 2 figures dashed across the bloody battlefield that looked like a living hell. While Yang Kai never stopped fleeing, the royal lord relentlessly chased after him. Just a moment later, the distance between them shortened and without hesitation, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and disappeared from the spot. The sheep-headed royal lord behind him was evidently startled. He had lived his entire life inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even though he was able to learn about the humans through the black ink nests, he had never come across an opponent like Yang Kai, so it was the first time he witnessed a space secret technique. Soon, he detected Yang Kai's aura and turned to look in a different direction. Over there, a blood-soaked Yang Kai appeared inside a human great pass. While standing on the wall, he eyed the royal lord from across the battlefield and pointed his spear at him in a provocative manner. Running away wasn't his sole intention. On such a vast battlefield, Yang Kai couldn't just focus on his own safety. Since this royal lord had set his eyes on him, Yang Kai had to come up with a way to lure him away from the others. He had no idea which great pass he was in as all the humans had left to attack the enemy, so all the great passes were empty with not even a single person remaining behind. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about luring the royal lord to this place. Seeing how smug Yang Kai looked, the royal lord was enraged and charged towards him. On the wall, Yang Kai settled his spear on the floor and sat down on a large array. The array core was an artifact that looked like a giant crossbow. Usually, it required 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to activate such an array. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his hands into dragon claws and clutched the giant crossbow before madly infusing his world force into the array. The patterns on the array lit up, and all the energy entered the crossbow. Despite being strong, Yang Kai realized he almost couldn't control this crossbow. He activated his divine sense and locked onto the royal lord with his aura, a hideous expression on his face. Following a buzz, the entire wall started shaking, and the next moment, a gigantic light column condensed into an arrow and shot towards the royal lord. This violent attack was equivalent to an Eighth Order Master's all-out strike. There were only a small number of arrays of such powers in the Great Passes, and they were the most powerful and lethal ones the humans could refine. Most of the artifacts and arrays could only cast attacks that were equivalent to a Seventh Order Master's attacks. The arrow formed from the light column was not only intimidating but also rapid. In the blink of an eye, it was about to strike the royal lord. However, he didn't seem to have the intention of dodging it. The black wings on his back folded in front of him to cover his body as he withstood the light arrow and dashed towards the Great Pass before shattering the array and artifact on the wall with a punch. A large part of the wall collapsed, and as his force spread, leveling many buildings in the Great Pass. It didn't matter if the attack was equivalent to an Eighth Order Master strike. He was a royal lord, so why would he be afraid of such a blow? However, he soon frowned as Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. In fact, right after Yang Kai fired the arrow, he disappeared. Detecting something, the royal lord turned to look at a nearby Great Pass and saw Yang Kai standing on the wall. Again, he was trying to activate the power of an artifact. Enraged, the royal lord pounced on his opponent once again. The same thing happened again. However, this time, what shot out of the Great Pass wasn't a light arrow but a rain of sword waves. The royal lord surged his black ink strength and blocked all the sword waves. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to jump to another Great Pass, he locked onto him with his aura, which then burst and caused Yang Kai to stagger as he fell out of the void. Yang Kai clenched his teeth as he retreated and concealed his aura. He directly entered the Great Pass and used the buildings as cover. Booms were continuously heard from behind him as the royal lord hunted him down and destroyed countless buildings along the way. The entire Great Pass soon turned into ruins. Finally, Yang Kai found a chance to manipulate space principles and escape. The moment he reappeared, the royal lord locked his aura onto him and pursued him like maggots on rotting bones. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he realized he couldn't go on doing this. The royal lord hadn't dealt with someone who was a master of the Tao of space before, which was why Yang Kai managed to escape from him earlier. Now that the royal lord had a way to deal with him though, Yang Kai was no longer able to use instantaneous movement as he pleased. At this rate, he would be cornered sooner or later. After glancing at the chaotic battlefield, Yang Kai grit his teeth, turned around, and charged towards the depths of the void. It had come to a point where the Ninth Order Masters were all engaged in life-and-death battles against the Black Ink Clan Masters. With that said, the human race masters below the Ninth Order still had a slight advantage against the Black Ink Clan. As long as they could enlarge that advantage, they would be able to influence the battles between the Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords. When the Eighth Order Masters were free from restraints, they would be able to lend the Ninth Order Masters assistance. Nevertheless, it remained hard to deal with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. All the same, this wasn't a problem that Yang Kai could solve. He was in a perilous situation himself, so he had to focus on staying alive first. Yang Kai's action surprised the Royal Lord. As he looked in the direction Yang Kai was fleeing, he hesitated for a bit before chasing after him. Even though no one knew anything about the ray of light that Song had cast into Yang Kai at the last moment, it was obviously something important. That was why the Royal Lord decided to personally deal with him. He initially thought that he could easily achieve his goal, so it surprised him that there were so many twists and turns. Certainly, he wouldn't let this Seventh Order brat flee from the battlefield as the latter clearly intended. The black wings on his back flapped before he turned into a flash of light and shot towards Yang Kai. On the battlefield, when the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw this, they wanted to help, but they were unable to shake off their opponents. Only a few Eighth Order Masters managed to break free from their entanglements and rush towards Yang Kai from different directions. While running across the void, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and even consumed a low-rank world fruit that he had kept in storage for years. At this point, nothing else mattered than restoring his reserves. He had consumed too much of his world force, and only a bit of power was left in his small universe. It was inefficient to refine open heaven pills, so he needed a world fruit to replenish his energy quickly. He knew that this was a life and death tribulation for him. Everything would be fine if he managed to shake off this royal lord. However, if he was captured, he would be doomed despite being able to transform into an ancient dragon. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could escape. After all, the royal lord could move much faster than he did. The only thing he could rely on was space principles. Yang Kai had quite several experiences when it came to fleeing from masters who were more powerful than him, but in such a situation he could only do his best and let the heavens decide his fate. He was aware that several Eighth Order masters were trying to aid him. However, they were no match for a royal lord. Once both parties clashed, those Eighth Order masters would certain die, therefore he wouldn't dare to stop. Yang Kai madly pushed his world force and Dragon Clan secret techniques as he moved across the void at the speed of lightning, soon leaving the battlefield behind as he escaped further and further away. However, the threat behind him was only getting closer. In less than an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. This sense of danger suggested that he was already within the range where the royal lord could strike him. He wanted to manipulate space principles to teleport away, but the royal lord had locked his aura onto him. Once he made a move, that aura would explode and destabilize the surrounding void. When that happened, his instantaneous movement would be disrupted and he would be killed. Silently, he flicked a bead out as he wanted to use a space beacon to save his life. However, the royal lord was extremely vigilant and didn't even let something as small as a space beacon off. From a distance, he cast an attack and destroyed the space beacon. Yang Kai secretly cursed at the royal lord. Since he was unable to make use of space beacons, he could only try to cut off the aura on him if he wanted to make use of space principles. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai decided to engulf himself in purifying light. There was no doubt that purifying light was the arch-nemesis of black ink strength, but he wasn't sure if this power could cut off the royal lord's aura. Aura was invisible, but strictly speaking, it was also a form of divine sense. Since purifying light could restrain the Black Ink Clan's power, it could also theoretically cut off a thread of aura. What disappointed Yang Kai was that as he was covered in the purifying light, the aura wasn't thrown off. However, he was pleasantly surprised at the fact that even though the aura locked onto him, he was able to isolate himself from it temporarily. The next moment, he pushed space principles and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a brutal force came at him from a distance. Apparently, the royal lord wanted to kill Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was about to flee. When a battered Yang Kai reappeared in a place that was a few million kilometers away, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was hampered at the most critical moment of activating instantaneous movement and failed to cross a distance that was as far as he'd hoped and instead landed in the wrong place. Even though he was injured, he had gotten rid of the threat for now at the very least. However, before Yang Kai could catch a breath, the purifying light around him dissipated. As soon as that happened, the royal lord's aura locked onto him again. Bastard! Yang Kai cursed. He felt his own aura trembling and his power becoming intermittent. At that moment, he was unable to manipulate space principles again, so he had no choice but to fly forward. He had suffered several setbacks because of this royal lord, and even though he had consumed a lot of spirit pills, his wounds had only gotten worse. Fortunately, being an ancient dragon, he had a robust body. Given enough time, his injuries would heal themselves. A moment later, the small advantage he had gained by using instantaneous movement to move across millions of kilometers was wiped out. The distance between them was shortening fast. Feeling the royal lord's black ink strength undulating behind him, as though a secret technique was about to be cast, Yang Kai once again engulfed himself with purifying light and isolated himself from the other party's aura. Then, he did the same thing by activating instantaneous movement. The royal lord had no choice but to stop using his secret technique and detonate the aura which was near Yang Kai, forcing the latter from the void a few million kilometers away. Again, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The The same thing repeatedly happened to the point where Yang Kai was infuriated. On the other hand, the royal lord, who had been relentless, was also cursing nonstop. He had never expected that despite being a royal lord, it would be so hard for him to end the life of a puny seventh-order human. Martial Peak, Chapter 54:18, Pursuit and Escape. Before this war, the sheep-headed royal lord had never dealt with humans, so his knowledge of them was limited to what he had gathered from the black ink nest space. After leaving the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, he immediately engaged in an intense battle with a ninth-order open heaven realm master. It was a fight between two equally matched opponents, and in fact, he found himself at a slight disadvantage almost from the start, so he truly admired that ninth-order master's power. But what was happening now? He felt disgusted by having to chase after Yang Kai, unlike his fight against the ninth-order master a while back. When dealing with the ninth-order master, he just had to exert all his strength in a life-and-death struggle. However, when pursuing this seventh-order master, he felt helpless despite having far greater strength. As such, there was an awkward scene in the void where a seventh-order human was unable to get rid of a royal lord, who, on the other hand, couldn't capture the seventh-order human. Initially, the eighth-order masters coming from the battlefield could still see some traces and follow them. Nevertheless, barely a day later, they had completely lost track of Yang Kai and the royal lord. One repeatedly manipulated space principles while the other could move extremely quickly. Eighth-order masters like them were unable to catch them. One of the eighth-order masters who had tanned skin said grimly, "Damn it! Little friend Yang is in danger." If they were able to reach the two of them, they might have been able to help Yang Kai. However, given their strength, the most likely outcome would be their deaths. Since Yang Kai and the royal lord were nowhere to be seen though, how were they supposed to find them in this vast void? Without their help, could a seventh-order junior like Yang Kai even hope to get rid of a royal lord's pursuit? Despite being a master of the Tao of space, he couldn't possibly persevere for long. The others remained silent, but they shared the same sentiment. After they exchanged glances, another eighth-order master sighed, "Perhaps this is his fate. Let's go back." The war was still raging, and as eighth-order masters, they had to return to make some contributions. Doing nothing in this place was meaningless. Being eighth-order masters, they were all decisive people. Since they were unable to save Yang Kai, they wouldn't force themselves, so they returned to the battlefield. On the other hand, Yang Kai kept activating purifying light to separate himself from the royal lord's aura before using instantaneous movement to widen the gap between them. When the gap shortened to a certain point, he would do it again. By doing so, he could ensure his safety with some difficulty. Nevertheless, it was impossible for him to completely get rid of this royal lord. Aware of this fact as well, the royal lord relentlessly pursued him. Regardless of how hard Yang Kai tried, he was unable to escape this royal lord. Having witnessed Yang Kai's methods, the royal lord soon acclimatized himself to the strangeness of space principles. Although he was indeed unable to stop Yang Kai from using instantaneous movement after the latter used purifying light to block his aura, he could still bombard the void itself from a distance the moment Yang Kai activated his space secret technique. Without much effort, he could harass and disrupt Yang Kai. By doing so, he could ensure that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to move across a long distance by using instantaneous movement, and Yang Kai would always arrive at a place that was different from what he had expected. On Yang Kai's end, he knew that his current method of escaping was dangerous. Since he was unable to determine where he would reappear after using instantaneous movement, he was taking a chance with his life each time he teleported. However, he couldn't care less at this point as stopping would mean certain death. He could risk using instantaneous movement or die. By using the instantaneous movement, he stood a chance to survive, and as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he wouldn't come across any real danger. Also, he had figured out the royal lord's plan. The royal lord must have figured it was fine if he couldn't capture his target for now. As long as he relentlessly chased after Yang Kai and made sure the latter was within his detection range, Yang Kai would eventually exhaust his strength. Regardless of how ample the heritage of a seventh-order human's small universe was, there was a limit to it. Even though this human brat could replenish his energy with pills, he should only be capable of persevering for a while longer. On the other hand, the royal lord was barely expending any of his strength or stamina, so he had ample time to hunt down Yang Kai. Realizing the other party's thought process, Yang Kai secretly sneered. If this was indeed the royal lord's plan, he was bound to be disappointed. During the war some time ago, Yang Kai had indeed exhausted himself, but after he consumed a lot of spirit pills and a low-rank world fruit, the heritage in his small universe had mostly been restored. Furthermore, as the living beings in his small universe went through the vicissitudes of life, they continuously helped increase his heritage. Having said that, he would eventually run out of energy if this dragged on for too long. All the same, he had more than one low-rank world fruit, and although he didn't have many of them, they could allow him to persevere for a while longer. Once again, Yang Kai was disturbed while using instantaneous movement. When he abruptly appeared somewhere, his 5 viscera and 6 organs weltered and he started seeing stars. To say that he was feeling uncomfortable would be a gross understatement. Before he could pull himself together, though, a remnant divine ability came at him from a nearby place. An astounded Yang Kai hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, the divine ability was quite weak, so despite looking magnificent, it wasn't lethal and Yang Kai quickly evaded it. He had arrived at the late ancient era battlefield. Basically, he had rushed back along the route the human race army had used on the crusade and made it past the region that could be considered the spiritless land. When they initially arrived here, the humans had no idea why this vast area of void was a spiritless land. It wasn't until Tsung explained to them that it was the Black Ink clan's doing to prevent him and the other martial ancestors from replenishing their energy. After crossing the vast spiritless land, one would arrive at the late ancient era battlefield. In the late ancient era, the humans and the Black Ink clan fought for 10,000 years without pause, causing countless people to lose their lives. As such, there were a lot of hidden dangers on this battlefield. Many restrictions and divine abilities remained dormant, but they would explode if someone approached them. The great passes had suffered miserably when they passed this area. Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the sheep-headed royal lord, and he couldn't even get rid of him using space principles. Therefore, he decided to make use of this late ancient era battlefield. Although he had to be careful as well, it was better than letting the other party keep chasing him. Perhaps he could make use of the hidden dangers in this place to shake off his pursuer. The divine abilities and restrictions in the periphery were weak, so Yang Kai ignored them and charged towards the battlefield's depths. Wherever he went, the dormant divine abilities and restrictions would be triggered. Like cats that caught a whiff of fish, they all came alive and pounced. A few divine abilities and restrictions were triggered the moment Yang Kai arrived, striking at him almost instantaneously. Fortunately, he was able to run swiftly. As a result, those divine abilities and restrictions turned into flashes of light that relentlessly followed after him. It was not long before there seemed to be a tail of colorful lights behind Yang Kai. After moving across some distance, the energy of some lights was used up as they dissipated. However, even more divine abilities and restrictions joined, so the light tail only enlarged. As for the majority of the divine abilities and restrictions, they were sluggish to react as they had remained dormant for far too long. They were only activated a short time after Yang Kai brushed past them. As a result, the royal lord who was chasing after Yang Kai became the target of these divine abilities and restrictions. A short time later, there was a longer and more brilliant tail of lights that was behind the royal lord. Initially, the royal lord wasn't concerned about the light tail behind him. He was one of the most powerful masters in the world, so why would he be bothered by these worn-out divine abilities and restrictions? However, as time passed, the light tail grew and grew. The innumerable restrictions and divine abilities intertwined with each other. Some of them clashed and wore each other down, but others synergized and merged, evolving into something entirely different from their original form. At this point, even a powerful master like him felt threatened. Therefore, the royal lord hastened his pace as he knew that he would be in trouble once the light tail caught up with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai was running as fast as he could. Even though the light tail behind him was smaller than that of the royal lord, he was much weaker than the other party, so it was still lethal to him. As time passed, the distance between them shortened again. All of a sudden, the royal lord recalled that this guy named Yang Kai was able to leap across the void and wondered, what would happen to the light tail behind him if he uses that teleportation technique? Before he could figure it out, he saw Yang Kai turning to look at him with an eerie grin. He had been chasing after Yang Kai for quite a while, but it was the first time he had a bad premonition. The next instant, the power of space principles undulated, and without hesitation, the royal lord pointed at his opponent and struck from afar. Yang Kai disappeared from the spot, but the next moment he reappeared in a place that was a couple million kilometers away. Initially, even if he was interrupted by the royal lord when using instantaneous movement, he could cross a distance of roughly 10 million kilometers. However, he only managed to traverse some 3 million kilometers this time. It went to show how chaotic the space and energy in this late ancient era battlefield was. Still, it was enough, as after losing Yang Kai, the light tail that had been chasing him started showing signs of becoming dormant again, only to become attracted to the royal lord's aura a moment later. With a livid expression, the royal lord watched as the light tail, which was initially chasing after Yang Kai, turned around and came at him. Enraged, the royal lord madly activated his black ink strength and swelled up into a giant. As a roar reverberated across the void, he punched out and destroyed the light tails in front of and behind him. When Yang Kai saw that from afar, he couldn't help but shudder. In the end, he was still a royal lord. It was naive of Yang Kai to think that he could make use of these dormant divine abilities and restrictions on this late ancient era battlefield to deal with this kind of opponent. Left with no choice, he could only keep running for his life. After suffering such a setback, the royal lord became even more ruthless as he shattered all the divine abilities and restrictions along the way so that they wouldn't gather together to pursue him. On the other hand, Yang Kai did his best to quicken his pace. The royal lord was furious. Perhaps he had become irritated from chasing after his prey for so long. If Yang Kai was captured by the royal lord in such a situation, he reckoned that the other party would certainly torture him to death. After moving around the late ancient era battlefield for a month, Yang Kai dismally realized that he had become lost. His initial plan was simple. Since he wasn't a match for this royal lord, he could make use of the restrictions and divine abilities on the late ancient era battlefield to distract him. By doing so, he would stand a chance to shake him off his trail. Even if he couldn't achieve his goal by making use of the late ancient era battlefield, he could still cross this place and head to the no-return pass. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were standing guard at the no-return pass, and with a Divine Dragon and Divine Phoenix who were even more powerful than Ninth Order Masters, if this royal lord chased him all the way to the no-return pass, he would be doomed. Certainly, there was a huge risk to take, for it would take Yang Kai a long time to arrive at the no-return pass. Back then, after the humans set off on the crusade, it took them several years to arrive at Mo's whereabouts. Even though Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, which allowed him to move extremely quickly in his current battered state, and not fully able to make use of his space principles, he estimated it would take him about a year to reach the no-return pass. Martial Peak, Chapter 5419, Dense Fog Celestial Phenomenon. Yang Kai wasn't even sure if he could survive a royal lord's pursuit for several months, let alone a whole year. However, it was already the best solution he could think of. Regardless, his plan had been derailed, for he had lost his way. Everywhere he looked on this vast late ancient era battlefield, everything looked the same, so he couldn't tell where he was or where he should head. Initially, he was still confident he was moving in the right direction, but he had been interrupted by the sheep-headed royal lord on several occasions when using instantaneous movement, which resulted in him reappearing in random places. Now, he wasn't even sure which direction the no-return pass was in. Left with no choice, he could only keep activating his space secret technique to run for his life, for the other party seemed determined to destroy him. Nevertheless, things were only getting worse. As Yang Kai traversed this late ancient era battlefield, regardless of how careful he was, he couldn't avoid getting hurt by the dormant restrictions and divine abilities. For the past month, he kept getting injured, so instead of healing from his wounds, his injuries had turned worse. As though realizing that Yang Kai was at a dead end, the royal lord became even more ruthless. Yang Kai knew that if this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to persevere for long. However, it was unlikely that he could get rid of this royal lord. As he was running away, he gritted his teeth and looked in a particular direction. Over there, a gigantic cloud of fog covered a vast region of the void. Although Yang Kai was many millions of kilometers away, the fog bank still looked enormous. It was a celestial phenomenon. Years after the humans set off on their crusade, they came across a lot of different celestial phenomena that came in a myriad of forms and sizes. Regardless, all of them shared a common trait: they gave off a dangerous vibe. Yang Kai had not explored any of those celestial phenomena. On the other hand, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had barged into one on a whim a while back, but when she returned, she refused to say what she had seen inside. She only said that it was extremely dangerous, and even a ninth-order open heaven realm master like her was at risk of losing her life if she remained inside. Therefore, as those from Great Evolution Pass crossed this place, they would always make a detour whenever they came across a celestial phenomena lest they fall into mortal danger. No one knew how these celestial phenomena were formed. Perhaps it had something to do with the clash between the humans and the Black Ink clan in the late ancient era, or perhaps they were naturally born. The humans knew little about this area of the void behind the royal cities. The celestial phenomenon that looked like a fog bank was the only one Yang Kai could see right now, and he had no idea how dangerous it was. However, it wasn't like he had a choice now, as he was pursued by a royal lord. If he couldn't find a way to turn things around, he would just be waiting for death. Even if there were some dangers within the dense fog celestial phenomenon, they were the least of his concerns. Apparently, the royal lord saw the dense fog celestial phenomenon as well, and there was a hint of doubt behind his gaze. Yang Kai had seen quite many celestial phenomena, but it was the first time the royal lord came across one, so he had no idea what it was. Regardless, when he saw Yang Kai heading towards the dense fog celestial phenomenon, all of a sudden, he understood the latter's intention. As he quickened his pace, the distance between them shortened. However, the seventh-order boy was just too slippery. When his opponent was close enough, he teleported and disappeared once again, widening the gap between them. After using the same trick several more times, Yang Kai reached the dense fog celestial phenomenon. When he scanned the celestial phenomenon with his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised, for he couldn't feel any danger from this dense fog. It was very strange indeed. The celestial phenomena he had seen in the past all exuded dangerous auras, but this dense fog celestial phenomenon appeared somewhat special. At that instant, he wasn't sure if he should be worried or happy. If there was really no danger in the dense fog celestial phenomenon, it would be safe for him to enter it. However, he also wouldn't be able to make use of this celestial phenomenon to eliminate the royal lord. With that said, things had come to such a point where there was no turning back. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai crashed into the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Following that, he realized that something was off. He couldn't detect any danger when he was outside the celestial phenomenon, but once he was inside, he immediately found himself in a perilous situation. An ominous aura engulfed him, like death itself. At that moment, all his hair stood on end as he activated the power of his small universe and raised his guard as high as it would go. Outside the celestial phenomenon, the royal lord was stunned. That was because he lost track of Yang Kai the moment the latter entered the celestial phenomenon. The brat named Yang Kai seemed to have entered another world, as even his divine sense was unable to penetrate the fog and find out what was going on inside. After a moment of hesitation, he, too, dashed inside. The next instant, he was baffled by what he saw. Yang Kai was indeed in the fog, but at this moment he seemed to be battling against an invisible enemy. His world force burst forth, and his golden blood spattered. Within a breath, he was completely battered. As a dragon roar reverberated, Yang Kai even transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. Still, he was unable to ward off the danger within the fog, as even his dragon scales were being blown off. The royal lord was perplexed as he had no idea what was going on. However, he didn't have time to ponder on it. Just like Yang Kai, the moment he stepped into the fog, he was deluged with an enormous sense of crisis that came at him from all directions, which prompted him to madly push his black ink strength. Soon, he realized what Yang Kai was fighting against. There seemed to be immense pressure that was intent on crushing him to death. Certainly, he wouldn't stand idly by and wait for death to come. He immediately activated his power to push back against the fog. At the same time, he tried to leave this area. What shocked him was that, even though he had moved backwards a long distance, he still couldn't escape the fog. He had just entered this dense fog celestial phenomenon, so he should have been able to leave by taking a single big step back. However, as though a mysterious force had sealed off this space, he was unable to escape. The pressure around him intensified, and left with no choice, he could only surge his power to resist it. From the corner of his eye, he could see that the 70,000 meters ancient dragon had stopped moving and now hovered in the distance. Half of his dragon scales were gone, and his entire figure was soaked in blood, making him look totally battered. Seemingly having lost consciousness, Yang Kai reverted from a dragon back into a human. Is he dead? The royal lord found it hard to believe. He had been chasing after this human for so long but hadn't managed to kill him. Yet now, this brat had lost his life just like that. At that instant, the royal lord had some conflicted feelings. Regardless, he wasn't in the mood to find out whether Yang Kai was dead or alive because he realized he had come across the biggest crisis of his life. If he couldn't find a way out, and soon he would be accompanying this human to the Yellow Springs. A long time later, Yang Kai finally regained consciousness and immediately realized some energy fluctuations were coming from a nearby place. Instantly, he recalled what he had gone through before he blacked out. To shake off the royal lord's pursuit, he barged into a dense fog celestial phenomenon and faced a mysterious attack. He tried his best to resist the pressure coming from all directions, but in the end, he was in so much pain that he passed out. He still hadn't figured out what it was in the fog that had attacked him. Although he was equally puzzled why he was still alive, he hurriedly circulated his power and kept his guard up. The next instant, his expression darkened. Here it comes again. Just a dozen breaths later, he once again passed out due to the pressure coming from all directions. Before that though, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of the battered royal lord who was not far away. He seemed to be fighting against an invisible enemy as well, the energy fluctuations Yang Kai felt earlier obviously coming from him. He's a royal lord after all. I'll pass out again soon, but this guy is still engaged in an intense battle. He's simply more powerful than I am. When Yang Kai woke up for the second time, he once again felt energy fluctuations nearby, and they were even more violent this time. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the royal lord casting a divine ability. Black ink strength billowed from his body and turned into a gigantic illusory phantom before it covered him like a protective film. At this moment, the royal lord was in a sorry state. He was badly wounded and his aura was unstable while he was covered in dark blood. Seeing that, Yang Kai snickered. It was indeed embarrassing that he had blacked out twice, and he didn't even know who his enemy was. Regardless, it seemed he had made the right decision by diving into this dense fog celestial phenomenon. At the very least, the royal lord had also suffered a setback. But soon, Yang Kai became doubtful. He had passed out twice, so if there was really an invisible enemy in the fog, why hadn't it seized the chance to kill him? Moreover, as he carefully reviewed what he had gone through, Yang Kai found that the odd pressure didn't feel like a kind of attack. Instead, it was like an automatic response, similar to the effect of some arrays. Quite a number of arrays could do the same by reflecting one's own strength to wound them. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai decided to not immediately make any moves. He just secretly activated his power and kept his guard up. Just like what had happened previously, he felt pressure coming from all directions. The last time, he subconsciously tried to resist and push the pressure away, but this time he didn't make a move and instead let the pressure do as it pleased. He still felt some discomfort, but it was bearable. Still, even this mild force had irritated his wounds, causing him to gasp. After remaining still for a moment, Yang Kai realized the pressure didn't intensify. As he pondered on it, he stopped circulating his world force entirely and completely relaxed. Just like he had expected, as his power dissipated and he became at ease, the pressure coming from all directions diminished and eventually disappeared. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was dumbstruck. There was no invisible enemy in this fog. In fact, he was his own enemy. Although he had no idea how this dense fog celestial phenomenon was formed, he believed that it was similar to a powerful reflection array. The pressure that came at him was actually caused by him. As he let his power go, the pressure also vanished. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter as he realized that he had blacked out twice because he was essentially bludgeoning himself. As he glanced at the royal lord, who was still fighting against the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai felt a bit better about himself. At least he wasn't the only idiot in this place. Martial Peak, Chapter 5420, Neither Can Kill. Upon figuring out the dense fog celestial phenomenon's secret, Yang Kai darted his gaze around while continuing to lie in the same position. As he never activated his power, the fog around him remained calm. Next, he examined his body and couldn't help feeling sorry for himself. In summary, his condition was terrible. Before he was hunted down by this sheep-headed royal lord, he was already badly injured. Then, during the pursuit, he was repeatedly struck by this royal lord and his injuries exacerbated after he entered this dense fog celestial phenomenon. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were a mess as they all nearly exploded. About 70% of his bones were broken and there were even sharp bones stuck out from his flesh here and there. Half of his dragon scales, which were originally hidden under his skin, were gone. If he transformed into his dragon form now, he would be half naked. Fortunately, despite his serious injuries, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. Coupled with his own restorative power and his potent dragon vein, he was actually on the mend. He stealthily stuffed some spirit pills into his mouth and took a glance at the royal lord, only to see that the other party was still engaged in an intense fight. Amazing divine abilities and secret techniques were cast from the royal lord's hands as his fight against the fog seemed to have turned the entire universe upside down. That guy is really dumb. Yang Kai was gleeful. However, it wasn't until he blacked out twice that he realized the secret behind the fog. The royal lord still hadn't passed out after persevering for such a long time, so it wasn't surprising that he hadn't discovered the truth yet. Anyone who fell into danger would instinctively counterattack to save themselves. Who would have thought that in this dense fog celestial phenomenon, doing nothing was the best way to protect oneself? The more one attacked, the more perilous their situation became. Maybe he'll exhaust himself to death. Yang Kai hoped. However, his wish wasn't to be granted. Just like what happened to him previously, the royal lord was unable to fend off the pressure despite going all out. He kept roaring and releasing his black ink strength until he had no more energy left and finally passed out several days later. As soon as he became unmoving and all the noise in the dense fog celestial phenomenon died down. Staring at the unmoving royal lord, Yang Kai knew that the other party wasn't dead, so he was naturally disappointed. Nevertheless, he soon pulled himself together and gazed fervently at the royal lord. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since this guy is unconscious and exhausted, maybe I can kill him now. As soon as Yang Kai began gathering his power though, he realized he felt the pressure coming from the fog again. The more he exerted himself, the more powerful the pressure became. Soon he released his power, as he realized his idea wasn't feasible. The dense fog celestial phenomenon was extremely sensitive to any foreign power. Before Yang Kai could gather the necessary strength to kill the royal lord, he would pass out again. Left with no choice, he could only gather his world force on his palms and test the response from the fog. He tried to adjust his energy fluctuations to reach a kind of balance. Then he slowly wriggled his arms as though he was swimming towards the sheep-headed royal lord. However, Yang Kai found himself to be outrageously slow. 2 whole hours passed, but he only managed to cross half of the distance between them. Another 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at a place that was 100 meters away from the royal lord. He slowly summoned his azure dragon spear and pointed it at the royal lord's neck. Then he squirmed and stealthily inched closer to him. During the process, the balance he had been trying to sustain was almost shattered. Fortunately, he managed to dispel his power in time and let the fog calm down. He then approached his target again. Watching as the azure dragon spear was about to stab into the opponent's neck, Yang Kai felt his heart thumping in his chest. Perhaps the royal lord was shocked by the murderous intent, or he indeed had an incredible restorative power, but he opened his eyes all of a sudden. Seeing that, Yang Kai forcefully extended his spear. Black blood spattered as the razor-sharp azure dragon spear was even able to penetrate a royal lord's robust body. His spear jabbed right into the opponent's throat and was about to stick out from the other side, but just then, the dense fog celestial phenomenon launched a counterattack. Instantly, Yang Kai felt immense pressure coming at him. His wounds split open, and as he faced enormous resistance, unable to extend his spear one bit, he couldn't help but curse. As a sharp pain shot through him, the royal lord came to his senses and turned his head, only to see Yang Kai stabbing a weapon into his throat. This brat is still alive? The royal lord was startled. When he saw Yang Kai looking battered and unmoving earlier, he thought he had died. To his surprise, not only had Yang Kai survived, but he had also seized this chance to try to kill him while he was unconscious. If the royal lord hadn't woken up in time, he very well might have lost his life. Enraged, the royal lord released his aura as his black ink strength burst forth. Why? Before Yang Kai could even get a word out, his expression had darkened as the pressure coming from all directions intensified many times, causing all the bones in his body to crack. He couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood, and following that, he blacked out and lost consciousness. The royal lord extended his hand in an attempt to kill him, but his hand was forced to stop just a meter away from Yang Kai, and he was unable to push it any further. His expression changed. Ignoring Yang Kai, he surged his power in an attempt to shake off the restrictive force. However, the force became so immense that he soon fell into a state of despair. 3 breaths later, his eyes rolled back into his head and he too passed out. Without the disturbance of foreign powers, the fog soon calmed down. When Yang Kai awakened, he saw the royal lord hovering somewhere near him. This guy had passed out, but his hand still remained stretched out towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, Yang Kai knew what the other party intended to do after he blacked out. After hesitating for a bit, he gave up on the idea of killing this royal lord. The royal lord indeed looked like he was powerless to resist now, but based on the previous experience, Yang Kai believed that the royal lord would regain consciousness the moment he made a move against him. A royal lord's sense for danger was extreme, so any external threat would undoubtedly wake him up. Moreover, the reflective power in this dense fog celestial phenomenon was savage. Yang Kai had to activate his power if he wanted to kill the royal lord, but if he did that, he would be the one who would suffer. Before he even managed to kill the royal lord, he would pass out upon getting squeezed by the pressure. In this damned place, neither one of them could kill the other. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that his best option for now was to flee. Since the royal lord was still unconscious, he had to try to leave the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Perhaps he could return to the battlefield and join the war again. Making use of his previous experience, Yang Kai carefully activated his power and infused energy into his hands. Then, he flailed about as he awkwardly swam away from the royal lord. Half a day later, the royal lord also regained consciousness. This time, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he remained still and fell into his thoughts. It wasn't until Yang Kai blacked out twice that he found out the dense fog celestial phenomenon's secret. Since the royal lord was not a fool, he certainly could do the same. If there was really an invisible enemy in this fog, the two of them would have died after falling unconscious. Since he and the human brat were still alive, something was obviously off. A moment later, the royal lord also figured out the secret behind this dense fog celestial phenomenon. As he scanned his surroundings, he soon spotted Yang Kai swimming away from him. After giving it some thought, He imitated Yang Kai and infused some of the power into his arms. Then he started swimming in this fog. Detecting something, Yang Kai turned his head and saw the royal lord running after him. He couldn't help but curse, "You're a stubborn one, aren't you?" Both of them were in a sorry state, yet this guy hadn't given up on the idea of killing him, leaving Yang Kai vexed. The royal lord snorted as his eyes reflected Yang Kai's figure. Slowly, he followed behind Yang Kai. "Even if we get into a life-and-death battle here, it won't affect the war between the two races. I'm just a seventh-order human, so it's pointless for you to kill me. Why don't we bid each other farewell here? We'll meet again if fate brings us together in the future." With a cold expression, the royal lord remained unfazed. Yang Kai kept persuading him by saying, "You're a royal lord, so what's the point of you making things difficult for me? If you spare my life now, I'll spare yours in the future. Who knows, we might even be friends." However, the royal lord remained silent. "It's not like you'll be able to reach me, so stop wasting your time. I can see that you're horribly injured, so why don't you recuperate now to prevent your injuries from becoming worse?" Seeing that the other party totally ignored him and refused to back down, Yang Kai grew incensed and said through clenched teeth, "Injured Black Ink clansmen have to recuperate inside Black Ink nests. You're badly wounded now, so I guess you can only use half of your strength right now. On the other hand, I'm different. My wounds are healing quickly, and I'll be energetic again in a few days. Chase after me all you like. When we leave this place, let's see which one of us will die." When the royal lord heard that, his expression changed slightly. Yang Kai had a point. The royal lord indeed needed a Black Ink nest's help to recuperate, and given how wounded he was, using half his strength would really be his maximum. He was already unable to capture Yang Kai when he was at the peak of his power, so now that he only had half of his strength left, he probably wouldn't have a way to deal with this tricky opponent. Nevertheless, he was still a royal lord. He had personally made a move against a single seventh-order boy, yet after such a long time, he was the one who ended up in a horrible state. He was simply unresigned. As for Yang Kai's threat, that didn't bother him one bit. Even though he was only left with half of his power, that was still significantly more than a seventh-order human could hope to handle. He could even deal with an eighth-order master with ease in his current state. If Yang Kai had the guts to make a move on him, he would be the one who would suffer. As the royal lord squinted his eyes, he said, "Pass me the last thing Tsang gave you and I'll leave." A helpless Yang Kai sighed. "Will you believe me if I say that old man never gave me anything? That was his way of diverting all your attention away from him so he could use that strange jade. It's laughable that you all believe it to be true." The royal lord sneered while relentlessly pursuing him. A frustrated Yang Kai roared, "It seems that you don't believe me. Forget it. It's not like there's anything I can do about it. Just chase after me all you like." Without speaking further, he tried to control his power and strike a balance with the fog. As he waved his hands, he swam further away. Somewhere behind him, the royal lord imitated him and pursued him, the two of them swimming forward ever so slowly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5421, Breakthrough. There didn't seem to be an end to this vast, dense fog celestial phenomenon, so Yang Kai wasn't even sure if he would have a chance to leave. Fortunately, being in this celestial phenomenon, both he and the sheep-headed royal lord didn't dare to activate too much of their strength lest they draw a counterattack to themselves. In this way, even though the royal lord was significantly more powerful than Yang Kai, it was unlikely that he could capture him. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. The human and the royal lord were still swimming in this dense fog celestial phenomenon with no end in sight. Yang Kai even suspected that this dense fog celestial phenomenon also had the effect of a bewildering array. Otherwise, he should have left this place after swimming in the same direction for 10 whole years despite his slow movements. He was initially anxious and fidgety, but he gradually became as calm as a tranquil lake. His original plan was to make use of this dense fog celestial phenomenon to get rid of the royal lord and return to the battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clansmen. However, 10 years had now passed, so the war should already be over. Did many humans lose their lives? Was the black ink giant spirit god with only half a body killed? Yang Kai didn't have the answers to any of those questions. At any rate, since he was in a trap, it was pointless for him to think about those things. The most pressing issue for him was that he had to leave this dense fog celestial phenomenon as quickly as possible. His wounds had all healed after 10 years of recuperation, and he was at peak strength again. On the other hand, the royal lord was still wounded, as without a black ink nest, it was hard for him to recuperate. Regardless, Yang Kai was irritated at the fact that the royal lord still followed closely behind him. It wasn't easy for him to get rid of the other party either. This dense fog celestial phenomenon had significantly restricted their movements, and the royal lord was determined to hunt him down. Unless he had a way to kill this royal lord, he was helpless to shake him off. After 10 years of exploration, Yang Kai had figured out more secrets about this dense fog celestial phenomenon. As he activated his demon eye of annihilation, his left eye turned golden, allowing him to see through all falsities in the world. In this way, he was looking for a way out of this fog. The royal lord, who was following closely behind him, helplessly discovered that Yang Kai was inconsistent in the ways he moved around. There were no regular patterns to speak of. Finally, there came a day when Yang Kai suddenly spoke to his partner behind him. "Hey, can I have a word with you?" The royal lord said smugly, "There's no need to beg for mercy, unless you're willing to pass me the thing Tsang gave you." A helpless Yang Kai refuted, "I told you that old man named Tsang didn't give me anything, but you just don't believe me. Forget it. We've been trapped in this celestial phenomenon for 10 years, and there isn't any hope of us getting out if we keep blindly stumbling around. Recently, though, I've discovered some traces of regular patterns in this fog. Perhaps I'll be able to find a route to leave this place." Instantly, the royal lord's face stiffened as he quickened his pace. Despite noticing it, Yang Kai was unfazed. "Relax. Given my current ability, it's unlikely I'll be able to leave here. Therefore, I need to cultivate for some time. You don't want to get stuck here forever, do you? If I can find a way out, it'll be beneficial to you too." A myriad of expressions came over the royal lord as he wasn't certain if Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had a point. If he could find a way out, both of them would stand to benefit. The royal lord was equally vexed being trapped in this damned place. Even though they both had thousands, if not tens of thousands of years left to live, there would eventually come a day when they passed away if they remained stuck in this place. "You want to cultivate?" "Yes." "How do I know you won't seize this chance to break through?" It was already so hard to deal with Yang Kai when he was just a 7th Order master. If he managed to make it to the 8th Order, the royal lord wasn't confident he would ever capture him. Yang Kai was rendered speechless for a moment, then said, "It has only been several hundred years since I reached the 7th Order. How is it possible that I'll achieve a breakthrough so soon? Don't worry. I'm just going to cultivate an eye secret technique." "Are you being serious with me?" The royal lord was doubtful. "What's the point of me lying to you in this situation? Moreover, you will certainly be able to tell what I'm doing at this range," Yang Kai explained. "What do you think? It has come to a point where we have to cooperate if we want to get out of this trap. Why don't we stop making things difficult for each other?" After giving it some thought, the royal lord nodded. "Good." Saying so, he stopped in his tracks. Yang Kai let out a breath and stopped moving as well. There was nothing he could do if the other party insisted on chasing after him relentlessly. Even though he was still able to cultivate the eye secret technique while moving around, it was far less efficient than if he could sit and focus. Without anyone interrupting him, he could concentrate on doing it. Not long after the royal lord started chasing after him back then, Yang Kai activated the demon eye of annihilation in an attempt to see through the dense fog celestial phenomenon's mysteries. After 10 years of hard work, he had indeed discovered some patterns in it. What made him feel even more pleasantly surprised was that the demon eye of annihilation showed signs of a breakthrough. In other words, he was about to achieve a breakthrough with this mastery of this eye secret technique. The myriad demon's old ancestor, who was Yang Kai's mentor, had told him about it when they were still in the myriad demon's pass back then. At that time, Yang Kai had coughed up a lot of military merits to get a chance to ask the myriad demon's old ancestor to teach him the profundities of the two-eye secret techniques. Over the years, Yang Kai had been working hard to improve these eye secret techniques, but he had never had the time to really focus on cultivating them. All the same, the chance presented itself after he barged into this dense fog celestial phenomenon. Although the royal lord had stopped pursuing him, Yang Kai naturally didn't fully trust him and kept his guard up while activating his power to run a special cultivation route and improve his eye secret technique. It was a process that required lots of hard work and attention to detail. Regardless of how powerful a cultivator was or how robust their body was, they still possessed some innate weaknesses, and a person's eyes were especially fragile. The reason it was difficult to cultivate the eye secret techniques of myriad demons' heaven wasn't that they were particularly abstruse. On the contrary, it was actually quite easy to start cultivating these two-eye secret techniques. One just had to activate their power and run a special cultivation route around their eyes as they continuously improved their vision. As time passed, they would succeed at mastering these eye secret techniques. What was difficult was the process. The eyes were a weakness to every cultivator. By using one's own power to train the eyes, they would either yield no results or risk damaging these sensitive organs. If one wasn't careful enough, their eyes might explode, turning them blind. It was said that in the early days, there were a lot of blind people in myriad demons' heaven because they had cultivated these two-eye secret techniques. Then, the high-ranking officials of myriad demons' heaven realized they couldn't let this keep happening, otherwise, all their disciples would become blind. Therefore, they stopped letting ordinary disciples learn these eye secret techniques. Only the brightest disciples had a chance to cultivate these eye secret techniques, and they would have to pass a number of tests before they began. Unlike the disciples of myriad demons' heaven, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his eyes exploding. That was because he had inherited his eye secret techniques from great demon god, Mo Sheng. He had gotten the hang of the eye secret techniques long ago, but his current problem was that his eyesight wasn't acute enough. With such a natural advantage, he was far ahead of young disciples from myriad demons' heaven when it came to cultivating these eye secret techniques. It could be said that he didn't have to go through the dangerous initial stage of cultivation at all. Mo Sheng had built the foundation for him, so he just had to keep on improving and master the eye secret techniques. 10 years of exploring the dense fog celestial phenomenon was also a kind of training for Yang Kai. Hence, it wasn't surprising that he was about to achieve a breakthrough with his demon eye of annihilation. As the royal lord watched closely, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. His aura became completely still as though he was dead. The royal lord's expression changed as he had the urge to flare up and take Yang Kai's life. However, as he considered the distance between them and the strangeness of this fog, he knew that even if he made a move now, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Moreover, this seventh-order human was certainly still wary of him. If he made a move, the other party wouldn't just sit idly by. Therefore, he could only suppress this urge. On top of all that, if Yang Kai could really find a way out, the royal lord could follow him and leave this place as well. He had the confidence to deal with whatever happened afterwards, which was why he agreed to Yang Kai's request. As time passed, following Yang Kai's activation of power, he felt that his left eye was getting hotter until it became unbearably scorching, as though something was stuck in his eye. Instead of feeling shocked though, he was thrilled. He knew that it was the sign of achieving a breakthrough that the myriad demon's old ancestor had told him about before. Therefore, he exerted more force to sharpen his vision. Half a month later, the feeling of blockage intensified. When it reached a peak, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His right eye looked perfectly normal, but his left eye was blood red. His aura undulated and turned into several streams as they crashed into his left eye. With a solemn expression, the royal lord stared fixedly at him. Although he was able to learn a lot about the humans through the black ink nest in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, it wasn't first-hand information after all. It wasn't until he witnessed Yang Kai cultivating a secret technique that he realized there was a reason why the Black Ink clan hadn't managed to defeat the humans after all these years of war. While the royal lord was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai started growling like an injured beast. At the same time, not only did Yang Kai feel that his left eye was scorchingly hot, he also felt as though countless needles had jabbed into his eye. A moment later, there seemed to be innumerable ants that crawled through his body, making him feel limp and numb. Yang Kai secretly cursed, for the myriad demon's old ancestor had never told him that he would be bothered by all sorts of odd sensations when achieving a breakthrough with this eye secret technique. The average open heaven realm master could easily bear such disturbance. However, it had come to a critical point where he was trying to achieve a breakthrough and the slightest anomaly could make him suffer cultivation dissonance. When that happened, he wouldn't only risk failing to achieve the breakthrough, but his eye might also explode. He withstood the discomfort in his eye and continued to activate his power to sharpen his eyesight. A moment later, a cloud of blood mist billowed from his left eye. When the royal lord saw that, he couldn't help arching his brow. He wasn't even sure if he should feel pleased or worried. He was pleased because there seemed to be something wrong with Yang Kai's cultivation. Otherwise, a cloud of blood mist wouldn't have appeared from his eye. What he was worried about was that if Yang Kai failed in his attempt, could they still find a way out? Although the royal lord was tremendously more powerful than Yang Kai, that didn't mean he would be capable of finding a way to get out of this eerie celestial phenomenon. While he was waffling back and forth in his head, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at him. What came into the royal lord's sight startled him. He initially thought that Yang Kai's left eye must have exploded, but at this moment, his eye was still intact. His left eye was no longer filled with redness. Instead, it was radiating a glow. Initially, Yang Kai's eye was golden after he activated the demon eye of annihilation, but it had turned into something that looked like a cross now. Martial Peak, Chapter 5422, Giant Space Beasts. The sheep-headed royal lord could clearly see his own figure in the reflection of Yang Kai's eye. At that instant, he was overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. Astounded, he realized that this was no ordinary eye secret technique. What he saw in Yang Kai's eye was definitely more than just a reflection. Just then, a glint flashed across Yang Kai's pupil as he grinned. "It seems that you're badly injured. It must have been difficult for you." The royal lord's expression turned livid. When a glint flashed across Yang Kai's eye earlier, he had a feeling that his secrets were being pried into. He secretly cursed at this human while simultaneously thinking that this eye's secret technique was indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Yang Kai ignored the royal lord and scanned his surroundings. A moment later, he straightened up and flapped his arms before moving in a particular direction. The royal lord hurriedly followed him. He had agreed to Yang Kai's request to allow him to cultivate his eye secret technique in the hope that he could get out of this fog. As for whether Yang Kai would pull a trick during this period of time, that was all but certain. Regardless, the royal lord was confident that he could follow Yang Kai and get out of this trap. Therefore, he paid close attention to every move that Yang Kai made, and he followed him closely wherever the latter went. He practically imitated Yang Kai in every way, as though he was a delayed shadow. As Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation had improved, he was able to see through this strange fog more clearly now. However, he wasn't confident that he would be able to get out just yet. No one in the world could truly comprehend all the secrets behind such a celestial phenomenon. Another year passed as Yang Kai silently looked for a way out. The royal lord had been patient as he kept a fixed distance from him when, suddenly, Yang Kai's figure disappeared from the royal lord's sight, as though everything he had seen until now was nothing more than an illusion. The royal lord was slightly shocked, but he soon pulled himself together and imitated Yang Kai's movements while moving in the same direction. In the meantime, Yang Kai felt relieved as the sense of danger that had surrounded him for over 10 years disappeared all of a sudden. There was no longer any fog in front of him. "I've finally left." Yang Kai was elated. After hesitating between ambushing the royal lord and fleeing this place for a moment, he chose the latter. Even though he could certainly catch the royal lord off guard, given his strength, it was impossible for him to kill his foe with a single move. If he couldn't kill the royal lord in one move, he would be tangled up with him again. By then, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him. It would still take some time before the royal lord could get out of the fog, and while the average cultivator couldn't move across a large distance in such a short time, as a master of the Tao of space, Yang Kai stood a great chance to escape the other party's detection range. After making up his mind, he hesitated no more. As he manipulated space principles, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. 3 breaths of time later, the royal lord also left the dense fog celestial phenomenon. As he looked around, he realized Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. Having witnessed Yang Kai's methods, he knew that this human must have activated his teleportation technique and left. At that instant, his expression darkened. It could be said that he had failed miserably in his mission. Not only did it take him such a long time, but he also achieved nothing in the end. Furthermore, he was terribly injured, and his strength had plunged. Now that Yang Kai had left using instantaneous movement, it would be hard for the royal lord to find him again. With that said, he wasn't willing to just give up. After examining the traces of space principles, he looked in a particular direction and charged forward. Soon, he detected some energy fluctuations in front of him, and as he examined them, he became elated. That was because the energy fluctuations came from the 7th order human. He initially thought that he had lost him, so he was surprised at the turn of events. Although he had no idea what happened to the 7th order brat, he still had a chance as the other party wasn't able to flee. At this moment, Yang Kai was so vexed that he was about to spit blood. He felt that he had never been unluckier in his life. Not long after he escaped one trap, he fell into another. Even though instantaneous movement was a secret technique that could help save his life, there was a certain degree of unpredictability with it. It would be fine if he was in a familiar environment as he could accurately arrive at a place of his choice. However, if he wasn't familiar with the environment, he would have to rely on luck for where he would land as there could be danger waiting for him. He had used instantaneous movement many times in the past, but he had never come across any serious threats while using it. Nevertheless, he suffered a setback this time. After leaving the dense fog celestial phenomenon earlier, he activated instantaneous movement and fled, but it never crossed his mind that he would actually land inside a spider's nest. There were certain creatures that lived in the void, collectively known as space beasts. When Yang Kai left the star boundary back then, he ran into a myriad facets insect. He and Zhang Ruoxi were swallowed by that space beast and became separated. Yang Kai was then brought to Seven Wonders Land while it took Zhang Ruoxi some effort to arrive at Exquisite Paradise. There were always some human masters who guarded the void docks of star cities and sects, first to inspect the people entering and leaving to ensure order was maintained, second to fend off the space beasts that loved harassing densely populated areas. It took quite a number of open heaven realm masters to guard the void docks of every star city to prevent accidents from happening. Throughout his adventures around the 3,000 worlds over the years, Yang Kai had come across many space beasts. When he was weak, he would stay as far away from space beasts as possible, and when he became strong enough, he just disregarded them. Upon arriving at the Black Ink battlefield, he never discovered any space beasts. After all, the war between the two races had been ongoing for years, and the space beasts that were sensitive to danger usually stayed far away. Yang Kai had not seen any space beasts during the crusade, so he thought that such creatures simply didn't exist on the Black Ink battlefield. Therefore, it surprised him when he came across them at this point. This was the nest of a group of void ant spiders which was located in a dead universe world. The entire universe world was covered in spider webs. They seemed to be a family with 2 adults and 5 children. The adult spiders were just as large as Yang Kai's 70,000 meters ancient dragon form. On the other hand, the 5 smaller void ant spiders were just 10,000 meters long. They looked like a cross between spiders and ants with hideous appearances and had probably been living here for eons. Yang Kai felt that the auras exuding from the 2 adult void ant spiders suggested that they were as formidable as the most powerful 8th order open heaven realm masters. It even seemed like they had traces of divine spirit bloodlines. The 5 smaller spiders were equivalent to 7th order masters. Usually, such levels of strength wouldn't have bothered Yang Kai. The crux of the problem was that the void around the spider's nest was filled with webs of different sizes. Right after he activated instantaneous movement from outside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai crashed into one of these spider webs. Worse, the webs had a heaven-sealing earth-locking property. As soon as he came into contact with the web, he became trapped and was unable to break free from it. He couldn't figure out how this family of void ant spiders survived in such an environment. With that said, space beasts usually had some unusual powers, therefore, hostile environments wouldn't bother them. Thrilled to feel Yang Kai's aura, the 5 smaller spiders, which had been hiding in the nest, came over and surrounded him. The 2 adult spiders never moved, but their eyes reflected Yang Kai's figure. Noticing the larger spider's stares, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. He had already summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and was now battling against the 5 smaller spiders. Despite the fact that they were only equivalent to 7th Order Masters, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to kill them lest the 2 parents become enraged. Furthermore, due to the spiderweb's restriction, Yang Kai was in a perilous situation while he was besieged by the small ant spiders. Some spider's silk coiled around his spear, making it hard for him to wield his weapon. Just then, he felt the Royal Lord's aura. Turning his head, he indeed saw the Royal Lord standing outside the webs and staring curiously at him. "Help!" Yang Kai exclaimed as though the other party was his savior. The Royal Lord snorted and ignored him. He had been hunting Yang Kai for over 10 years now. Even though it was a shame that he couldn't personally kill him, he wouldn't mind seeing him lose his life here. Having made up his mind, he stood outside the spider webs and waited for Yang Kai's eventual death. Seeing that, Yang Kai realized his intention and shouted, "Don't you want to know what Song gave me before his death?" The Royal Lord replied impassively, "Regardless of what it is, it will be useless after you die." Yang Kai said through clenched teeth, "I don't think so. I'll definitely activate that thing before I die. It's the last method that Song left behind to deal with Mo." The Royal Lord squinted his eyes, "Tell me more about it." Yang Kai shook his head, "I won't tell you about it, and you won't find out unless you save me from this place. Then die." "You're forcing me to do it." Yang Kai roared as a golden light radiated from him. The Royal Lord was instantly astounded, for the golden light indeed contained the aura that Song had left behind. "Even if I die, Mo will suffer as well. Mo is in a deep sleep now, so it is definitely unsuspecting of any danger. This thing might not kill Mo, but it'll certainly injure it." As Yang Kai spoke, the golden light shone more brightly. The golden light faintly engulfed Yang Kai as though it was ready to bring him out of this place. The Royal Lord's expression changed. The reason he decided to watch on the sidelines and ignore Yang Kai's plea was that he believed that regardless of what Song's trump card was, it would be rendered useless following Yang Kai's death. However, it now seemed that if Yang Kai was pushed over the edge, he would activate the trump card. As for what happened after that, the results were completely unpredictable. The Royal Lord had no idea if Yang Kai was telling the truth, but Mo was the source of the Black Ink clan. To the Black Ink clan, it was their supreme being, their god, so there was no way the Royal Lord would allow anything to injure Mo. If Mo was wounded because of him, he would never be able to make up for his mistake. "Stop!" the Royal Lord roared. "Cut the crap. If you don't save me, I'll make sure Mo suffers." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled. The Royal Lord's expression turned livid. He had never expected to be threatened by Yang Kai in such a situation. Suppressing his fury, he surged his black ink strength, which turned into a dark tide that penetrated the spider webs. He decided not to kill those void ant spiders and instead tried to corrupt them with black ink strength. Given the fact that he was a royal lord, it should be easy for him to corrupt these void ant spiders. As long as he succeeded, they would become loyal to him, and he would be able to easily capture Yang Kai. Soon, the dark tide coursed through the void that was filled with spider webs before engulfing the 5 smaller spiders. Seeing that, Yang Kai secretly cursed at the Royal Lord for being so cunning. Martial Peak, Chapter 5423, Void Ant Spiders. Although Yang Kai hoped that the sheep-headed Royal Lord could get him out of this place, The other party was naturally not so kind-hearted. As long as the royal lord could corrupt these 5 small ant spiders with black ink strength, he could take control of Yang Kai. Seeing that the dark tide was about to swallow the little ant spiders, Yang Kai activated his divine sense and sent a transmission to the 2 larger spiders. If you keep watching and do nothing, your children will be doomed. He's a black ink clansman. Yang Kai had no idea if these 2 large ant spiders had any spirituality, nor could he be certain whether they understood what he said. However, if he wanted to survive today, he had to provoke them into action. The best outcome would be the large ant spiders getting into a fight with the royal lord. That way, he could watch the show from the sidelines. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was bound to be disappointed, for the large ant spiders were unperturbed by his words. Even though they still remained in their nest, they just stared vigilantly at the royal lord without acting. Unlike Yang Kai, this royal lord gave off a great sense of danger, which was why they had to keep their guard up yet didn't dare make any rash moves. At this point, the dark tide had engulfed the 5 small ant spiders, which were unable to resist as the black ink strength instantly corrupted them. In just a moment, they were stained with black ink strength and their originally bright eyes turned dark. Finally realizing something was wrong, the 2 large ant spiders started squirming anxiously and hissed. The little ant spiders turned violent all of a sudden. They spat out threads of silk that turned into spider webs that further restrained Yang Kai. The spider webs were not only robust, but also able to trap people. Yang Kai had suffered a setback because of them already, so he was wary of such things. Understanding the situation was deteriorating, he directly used Golden Crow casts the sun. A great sun leaped from behind him and a golden crow cawed as a scorching heat spread out. Many spider webs melted, but they came in such large quantities that even Golden Crow casts the sun was unable to ward them all off. Within moments, the great sun disappeared, and the spider webs covered Yang Kai, wrapping him up tight. The little ant spiders surrounded him and wielded their legs. However, as soon as they got close, Yang Kai's figure faded and disappeared. It was nothing more than an illusion. Just as the little ant spiders were baffled, Yang Kai appeared in front of one of them with his spear in hand. With a solemn expression, he surged his world force as his azure dragon spear transformed into innumerable spear shadows and engulfed the ant spider. In an instant, the little ant spider was rooted to the spot. All its eyes exploded and green liquid burst out of its wounds. Following that, even its head exploded. At that moment earlier, Yang Kai had struck the ant spider countless times. Sparks were formed as his azure dragon spear came into contact with its armored head. Even though these little ant spiders had strange abilities and formidable strength, they were still just equivalent to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to kill them. The reason he didn't make a move earlier was that the spider webs in the void had greatly restricted his movements. Moreover, he was wary of the 2 large ant spiders, so he didn't dare to kill the little ones. Now, he had no choice, for the royal lord had corrupted the little ant spiders. If Yang Kai didn't kill them, he would be trapped here forever. As for what would happen after he killed them, that was the last of his concerns. The moment the little ant spider was killed, the other 4 were astounded as they hurriedly retreated. The 2 large ant spiders, which had been hiding in the nest, were startled for a moment before they became enraged. They started hissing angrily as they climbed through the webs and came at Yang Kai. Before they even arrived, one pointed leg scythed at Yang Kai. Surprisingly, Yang Kai saw the shadow of a space secret technique in that attack. The pointed leg broke through the blockage of space and stabbed at him. A flabbergasted Yang Kai knew that he had underestimated these large ant spiders, so he promptly raised his spear to block the attack. The next instant, a violent force came right at his face and his azure dragon spear was almost knocked away from him. Upon impact, he was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Shortly after that, he fell into a spider web with his limbs spread wide. Regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from the restraint. The other large ant spider that hadn't made a move charged forward. Its figure was elusive, and with the blessing of space principles, It kept disappearing and reappearing as it approached Yang Kai. Seeing that, Yang Kai felt his heart thumping in his chest, knowing that the void ant spiders had cultivated the Tao of space. Perhaps it was their bloodline talent. "What are you waiting for?" Faced with the danger, Yang Kai growled as a golden light radiated from him and Song's aura spread out again. The royal lord's face fell when he saw that. He initially wanted to use the ant spiders to kill Yang Kai, but he had no choice now but to order the 4 little ant spiders to protect him. While reaching for Yang Kai, the large ant spider was evidently startled. It had no idea why its children were going against it. Then, it started hissing as though it was communicating with the smaller ant spiders, but having been corrupted by black ink strength, the little ant spiders ignored it and started attacking. At that instant, the large ant spider was flustered. The large ant spider that had attacked Yang Kai earlier probably had some degree of sentience, and realizing something, it spat out a web to cover the royal lord in the distance. The royal lord snorted and evaded the spider web. However, the spider web expanded suddenly and covered a vast area of the void. The surprised royal lord was instantly trapped, and before he could destroy the spider web, the large ant spider dashed towards him. Still stuck to the spider web, Yang Kai was ecstatic when he saw that as he complained to himself, they should have just fought from the start. With no one harassing him anymore, he could now find a chance to flee. Without hesitation, Yang Kai surged his golden crow's true fire. The silk threads were robust and sticky, but based on his previous experience of using golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai was confident that he could destroy these spider webs with his flames. This time, he summoned his golden crow's true fire as his world force burned madly. Soon, he turned into a fireball, and as expected, the spider webs around him began melting. When the royal lord, who was fighting against the large ant spider, saw this, he widened his eyes in disbelief and raised his hand to swat the ant spider away. Although the large ant spider had a power that was equivalent to the peak of the 8th order, and the royal lord was heavily injured, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. If the royal lord wanted to kill the large ant spider, it would only take him 10 breaths to do so. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had just broken free from the spider web, felt his chest tightening as he realized he had underestimated the royal lord. He was secretly glad that he didn't decide to ambush him after leaving the dense fog celestial phenomenon a while back. Back then, by using the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai could see that the royal lord was horribly injured and even had the urge to fight it out with him. Now, it was apparent that if he had done so, he would have ended up in a horrible state. Although the royal lord had been weakened, he was still significantly more powerful than Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire himself for being able to escape from this royal lord for such a long time. After driving the large ant spider off, the royal lord immediately tried to pin down Yang Kai. However, the large ant spider came at him again. Infuriated, the royal lord threw out his fist with greater strength than the previous time, and a dent was instantly formed on the ant spider's head. It wasn't clear whether it was dead or alive at this point. Then, the royal lord bolted towards Yang Kai. Currently, Yang Kai's figure was burning with fire as he broke through layers of spider webs. 3 breaths of time later, there were no more restraints. Then he activated purifying light and blocked the royal lord's aura. The next instant, space principles undulated as he disappeared from the spot. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, the royal lord's aura exploded. After such a long time, the royal lord had learned how to deal with Yang Kai's instantaneous movement. If he did nothing, this 7th order human could move across a vast distance with ease, and although he was unable to stop Yang Kai from using instantaneous movement altogether, he could effectively interrupt the latter by bombarding the void with his aura. As expected, barely a million kilometers away, Yang Kai fell from the void while spitting blood. Without turning his head, he continued charging forward. "You think you can escape?" Incensed, the royal lord raced after him. After they were gone, the large ant spider with a dent in its head shook its body and turned to look at its partner and 4 children that were still locked in an intense battle. Even though the little ant spiders were no match for the large ant spider, the latter didn't have the heart to kill them. Yang Kai and the royal lord seemed to have returned to the time before they had barged into the dense fog celestial phenomenon. They traversed the expansive void as one ran away from the other. After crossing many billions of kilometers, they realized that there were no more worn-out divine abilities and restrictions left in the void. It seemed that they were no longer in the late ancient era battlefield. Even more wonderful celestial phenomena came into Yang Kai's sight, and they came in a significantly larger quantity than what could be seen on the late ancient era battlefield. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that perhaps in the late ancient era, that particular battlefield was also filled with celestial phenomena. However, many of them must have been destroyed during the epic conflict. Every celestial phenomenon exuded a very dangerous aura, and having suffered a setback in the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai was wary of them now and would not dare to dive into any of them again. Of course, inside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai wasn't the only one who had been made miserable. Even the royal lord had suffered a huge setback in that place, as all his current wounds were formed while he was in the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Right now, Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop and activate the universe transference law. If he could activate the universe transference law, he could make use of it to locate a purifying black ink battleship and rendezvous with his fellow humans, but that was currently impossible. Moreover, he had already lost his way, so he wasn't sure how far away the purifying black ink battleships were from him. Even if he used the universe transference law, he probably couldn't connect to the universe array on board one of the purifying black ink battleships. After years of fleeing, he was still in an unfavorable position. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-24, Great Sea. Every time Yang Kai used instantaneous movement, he would be struck by the sheep-headed royal lord. He could certainly bear the consequences of getting struck 1 or 2 times, but he had forgotten how many times he had been lambasted now. After getting wounded repeatedly over the months, Yang Kai found it hard to heal his wounds despite having a dragon vein. On the other hand, the royal lord remained the same, as his injuries didn't seem to exacerbate. Yang Kai had to activate instantaneous movement more frequently, which meant that it was getting harder for him to shake off the royal lord. After some quick calculations, he realized that if nothing was done, he would be caught after less than half a year. If his wounds were exacerbated, things would only get worse. That was why Yang Kai realized he had to make use of another celestial phenomenon. Regardless of how strange those celestial phenomena were, he would be doomed if he didn't do something. By making use of a celestial phenomenon, there was a chance he could survive. Upon making up his mind, Yang Kai continued to escape while scanning his surroundings. 2 months later, a vast area of blue that covered the void came into view. Yang Kai fell into something of a daze at this sight. Although he had seen quite a number of celestial phenomena so far, the one before his eyes was definitely the largest and most staggering. With it still being so far away, Yang Kai had no idea what this celestial phenomenon was, so he could only quicken his pace. The royal lord behind him saw the celestial phenomenon as well and realized Yang Kai's intention, so he also hastened himself. As he pushed his black ink strength, his speed increased. After what happened inside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, he couldn't risk letting Yang Kai enter another one. Yang Kai's expression changed when he realized the royal lord's aura was getting closer to him. Without hesitation, he manipulated space principles and left using instantaneous movement. The next instant, he fell from the void and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he happened to find himself right in front of the celestial phenomenon. When Yang Kai made out what the celestial phenomenon was, he was astounded. From afar, he could see that the celestial phenomenon was vividly blue, but he had no idea what it was. It wasn't until he was right in front of it that he realized it was a great sea celestial phenomenon. It was a great sea that occupied a massive region of the void. Before this, if anyone told him that there was a great sea floating in the void, he wouldn't have believed them. But at this moment, there was indeed a vast ocean before his eyes. He couldn't help but think that there were too many unknown secrets in the universe. However, the great sea seemed to be dead. The water was so still there wasn't even a ripple. At the same time, Yang Kai failed to detect any danger coming from it. However, he had learned from his experience with the dense fog celestial phenomenon that he shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Only by entering this great sea would he find out if there was any danger inside. Standing in front of the great sea, Yang Kai turned around and saw the royal lord charging towards him with an anxious expression on his face. His inaction seemed to have made the royal lord misunderstand something, though, as he shouted, "Given your current state, you'll undoubtedly die if you go in. Why not just surrender without a fight?" Yang Kai grinned at the royal lord before cocking his head to spit out some blood. After cursing the royal lord, he turned around and leaped into the sea boldly and without hesitation, with the thought that if he was going to die, it would be on his terms, not at the hands of the enemy. The royal lord's expression changed, stunned by Yang Kai's resoluteness. A moment later, he reached the great sea and scanned it. Next, he pushed his black ink strength to engulf himself and plunged into the celestial phenomenon. Soon, the royal lord leapt out of the great sea with a gloomy expression. The great sea appeared perfectly tranquil from outside, but the moment he entered, he realized it was extremely turbulent inside. The currents were complex and intertwined and moved with astonishing force inside the great sea. The royal lord was shocked to find that the undercurrents were so violent that he was unable to withstand them despite his strength. 3 breaths of time after he entered it, his black ink strength protection was already heavily worn down. Fortunately, the Great Sea celestial phenomenon was unlike the previous one. When he barged into the dense fog celestial phenomenon back then, he was unable to leave no matter how he tried. However, he was able to break free from the undercurrents here with brute force. The royal lord didn't think the 7th-order human named Yang Kai could survive in such an environment. Besides believing that Yang Kai was doomed to die, he also understood that the currents in the Great Sea were constantly shifting, so finding him would be all but impossible. As he hovered in the void, a myriad of expressions came over the royal lord's face. After debating on it for a moment, he turned around and left. Soon he moved a dead universe world to the periphery of the Great Sea. There were countless dead universe worlds like this one in the void. As he pursued Yang Kai all this time, he had come across many of them, therefore it wasn't hard to find one. The universe world was fairly large, but compared with the Great Sea, it was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. The royal lord stared fixedly at the Great Sea for a moment before spitting some extremely pure and dense black ink strength from his mouth. The black ink strength didn't dissipate like normal, however, and soon condensed into a flower bud. It was a black ink nest. Royal lords like him who came out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction each carried their own black ink nests with them. That was because Mo hoped that they would defeat the humans and occupy the 3,000 worlds, and in turn, return to extricate it from its prison. Black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so the royal lords would naturally carry them wherever they went. The royal lord held the black ink nest in his hands. He looked at it with such devotion that it was as though it was the most sacred treasure to him. Soon, he planted the black ink nest and infused his black ink strength into it. The black ink nest expanded rapidly and bloomed. In just half a month, many black ink clansmen stepped out of the black ink nest. After saluting the royal lord, they dispersed. Gazing at the Great Sea, the royal lord snorted. Although he believed that Yang Kai was doomed, he couldn't afford to take any chances. During this period of time, he had witnessed this 7th-order human using all sorts of strange methods, so he knew it would be difficult to kill him. Perhaps this brat named Yang Kai could break free from the Great Sea. As such, he had to stay. However, since he was on his own, the royal lord couldn't monitor the entire periphery of the Great Sea. Having said that, he had his black ink nest to depend on. Given enough time and resources, he could simply spawn enough servants to surround the entire Great Sea. If Yang Kai managed to escape, he would immediately find out about it. Moreover, the royal lord was badly injured, so he could take this opportunity to recuperate. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so he chose to stay here. As time passed, the black ink nest became larger and even more black ink clansmen began appearing in the dead universe world. These Black Ink clansmen would then spread out through the void to mine resources, which would then be deposited into the Black Ink nest to produce even more Black Ink clansmen. Inside the Great Sea, Yang Kai felt dizzy. He was horribly wounded, and there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't blood-stained and lacerated. He had transformed into his 70,000 meters ancient dragon form, but still found it hard to resist the violent currents in the Great Sea. All his dragon scales were gone by this point, and his skin was covered in black bruises. Dragon blood streamed out of his wounds constantly. The undercurrents were not the only thing he had to deal with. Even though it was difficult, he could still persevere with his ancient dragon form against those turbulent flows. What made him truly helpless was that the undercurrents contained many different sorts of martial domains. The 5-element Tao essence swirled and transformed in the undercurrents, while some flows even contained potent sword Tao essence that cut through the skin of Yang Kai's dragon form. Every undercurrent was like a powerful master surging their might to attack foreign enemies. Yang Kai was swept from one undercurrent to the next, enduring so much hardship that he almost passed out. Before he barged into the Great Sea, he understood that he would have to face unimaginable danger inside, but the strangeness of this place still astounded him. The strengths of the undercurrents varied greatly. When he came across weaker flows, he could seize the chance to catch his breath. In times like these, he would swallow some spirit pills to sustain his energy. Initially, Yang Kai didn't have a way to deal with these undercurrents, as he just let them push him around in this Great Sea. However, as time passed, he eventually began to adapt and ride these undercurrents to minimize the damage he took. Despite that, he still couldn't completely avoid the impact these undercurrents had on him. Having said that, he knew that he was just stalling for time. Sooner or later, he would be killed by the undercurrents in the Great Sea. He wanted to find a way out, but the undercurrents were turbulent without any regular patterns, so how was he supposed to achieve such a goal? His injuries had gotten worse, and the world force in his small universe was running out. Even though low-rank world fruits could quickly replenish his world force, Yang Kai had already used them all up when escaping from the Royal Lord. Now, he could only consume open heaven pills to supplement his energy. Once the power in his small universe dried up completely, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, he had to find a way out before then, or he would be doomed. Yang Kai had tried releasing his divine sense to scan the surroundings, but the undercurrents simply shredded his divine sense, causing him excruciating pain. The Great Sea was so vast, though, that there had to be somewhere that was calm. Yang Kai didn't believe this entire place was filled with such powerful undercurrents. Gritting his teeth, he released his dragon form and returned to his human one. As he let the undercurrents sweep him away, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense irrespective of the damage this act caused. He felt a sharp pain in his head as the damage to his divine sense made his facial features contort. However, he could only soldier on. A long time passed, but just as Yang Kai was about to lose hope, he suddenly detected that there was a nearby area that was far less violent. Elated, he hurriedly activated his power and swam towards it. The process was strenuous as his flesh was peeled from his bones. As he wielded his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai stubbornly made his way across the undercurrents of the Great Sea. An hour later, he finally broke through the blockage of the present undercurrent he was occupying and barged into the next. Scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai realized that the less violent area was actually moving away from him. Flustered, he madly activated his power. He had no idea what it was like in that area, but he knew that if he missed this chance, there wouldn't be a second one. He had never been more eager to survive in his life. The pain in his body and soul was so excruciating that he had almost turned numb. The only thought that occupied his mind was that he had to break through all the obstacles before him and survive. Break! With a great roar, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. Martial Peak, Chapter 5425, Temporal River. To a Dragon Clan member, their dragon bead was like a monster core to a monster beast. It was the essence of their cultivation, and they wouldn't easily summon it, but once they did, either their enemy would die, or they would perish. Summoning a dragon bead to deal with enemies was a powerful trump card, but it almost always resulted in damage to the dragon bead. When that happened, the power of their dragon vein would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source, diminishing their strength to a great degree, if not crippling or killing them outright. In the past, Yang Kai had summoned his dragon bead to kill a badly injured territory lord. As a result, his dragon bead was damaged, and it took him many years to restore it. At that time, his dragon vein was still very weak, and he could only transform into a 30,000-meter grand dragon. Now, he was an ancient dragon, so his dragon bead was significantly mightier than in the past. This was the last move he could use. At this moment, the power in his small universe had almost dried up, and his physical body had reached its limit, yet the undercurrents in the Great Sea were as turbulent as ever. If even his dragon bead couldn't open up a path for him to survive, he would be powerless to do anything else. Fortunately, the dragon bead of an ancient dragon did not disappoint. The instant it was summoned, an immense power exploded forth. There seemed to be a dragon swimming within the dragon bead, and the intense dragon pressure which was released smashed all the turbulent undercurrents in its way. At the same time, cracks started appearing on the dragon bead. Yang Kai followed his dragon bead closely as he broke free from the undercurrent he was currently stuck in and entered the next. The dragon bead shot forward, breaking through all the obstacles as more and more cracks appeared on it. It smashed through 3 undercurrents in quick succession, and just as Yang Kai was worried that his dragon bead would be destroyed, he felt that all the pressure around him had been lifted. It was as though he had arrived at a completely different world. Since he entered the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, it had been one crisis after another. However, this space felt totally serene. It was still an undercurrent, but it was significantly less violent than the ones he had encountered before. Yang Kai even had a feeling that he was surrounded by a different kind of martial domain, but before he could look into it, his vision turned dark, and he realized he was about to pass out. He knew that he had reached his limits. His body, soul, and dragon bead had all been damaged, so he was just one step away from death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly retrieved his dragon bead, which was so full of cracks that it was as though it would break apart at any moment. Following that, he blacked out and collapsed. At this moment, Yang Kai was so lethargic and dazed that he couldn't think straight, a clear sign that his soul had been badly damaged. Outside Great Evolution Pass back then, Yang Kai had experienced a similar kind of sluggishness after he used too many soul-rending thorns to attack a number of territory lords inside a black ink nest space. He had no idea how long he remained unconscious, but when Yang Kai regained his senses, he was still in a daze. Withstanding the excruciating pain, he soon recalled what had happened before he blacked out. Without hesitation, he emptied his mind and stimulated his soul-warming lotus power to repair his soul. Due to the damage to his soul, he was unable to think clearly. Now that he was in a somewhat safer situation, his most important task was to restore himself. Other matters could wait. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of the universe, so even when Yang Kai was unconscious, it continued to exude its wondrous power to heal him, but now that he was wide awake, he could make far better use of its effects. Even so, it still took Yang Kai about half a year before he managed to mostly recover from the injuries on his soul. He still hadn't fully recovered, but he was at least able to think straight now. The soul-warming lotus would take care of the rest of the damage on its own. While he was restoring his divine sense, Yang Kai did not forget to heal his physical wounds either. He consumed lots of pills and stimulated the restorative power of his dragon vein to mend his wounds. Although he still looked battered, at the very least his bones weren't visible anymore. His injuries were severe this time. In fact, he had never been more badly wounded before. Even though there were times when he fell into perilous situations in the past, he had never been so battered. He was almost pushed over the edge when he was pursued by the royal lord. It wasn't until now that he had time to inspect his surroundings. After inspecting them for a while, Yang Kai had a better idea of what was going on. He was certain that he was still within an undercurrent in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. This undercurrent was apparently carrying him as it traversed the Great Sea, as though there would never come a day when it stopped. However, this undercurrent was different from the ones he had encountered before. Those undercurrents were all filled with different kinds of martial domains which formed into invisible attacks that killed any invaders. Nevertheless, the present undercurrent was stable, without a hint of murderous intent. All Yang Kai could feel was peace and tranquility, which was a stark contrast to the other undercurrents. He couldn't help but wonder why there wasn't any martial domain in this undercurrent. What made it different from the others? As he continued his inspection though, Yang Kai was surprised by what he found. In fact, there was a martial domain that pervaded this undercurrent as well, but it was not savage and chaotic, which was why it felt calm and tranquil. What kind of martial domain is this? Yang Kai emptied his mind and immersed himself in the martial domain. As expected, he soon felt an invisible power washing over his body. However, it didn't have any negative impact on him, which was unlike the other undercurrents that could harm him. All of a sudden, his entire figure shook. That was because he finally realized what kind of martial domain it was. It was a martial domain of time. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the Tao of time and could be considered an expert in it, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed this. Time was invisible and intangible. A living being could barely notice the flow of time, which went by in silence and without a trace. However, Yang Kai could feel time flowing in this undercurrent. Since this was a martial domain of time, then the power that was washing over him had to be time principles. It was delicate and almost imperceptible. All of a sudden, a name he had heard of a long time ago sprang into his mind. Temporal River. The cultivation of an open heaven realm master was all about accumulation, as it took much time and effort for a cultivator to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Other than consuming an innate open heaven pill which was formed in the universe furnace, or a world fruit from the world tree, there were no shortcuts to speak of when it came to the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that this rule couldn't be bent. There were two shortcuts when it came to the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. Firstly, there were the small source worlds. When Yang Kai was still a newly promoted sixth order master, he had entered a small source world in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven that had benefited him greatly. The reason he was able to break through to the seventh order open heaven realm so quickly was largely thanks to his experience in that small source world, which saved him several hundred years of cultivation. The second shortcut was the temporal river. When Su Linggong led Yang Kai to the small source world back then, he told him about this miraculous treasure. Su Linggong said that the flow of time inside a temporal river was different from the outside world. Perhaps 10 years or even 100 years would pass in a temporal river while only a single year went by in the outside world. In comparison, small source worlds were true shortcuts, while temporal rivers were more akin to the situation inside Yang Kai's small universe. While one was inside a temporal river, the flow of time was indeed real, but it was faster than in the outside world. Yang Kai had experienced a small source world before, and it was indeed incredible. All the cave heavens and paradises regarded them as core treasures, and only the best disciples were allowed to enter them. Moreover, every time a small source world was used, it would take many years before it would be activated again, as part of its source strength would be absorbed. Although Yang Kai had heard about temporal rivers from Su Linggong before, he had never seen one. There were no known temporal rivers in the 3,000 worlds, nor were there any on the Black Ink battlefield, so Yang Kai had always thought that they were just an ancient legend. Su Linggong must have seen such a record from the ancient books in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized that temporal rivers were real. If this undercurrent he was presently in was isolated, it would basically be a river. If the undercurrents that contained different martial domains were isolated, in addition to the temporal river, there would be Sword Tao River, Saber Tao River, Yin Tao River, Yang Tao River, Alchemic Tao River, and so on. Temporal rivers must have existed in the 3,000 worlds before, which was why there were records of them. Yang Kai should have realized it the instant he entered this undercurrent. However, his mind was muddled due to the damage in his soul at the time, so he failed to notice anything. How was this great sea celestial phenomenon formed? Yang Kai was dumbstruck. As he recalled it, the transformation and evolution of those martial domains in the undercurrents looked like different masters casting incredible attacks at first sight, but thinking back on it now, Yang Kai realized that the intrinsic nature of all of these rivers was ancient and untraceable. All of a sudden, something seemed to have dawned on him. This great sea celestial phenomenon, as well as the celestial phenomena he had and had not seen, might have naturally formed when the heavens and earth first split apart. Those celestial phenomena contained the purest form of powers of the universe, which was why the martial domains in this great sea all felt so ancient. Only when an Emperor Realm Master realized their own Grand Tao and condensed their Tao seal would they be capable of breaking through their shackles and ascending to the open heaven realm. There were all sorts of Grand Taos in the universe, and each of these Grand Taos had an infinite number of variations. Therefore, the Tao seal of every open heaven realm master was slightly different. Even for cultivators who cultivated the same Grand Tao, their Tao seals wouldn't be identical. The Tao of space that Yang Kai had cultivated was distinct and different from that of Li Wu. His mastery and understanding of the Tao of time were also different from that of the flowing time Great Emperor, and could not be the same as those of Yang Shao and Yang Shui. The brightest cultivators who had left Yang Kai's small universe often inherited his aptitudes in the spear Tao, Tao of space, and Tao of time. They had a natural advantage when it came to cultivating these three Grand Taos. However, none of them followed the exact same martial Tao as Yang Kai. If one compared the myriad Grand Taos to a tree, then each Grand Tao was like a branch that would grow into many different twigs and leaves. Those twigs and leaves came from the same source, but they were all slightly different. All the Grand Taos intertwined with one another, and there had to be a source, which was the very foundation of the Grand Taos. Although there were many different Grand Taos, they all could be traced back to the same source. If this great sea celestial phenomenon was naturally formed when the heavens and earth split apart, the martial domains rich in Tao essence in the undercurrents might not be the source of those Grand Taos, but they must contain part of the source's aura. In other words, these undercurrents contain the raw power of the universe, the very foundation of all Grand Taos. Martial Peak, Chapter 5426, No Other Choice. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. His laughter was muffled initially, but as time passed, he started guffawing to the point where he cried tears of joy. Although he had gone through so much hardship and almost lost his life, he came across such an opportunity. To escape from the sheep-headed royal lord, he took the risk and dove into this great sea celestial phenomenon. It never crossed his mind that he would arrive at such a cultivation paradise. There was no doubt that the undercurrents in the Great Sea were akin to innate treasures of the universe. Their very existence was a natural wonder. At that instant, Yang Kai even had the urge to thank the royal lord. If not for the latter's relentless pursuit, he would never have come across this place. It had only been several hundred years since he ascended to the seventh order open heaven realm, and although time flowed several times faster in his small universe than other open heaven realm masters, and he had a world tree clone to purify his world force, both of which allowed him to cultivate multiple times faster than average, he was still a long way off from the eighth order. Yang Kai estimated that it would be another 1,000 to 2,000 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. That length of time seemed too daunting to him. Initially, this reality was giving him a severe headache. He had been trying to come up with ways to increase his cultivation speed so that he could make it to the eighth order open heaven realm sooner. He even had the urge to seek out the grand ancient ruins boundary so that he could ask for a high-rank world fruit from the world tree. However, the grand ancient ruins boundary had been elusive since time immemorial. He was extremely lucky even to have a chance to enter it back then, so it seemed practically impossible for him to go there again. Furthermore, even if he managed to find the grand ancient ruins boundary, would the world tree even give him a high-rank world fruit? Just like Mo, the world tree was one of the oldest living beings in the universe. If it refused to give Yang Kai the world fruit, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now that he was inside a temporal river though, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about ascending to the eighth order open heaven realm anymore. Yang Kai wondered what the time flow differential in this temporal river was compared to the outside world, but by analyzing the time principles around him and considering the density of time Tao essence, he believed the flow of time here was at least 10 times faster than normal. In other words, if he spent 10 years in this place, only 1 year would pass in the outside world. He could cultivate in this place with peace of mind until the day he made it to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Although as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was no match for the sheep-headed Royal Lord, he was able to evade him for several years. If he managed to ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had the confidence to flee from the Royal Lord with ease even if he was incapable of defeating him. A fervent Yang Kai immediately fished out all sorts of resources and started refining them, but a problem soon came to his mind. Did he have enough resources to reach the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm? Initially, he had accumulated a staggering amount of resources, more than enough to reach the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, he had plundered quite a few Black Ink clan territories over the years and acquired a massive quantity of cultivation materials. However, when Tsang asked for some resources to restore himself back then, Yang Kai had passed the bulk of what he owned to him. Moreover, to escape from the Royal Lord over the years, Yang Kai had used up a large amount of the blue and yellow crystals he had left. As a result, he was seriously lacking in Yin and Yang element materials. He certainly had sufficient 5-element materials, but if he used up all his Yin and Yang element materials before he ascended to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he would be in serious trouble. However, it was pointless for him to worry about it at this point. He would find out if he had sufficient resources as he cultivated. He then circulated his secret art and began refining a set of 7-element materials. They were absorbed by Yang Kai and turned into the heritage of his small universe. The speeds at which Open Heaven Realm Masters could refine materials varied. The fundamental reason was the sturdiness of their Tao seals they had condensed when they were still Emperor Realm Masters. The more robust their Tao seal was, the quicker one could refine cultivation materials. Therefore, even if 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters were in the same order, the speeds at which they could refine resources could be very different. The one with a better foundation could refine materials more quickly and grow their power more rapidly. Even a slight difference would become massive over hundreds or thousands of years. When Yang Kai condensed his Tao seal back then, he was able to withstand the impact of 7th Order materials, so when it came to the speed of refining materials, only those once-in-a-generation geniuses from the cave heavens and paradises were somewhat comparable to him in the entire 3,000 worlds. Since Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, he could fully refine a set of 5th Order materials in a few days. Then he fished out another set of materials. The process of cultivation was dull, but the increase in power was real and exhilarating. Therefore, despite the monotony, a cultivator was more than capable of cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years. Once a person was engrossed in the increase of their power, they would no longer feel the passage of time. Half a year later, Yang Kai's flesh wounds had mostly healed, and although his soul was still damaged, he didn't have to worry about it as he had the soul-warming lotus help. However, his dragon bead was still full of cracks. From previous experiences, Yang Kai knew that repairing a dragon bead couldn't be rushed. It required him to use the power of his dragon vein to nurture it slowly. Perhaps it would be restored to a perfect state again in several hundred years. After refining another set of materials, Yang Kai opened his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Then he furrowed his brow because he detected some unusual changes. Over the past 6 months, besides refining materials to increase his cultivation, Yang Kai had also been making use of the ambient time principles and time Tao essence in the temporal river to comprehend the Tao of time. He had benefited greatly from this. The bloodline talent of the Dragon Clan was the Tao of time. Back in the Dragon Pool, Yang Kai managed to grow into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. With the increase in the power of his dragon vein, his mastery over the Tao of time had also improved significantly, growing from the 6th level to the 7th level. It was only 1 level behind his mastery over the Tao of space now, which had reached the 8th level. Nevertheless, that single level was still a far distance to cross. The reason the flow of time was different in a temporal river was that it was filled with ample time Tao essence. The time Tao essence and time principles continuously washed over Yang Kai's mind and body. This kind of impact was invisible and imperceptible to someone who had never cultivated the Tao of time, so they wouldn't detect any anomaly while inside the temporal river. It wasn't until after one left this place that they realized the flow of time was different. On the other hand, Yang Kai could make use of these impacts to study the Tao of time. He could even refine the time Tao essence directly to improve his mastery of the Tao of time. That was what he had been doing these past 6 months. However, he now realized that the temporal river seemed to have become shorter. The lengths of the undercurrents in the Great Sea were all different, and although he had not checked it carefully, Yang Kai reckoned that the temporal river was about 9,000 meters long when he first entered it. Now, however, it was 500 meters shorter. Was it because he had barged into this place and absorbed the time Tao essence here? Yang Kai had no idea, but after giving it some thought, he stopped comprehending the Tao of time and instead focused on just cultivating. Half a year later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings once again. The temporal river had become shorter again, though it wasn't as severe as the previous time. It was now about 20 meters smaller. The difference was minimal, but Yang Kai could easily detect it as he had been paying close attention this time. These kinds of changes made him realize something. It seemed that his presence and the absorption of time Tao essence were the main reasons for the shrinking of the temporal river. In other words, as long as he was inside the temporal river, he would consume the amazing power in this place, and the river would continue to become shorter. After all, the time Tao essence was constantly washing over him, causing the flow of time in this isolated space to be different from that of the outside world. He had only been cultivating for another half a year, but the river had become 20 meters shorter. In other words, the river would shrink about 40 meters a year if he did nothing but cultivate. As such, this temporal river would be gone for good in around 200 years at most. If he simultaneously absorbed the time Tao essence in this place and cultivated it, the river would disappear even sooner. Upon this realization, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Initially, he intended to stay in this temporal river until he ascended to the 8th order, but now it seemed that the temporal river would disappear in just about 200 years. That amount of time wasn't sufficient for him to make it to the 8th order. What should I do now? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized that the Great Sea was vast, and it had countless undercurrents in it. Since there was one temporal river here, there might be another. Even if this temporal river was completely consumed, he could just go looking for the next one. As long as there were 5 to 6 temporal rivers of this size in the celestial phenomenon, he would be able to ascend to the 8th order. Right now, Yang Kai's main task was to increase his strength. He wasn't sure if the Royal Lord had also dived into this place, but if he had, there might come a time when they bump into one another. Regardless, where there was a will, there was a way. It was pointless for Yang Kai to overthink things at this point. He then set his mind at ease and stopped absorbing the time Tao essence in the temporal river, instead focusing all his efforts on cultivating. Sets of materials were refined as time went by. Just like what he had estimated, about 40 meters of the temporal river would vanish for every year he spent in this place. Yang Kai slowly became wholly absorbed in cultivation and lost track of the outside world. He had never cultivated for such a prolonged period of time before. Initially, he found it difficult to adapt, but as the heritage in his small universe increased, he slowly got used to it. About 160 years later, Yang Kai was shocked awake by an anomaly while cultivating. He hurriedly opened his eyes and realized that the temporal river was only 100 meters long now. It was originally a long river, but it had significantly shortened over the years. Due to its length, it couldn't even sustain its own existence anymore, and as it was battered by the other undercurrents, it was on the brink of collapse. Yang Kai could feel that the martial domains in the other undercurrents had broken through the isolation of the temporal river. His expression changed as he stored the set of materials he hadn't fully refined and got to his feet. It was time to leave this temporal river. Despite knowing that this day would come, Yang Kai still felt lost when he finally had to set out. He had no idea if he could find another temporal river. The undercurrents in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were turbulent, so perhaps before he could find the next temporal river, he would be killed by them. However, he had no other choice. Surging the power of his dragon vein, dragon scales started appearing on Yang Kai's skin, including his eyelids, and his entire figure radiated a golden glow. Martial Peak, Chapter 5427, 10,000 Grand Daos. The undercurrents in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were savage, and Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to resist them without relying on the power of his dragon vein. He summoned his azure dragon spear and let out a breath as he checked to ensure he was in peak condition. Just as he was about to bolt out of the temporal river, he paused as an idea sprang to his mind. The temporal river was only 100 meters long now, and as the other undercurrents clashed with it from all directions, it would probably fall apart soon. When that happened, this temporal river would be gone for good. Although the 100-meter temporal river couldn't be considered long, it still contained a lot of time Dao essence. Thinking about this precious resource, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if he could keep it inside his small universe. The instant he had that thought, he could no longer contain the impulse to act. Time Dao essence was hugely beneficial to him. If he could keep it inside his small universe and absorb it, it would help improve his mastery of the Dao of Time. Without hesitation, he opened a portal to his small universe and released his divine sense, which engulfed the temporal river and drew it into the portal. The next instant, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. He quickly shut the portal to his small universe and surged his world force before infusing it into his azure dragon spear. His dragon roar reverberated as the azure dragon spear transformed into a massive dragon and shattered the blockade of the undercurrent in front of it, leading Yang Kai to charge forward. Sparks flew from his dragon scales as Yang Kai groaned in pain as his dragon blood gushed out of his wounds. Although his power had increased significantly, he was still horribly injured the moment he was swept into the undercurrent. Clenching his teeth as his gaze was full of determination, Yang Kai wielded his spear and traversed the chaotic undercurrents. At the same time, he released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He had to look for another temporal river. Only by finding one would he stand a chance to survive, otherwise, he would be tortured to death by these undercurrents. As his divine sense was shredded, Yang Kai felt excruciating pain in his soul. The dragon scales that had covered his entire body were battered and blown off in quick succession. After just an incense stick of time, Yang Kai was covered in blood. There wasn't even a part of his skin that was left intact, but he still hadn't managed to find another temporal river. 1 hour later, half his flesh had been ripped off, revealing many of his bones and making him look extremely miserable. His aura was weakening fast, like candlelight amidst the storm that might put it out at any moment. His vision was blurred, and he found it hard to sustain his divine sense. Every time he activated it, he felt a sting of pain that seemed to be tearing his head apart. Yang Kai nearly fell into despair at his situation. Previously, he was lucky as he had made use of his dragon bead at the critical moment to plunge into the 9,000-meter temporal river. Now, though, it seemed his luck had run out. Moreover, even though he had been nurturing his dragon bead for nearly 200 years now, it still hadn't been restored as there were many cracks on it. If he used it again now, it would probably shatter. Just as he was about to lose hope, Yang Kai faintly sensed a calm undercurrent nearby. Another temporal river. Ecstatic, he wielded his spear and desperately swam towards that place. A dozen breaths later, he broke through 2 undercurrents and entered the one after them. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and upon making sure there was no danger, he collapsed to the ground and passed out. After 2 years dedicated to just recovering, Yang Kai began to assess his situation. Even though there was no murderous intent in this second undercurrent he stayed in, it was not a temporal river like he thought it was, for there was no time Dao essence in this place. Instead, it was a coherent grand Dao of nature river. The river was about 20,000 meters long, which was much longer than the temporal river he previously stayed in. Unfortunately, this grand Dao wasn't suitable for him. Therefore, for the past 2 years, other than recuperating, he mostly spent his time studying the 100-meter temporal river he had put inside his small universe. After the temporal river entered his small universe, he was able to digest the time Tao essence, which allowed him to gain some new understanding of the Tao of time. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. After all, if he comprehended the Tao of time in the temporal river for a year, about 40 meters of the length would be consumed. Therefore, a 100-meter temporal river couldn't bring about tremendous transformation to his comprehension. With that said, Yang Kai had now found another way to cultivate. Every undercurrent in this great sea was evolved from a grand Tao. Although he could improve himself by absorbing the grand Tao's power in the undercurrents, the speed at which he could refine it would be much faster if he could keep it inside his small universe. He had never cultivated the Tao of nature before. In fact, among the cultivators he had come into contact with before, only those from free and unfettered paradise like Ning Dao Ren had deep attainments in this grand Tao. Every move such cultivators made harmonized with the heavens and earth, and they believed that everything was born of nature and should not be governed by individuals but instead lived alongside with. Cultivators of the Tao of nature were carefree and unconcerned about worldly affairs, so although Yang Kai admired their mindset, he could never be like them. With the previous experience of taking in the 100 meters temporal river, he was curious about what would happen if he absorbed this 20,000 meters nature Tao river and assimilated it into his small universe. Would he have a solid foundation in the Tao of nature after he absorbed it? In that case, the temporal rivers wouldn't be the only thing he could benefit from in the Great Sea. As long as he could absorb and refine enough undercurrents, he could integrate 10,000 grand Taos into his martial Tao. The reason a cultivator had to focus on a single grand Tao was that they had limited energy and time while there were unlimited grand Taos. Only when one became a master in a particular grand Tao would they achieve something great. If someone cultivated too many grand Taos, other cultivators of the same generation would easily surpass them, for their comprehension wouldn't be deep. Quality was more important than quantity when it came to cultivating grand Taos. Yang Kai had actually cultivated quite a number of grand Taos, which included the Tao of space, the Tao of time, the spear Tao, the alchemic Tao, and the Tao of artifact refining. It could even be said that he knew a thing or two about Tao of spirit arrays, because when practicing alchemy and artifact refining, he would need to use some spirit arrays. However, there were only 3 grand Taos that he had real accomplishments, which were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the spear Tao. He was pretty skillful in Tao of alchemy before he entered the 3,000 worlds, but he hadn't practiced it for a long time. That was because he had limited energy, so it was impossible that he could spend lots of time studying every grand Tao he came across. Nevertheless, the unique characteristics of this great sea celestial phenomenon made him realize it might be possible to do just that. Yang Kai wasn't sure what would happen if he managed to comprehend and integrate 10,000 grand Taos. With the previous experience of taking in the 100-meter temporal river, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to absorb this nature river. Although a 20,000-meter river sounded quite long, it was nothing compared with the capacity of his small universe. Opening the portal to his small universe, Yang Kai engulfed the 20,000-meter river with his divine sense before drawing it in. In just 20 breaths of time, the entire river was gone. Before Yang Kai could inspect the changes in his small universe, though, the surrounding undercurrents swarmed him. Just like what he had done 2 years ago, he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear and summoned his dragon scales to protect himself. He pierced through the undercurrents and charged forward. According to previous experiences, he had to find a safe place within an hour, otherwise, he might not be able to persevere. Fortunately, he was now aware that there were some calm undercurrents in the Great Sea. As long as he wasn't cursed with terrible luck, he could find a safe place and recuperate before setting off again. In just 10 years, Yang Kai managed to recuperate 5 times and absorb 5 rivers of different grand Taos, while the 6th time, he finally managed to enter a temporal river again. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He hadn't come across another temporal river in the past 10 years, so he worried he would never find one. Since there was a second temporal river, there should be a third. As long as he had enough time and energy, he would find more and more. Just like what he always did after entering an undercurrent, Yang Kai first focused on recuperating. When he was fully healed, he finally had some time to inspect the temporal river. This temporal river was longer than the previous one as it was about 13,000 meters long. He knew that he would consume about 50 meters every year just by remaining inside it to cultivate. In other words, this temporal river could last him 250 to 260 years. Elated, he hurriedly fished out a set of resources and began refining them. Although the Great Sea was full of wondrous treasures, Yang Kai had never forgotten his main goal, which was to make it to the 8th order as soon as possible. He would only be considered truly powerful with ample heritage, while everything else was just a bonus. Temporal rivers were the key to his rapid increase in strength. As he refined materials to increase his heritage, Yang Kai looked into his small universe and inspected the changes. Over the past 10 years, including the Grand Tao of Nature River, he had taken in 6 rivers of Grand Taos with different lengths. All 6 rivers were gone for good as he had fully refined them. All these rivers contained abstruse powers as they dispersed and blended into his small universe. The Tao essences of the Grand Taos that Yang Kai had never dabbled in before started appearing in his small universe. The length of a river determined the strength of the Grand Tao's power, and it indirectly influenced his achievements in that particular Grand Tao. According to his classifications of Grand Taos, some of the Grand Taos he had absorbed had now reached the 2nd level, peering through the doors. Different Grand Taos corresponded to different principles. Yang Kai couldn't be considered skillful in these Grand Taos, but they had brought about changes to not only himself but also his small universe. He had a feeling that there were some subtle differences in his small universe, but the changes were so tiny that even he, as its owner, was unable to sense them clearly. Perhaps only after he refined even more Grand Tao rivers would the changes in the small universe become conspicuous. One thing he was certain of was that the changes were beneficial to his small universe. Yang Kai was elated. The Great Sea was probably the biggest treasure trove he had ever chanced upon. In fact, it was a treasure trove of the entire universe. He wondered if the sheep-headed royal lord had barged into this place and discovered it. However, Black Ink clansmen and humans cultivated differently, so even if the royal lord had come to realize this place's worth, there was nothing he could do. After realizing such benefits, Yang Kai no longer confined himself to the temporal river. From time to time, he would go out and absorb other undercurrents before coming back to continue cultivating. With that said, he bore some risks by doing so. The undercurrents were turbulent and flowed about randomly. If he didn't act swiftly enough, the temporal river would leave his detection range and he would be stuck. Therefore, he would only absorb the undercurrents within reach every time he left. Even so, he benefited greatly from these excursions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5428, Another Breakthrough. About 250 years later, the 2nd temporal river was only left with a length of 100 meters. Just like what Yang Kai had previously done, he transferred the remnants of the temporal river inside his small universe so that he could gradually refine it. Then, he set off on his adventure to look for the next temporal river, resting in the less violent undercurrents as he traversed this Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Time passed by slowly. Initially, Yang Kai kept count of how many years had passed, but gradually he had lost himself in this kind of unusual cultivation, forgetting the passing of time as he kept looking for more temporal rivers. Every time he absorbed and refined any kind of calm Grand Tao river, it would bring about some changes to his small universe, allowing him to gain some understanding of many Grand Taos he had never touched before in his life. His entire small universe was filled with traces of all sorts of Grand Taos now. In the past, when the humans in Void Continent cultivated, given enough aptitude, they could easily comprehend the Tao of space, the Tao of time, the Spear Tao, or other Grand Taos Yang Kai had dabbled in. However, as Yang Kai refined more and more Grand Tao rivers, the cultivators in his small universe now found it easier to comprehend even more kinds of Grand Taos. The entire Void Continent was now a fertile place where cultivators could freely choose from a variety of Grand Taos and focus on the ones that interested them. In the Void Dao Temple, many bright cultivators had reached the peak and were just one step away from ascending to the open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai was currently trapped in a place where he couldn't even guarantee his own life, so he couldn't release them. The lengths of the temporal rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon varied greatly. Some of them were thousands of meters long while some were as short as hundreds of meters, causing Yang Kai to wonder just how they were formed in the first place. Of course, longer temporal rivers allowed him to stay there and cultivate for a longer time. As he absorbed even more rivers, Yang Kai acquired some insights on many of the Grand Daos. In fact, he could now be considered something of a master in quite a few of them. As more and more resources of different orders were consumed, the heritage in his small universe increased by the day. It was an extremely long and unusual cultivation session, and Yang Kai was fairly certain he was the first person in history who had ever cultivated this way for such a long time. One day, when Yang Kai was engrossed in cultivating in a temporal river, he realized there were some unusual changes occurring in his small universe. Shocked, he hurriedly investigated. As he inspected it, he felt that his small universe was going through an indescribable enhancement. The territories were expanding, and the world force in his small universe was becoming more condensed. The World Tree clone seemed to resonate with the changes in his small universe as its leaves rustled noisily and it began to madly refine his world force. Trails of light appeared in the sky, but they were not cracks but the manifestations of the Tao essences of a myriad of different Grand Daos. Furthermore, some heavenly manifestations appeared in different parts of the Void Continent. The cultivators living on the Void Continent were pleasantly surprised to learn that the entire world seemed to have come alive. The Grand Daos became active, which allowed cultivators to comprehend them with ease. Therefore, many hurriedly entered seclusion to take advantage of this occasion. Something suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. I'm about to break through to the 8th order. He had observed Su Ling Gong ascending to the 8th order before, and he had learned a lot from that experience. However, his ascension seemed slightly different compared to Su Ling Gong's. Every open heaven realm master who attempted to make it to the next order would fall into a perilous situation, for any accident at this moment could cause their small universe to rupture and their life to be extinguished, and it was more dangerous the higher one's order became. The 8th order was only one order below the peak, the 9th order, so it was by no means a safe endeavor. Although on the surface, Su Ling Gong didn't seem to be at any risk when he achieved his breakthrough back then, the real danger lay in his small universe, which others were unable to observe. Fortunately, his ample heritage helped him get through the crisis and successfully break through. However, some open heaven realm masters would face a bottleneck at this point, and before shattering that bottleneck, they wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. Back then, it took the proprietress around 200 years to break through to the 7th order. Another example was Feng Ying, who spent some 200 to 300 years trying to ascend to the 8th order. It wasn't until the grand battle against the Black Ink clan that she reappeared. Initially, Yang Kai was worried he would face a similar bottleneck, but now it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. He didn't face any kind of bottleneck, and with ample heritage in his small universe, everything just proceeded smoothly. Perhaps it had something to do with the World Tree clone, which had been in his small universe for hundreds of years now and helped to refine his world force to an incredible degree. His current world force was purer than any other 7th order masters, and the purer one's world force was, the more robust their heritage was. As a result, bottlenecks simply did not exist for Yang Kai. Yang Kai could even clearly feel that there was no danger to speak of when achieving this ascension. Although there were all kinds of different phenomena in his small universe, those were just the manifestations of the Grand Daos he comprehended and the results of his cultivation, which were harmless to his small universe. Everything just took place smoothly. Yang Kai had been extremely eager to reach the 8th order as soon as possible, but when the day finally came, his heart was as tranquil as a clear lake. He wasn't as surprised or excited as he had imagined he would be. He had already expected this day to come, and he was confident he would make it to the 8th order no matter what. It was just a matter of time before he achieved it. His small universe continued to expand as it was going through an evolution, but he soon ignored the changes and continued refining materials. On the other hand, the cultivators living in Yang Kai's small universe had benefited greatly from this change. In every corner of the Void Continent, there were cultivators who gathered together as they gained greater understanding of the grand Taoists they cultivated and made breakthroughs in their comprehension. In the Void Tao Temple, where the essence of the entire continent came together, many youths even managed to condense their own Tao seals at this moment. The babies born during this period of time had even more outstanding aptitudes than before. As the grand Taoists all came alive, it made it easier for the cultivators to grasp them. The expansion of the world also widened the martial Tao as a whole. Gradually, all the heavenly manifestations disappeared and the visible traces of the grand Taoist manifestations vanished. The entire Void Continent returned to calmness. However, the Emperor Realm Masters could detect that this world was already very different from the past. For one, it had become vaster. Cultivators formed into groups and began surveying these new lands, confirming their initial suspicions. In the past, there was a world barrier that they couldn't move past, but now that barrier was gone and many more territories had appeared. These territories were fertile, but there weren't any living beings in them. When the sects got wind of this, they sent out their masters who led many disciples to occupy these virgin lands. Yang Kai had only placed a small number of people in his small universe back then, about 10 million or so. However, the environment in the small universe was filled with vitality, making it a paradise where cultivators could thrive. Moreover, there were no major wars or disputes, only some minor conflicts between the various sects. With the Void Tao Temple's appearance, even these conflicts also gradually vanished. With such a peaceful environment, the number of people in his small universe swelled over the millennia. As the population increased, there was a greater need for land. In the past, those from the Void Tao Temple were worried that if this went on, the entire Void Continent wouldn't be able to accommodate the increasing population within a few thousand years. Now, though, that problem was solved. The land mass of Void Continent had expanded by 5 times at the very least, so even if the rate of population growth continued as it was, there was no need to worry about not having enough living space for several tens of thousands of years. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was oblivious to all of this because he was pondering on another issue. Now that he was in the 8th Order, could his power continue to increase? Back then, he was forced to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, so theoretically, his limit was the 7th Order. However, after he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, his limit became the 8th Order. With him being in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm now, was there any future for him? There were quite a number of human cultivators whose limit was the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Many of the 8th Order Division commanders had directly ascended to the 6th Order back then. In other words, the 8th Order was the best they could achieve in their lifetimes. Yang Kai had asked the 8th Order Masters about it in the past, and he was told that after they ascended to the 8th Order, they could faintly feel a layer of restraint covering their small universes. It was this invisible restriction that confined them to the 8th Order. Regardless of how hard they cultivated, they could never break through to the 9th Order. If they forcefully tried to break that restraint, they would risk their small universes exploding, ending their lives. As such, it wasn't that the 8th Order Masters didn't want to keep improving themselves, but rather that their small universes were unable to bear greater power. Now, Yang Kai was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, and just like what the division commanders had told him, he could feel an invisible shackle on his small universe. This kind of restraint was weak and barely perceptible at the moment. However, as he strengthened his power as an 8th Order Master, this kind of restraint would grow stronger to the point where he would be stopped from advancing further. As he recalled his decision of ascending to the 5th Order back then, Yang Kai did not feel regretful. At that time, under the lead of Ti Zheng, a 7th Order Master from Myriad Demons Heaven, several masters stopped him from attempting to directly ascend to the 7th Order. This had nothing to do with personal grudges, as they were just trying to prevent a potential crisis. That was because there was such a catastrophe that took place in the 3,000 worlds in the past that made the cave heavens and paradises grow distrustful of those who ascended directly to the seventh order who were not supervised by them directly. At that time, if Yang Kai hadn't ascended to the open heaven realm, he wouldn't have been able to enter the shadowless cave heaven and save the proprietress. After pulling himself together, he continued refining the materials to strengthen his heritage. He was still a newly promoted 8th Order Master, so there was some road ahead of him yet. However, once he reached the peak of the 8th Order, that would be his limit. There might be some ways in the universe that would allow one to shatter the restraint on his small universe. At the very least, the innate open heaven pills that were born in the universe furnace were one way to go about it. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't worried about it. In the future, he could go looking for the universe furnace so that he would have a chance to make it to the 9th Order. Unfortunately, those that he got from the blood monster cave heaven did not seem to have any effect on shattering the restraint on his small universe. Maybe it was the age of the pills. Or maybe there was some other reason. Regardless, Yang Kai remained hopeful that his hope lay in the universe furnace. Time continued to go by slowly as he repeatedly set off on journeys to look for more temporal rivers. It was a rare chance, so it would be a shame if he missed it. When looking for the next temporal river or cultivating, he would seize the chance to refine even more Grandao rivers. Finally, there came a day when he finished refining a set of materials in a temporal river that was still 3,000 meters long, but when he was ready to fish out another set, he realized that he no longer had complete sets of materials. Regardless, Yang Kai remained hopeful that his hope lay in the universe furnace. Thanks to Dale for remembering this detail because I sure as heck did not. Wish my memory was as good. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5429, Dao Advancements. Initially, Yang Kai had a massive amount of resources. Before he left the 3,000 worlds for the Black Ink battlefield back then, he had made some preparations by bringing many materials of all different elements with him. Over the years, he had acquired even more resources on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when he raised chaos in the Black Ink clan's territory and robbed many of their cities. Every Black Ink clan master's territory had a large number of shops where there were innumerable resources for sale. Therefore, Yang Kai had never worried about not having enough cultivation resources. When Sung asked for some resources to restore his strength, Yang Kai gave him some without hesitation. Now, he still had a lot of materials, but those were all of the 5 elements. He no longer had any yin or yang element materials with him, including the yellow and blue crystals he had acquired from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Among the different sorts of materials, yin and yang attribute resources were the hardest to come by. In the 3,000 worlds, higher-order yin and yang element materials were considered strategic reserves even in the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't use them unless they absolutely had to. The situation was slightly better on the Black Ink battlefield, but all in all, yin and yang element materials were still much rarer than materials of the 5 elements. Without a complete set of materials, he couldn't continue cultivating. He regretted using too many yellow and blue crystals to block the Royal Lord's aura back then. Every time he used instantaneous movement, he had to release potent purifying light to block the Royal Lord's aura, and after years of running away, he had consumed a lot of those crystals. However, it wasn't like he had a choice. If he didn't use purifying light, he would have been killed. Even though he had a lot of open heaven pills, consuming them to cultivate was extremely slow in comparison. Moreover, he had been staying in this great sea celestial phenomenon for far too long, so he intended to leave. This cultivation session should come to an end. After making some quick calculations, Yang Kai realized he had spent 4,000 years in the temporal rivers. It only took him around 2,000 years to make it to the 8th Order, while he spent the next 2,000 years cultivating, which allowed him to establish himself in the 8th Order. Just like that, 4,000 years had passed. With that said, a significantly shorter amount of time had passed in the outside world. As the flow of time in every temporal river was different, and Yang Kai wasn't aware of the exact ratio compared to the outside world, so he was unable to calculate how much time had really passed by in the rest of the universe. However, he knew he had spent about 100 years outside of the temporal rivers, so taking some rough estimates, he guessed that somewhere between 400 and 500 years had passed in the outside world. How is the war between the two races? It wasn't until this moment that he thought about this matter. After such a long cultivation session, Yang Kai had almost forgotten everything about the outside world. All of a sudden, he recalled that the very reason he even barged into the Great Sea was that he was chased after by the sheep-headed royal lord. He hadn't seen the royal lord after such a long time, so he wondered if the other party had entered the Great Sea as well, or if he was even still alive. Yang Kai shook his head to push the thought to the back of his mind. To him, the most important thing now was to leave here as soon as possible. When he had ample resources, he had forgotten about the passing of time in the Great Sea. Now that he didn't have sufficient resources, it was pointless for him to keep staying here. Nevertheless, leaving this place wasn't so easy. There were countless undercurrents in the Great Sea that intertwined with each other, so it was hard for him to identify any kind of direction. Having said that, Yang Kai believed that where there was a will, there was a way. He summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and opened up a portal to his small universe before absorbing the 3,000 meters long temporal river. Then he charged towards the undercurrent nearest to him. Unlike when he first plunged into the Great Sea, he was no longer flustered. Over the years, he had moved across the Great Sea countless times to look for more temporal and Grand Dao rivers, so he had learned some tricks to deal with these undercurrents. Every undercurrent had evolved from a Grand Dao, which formed a martial domain. Yang Kai had never dabbled in many of those Grand Daos, so it was hard for him to react accordingly. Now, he had devoured quite a lot of Grand Dao rivers, including some of the Grand Dao of space, which helped improve his mastery over the Dao of space. By this point, it could be said that he had some basic achievements in most of the Grand Daos in the universe, though his level of mastery in them varied greatly. When he was particularly skilled in a certain Grand Dao, he would have it easier in the corresponding undercurrent. For example, Yang Kai had come across several Space Dao rivers which were full of Space Dao essence and void cracks that moved about randomly. Most people would find such an environment to be a death trap. Even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords would find it hard to survive once they landed in such a river. However, Yang Kai was able to traverse the Space Dao rivers like he was strolling across a flat meadow. He just had to use his space principles to resonate with the currents in the river so he could ride along with it without being harmed. After absorbing such rivers in the past, he realized his mastery over the Dao of space had still improved, and when he came across another Space Dao river, it became easier for him to deal with it. It was a virtuous cycle. Now, Yang Kai wasn't skillful in all the Grand Daos, but as long as he knew a thing or two about them, he could make use of his comprehension to ward off some of the dangers in the undercurrents. If the rivers were cohesive enough, he could even refine part of them and enhance his mastery of those Grand Daos. Therefore, despite knowing that it would be easy to leave, Yang Kai wasn't worried he wouldn't be able to achieve it. Given enough time, he could absorb and refine all the undercurrents in the Great Sea, and without these undercurrents, the Great Sea would simply cease to exist. This would be an enormously strenuous task as just based on his observations so far, the Great Sea was so vast that it would take him several tens of thousands of years to achieve this on his own. His experience of absorbing the undercurrents this time was different from the previous ones. Back then, Yang Kai primarily focused on looking for temporal rivers to improve his cultivation, while absorbing undercurrents was something he did when looking for the next temporal river or to break up the monotony of cultivating. However, as he focused on taking in undercurrents now, his efficiency was far higher. This caused his small universe to be filled with Grand Dao rivers that he hadn't managed to refine. These rivers contained all sorts of abstrusities as they clashed in the small universe, causing some unusual phenomena. When it became too much, Yang Kai had to look for tranquil undercurrents to refine the remnants of the rivers, and only after they were fully refined would he continue with his journey. As he absorbed the Grand Dao rivers, his mastery over various Grand Daos improved rapidly. He had also managed to raise his Spear Dao to the 7th level of mastery. His mastery of the Sword Dao, which he hadn't even properly studied before, reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. Reaching the 5th level in this Grand Tao didn't do much to add to his strength, but it was enough for Yang Kai to now be considered a great master in the Sword Tao. Of course, that was just the level of mastery he had achieved in a theoretical sense, and he still wasn't comparable to those who reached the same level through their own hard work and comprehension. Regardless, that was none of Yang Kai's concern, as he just wanted to make use of the advancements in the Grand Taos to help him get out of this great sea. Furthermore, it would take one a long time and much effort to reach the 5th level of mastery in any Grand Tao, but Yang Kai only had to refine a number of Sword Tao rivers to achieve that. As more and more Grand Tao rivers were extracted by Yang Kai, he found it easier and easier to traverse the undercurrents in the Great Sea. Having said that, there was one point that made him torn between tears and laughter. Back then, he was eager to cultivate and make it to the 8th order as soon as possible, so he always exerted himself to seek out temporal rivers, but only found one every 10 years on average. Now that he no longer needed temporal rivers to cultivate though, he chanced upon them quite frequently. After absorbing a couple dozen temporal rivers of different lengths, he suddenly felt that the flow of time in his small universe changed once again. In the past, the flow of time in his small universe was 5 times faster than the outside world, but at this moment, the ratio had increased significantly. After some quick calculations, Yang Kai realized that the flow of time in his small universe was now about 7 times faster than in the outside world. In the meantime, he had acquired some new insights on the Tao of Time. His dragon vein throbbed as his dragon pressure spread out wantonly. He had achieved a breakthrough in the Tao of Time. When he visited the no-return pass several hundred years ago and cultivated inside the dragon pool, his mastery of the Tao of Time had improved tremendously, reaching the 7th level. Now, after he absorbed a few dozen temporal rivers, he directly broke through to the 8th level, bringing it to the same level as his comprehension of the Tao of Space. With that said, Yang Kai had a feeling that he wasn't far from achieving another breakthrough in his Tao of Space. The prerequisite was that there were enough space Tao rivers in this great sea for him to absorb and refine. The realization made him feel ecstatic. As he examined the changes in his small universe, he continued to move across the undercurrents. In the periphery of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, there were a lot of dead universe worlds where black ink nests had been planted, with one of them being especially huge as it belonged to a royal lord. There seemed to be a powerful aura hiding in this black ink nest. About 500 years ago, the sheep-headed royal lord arrived at this place and saw Yang Kai dive into this vast celestial phenomenon. After entering it himself to inspect the situation, the royal lord realized the Great Sea was full of danger, so he had no choice but to withdraw. At that time, he was badly injured, and if he insisted on chasing after Yang Kai, forget about finding the ladder, he might even lose his life. Therefore, the sheep-headed royal lord dragged a dead universe world to this place from the void and planted his black ink nest. By doing this, he could monitor the Great Sea so that he could immediately capture Yang Kai should the latter manage to somehow survive and escape. Secondly, he had to recuperate. Now that 500 years had passed, his black ink nest wasn't the only black ink nest in the periphery of the Great Sea. There were about several hundred low-rank black ink nests. With that said, there were no mid-rank black ink nests yet. After all, it would consume a vast amount of energy to nurture mid-rank black ink nests, and the royal lord didn't have the intention of having his own territory lords yet. The reason he even nurtured other black ink clansmen was to help him monitor the Great Sea. Several hundred low-rank black ink nests were scattered around the Great Sea with only a short distance between them, while almost 10 million black ink clansmen had been spawned from these black ink nests. The resources in the nearby void had been fully extracted and sent to the black ink nests to help nurture more and more black ink clansmen. Now, most of these black ink clansmen were posted around the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, so if Yang Kai really managed to emerge, they would immediately discover him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5430, Determined to Kill. At this moment, a feudal lord was staring at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon in front of him with a frown, sporting a doubtful expression. He had a feeling that the Great Sea had changed somehow over the years. It seemed to have become smaller, however, the change was so gradual and minute that he wasn't sure. Then, he turned to look at the royal lord's black ink nest and hesitated about whether he should report this matter. The royal lord was still recuperating, and although 500 years had passed, he still hadn't fully recovered. If this feudal lord bothered him with a trivial matter, he was worried he would be punished. Perhaps I'm imagining things. The feudal lord shook his head. He had many companions who had been keeping an eye on this great sea as well, so if the great sea had really become smaller, the others would have noticed it. Since none of them had detected it, the feudal lord believed that he must be overly worried. While he was lost in his thoughts, though, there was suddenly an anomaly in the great sea. With a start, he looked towards it intently. He had been in this place for 300 years, but he had never seen any movement in the great sea, as though it was completely dead. It was odd that there were some ripples on this day. Before he could see clearly what was happening, a figure bolted out of the great sea with a spear in hand. The person seemed to be fighting against an invisible enemy as his murderous intent surged and his world force undulated. When the person appeared, he happened to meet eyes with this feudal lord. Both of them were startled, but the feudal lord soon came to his senses as he hurriedly retreated and howled to alert the others. The human that the royal lord had been waiting for had finally appeared. Although the feudal lord had never seen Yang Kai before, he knew this was the target the royal lord had been looking for the moment the human appeared. Following the howl, the azure dragon spear stabbed into the feudal lord's mouth. As world force burst forth, the feudal lord's head exploded. Why is there a feudal lord here? Yang Kai frowned. As he looked up, his doubt intensified because there was a low-rank black ink nest on a universe fragment nearby. There were also quite a lot of black ink clansmen wandering around this universe fragment. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai realized there were even more black ink clansmen in the void that scattered around the great sea, as though they were monitoring something. After giving it some thought, he realized what was going on. That royal lord sure is clever. I suppose he has been waiting for me to come out all this time. He must have had his own black ink nest, otherwise, he couldn't have nurtured so many black ink clansmen. As soon as I left the great sea, regardless of direction, he'd immediately find out about it. It seemed that the royal lord never entered the great sea and instead was recuperating in the periphery over the years. But how many years had Yang Kai been inside the great sea? Since the day he decided to leave the great sea, he had spent 200 years looking for a way out. During that period of time, he had simply been dragged around the undercurrents with no way to identify which direction he was headed. Yang Kai almost lost hope after spending 200 years looking for a way out. Fortunately, his efforts had ultimately not been in vain. Before he could ponder on this matter, a powerful aura awakened from a universe world in the distance. Following that, he saw a burly figure shooting towards him like a meteor. Before the figure even arrived, he was engulfed in the familiar royal lord's pressure. He's quite quick. Yang Kai knew that the feudal lords nearby must have informed the royal lord about his appearance through the black ink nests. The feudal lords in the void also started charging towards Yang Kai in an attempt to hold him down. Yang Kai gripped his azure dragon spear and grinned. Then he dashed towards the royal lord, and everywhere he passed, all the black ink clansmen exploded into blood mist. In the void, the royal lord was startled as he wondered, why isn't he running away? He initially thought that Yang Kai would immediately flee after leaving the great sea. Although this human was weak, his skill at escaping was phenomenal. Therefore, the moment he received the news from his subordinates, the royal lord dashed out of his black ink nest as he was worried that Yang Kai would escape. To his surprise, though, instead of running away, the human came right at him. What gave this human brat such confidence? Had he forgotten about how battered he was while being chased by him 500 years ago? Soon, however, the royal lord realized where the human's confidence came from. As they got closer to each other, the human's aura surged and soon exceeded the limits of the 7th order before reaching the 8th order. He's now in the 8th order open heaven realm. The royal lord was startled. He broke through? This damned great sea is full of deadly danger. Back then, I couldn't even stay inside for long. It would be considered lucky for this boy to have just survived, so how did he even manage to achieve a breakthrough? Did he come across some kind of astonishing opportunity inside the Great Sea? The royal lord's expression darkened. So what if he's made it to the 8th order? I'm a royal lord. In the past, he was unable to kill the human because he was horribly injured, so he couldn't fully use his strength. However, after 500 years of recuperation, his wounds had mostly healed. Although he still wasn't in peak condition, he was already much better than 500 years ago. Even if there were 5 8th order humans in front of him, he could easily deal with them, not to mention that Yang Kai was on his own. The only worry the royal lord had was about Yang Kai running. As long as the latter didn't try to escape, everything was fine. As the two figures charged towards each other, the distance between them shortened rapidly. Their powerful auras clashed, and before they even exchanged moves, the void had started warping. Suddenly, the royal lord lost sight of Yang Kai. The next instant, he was engulfed in a powerful sense of murderous intent and innumerable spear shadows. At this moment, Yang Kai wielded his spear as he showcased the skills he had acquired in the Great Sea. With his own spear Dao as the foundation, he weaved the grand Daos of luck, yin, yang, life, death, 5 elements, karma, murder, bloodlust, and many others together. The power of his spear made the entire universe tremble. Even if there was a territory lord in front of him, he had the confidence to destroy him with this move. It was the strongest spear attack he had ever unleashed. Faced with this exquisite series of attacks, the royal lord responded with pure brute force. Circulating his black ink strength madly, he forcefully pushed out his fist. The next instant, Yang Kai was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Overwhelming power triumphed over 10,000 skills. Although Yang Kai had acquired much in the Great Sea and comprehended numerous different grand Daos, it still couldn't make up for the huge discrepancy between their raw powers. He hurriedly stabilized himself, but instead of feeling downcast, Yang Kai was thrilled. That was because he realized he was able to compete against a royal lord. Before he entered the Great Sea, he couldn't have imagined battling against a royal lord, as the other party only needed to land a single punch to end his life. But now, despite still looking battered, Yang Kai had managed to trade blows with a royal lord. His breakthrough to the 8th order and the assimilation of many different grand Daos had improved his strength tremendously. Yang Kai was no longer the frail 7th order open heaven realm master he used to be. The royal lord was also flabbergasted. After striking Yang Kai with that punch, he didn't rush to pursue him and instead looked down intently at his fist. All kinds of indescribable powers swirled around his fist, and they also lingered in the void where they clashed. Those powers were inscrutable, as though they had something to do with the very foundation of energy and existence themselves, something he could not understand in the slightest. But soon, he cast those distracting thoughts away and glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent burning in his eyes. Some 500 years ago, this human escaped from him by diving into the Great Sea, but after emerging, he had become significantly more powerful. The royal lord knew he could not let such a human escape again. Otherwise, many Black Ink clansmen would die at his hands in the future. Therefore, he was determined to kill Yang Kai regardless of what it took. On the other hand, Yang Kai had also decided to purge this royal lord at all costs. It wasn't that he was overly confident in himself because of the increase in his strength, but rather that he knew the secrets of this Great Sea and couldn't afford to let this royal lord live. There was no denying that the Great Sea was a massive treasure trove. Although he had been trapped inside for many years, Yang Kai had benefited enormously from the experience. Such a celestial phenomenon was hugely beneficial to all humans, not just him. Perhaps he could come back in the future and cultivate here again. As such, he couldn't let the secrets of this place be leaked out. If he allowed the royal lord to live, after witnessing Yang Kai's massive growth in strength, the latter would surely dive into the Great Sea and possibly discover its secrets. The Grand Daos in the undercurrents were useless to the Black Ink clan, but they were beneficial to Black Ink disciples. They just had to bring some Black Ink disciples with them to reap all the benefits of this celestial phenomenon. To prevent such a thing from happening, Yang Kai had to kill this royal lord. Moreover, it was obvious that this royal lord wouldn't let him flee either. He had been waiting in this place for hundreds of years, so now that his enemy had appeared, there was no way he would let him off. Today, either this royal lord died, or Yang Kai would perish. It just so happened that both of them were determined to destroy each other. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot while the royal lord surged his black ink strength and flapped his wings. Following that, Yang Kai abruptly appeared behind the royal lord and thrust out his spear. As though there was an eye on the royal lord's back, he swung his hand out, his palm seemingly able to suppress the heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, he realized he couldn't grasp his target. Yang Kai's afterimage dissipated in his hand while the true body reappeared on his left. Having expected this though, the royal lord directly pushed out his fist. The moment Yang Kai appeared, it was as though he chose to crash into the opponent's attack. They had exchanged over 100 moves in an instant, but they weren't going all out yet. Yang Kai's afterimages scattered around the void, as though there were dozens of him appearing at the same time. Before an afterimage dissipated, a new one had appeared. As he repeatedly thrust out his spear, Yang Kai channeled all sorts of Grand Daos into his attacks, and soon there seemed to be a web of Grand Daos that engulfed the royal lord. Unperturbed, the royal lord reacted accordingly. He knew that this human was a master of the Tao of space, so despite being the stronger one, he couldn't allow the other party to dictate the flow of this battle, otherwise he might be the one defeated. As he was not as skillful as this human, all the royal lord could rely on was his immense power. As long as he found a chance, he could kill the other party with a single blow. At that instant, the battle appeared quite lopsided. One party repeatedly cast flashy attacks as he activated different sorts of Grand Daos through his spear, while the other seemed clumsy but unfazed as every move he made exuded immense pressure. Martial Peak, Chapter 5431, Chaotic Time-Space. Not long after the intense battle started, both Yang Kai and the sheep-headed royal lord felt their hearts sinking as they sported solemn expressions. For Yang Kai, even though his strength had increased by several times, he was still no match for the other party. Although there was only a difference of one order between them, it was the biggest gap to cross. When Yang Kai was a 5th order master, he could kill a 6th order master. When he was a 6th order master, he could kill a 7th order master. When he was a 7th order master, he could kill a territory lord. However, as an 8th order open heaven realm master now, he realized he had no hope of killing a 9th order master with his own strength alone. A royal lord's power was equivalent to that of a 9th order master. He could even clearly feel that the royal lord still hadn't fully recovered. In other words, the other party wasn't in peak condition, yet he still wasn't a match. Damn it. If this drags on, I'll fall into an unfavorable position. However, if I don't kill this royal lord, I can't keep the secrets of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon safe. While this was giving Yang Kai a headache, the royal lord was equally frustrated. The human across from him was significantly more powerful than he was 500 years ago. Although they hadn't been fighting for long, the royal lord came to realize that it wouldn't be easy for him to kill this opponent. There was no doubt this human still wasn't a match for him, but he already had the power to oppose him. Other powerful 8th order human masters could also probably deal with him for a time, but the royal lord was confident he could kill such enemies sooner or later. However, Yang Kai was different. This guy was a master of the Tao of space, and the royal lord vividly remembered being unable to capture him despite having pursued him for years 500 years ago. If nothing changed in their current battle, Yang Kai would probably flee. I can't give him a chance to run. Otherwise, I'll never find out what Song gave him. Song's trump card must be of critical importance and must be controlled by us. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds, but at that moment, they decided they needed to go all in to defeat the other party at the same time. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly leaped away from the royal lord, widening the gap between them. He initially thought that the royal lord would stop him, but instead the royal lord just let him go. Despite his puzzlement, Yang Kai didn't have time to ponder on the issue as he dropped the Azure Dragon Spear and began rapidly forming a set of hand seals. A golden crow cawed as a great sun leaped into existence. Following that, a cold full moon rose from behind him as it cast its glow onto the void. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, forming a wondrous vision. The moment the sun and moon manifested, they began orbiting around Yang Kai, affecting both space and time in the surrounding region. Time principles spread out, while space principles undulated and intertwined with them, forming an entirely new kind of strength. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was the most powerful trump card Yang Kai could bring out besides his dragon bead. It was also the divine ability he had invented through his own comprehension. Activating it was not difficult, but the prerequisites to cast it were extraordinarily difficult, such that only Yang Kai was capable of it as it was formed from the resonance of his two strongest grand Daos. Therefore, this divine ability displayed an extraordinary might when he used it. He was unable to use his dragon bead casually, so to deal with this royal lord, Yang Kai could only rely on his sun and moon divine wheel. If this move wasn't even useful, he would have no choice but to retreat before trying to come up with another way to kill the royal lord. The instant Yang Kai cast his sun and moon divine wheel, the royal lord also looked up and glared at him. His dark eyes seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss as though they could devour Yang Kai. His obsidian eyes reflected Yang Kai's figure, which was engulfed in endless black ink strength. It was as if he was burning with a dark flame. Royal Lord's secret technique. At that instant, both Yang Kai and the Royal Lord brought out their most lethal moves in an attempt to defeat the other party. It could be said that they had made the same judgment in this situation and acted decisively on it. Yang Kai was startled as he was quite familiar with the Royal Lord's secret technique. For the Black Ink clansmen below the Royal Lords, if they wanted to corrupt a human, they just had to release their black ink strength to invade that human's body and small universe. If that human couldn't resist, they would be turned into a black ink disciple. Royal Lords could naturally do the same, but they also had a better and more efficient method, which was known to the humans as the Royal Lord's secret technique. It was well known among the humans that when a Royal Lord activated the Royal Lord's secret technique, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master couldn't resist it, instantly turning them into a black ink disciple. This was one of the reasons the 8th Order Masters didn't interfere carelessly when a 9th Order Old Ancestor battled a Royal Lord. A 9th Order Master could fend off the Royal Lord's secret technique, but those in the 8th Order couldn't. Once they were struck by the Royal Lord's secret technique during an intense battle, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. To deal with a Royal Lord, a 9th Order Master had to personally make a move. The humans had been studying the secrets behind the Royal Lord's secret technique for years, but they hadn't found out anything useful yet, mainly because no Royal Lord would easily activate the Royal Lord's secret technique. Without a target they could study or examples they could learn from, the humans obviously couldn't gather any useful information. With that said, the high-ranking officers had speculated that the Royal Lord's secret technique might be a kind of innate divine ability that was exclusive to the Black Ink clan. Only Royal Lords were able to use this innate divine ability, and it was most likely a kind of attack that directly affected one's soul. Certainly, Yang Kai had heard of such information and even experienced it for himself twice in the past, but he was too weak back then to really understand what was happening. Now, having reached the 8th Order and possessing incredible soul cultivation, he was finally able to realize that the Royal Lord's secret technique wasn't purely a soul technique, but rather a combination of one with an ice secret technique. When the Royal Lord activated the Royal Lord's secret technique, Yang Kai could clearly see his own reflection in the other party's eyes. The figure was engulfed in thick black ink strength, as though he had really turned into a black ink disciple. At the same time, Yang Kai was indeed covered in black ink strength in reality. The black ink strength was pure, and it was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. At the very least, Yang Kai didn't see his opponent releasing this black ink strength. The thick and pure black ink strength soon penetrated his physique, and despite his best efforts, Yang Kai was unable to resist its invasion. This kind of corrosion was harmless to his body, but the Royal Lord's secret technique was never meant to be lethal. The pure and dense black ink strength invaded Yang Kai's small universe in the blink of an eye, but unlike what would normally happen, the black ink strength just sputtered, like a stone dropping into an ocean. Any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have been turned into a black ink disciple and been enslaved to the Royal Lord by now. However, Yang Kai's small universe had the protection of a World Tree clone. He had even planted a low-rank black ink nest in his small universe many years ago to nurture some low-level black ink clansmen to use as training tools for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple. A massive amount of black ink strength had already been suppressed and sealed in his small universe. Therefore, Yang Kai was truly not afraid of its corrosion anymore. Song once told him that the World Tree clone might not be able to fend off the black ink strength from ammo itself, for he was the source of all black ink strength, but although the sheep-headed Royal Lord was also powerful, he was orders of magnitude weaker than ammo. As such, he could never break through the World Tree clone's protection. Suddenly, Yang Kai realized that the Royal Lord's aura had plunged tremendously after he cast the Royal Lord's secret technique. At that instant, Yang Kai recalled the reason why the Royal Lords wouldn't use the Royal Lord's secret technique unless it was absolutely necessary to do so. That was because there was a price to pay if they wanted to use it. This secret technique was extremely powerful, and it was silent when it was cast. As such, the 8th Order Masters could not hope to defend themselves from it. If the Royal Lords could repeatedly cast it without any restraints, the Black Ink clan would just have to send a Royal Lord to wander around the battlefield to turn all the 8th Order Masters into Black Ink disciples. Once that happened, the human race would be doomed. However, since there was clearly a big price to pay, the Royal Lords wouldn't use the Royal Lord's secret technique as they pleased lest the 9th Order Masters seize the chance and kill them. Obviously, the life of a Royal Lord was far more important than a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Upon that realization, Yang Kai started grinning. He was still engulfed in black ink strength, making him look extremely evil. He was initially worried that his Sun and Moon Divine will might not be powerful enough to deal with this Royal Lord. Nevertheless, the latter had been significantly weakened after he activated the Royal Lord's secret technique. As such, the Sun and Moon Divine would probably be quite deadly to him. Just as Yang Kai was affected by the Royal Lord's secret technique and his entire figure was covered in black ink strength, the power of the swirling Sun and Moon reached the Royal Lord. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he was secretly thrilled. It wasn't the first time he used the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. In fact, he had cast this divine ability many times back then to deal with opponents who were more powerful than he was. However, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had never been more powerful than it was now. It was to the point where even Yang Kai felt the divine ability was unusually powerful on this day. There was no denying it had something to do with his advancement in the Tao of Time. However, he reckoned the biggest reason was that he had reached a form of equilibrium. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of Space had always been greater than his mastery over the Tao of Time. Before he headed to the No Return Pass, his mastery over the Tao of Space had already reached the 8th level while his mastery over the Tao of Time was only on the 6th level. After the training in the Dragon Pool, the power of his Dragon Vein increased tremendously, which resulted in his mastery over the Tao of Time reaching the 7th level. When he was cultivating in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai managed to absorb and refine several dozen temporal rivers, thus pushing his Tao of Time to the 8th level, which was on the same level as his Tao of Space. In the past, when he activated his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, Yang Kai realized that there was an imbalance between the space principles and time principles that composed the attack. This kind of imbalance stopped the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel from unleashing its full potential. He had speculated that once both of his grand Daos reached a state of balance, he would see a significant increase in the power of his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Now, it seemed that his speculation was right. As the powers of both grand Daos intertwined, they showcased an entirely new space-time strength, which seemed to resonate with the universe itself. The instant the Royal Lord cast the Royal Lord's secret technique, his expression changed drastically. His aura was frail at this moment, and faced with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he couldn't help feeling that his life was at risk. The royal lord madly surged his black ink strength in an attempt to drive it off. However, affected by the strange space-time strength, his mind and movements became sluggish. Before he could come to his senses, the sun and moon divine will had already struck his figure. An invisible impact then spread across the void. The sun and moon exploded and formed into a massive sphere of light. At that instant, time and space seemed to have fallen into a chaotic state. Even Yang Kai, the one who cast this divine ability, felt that everything seemed to have turned upside down. Martial Peak, Chapter 5432, The True Might. At that moment, Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked fixedly at the light sphere. Although tears started sliding down his cheeks in response to the dazzling light, he still didn't close his eyes. That was because he was seeing something inconceivable. There seemed to be some images flashing across the light sphere. In the images, he saw a vague figure that was engulfed in black ink strength with a big head in his hand. Black blood was seen spilling from the head and countless black ink clansmen surrounded the figure as though they were worshipping him. Before he could see anything clearly though, the images had disappeared, and the images he saw next were even more stunning. Thriving stars and universe worlds filled with vitality were shrouded in black ink strength as they soon turned into barren wastelands void of any life. These images soon disappeared as well. Then he saw a humongous tree that appeared to be sick. The leaves had withered, and even the fruits on the tree were shriveled. They appeared so wrinkled as though they had been exposed to sunlight for years on end. Strange images continued to flicker through the light sphere, but they all disappeared before Yang Kai could look into them. As such, he couldn't take in the details. In just a moment, over 100 scenes had flashed past the light sphere, which was soon replaced by darkness as though there was no longer any light in the universe. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. What were those images? He had activated the sun and moon divine wheel before, but he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. The light sphere had disappeared before he could figure anything out. Engulfed in the sun and moon divine wheel, the sheep-headed royal lord was soaked in black blood, and his face had been transformed by horror. His aura had already turned weak after he used the royal lord's secret technique, and it now seemed even more frail. He had seen the images at the same time as Yang Kai. However, even Yang Kai had no idea what those things were, so how was he supposed to know? Moreover, he wasn't in the mood to ponder on it. The power of the sun and moon divine wheel had exceeded Yang Kai's expectations and had also gone beyond the royal lord's imagination. The amazing space-time strength was now corroding the royal lord's mind and body, making him suffer indescribable pain. However, he still felt confident that the dust had settled. No human could resist the royal lord's secret technique, or at least the royal lord thought so, as the next instant his expression changed drastically, for Yang Kai, who was covered in black ink strength, suddenly grinned mockingly at him. 4 universe pillars. These words sprang into the royal lord's mind in an instant. The royal lord's secret technique wasn't without its arch-nemesis. The 4 universe pillars could block the royal lord's secret technique, ensuring that the humans who possessed one of them wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength. However, as far as the royal lord knew, precious treasures like the 4 universe pillars were extremely rare throughout the entire universe, therefore only a small number of humans would possess one. The royal lord had never expected that the human he had been hunting down had one as well. He had heard that precious treasures like the 4 universe pillars were always owned by the strongest 8th order masters. This human was only in the 7th order 500 years ago, so why did he have one of the 4 universe pillars as well? At that instant, the royal lord deeply regretted activating the royal lord's secret technique, which caused him to be weakened. Otherwise, he would have been able to deal with the opponent's strange divine ability. He was already weakened to begin with, and he was subsequently struck by the opponent's divine ability, which exacerbated his condition. Realizing he was in a dangerous situation, the royal lord's figure shook as he used a secret technique. At the same time, the royal lord black ink nest which was planted nearby started transmitting black ink strength to him, allowing his aura to surge. His black ink nest wasn't far away, so he could make use of it to improve his condition. Although he looked battered, everything was still well within his control. He still had a chance to kill this human. The moment the royal lord drew energy from his black ink nest though, Yang Kai's facial features warped, as though he was going through some excruciating pain. He then howled in agony. The royal lord was startled, but before he could figure out what was wrong with Yang Kai, a howl of even greater intensity burst from his lips. At that moment, he felt an immense force tearing apart the defense of his soul and badly damaging it. Coupled with the space-time strength's influence, his mind went completely blank. Soul-rending thorn. When Yang Kai asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine soul-rending thorns for him for the first time, the latter crafted 12 for him to use. Then, Yang Kai used 11 of them in the fight for the mid-rank black ink nest, which resulted in him badly injuring or killing the equivalent number of territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples. After that, outside the royal city in Great Evolution Theater, he used the last one to kill Che Kong. With such a record of success, Yang Kai naturally made sure to get more soul-rending thorns for himself. When the Great Evolution Army set off on their second crusade, Yang Kai gathered some materials and asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to make more soul-rending thorns for him. It took Grandmaster Ma Fan some time and energy to do so, but now Yang Kai had several dozen soul-rending thorns with him and had been hiding them from the enemies. Even when he cast the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel earlier, he did not use them. That was because he would be the first one injured before he could harm his opponent. Using a soul-rending thorn would result in mutual injuries, therefore, Yang Kai wouldn't use one unless it was necessary to do so. Now, it had come to a point where he had no choice but to use them. The royal lord was indeed powerful. Even though his soul had been struck by the soul-rending thorn and space-time strength, he still managed to pull himself together quickly, but when he looked up, he realized Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. When his mind was blank earlier, Yang Kai had vanished. Reacting on instinct, he turned around as he widened his eyes and roared, "You court death!" Above the dead universe world where his black ink nest was located, Yang Kai's figure abruptly appeared. He wielded his spear as his weapon turned into a spear light and struck the royal lord's black ink nest. Yang Kai didn't directly attack the royal lord because he didn't have the confidence to kill him with one strike. It was difficult to deal with a royal lord at the peak of his power. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was unable to succeed back then under similar circumstances, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't think he could do any better. Therefore, he believed that it would be best for him to seize the chance and destroy the other party's black ink nest. A black ink nest could not run away or counterattack, after all. Yang Kai had learned his lesson in the Great Evolution Royal City back then, so he held nothing back this time. As the spear light slashed across the black ink nest, it was cut clean in half. Spear intent burst forth and vaporized the black ink nest down to its roots. All the black ink clansmen in the black ink nest were killed in an instant as their auras disappeared. The next moment, the low-rank black ink nests around the Great Sea started collapsing and withering as they had lost their support. Without the support from their source, which was the royal lord's black ink nest, all the low-rank black ink nests were doomed to perish. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai turned around and faced the royal lord, who was coming at him. His facial features contorted in pain, but the murderous intent behind his gaze seemed to have materialized as he pointed his spear forward and roared, "It's your turn." The royal lord had just reached the peak of his power before his aura plunged again to the point where it was worse than before. Faced with the glistening spear, he felt panic for the very first time. The other party was indeed weaker than him, but after they exchanged finishing moves, he was the one badly injured. He couldn't help but think if the fight dragged on, he would be killed by his opponent. Soon, however, he cast his fear away and grit his teeth as he charged towards Yang Kai. His expression was more hideous than that of his opponent, for it had come to a point where there was no turning back. Today, one of them would fall, there was no other possible outcome. Yang Kai remained unwavering. As they brushed past each other in the void, their blood spattered and they growled at the same time. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai seized the chance to use another soul-rending thorn during their exchange of moves. While his soul was again wounded, the royal lord wasn't feeling any better. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't worried about his soul being damaged too much, but the same couldn't be said for the royal lord. The moment they stabilized their figures, they turned around and charged at each other again. In the void, countless Black Ink clansmen surrounded them in all directions. Knowing that he was in a perilous situation, the royal lord intended to make use of his subordinates. Unfortunately for him, back then he abstained from spawning any territory lords to save some energy, so his most powerful subordinates were only feudal lords. The royal lord wasn't sure if such an army could pose any threat to Yang Kai, but it had come to a point where he had no choice but to give it a try. Yang Kai had apparently realized this as well. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have no regard for these feudal lords, but the situation now was different. Presently, he was surrounded by millions of Black Ink clansmen, and he had to deal with the royal lord at the same time. If he wasn't careful enough, he might lose his life here. Therefore, he became even more ruthless with his moves as he madly activated the soul-rending thorns. After using a fourth soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai realized he had fallen into a dazed state. He secretly cursed because he had used too many soul-rending thorns and had now affected the very foundation of his soul. If he continued to use the soul-rending thorns, his soul would be ripped apart before he could even kill the royal lord. When that happened, even the soul-warming lotus couldn't save him. These thoughts all occurred in a flash before his mind suddenly turned blank as he was no longer able to think clearly. Then he lost consciousness. Some unknown amount of time later, Yang Kai abruptly came to his senses when he felt a cool sensation. His head was in pain as his soul had been badly damaged, which made him unable to think clearly. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus that he could even regain consciousness. Following that, Yang Kai realized he was surrounded by enemies that stretched out into the distance with no end in sight. They were the Black Ink clan soldiers. At this moment he was fighting against the Black Ink clan soldiers, and wherever he went, blood flowed like rivers as countless Black Ink clan corpses littered the void. Despite the fact that he was unconscious earlier, his body honed by hundreds of years of combat reacted instinctively to kill the enemies, which saved his life. Otherwise, the feudal lords would have been able to kill him. He considered himself lucky that there were no territory lords among the Black Ink clansmen, otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. The next instant, he realized the royal lord was nowhere in sight. Where is he? The reason he fell into a stupor was because he had activated too many soul-rending thorns. His soul was unable to bear the damage brought about by 4 repeated sacrifices. Since he had fallen into such a state, he reckoned that the royal lord wasn't in a better condition either, despite the fact that the latter was stronger. However, now that he was awake, he couldn't detect the royal lord's aura. Did he run away? No. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked down at his hand and realized he was holding a huge head with sheep horns. This head's eyes were still wide open as though he was unresigned before his death. Black blood could be seen dripping from his severed neck. At that instant, Yang Kai realized he had seen such a sight before. Martial Peak, Chapter 5433, Spying on the Future. The sheep-headed royal lord was dead. What was certain was that the royal lord died by Yang Kai's hand, but Yang Kai didn't know exactly how he had decapitated the royal lord. He also didn't know why he was holding the royal lord's head in his hand. In this situation, there was no way Yang Kai could think clearly, and when he tried, he just felt dizzier. He knew this was because his soul was seriously injured. So far, he had relied on the fact that he had the soul-warming lotus and had done many risky things. However, the injury to his soul this time was something that could not be compared to any other in the past. The consequences were huge, but the result was worth it. He had killed a royal lord. This was also the very first royal lord he personally killed all by himself. Although he had previously killed a 9th Order Black Ink disciple in the royal city of Great Evolution Theater, that Black Ink disciple's actual strength was much inferior to a royal lord's, not to mention that he only delivered the last lucky blow while the opponent had his guard down. The opponent's small universe was already extremely unstable after taking a blow from old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and Yang Kai just happened to have the means to defeat him. Using the unique features of his cow punch, Yang Kai was able to send his opponent to his death with just one punch. Thus, the killing of that ninth-order Black Ink disciple was more of a lucky accident rather than a show of strength and skill. But this was a real battle. Since being chased after by the sheep-headed royal lord from outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai had faced innumerable dangers, used up a lot of time, and was even forced into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon to save himself during his escape. However, the winner was king, while the loser was the villain. He was still alive, while the sheep-headed royal lord was dead. At that moment, Yang Kai felt a sudden sense of satisfaction rise in him. He felt his 4,000 years of dull cultivation didn't go to waste, nor did the countless resources he used when in the temporal rivers inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. It just so happened that the cultivation that lasted who knows how many actual years in the outside world had given him the strength to kill a royal lord in a head-on battle. Of course, the consequences he suffered weren't minor either. Yang Kai could tell that several of his bones were broken, and golden blood was oozing from a penetrating wound on his lower abdomen, seemingly having been inflicted by the sheep-headed royal lord's claws. Also, one of his arms and one of his legs were bent in a strange way, with the most serious injury being the one to his soul. After using the soul-rending thorn 4 consecutive times in short order, Yang Kai felt about half of his soul had been sacrificed. In fact, if it had been anyone else, that person would have already died. It was also because he had the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai was able to stay alive and regain consciousness. The successful killing of the sheep-headed royal lord was not only because of his efforts, but also luck. If such a battle were to happen again, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be the ultimate winner. Now, he indeed had the capital to fight against a royal lord, but there was still quite a large gap between their real strength. Yang Kai felt groggy, as he could not keep himself conscious for much longer. He was barely able to stay awake and felt like he was suspended in water while constantly sinking into the abyss. This was because his soul was desperate to shut down and sleep to heal. In the end, Yang Kai sank into a state of semi-consciousness again just moments after it had woken up. Though his mind fell into a daze, his body didn't stop killing the enemy. When Yang Kai woke up the second time, his injuries seemed to have worsened even more. The Black Ink clansmen were still besieging him from all directions, and he was continuously killing the enemies as if this battle would never end. Having his mind falling asleep and waking up several times, Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually he woke up to find himself simply standing in the void. His body was exuding a heavy murderous aura that was so potent it seemed like it could condense into a tangible substance, while all around him were corpses and pieces of the Black Ink clansmen. There were so many that it seemed like they were going to fill up the entire void. As for Yang Kai, he was currently standing tall above the mountain of corpses. At some point, his killing spree had stopped. There was not a living Black Ink clansman in sight, though Yang Kai wasn't sure if he had killed them all. However, judging by the remains on the battlefield, he guessed that even if some Black Ink clan soldiers had escaped, there wouldn't be too many of them. He had killed at least 70% of the Black Ink clan army here. The strongest among this Black Ink clan army were only feudal lords, so even if they escaped, it wouldn't make much difference because the dangers they would face in this region of the deep void were great, even for someone like Yang Kai. Without a truly powerful master protecting them, they would all die in this place sooner or later. Lowering his head to look at his hands, Yang Kai discovered the head of the sheep-headed royal lord he was holding when he woke up the first time was gone. Perhaps he had unknowingly lost it at some point. But he wasn't concerned with that. After having a look around his surroundings, he found a universe fragment the Black Ink clan had moved here before stuffing a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and began to adjust his breathing and recuperate. The injuries to his soul had yet to heal, but they were constantly being nourished and repaired by the soul-warming lotus, so their condition was better. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to wake up several times. On the other hand, the injuries on his body were very severe. After all, there were a multitude of Black Ink clansmen here, so even if their strongest were only feudal lords, that was still enough to pose a huge threat to him. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes that were too numerous to count. Many of them were even layered atop old wounds. Fortunately for him, the royal lord was dead, and he had killed who knows how many Black Ink clansmen, so there was no one here to disturb him while he was healing. The first thing Yang Kai did was to reconnect all his broken bones before correcting his twisted arm and leg, which made him break out in cold sweat during the process. After doing all that, he carefully checked his body internally and externally to ensure there weren't any hidden injuries. Having done so, he did find something that made his face twitch. His dragon bead had cracked again. During the 4,000 years he had been cultivating in the Great Sea, his previously damaged dragon bead had already been fully restored. Now that the dragon bead had cracked again, it meant that he had activated his dragon bead while in his hazy state. There was no need to even guess though, it was undoubtedly the royal lord who had damaged his dragon bead again. It seemed like the sheep-headed royal lord didn't die without a fight. At the beginning of their battle, the royal lord was already not in peak condition. Then he used his royal lord's secret technique which had weakened his strength, making it difficult for him to resist the blast from the sun and moon divine wheel. At that point, he could be said to be severely injured. Following that, Yang Kai used 4 soul-rending thorns in a row, which tore into the royal lord's soul, causing massive damage. Therefore, when Yang Kai summoned his dragon bead, the royal lord's end was set in stone. Just thinking about it, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering slightly. Since his body could instinctually kill enemies while he was in a semi-conscious state, it would naturally be the same for the royal lord, who was far stronger. Yang Kai couldn't even imagine what would have happened if the royal lord had shattered his dragon bead when he summoned it in his fugue state. Thinking of the royal lord, Yang Kai thought about something else. When he woke up the first time, he was holding the royal lord's head while being surrounded by countless Black Ink clan soldiers. That scene closely resembled one of the scenes he saw after using the sun and moon divine wheel. Back then, he thought the Black Ink clan that had surrounded him were showing their admiration for something, but now it seemed like they weren't admiring anything, they were clearly besieging him to kill him. Yang Kai was shocked. How can this be? Could the scene I saw be the scene I just experienced? After activating the sun and moon divine wheel, he did have the feeling that time itself had become chaotic. Could the misalignment of time lead to me being able to foresee future events? Instinctively, Yang Kai wanted to deny this conjecture, but one of the flashing scenes he had seen at the time slowly became clearer in his mind, and he discovered that it was very similar to the scene he saw when he first woke up. The moment time became warped, the first scene Yang Kai saw was a figure holding a detached head. The figure looked almost identical to him, but the face was blurred, and no matter how Yang Kai tried to recall it, he couldn't make out who it was. He then shuddered. If that is true, then what do the other scenes I saw represent? Could they be future events as well? He had seen many scenes back then, but most disappeared immediately after appearing, so he couldn't determine what they were. Still, there were a few scenes that he was able to see clearly. Prosperous stars and universe worlds that were full of vitality being enveloped by Black Ink strength, rapidly turning into wastelands devoid of life. There was also a gigantic tree that seemed to be sick. Its branches and leaves were shriveled, and even its fruits lacked any luster as they shriveled up as if they had been exposed to the sun for too long. As for the universe worlds that had their vitality destroyed and turned into wastelands after being enveloped by Black Ink strength, that scene might correspond to what might happen if the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. If the Black Ink clan had successfully invaded the 3,000 worlds, there was no doubt that such a future would happen. What about that gigantic tree? Could it be the World Tree? At that point, Yang Kai suddenly recalled Song's words. He said that the World Tree was almost as old as the universe itself, and its appearance wasn't that different from when Mo was spawned, which appeared when the heavens and earth first split apart. Moreover, the World Tree had an inexplicable relationship with the 3,000 worlds. Song, the other 9 martial ancestors, and even Yang Kai himself were means by which this vast universe tried to help itself by exerting its rules through the World Tree. Song and the others had gotten a gift from the World Tree and were able to enlighten themselves about the martial Tao while comprehending the method of reaching the open heaven realm, earning them the title of martial ancestors. Yang Kai was also barely considered to have received a gift from the World Tree as he had obtained a root from it. Since ancient times, others must have entered the grand ancient ruins boundary and received gifts from the World Tree. These were all the universe's means to save itself, but unfortunately, those people seem to have all failed and fallen. Suppose the World Tree and the 3,000 worlds did have an unbreakable connection. If the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds and turned all the flourishing lands into wastelands, plunging the entire universe into turmoil, then the appearance of the World Tree that seemed like it was severely ill. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he sweated. He couldn't help but shake his head to disperse those thoughts from his mind. However, he didn't expect that when he moved, his head felt like it had turned into mush and the pain was so intense that he almost passed out again. Luckily, after such an interruption, he did not have the intention to think about such nonsense anymore. The ability to foresee the future was too surreal to Yang Kai, so he wasn't willing to believe it was possible. Even though the space-time strength he used was mysterious as well, it was just a type of strength that made use of his comprehension of the grand Taos of space and time. How could such strength break through the flow of time itself and allow one to peer into the future? Healing my injuries is more important. A while later, cold sweat began dripping from Yang Kai's forehead. No matter how much he refused to believe it, he could vaguely sense that he seemed to have obtained a glimpse of the future. The Sun and Moon Divine Will had warped and broken time to the point that it let him witness events that had yet to transpire. Martial Peak, Chapter 5434, A Destroyed Great Pass. After a year of focusing all his efforts on recuperating, Yang Kai had almost made a full recovery. Emerging from the universe fragment, Yang Kai observed his surroundings for a while before his figure dashed in the direction of the Black Ink Nest. Though the high-rank Black Ink Nest exploded after his attack, there were still some remnants left behind. After searching through the debris, Yang Kai found quite a lot of resources. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan from surrounding areas. The Black Ink clan had a high demand for resources when spawning more of their members, and the Royal Lord also needed resources to heal his injuries. All these unused resources now belonged to Yang Kai. However, he did not intend to use these resources on himself, nor did he intend to further his cultivation at this moment. He scavenged for these resources because he wanted to arrange a universe array. The Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon was a natural treasure trove, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if he would be able to find it again after leaving, so he decided to leave a universe array here, which might be of use someday. In fact, he still had quite a lot of resources on hand, but he was lacking some critical components. It just happened that the resources he found from the Black Ink Nest were enough to make up for the shortage. Soon, a universe array took shape in what was left of the universe world where the high-rank Black Ink Nest was originally situated. Yang Kai then made some arrangements to cover up and conceal the universe array. After taking a good look at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai turned around and left. All that was left now in this vast stretch of void were densely scattered corpses that seemed to be a sign that there was once a tragic battle here. Previously, outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, where he was targeted by the Royal Lord and chased all the way here, Yang Kai planned to follow the path the humans took during their crusade back to the no-return pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to defeat the Royal Lord. Unfortunately, he got lost on the way, and the longer he ran, the more unsure he was of where he was heading. Now, he didn't even know where he was or which way he should travel now. But he wasn't too worried about it because he knew he would eventually find his way back. He just needed to take some time. Another thing that made him feel helpless was that he didn't know how much time had passed. He could accurately calculate the time he spent in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, but he had no idea about how much time had passed in the outside world. The speed of time in each temporal river was different, so there was no way to make an accurate estimate. I wonder what happened after the war between the two races. When Yang Kai escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Song fused his body with the restriction to summon the energy Mu needed to leave Mo in deep sleep. Just before making that sacrifice, Song left his backup plan to Yang Kai, which was extremely important. It was because the Black Ink clan saw this take place right before their eyes that Yang Kai was targeted by a royal lord. Now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai did not resent Song because he was the only person Song could trust during that last moment. After all, he was also one of the means chosen by the vast universe. To be able to be chosen meant that Yang Kai was special in some way. Therefore, if it were Yang Kai, he would make the same choice as Song. But no matter how that battle ended, the human army couldn't stay at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If the humans won, they would definitely withdraw their forces. If they were defeated, they would still retreat back to the no-return pass to join forces with the Dragon and Phoenix clans because that was the only way they could resist the Black Ink clan army's attack. That was why Yang Kai only had one destination in mind, the no-return pass. In his current situation, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to be certain which direction would lead to the no-return pass, but as long as he could find the late ancient era battlefield, he would be able to estimate his whereabouts. Flying through the void, Yang Kai's figure soared along at amazing speed. He would stop every half a month or so to activate the universe transference law to try and connect to any of the universe arrays he had set inside those purifying Black Ink battleships. However, the only universe array he could sense was the one he set up next to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Such a situation meant that his distance from those universe arrays was too great for the universe transference law to even detect them. Although he couldn't sense the position of any purifying Black Ink battleship, this tactic wasn't useless because, at the very least, he could use the universe array he left at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon to deduce his current position. As time passed, his connection with the universe array at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon became vague, which told Yang Kai that he was getting further away from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. It was not until half a year later that he could no longer sense that universe array. With the speed he could travel, coupled with instantaneous movement, Yang Kai still used about half a year before he lost all contact with the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, which showed how vast an area a universe array could cover. There were celestial phenomena of all shapes and sizes in the void, and Yang Kai had seen many of them while he was escaping from the sheep-headed royal lord. He even dove deep into a dense fog celestial phenomenon and the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. But since he was running for his life to avoid being killed, he didn't have the time to enjoy the beauty of these celestial phenomena along the way. Now that he was feeling more relaxed, he had time to study these celestial phenomena more carefully and even found them quite miraculous. These celestial phenomena might be the manifestation of the universe's original form and might. Many radiated extremely dangerous auras, while some of them were deep and unfathomable. Just like the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, though they looked tranquil and calm on the outside, one would only know of the dangers lurking inside after entering them. The 3,000 worlds didn't have any celestial phenomena, possibly because of all the activities of human cultivators causing them to fade away. Wait, the 3,000 worlds does have some. Yang Kai suddenly recalled rumors about some strange forbidden zones in several great territories. Those forbidden zones were filled with dangers, and they were very difficult for ordinary cultivators to even approach. Those so-called forbidden zones might be remnants of ancient celestial phenomena. They weren't complete anymore and only retained a portion of their mysteries and might. As time passed, coupled with repeated explorations by cultivators, those forbidden zones would also gradually disappear into the annals of history. Suppose one could explore the mysteries of these celestial phenomena. Maybe one could use the opportunity to gain insight into the true meaning of the power of the heavens and earth. That thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he flew past different celestial phenomena. Year after year, his dull voyage continued in solitude. The void was incredibly vast, and it contained all sorts of wonders, but he wasn't anxious because he knew it was no use being anxious. Along the way, Yang Kai left hidden marks inside some dead universe worlds, making it easier for him to find his way back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, on a particular day when he used the universe transference law, Yang Kai finally sensed a universe array in a particular direction. The distance was still quite far away, and the connection he felt was exceptionally weak, but if he exerted all his efforts to get there, he could probably arrive within half a year. Yang Kai was elated. All his efforts had paid off as he finally discovered something and hurriedly moved in that direction. A few days later, he used the universe transference law to determine his position. Another few days later, it was still the same. 1 month later, after Yang Kai used the universe transference law again, he frowned. Over this 1 month's time, he had used the universe transference law 5 times, and although he could establish a connection with the faraway target, there was something wrong with the situation. He was now rushing there with all his might and had activated the space principles, so his speed was exceptionally fast. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he could have easily shortened the distance between them in this 1 month's time, and the nearer the distance with the universe array, the stronger the connection he had with it when using the universe transference law. But the reality was that the connection was still very weak. There were only 2 possibilities that could cause such a situation. One was that the universe array he was connecting with was also continuously moving forward and was keeping a constant distance from Yang Kai. However, a purifying black ink battleship speed was incomparable to Yang Kai's, so even if it was somehow moving in exactly the same direction as him, the distance would still have been greatly shortened. Which meant it could only be the second possibility. The universe array he had set up in this purifying battleship was damaged. Yang Kai had arranged the universe arrays in the very heart of the purifying ink battleships, along with the storage room for purifying light, and after all the great passes had obtained their purifying black ink battleships, they specifically reinforced the defenses around the universe array to the point that it could be said that it would not be damaged unless the purifying black ink battleship was completely crippled. But now, the universe array on this unidentified purifying black ink battleship was actually damaged, so what about the purifying black ink battleship itself? Did they encounter some kind of battle? Were there still survivors there? Yang Kai was so anxious that he pushed his speed even harder. 2 months later, Yang Kai estimated it was about the distance that he could transmit with his now 8th order open heaven realm cultivation and strong physique. Also, it wouldn't be too risky to teleport at this point, so he used the universe transference law, wanting to use the universe array and directly transport himself onto that purifying black ink battleship. However, when the patterns of a grand array lit up under his feet, there was no sign of transmittance. With a deep frown on his face, Yang Kai discarded this plan and continued to move forward under his own power. It seemed that the universe array he had sensed was indeed damaged to the point that it was no longer functional. Along his way, Yang Kai kept his vigilance up, guarding against the possibility that there might be enemies lurking nearby. Another 2 months passed when Yang Kai suddenly looked up and could vaguely make out a lofty shadow standing tall inside the void. It was a great pass. Even though it was still quite far away, and the visibility inside the void wasn't too good, he could still make out an outline of a huge great pass. Yang Kai's mind suddenly shook as his figure dashed forward. However, as the distance shortened, Yang Kai's heart also gradually sank. It was indeed a great pass, but it was a destroyed one. The originally majestic-looking great pass was now in ruins with large holes broken in its thick walls. Outside the great pass were scattered corpses of soldiers from both races and fragments of broken human warships. Yang Kai's figure gradually slowed down as he passed through the mountain of corpses and blood, feeling suffocated. He didn't know what kind of battle this great pass had encountered, but judging from the gruesome scene before him, it was one filled with brutal bloodshed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5435, Destroyed Azure Void Pass. Outside the destroyed Great Pass, Yang Kai forced down his anxiety and released his divine sense like a flood, wanting to find any trace of vitality that might still be around. However, it was clear that this battle ended many years ago, so if there were any survivors, how could they still be here? Moreover, he couldn't sense any signs of vitality. Crossing the battlefield that looked like a hellscape, Yang Kai arrived above the Great Pass and looked down. What he saw was the ruined interior of the great pass with corpses scattered everywhere. Yang Kai's face fell. Although he didn't know what kind of battle the humans of this great pass had gone through, he could guess just by looking at the scene before him. The Black Ink Clan army broke through this great pass defenses and swarmed inside, engaging in a battle to the death with the human soldiers. Soon, he saw a purifying black ink battleship that was broken in two and sensed the weak connection coming from the universe array inside of it. It was this particular universe array that had led him over here. Which great pass is this? Yang Kai couldn't figure this out from just a cursory examination, so he continued his search and soon came to the inner sanctum. The inner sanctum of every great pass, specifically the central square, could be said to be a human army's drill ground. Now that he looked at this place, he could see obvious traces that were left behind from the battle as there were numerous Black Ink Clan corpses littered around the area. Those dead Black Ink Clan soldiers were piled up layer by layer and almost covered the entire central square. And in the center of all those dead Black Ink Clan soldiers was an empty space where a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with both eyes wide open and a peaceful expression. At that moment, Yang Kai felt like his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. He slowly walked forward, cleaning out a path among the piles of corpses before arriving before the figure. The two pairs of eyes met each other, and Yang Kai felt a deep sense of sorrow fill his heart. He now knew which great pass this was. Azure Void Pass. Although each great pass had similar layouts, Yang Kai had visited Azure Void Pass many times and was quite familiar with this place. It was because Azure Void Pass was a complete mess after the Great Battle that Yang Kai couldn't immediately recognize it. However, he did recognize the peaceful-looking fallen cultivator sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. It was the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Azure Void Pass. He was the one who gave Yang Kai a piece of beef all those centuries ago. That beef was cooked into soup and allowed Su Ling Gong to gain a burst of enlightenment and break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass had died in battle here. Even in the last moments of his life, he still didn't give up on the great pass he protected. Thinking of that, Yang Kai felt his vision becoming a little blurry. Beside the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the ox monster, which was missing one of its horns that the old ancestor had kept for numerous years. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had her eyes on this ox monster for a long while but never succeeded in getting it. At this moment, the ox monster was in the same situation as Azure Void Pass old ancestor. Its body was covered in wounds while its other horn was broken as well. Even its tail was nowhere to be seen. The ox monster quietly lay beside Azure Void Pass old ancestor with its head lowered. Yang Kai blinked a few times to dispel the blurriness in his vision. Then, he faced the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass and bowed with a solemn expression. "I vow to live and die together with the Great Pass." That was the oath that every soldier in every Great Passes swore. Azure Void Pass old ancestor had fulfilled that oath. Every soldier in Azure Void Pass had done so. For numerous years, countless human soldiers died on the Black Ink battlefield to protect the 3,000 worlds, and the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors weren't an exception. No matter their cultivation or status, these humans who died fighting the Black Ink clan were all honorable warriors. Their corpses shouldn't be left out in the void to rot. Since Yang Kai wasn't able to join this battle and had coincidentally arrived here, it wouldn't be a problem for him to help gather these corpses. When he rose to his feet, he suddenly saw the ox monster beside Azure Void Pass old ancestor raising its head and saying, "Take the old ancestor's corpse. If you encounter another Supreme Master, it can help you defend yourself against the enemy." Yang Kai was elated. "Senior Ox, are you still alive?" However, the ox monster didn't answer his question but continued, "There's no need to hesitate. This is also the old ancestor's last wish before he died. If his corpse could be used to kill a few more enemies, he would surely feel happy in the afterlife." After that, the ox monster again closed his eyes and silently laid its head down. Yang Kai's expression darkened. It seemed like the ox monster had already died as well. The reason it was able to speak might be due to the effect of some secret technique. If the being that came here was human, the ox monster would speak and tell that person to store away the old ancestor's corpse, but if it were a black ink clansman, things might not be that simple. Since the old ancestor's corpse could also be used as a weapon still, it must be because the old ancestor had left some kind of last will behind before his death. This final will probably held extraordinary power, and it was after hearing this that Yang Kai suddenly realized why the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor was able to remain undisturbed here. The only enemy who could face an old ancestor was a royal lord, and Yang Kai could see that the injuries on the old ancestor's body were not left by just one royal lord. Just by looking at those injuries, Yang Kai could distinguish the auras left by 3 royal lords. In other words, before Azure Void Pass old ancestor died, he had fought at least 3 royal lords but was unable to defeat them and died. As for why the 3 royal lords didn't choose to destroy the old ancestor's body and simply left it here, they must have seen that Azure Void Pass old ancestor left behind that last will and were afraid to do anything, lest they encounter an accident. If it hadn't been for that, Azure Void Pass old ancestor's body would have already been destroyed. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt his heart clench. If the royal lords noticed this, how could they not leave some people behind to monitor the situation to avoid any surviving human soldiers from approaching this place? Just as he was thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked up. What he saw were 3 figures suddenly appearing from inside Azure Void Pass, each with a majestic aura. They were territory lords. The Black Ink clan had indeed left guards behind. A royal lord couldn't wait here for such a reason, but a few territory lords could be spared for such a duty. If 3 territory lords worked together, they could deal with most situations. Among those 3 territory lords, one of them had a seductive figure and a flirtatious expression, which reminded Yang Kai of the Charm Demon clan. There was also a tall and strong territory lord that looked more than 3 times taller than the seductive territory lord. 2 fangs were poking out from both sides of his lips and curved upwards, making him look hideous like he was a crazy wild boar. The third one looked more normal and had many human traits, with the only difference being that his limbs resembled talons that were shining with cold light. This territory lord also had a pair of wings. It was unknown where they were hiding because Yang Kai didn't even sense the slightest trace of their auras before now. The 3 territory lords weren't in a hurry to appear, seeming to be not worried that Yang Kai would escape. The seductive territory lord spoke up first. When the sirs asked us to stay here in case any humans decide to come back, I first thought they were being too careful, but now it seems that there are indeed some humans that are seeking death. The Fong-toothed territory lord snorted lightly. We've waited here for 200 years. I think my body is about to become moldy. Human, you're unlucky today. On the other hand, the Talon territory lord frowned while warning, don't be careless. This human is an 8th order master, so he might not be easy to deal with. After letting out a snort, the Fong-toothed territory lord retorted, so what if he's an 8th order human? It's not like we haven't killed any of them. Let me kill him while you 2 stand guard. Saying so, the Fong-toothed territory lord charged at Yang Kai. Because he had a burly and bulky body, his actions seemed clumsy, but in fact he was moving very fast, and his huge frame fell like a meteor, quickly approaching Yang Kai. The terrifying aura of a territory lord burst forth, causing the broken walls in the Great Pass to begin to creak. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord fixed his eyes on Yang Kai, and even his eyes reflected the latter's figure. He was the fastest among these 3 territory lords, so he needed to be vigilant in case Yang Kai decided to activate whatever final seal was left on the 9th Order Master's corpse. Although they didn't know what this seal was or what it was for, the royal lords had specifically told them it was definitely something the 3 of them couldn't resist. Even they, as royal lords, might not be able to resist the power which was hidden inside that seal. Even after death, a 9th Order Master still couldn't be underestimated because the secret techniques those humans practiced often had unimaginable power. If Yang Kai really did exhibit any intentions of touching that corpse, the Talon territory lord had to stop him immediately. While watching Yang Kai's every action carefully, the Talon Territory Lord tried to think in Yang Kai's shoes and predict his next move. Just like he had said, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't so easy to deal with. The Territory Lords had indeed killed many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, but the Territory Lords had suffered huge losses as well. The number of fallen Territory Lords in that battle was 2 to 3 times higher than that of the enemy. Even he himself had been severely injured by a near-dead 8th Order Open Master. Though several hundred years had passed since that battle, he could still feel slight pain coming from his injuries whenever he thought about that scene. In this situation, this 8th Order human only had 2 possibilities for survival. One was activating the seal on the 9th Order Old Ancestor's corpse, while the other was to flee immediately. No matter how strong an 8th Order Master was, when faced with 3 Territory Lords, the only possible ending was death. What shocked the Talon Territory Lord was that the somewhat excessively young-looking 8th Order Master didn't reveal the slightest bit of panic since they appeared. Instead, this human kept a saddened expression, which was naturally because of the death of his people and the destroyed Great Pass. Under that veil of sadness, however, was endless murderous intent. This human clearly had no intention of activating the seal on the corpse. The Talon Territory Lord felt his heart sink and hurriedly warned the others, "Be careful." Right after he said that, he saw the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master lunging at his fellow Territory Lord with a vicious expression. The human was so fast that he left a blurred afterimage behind him, making it look like there were countless clones of him charging forward to kill. The Talon Territory Lord felt his pupils shirk. This speed, it's too fast for me to interfere. When the big and small figures clashed, the sound of bones breaking rang out, but the expected scenario of the small human being sent flying away did not appear. Instead, the figure being sent flying was the tall and strong Fang-toothed Territory Lord. His chest had caved in, and his expression looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe that he was not a match for his enemy in a head-on confrontation. However, as the Territory Lord was sent flying, he still viciously punched his opponent. Yang Kai wasn't able to dodge that attack, or more precisely, he didn't intend to dodge, simply lifting his arm to guard himself. At the same moment, his other hand made a grabbing motion towards the void and the Azure Dragon Spear appeared. With a flourish of the spear, numerous Tao strengths manifested, creating a kind of unstoppable torrent. Following that, the long spear pierced out. A soft, muffled sound came out, causing the Talon Territory Lord's pupils to shrink to the size of needles as he felt the entire world suddenly freeze.